Chapter 101, A Preemptive Strike. Did these two really believe knowing her secret would give them leverage? Well, she'd expose their so-called secret to the world. Without proof, who would believe such outlandish claims? Reincarnation? Transmigration? That's pure fantasy. Besides, if they exposed her, wouldn't Xunan be implicated too? Even if they dragged her away for research, Xunan would be the first one taken. Xia Xian. You vicious woman, you really are. Provoked, Chu Xing lost his temper again, wanting to pounce on Xia Xian and tear her to shreds. He couldn't understand it. They already knew Xia Xian's biggest secret, so why wasn't she afraid? Why was she so brazen? This woman was truly formidable. None of the scenes he had imagined, Xia Xian kneeling and begging for mercy, had materialized. Stop. Dad, don't hurt Mom. Maybe Mom just needs a little more time to accept me. Let's give her that time. Mom, I'll wait for you. I won't make things difficult. Even if I have to sleep on the streets and go hungry, I won't blame you. Xunan spoke softly, sounding both sensible and considerate. He was using a subtle tactic, hoping to stir Xia Xian's maternal instincts. If Xia Xian hadn't forgotten that Xunan was her biological daughter, how could she bear to let her precious child live on the streets and starve? But the truth proved that Xia Xian could bear it. She treated Xunan's words as if they were wind, not even turning her head as she walked away. She truly treated Chu Xing and Xunan as strangers. Not resorting to harsh measures was already the greatest kindness she could offer. Chu Xing watched Xia Xian's retreating figure with resentment, even starting to blame Xunan a little. Why did you stop me? I should have just tackled her and taught her a lesson. That bitch, I've been too lenient, letting her act so arrogantly. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could pounce on Xia Xian and bite off chunks of her flesh. Dad, you can't be so impulsive. Things aren't going as we expected, so we need to take our time, plan carefully. What good would rushing in do? Don't forget what grandmother said, we must succeed, not fail. If you mess this up, just see how angry she'll be. Xunan sighed helplessly. Her father was far more impulsive and less astute in his youth than in middle age. If her grandmother were here, their cooperation would surely be better than hers and her father's. They were as close as a mother and daughter. However, thinking of how young and beautiful Xia Xian looked just now, Xunan felt a mix of emotions. Why hadn't she inherited any of that? Her appearance had always been a source of insecurity. If she had looked even a little like Xia Xian, she wouldn't have disliked her so much. Take it slow? How much slower can we go? So tell me, what should we do next? Chu Xing suppressed his frustration, forcing himself to calm down and listen to Xunan. Here's what we'll do. She might not be as calm and fearless as she seems. Didn't you say she's with Quan Ruifeng? Then we can approach him first, drop some ambiguous hints in front of him, and make Mom panic. Once she realizes we're not bluffing, she'll agree to our demands. After a brief thought, Xunan came up with a devious plan. Fine, we'll do as you say for now. But if she refuses to listen and won't hand over the gold bars, I won't let her off. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he wouldn't let Xia Xian have it easy. At worst, they'd all go to hell together. Chu Xing swore viciously in his heart. He had fantasized about countless ways to get rich, yet Xia Xian refused to cooperate. It was no wonder he was losing his mind. I know, Dad. Just hold on for now. Having experienced prison in her past life, Xunan had gained a deep understanding of the law. She couldn't let Chu Xing and Xiao Jun repeat their past mistakes. Threatening Xia Xian verbally was one thing, but they couldn't ruin this life too. It never crossed her mind whether the outcome of her past life was what Xia Xian had wanted. Xia Xian had lost her life, yet all Xunan remembered was her father and husband going to prison. Calling her an ungrateful wretch would be an insult to the term. Xia Xian walked a long distance before finally relaxing, leaning against a wall and taking deep breaths. Her mind was racing. She hadn't been as composed as she appeared. Her head was filled with endless questions. What was Xunan's deal? How had she gotten here? How could she appear in this era? How had she gotten to the capital? How much had she told Chu Xing about their past life? Did Bailian know about this? What would they do next? Xia Xian knew they wouldn't give up. They'd likely resort to dirty tricks to force her to hand over the gold bars and money, and even that wouldn't be enough. They'd keep threatening her, making her serve them. That couldn't happen. She needed a lasting solution. But what could she do? She couldn't poison them to silence them. But there was one way to send them back to Ningqing, at least keep them from spreading rumors in the capital. Her eyes gleamed as an idea formed. Once she sorted out her thoughts, she calmed down. Brushing off imaginary dust from her clothes and straightening her collar, she regained her composure and walked away. She didn't go to Quan Ruifeng's place, but headed somewhere else instead. That afternoon, Quan Ruifeng and Xin Yu returned. Quan Ruifeng briefed Xia Xian on the day's events. "I've warned Meng Wenshan and Qin Wenwen. They shouldn't dare to make any more moves unless they want to lose their jobs." He had even turned in Meng Wenshan's own complaint letter to his workplace. Now everyone knew his true colors and would be wary of him. He had to pay the price for his actions. Realizing he'd been played for a fool, Meng Wenshan wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for Qin Wenwen's schemes again. In fact, he might even turn against her. Qin Wenwen would be too busy putting out fires with Meng Wenshan to cause trouble anytime soon. Quan Ruifeng had also given Qin Wenwen a blunt warning: if she dared to pull another stunt, her family would suffer the consequences. On top of that, he demanded she retract all the rumors she had spread. Quan Ruifeng explained everything in meticulous detail, but Xia Xian wasn't paying much attention, her mind wandering. She only responded with absent-minded hums. "What's wrong? Not interested? Then I'll stop." Assuming she just wasn't keen on the topic, Quan Ruifeng didn't press further, letting her focus on her studies. Xia Xian truly wasn't interested in this matter. She needed to prepare for the worst, to give Quan Ruifeng a warning first. With that in mind, she slowly spoke. "I ran into Chusheng today, and a strange little girl." Chapter 102, Capturing Chusheng. She gave a quick rundown of what happened that day, emphasizing that she didn't know the girl and had been a little freaked out by her. She wondered if this was another one of Chusheng's shady plots. Quan Ruifeng's face hardened upon hearing this. "So, he actually followed you here and even brought a child to cause trouble? Understood. I'll hunt him down." As a man, he had to take care of this mess and make sure Xia Xian was covered. "All right." Xia Xian nodded, not playing the damsel in distress to earn Quan Ruifeng's sympathy. She maintained her usual indifferent demeanor, acting like it was just another day, giving nothing away. Quan Ruifeng didn't overthink it and simply went out to search for Chusheng. However, he was a step too late. Xia Xian had already handled it. She had put in an official complaint with the neighborhood committee, stating that drifters had been hanging around near her residence. She urged them to increase patrols and conduct thorough checks to head off any trouble. The committee took the matter seriously and immediately called in the whole crew to do a meticulous sweep of the area. When Chusheng spotted the committee members approaching from a distance, he immediately snatched up Chunanan and bolted, not daring to linger nearby any longer. If he were caught, the worst that could happen was being sent back to Ningqing. But Chunanan was off the grid. She had no identification papers whatsoever. If she were detained, who knows how they'd spring her. Scared shitless, the two booked it far away and didn't dare return. Naturally, Quan Ruifeng found no trace of them and had to give up. "I'll stay on the lookout. Once I find them, I'll send them back. For now, don't go out by yourself. Make sure you're never isolated when you're outside," Quan Ruifeng warned her. Chusheng's only motive for coming here was money. Such petty men would stoop to anything for it. Quan Ruifeng couldn't let Xia Xian be put in danger. "All right. It's not like I have much to do anyway. I'll just stay indoors for now, better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Xia Xian shrugged like it was no big deal. Now, all that was left was to wait and see what kind of commotion Chusheng and Chunanan would cause. She crossed her legs leisurely, radiating confidence. Whatever came her way, she'd handle it. She refused to believe there was any obstacle in this life she couldn't overcome. Xia Xian's confidence stemmed from her capabilities, but some people might just be full of hot air. The neighborhood committee aunties were on the ball. After receiving Xia Xian's report, they arranged frequent patrols, checking the area multiple times a day. Several times, Chusheng and Chunan nearly got caught, just barely giving them the slip due to their caution. But this also meant they never got the chance to confront Quan Ruifeng. It wasn't until the day before Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng's engagement that they finally got their shot. Though it wasn't their wedding day, custom said that the couple shouldn't meet the day before the engagement. So Xia Xian stayed in her old house while Quan Ruifeng remained at home, keeping their distance. However, Quan Ruifeng couldn't sit still without Xia Xian around. After reviewing the engagement preparations, he realized they were short on pastries and decided to buy 2 more packs of walnut crisps, Xia Xian's favorite. It was during this errand that Chu Xing and Chu Nan and jumped him. Quan Ruifeng. Finally found you. Remember me? Huh. Back then, my mother said you two were carrying on behind my back, but you denied it, and I even defended you both. Now I realize I was the fool left out of the loop. Enough nonsense. Do you even know that Xia Xian? Chu Sheng stepped forward, sneering as he prepared to expose Xia Xian's secret. But before he could finish, Quan Ruifeng shut him down hard. I know. Anything else? I'm aware of everything about Xia Xian. Who are you, an outsider, to gossip about her? Instead of wasting time slandering her, why don't you focus on earning an honest living? Maybe then you wouldn't look so a hot mess. Quan Ruifeng gave him a once-over, his tone calm but laced with unmistakable disdain. Calling Chu Xing a hot mess was already generous. Homeless-looking would have been closer. You really know? No. You can't possibly know. Listen to me. Chu Xing, provoked by Quan Ruifeng's words, almost blew his top again. But there was no way Xia Xian would have revealed such a crucial secret to him. That'd be handing over leverage. If it were him, he'd never tell a soul. So he quickly regained his composure, ready to deliver his prepared speech. But Quan Ruifeng wasn't about to listen. While engaging Chu Xing in conversation, he subtly inched closer without making it obvious, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Xia Xian is. Just as Chu Xing was about to blab the secret, Quan Ruifeng lunged forward, tossing him over his shoulder and slamming him onto the ground. In one swift motion, he locked Chu Xing's arm and put him in a chokehold. GHK. Choked into silence, Chu Xing couldn't utter another word. Dad. Chu Nan and panicked, flitting around like a panicked bird in distress. She tried to shove Quan Ruifeng away, but he nearly grabbed her too, forcing her to retreat hastily. At that moment, the neighborhood committee aunties happened to patrol nearby again. Spotting the commotion, they rushed over. What's going on here? Apprehending a suspect. Quan Ruifeng answered succinctly before turning to chase Chu Nan. But after days of evading the committee, the girl had gotten good at dodging. The moment she saw them, she bolted. By the time Quan Ruifeng gave chase, she had already disappeared into thin air, hiding somewhere too tight for grown-ups to squeeze into. Quan Ruifeng's frown deepened. Letting a child give him the slip was a careless mistake. Still, with Chu Xing captured, the girl alone wasn't much of a threat. Once scared enough, she'd come crawling out on her own. Since Quan Ruifeng wasn't currently off duty as a cop, he handed Chu Xing over to the committee aunties. This was exactly the man they'd been searching for. Psyched to finally nail him, the aunties hauled him off with puffed-up pride. He kept yapping nonsense as if trying to say something, but the aunties, annoyed by the noise, gagged him to shut him up. Chu Xing writhed in anger, unable to comprehend why Quan Ruifeng didn't even care about Xia Xian's secret. Why was he so quick to arrest him? If he had known, he wouldn't have shown himself, just slipped him a note instead. What should he do now? At least Chu Nan had escaped, a silver lining in this mess. Yet, his anxiety remained, his scowl never easing. Since Xia Xian couldn't meet Quan Ruifeng today, Quan Ruifeng wrote down the day's events on a note and slipped it through the window crack to her. Truth be told, the gap in the window was quite large. Xia Xian glanced at Quan Ruifeng, then down at the note in her hand, not sure whether to laugh or groan. Is this really necessary? We've already seen each other. If you have something to say, why not just spit it out? Chapter 103, The Proposal. Even through the narrow gap of the window, Quan Ruifeng's handsome face was breathtakingly striking. Faced with such a visage, Xia Xian couldn't bring herself to be angry. At most, she was amused and exasperated. I was afraid you'd think I was breaking the rules, Quan Ruifeng said, gazing at Xia Xian with a hint of melancholy. Originally, he saw no need to adhere to the tradition of avoiding each other before marriage. They met every day, and he didn't believe in any elopements. But Xia Xian had insisted that a short time apart wouldn't matter, so they might as well follow tradition. Quan Ruifeng had no choice but to comply. Yet now, even following the rules perfectly got him scolded. His deep, dark eyes fixed on Xia Xian, revealing a subtle hint of annoyance. That's not what I meant, Xia Xian denied with a smile, opening the note to see what he had written. Upon reading that Chu Xing had approached him, her expression remained indifferent. Only when she saw that Chu Xing had been taken away by the local residence committee, likely to be sent back, did her eyebrows lift slightly in satisfaction. He really knows how to hide. Getting caught only today means he must have been a mole in a past life. Under Quan Ruifeng's influence, Xia Xian's words had grown sharper, her comebacks ever more biting. Quan Ruifeng chuckled at her mole comparison, nodding in agreement. Exactly. He's a born mole. But no matter what he is, if he dares to show his face, he won't get away. Though it's a shame about the child with him. I lost track of her in a moment of carelessness. Now I don't know where she is or if she's safe. From what I saw, that child looked the spitting image of Chu Xing, probably his own. I just don't understand why he'd bring her along to come after you. This was something Quan Ruifeng couldn't fathom. How could he use his own child to threaten Xia Xian? No matter the conflict, children should never be dragged into adult disputes. A child so young, forced into grown-up conflicts, would only turn out messed up, losing the innocence of youth. Quan Ruifeng, kind-hearted, couldn't comprehend the mind of someone like Chu Xing, who would resort to any means for money. Did he say anything to you? Seeing his confusion, Xia Xian didn't answer but instead asked another question. No. It wasn't worth my time listening to him. I won't spend my precious time on people who don't matter. Not everyone deserves my time. I'd rather spend it all on you. While mocking Chu Xing, Quan Ruifeng also seized the opportunity to express his feelings for Xia Xian. His love for her had always been bold, direct, and sincere, never hesitating to express his affection. No wonder he had won her over. Who wouldn't love a cool and handsome man who is tender, attentive, and completely devoted? Xia Xian was indeed completely disarmed, her earlier worries about Chu Xing and Chu Nan and disappearing in an instant. How is this mouth even sweeter than before? She was tempted to push the window open and kiss him right then. Her lips curved upward, her joy unstoppable. Want to taste it now? Quan Ruifeng, ever the man of action, immediately pushed the window open and leaned his handsome face closer. Not wanting to disappoint him, Xia Xian gave in, planting a light peck against his fair cheek. The rest can wait until after the engagement. All right. Quan Ruifeng didn't push it, smiling as he agreed. After chatting a while longer, he reluctantly left. Just a little longer. After tomorrow's engagement, they could meet freely again. Both Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian told themselves this thought. Xia Xian hadn't expected to feel time drag so much. Without Quan Ruifeng by her side, she couldn't focus on studying. But it was just one more night. She'd get through it. The next morning, Xinyu arrived early to accompany her, bringing along a middle-aged woman to help with Xia Xian's makeup. This is my aunt. She's a woman of great fortune. Many brides ask her to help with their weddings. Though today's just your engagement and isn't as formal, Quan Ruifeng insisted on having her help, so I brought her along. Since Quan Ruifeng cares so much, and you'll be getting dolled up anyway, there's no harm in letting my aunt assist. Just call her Auntie like I do. Xinyu's introduction was warm, showing how close she was with her aunt. Hello, Xia Xian. I also helped Yu and Xingshi during their engagement. Don't worry, I'm familiar with the process. First, change into your outfit, then I'll adjust your brows and hairline to match your face shape, add some lipstick, and style your hair. It won't take long. Aunt Xin spoke with grace and confidence. She tailored hairstyles to each person's features and attire, a rare skill, blending fortune with aesthetics. All right, thank you, Auntie. Quan Ruifeng had mentioned arranging someone to help, ensuring her side wouldn't feel too lonely. So Xia Xian agreed readily, changing into her outfit before sitting properly for Aunt Shen's help. Aunt Shen's hands moved quickly. In just over an hour, everything was done. She styled Xia Xian's hair into an elegant updo, adorned with a simple hairpin, simple but gorgeous. Her brows and lips were accentuated. Her fair skin made her natural lip color seem faint, but the added lipstick brought out a vivid radiance, leaving her glowing. She looked stunning enough to marry right now, let alone an engagement. Even Xinyu was blown away. Xia Xian, you're so beautiful. Am I only beautiful today? In high spirits, Xia Xian tilted her head playfully, teasing Xinyu with a smile. Of course not. You're always beautiful, no wonder someone's totally crazy about you. But today, you're especially stunning. I bet someone won't be able to look away or even move. Xinyu giggled, teasing with a wink, her playful energy contagious. Aunt Shen, who rarely saw Xinyu so animated, happily let the two joke around. I'll put on water for tea. They should be arriving soon. The proposal had its right time. Aunt Shen, handling the details, ensured nothing went amiss. Yet, Quan Ruifeng's group nearly hit a snag on the way. Chu Nan, who had fled the day before, suddenly reappeared, boldly stepping right in front of Quan Ruifeng and his parents. Wait. You can't go through with the proposal. I need to talk to you. Chapter 104, Roadblock? Get lost. What's this nonsense? A child blocking the way on such a joyous occasion? Is someone playing a prank? Kid, stop messing around. Move aside. Even Gao Shuang, usually exceptionally patient, couldn't help but frown and her face turned cold today. She wouldn't let anyone ruin her son's big day. You can't get engaged. She's my mother, I won't allow it. Chu Nanan had already gone all in. She had spent the whole night thinking of ways to save Chu Xing, but nothing came to mind. The only outcome awaiting him was deportation back to Ningqing. If he lingered any longer, he'd likely be arrested and detained. All the money was with Chu Xing, and though she wasn't actually a child, she was trapped in a child's form. Alone, she couldn't do much, she'd go hungry and might starve. So she went for broke. First, she'd sabotage Xia Xian's engagement. Worst case, she'd end up like her father, arrested and deported back to Ningqing together. If Chu Xing were sent away first and she were caught later, there'd be nobody to vouch for her identity. If asked for identification or household registration documents, she wouldn't be able to produce any. Now she had no choice but to gamble, make Xia Xian mad and scared. Only then would they have a chance. She couldn't let Xia Xian control everything. Chu Nan had never once regarded Xia Xian as her mother. She had always treated her as someone to mess with. The nerve of her claiming Xia Xian was her mother. But thankfully, the reaction she expected never came. Gao Shuang merely glanced at her before impatiently waving her off. Kid, no matter who put you up to this, we've got no time for games today. Please leave, all right? As she spoke, she tried to push Chu Nanan aside. Xia Xian was only 18, how could she have a child this old? That would mean she got pregnant at 12. But at 12, most were still children themselves, not even young women yet, hadn't even gotten their periods. How could she have a child? Ridiculous. And as for this little girl, to put it bluntly, she was downright homely. How could she possibly be Xia Xian's child? With Xia Xian's beauty, it'd be hard to produce a child like this unless her partner was a total ogre. But if that were the case, why would Xia Xian ever be interested in him? The whole claim was absurd, completely illogical. Gao Shuang and her family wouldn't believe such nonsense. Not only did Gao Shuang and the others dismiss it, even the onlookers didn't buy it, all chiming in with disapproval. Whose child is this? No manners at all, disrupting such an important occasion. Someone come take her away. Exactly. How can someone interfere with an engagement? Got some kind of beef with them. And saying such things, ruining someone's reputation, what a nasty thing to do. The crowd was indignant. Chu Nanan was floored, she was stunned. Why was this backfiring? Shouldn't everyone be gossiping about how Xia Xian secretly had such a big child? Quan Ruifeng and his family all trusted Xia Xian so completely, they didn't even blink, just wrote it off as lies. Chu Nanan was furious. She wished she'd come back as a baby, then maybe people would believe her. There was no way to conduct a DNA test now, so Xia Xian was stuck with this. I'm telling the truth. She secretly. Puh. What kind of kid talks like that? Someone must have put you up to this with ill intentions. Scram. A nosy busybody couldn't stand it anymore. She scoffed, cutting Chunan and off mid-sentence, then didn't let her keep blocking the way. She went over and pulled her aside, signaling to Quan Ruifeng and his family to continue on their way. Don't mind her, leave her to me. I want to see who her parents are. The woman, fuming, covered Chunan's mouth and dragged her along, trapping her so she couldn't even squirm free. Unable to resist, Chunan wished she were an adult again at that moment. At least as an adult, with greater strength, she could have put up a fight. Unlike now, where she was pinned down effortlessly. She had a whole speech ready, but couldn't get a word out. All right, thanks, Auntie Lu. Gao Shuang nodded gratefully to Aunt Lu, signaling Quan Ruifeng to proceed. They'd hauled a mountain of gifts today for Xia Xian's engagement. Quan Ruifeng's hands were full, unable to free them, and it wasn't appropriate to set the items down, which was why he hadn't acted yet. He barely spared Chunan a glance before shifting away. All right, let's go. The group continued forward as if nothing had happened, ignoring Chunan's outburst entirely. By then, they were already near Xia Xian's place. Xia Xian had heard some commotion from inside her home, but couldn't go out to investigate, so she simply remarked to Xinyu. I wonder what's happening outside. I'd kill to hear the tea. You still have the leisure to gossip? If Quan Ruifeng finds out, he'll probably throw a fit. Xinyu knew Quan Ruifeng well. He had always been petty and vindictive since childhood, though he didn't show it too obviously. Just don't tell him, and he won't know. Should I go out and check for you? The two joked around, thankfully just in jest, or else they might have run into the commotion outside. Within minutes, Quan Ruifeng and his family arrived. Grandma Quan hadn't come. This was just a betrothal, no need for such a grand turnout. Just the three of them showed up, and even his father was present, which was plenty formal as is. Xia Xian wasn't picky. In her hometown, it was common for just one parent to accompany the child for the betrothal. Both parents weren't even strictly required to attend. Oh, you're here. Come in quickly. The tea is ready. Aunt Shin was doubling as both Xia Xian's elder and the matchmaker today. Xia Xian, come out. The Quan family is here for your betrothal. A girl like her won't stay single for long. Ruifeng, you must treat her well in the future, or I won't stand for it. First, show me that dowry list. Let's see what you've prepared. If the gifts aren't sufficient, I won't agree either. Aunt Shin spoke, only half kidding. Xia Xian had already stepped out, standing beside Xinyu. She glanced quickly at Quan Ruifeng before ducking her head shyly. Quan Ruifeng looked exceptionally handsome today, even wearing a suit. Her cheeks flushed slightly, like a young girl experiencing her first love at her betrothal. She played the part flawlessly. Uncle, Auntie, please come in and sit. She was shy but not timid, graceful and poised, a sight that pleased everyone. Quan Ruifeng's gaze lingered on her, unable to look away. One look at her, and every other woman faded into the background. This must describe Xia Xian. Quan Ruifeng could clearly feel his heart pounding harder. He and Xia Xian were about to be betrothed. He'd finally won her over. Chapter 105, A Romantic Entanglement? Heavens! Quan Ruifeng gazed deeply at Xia Xian, his emotions churning like a stormy sea. Don't just stand there. Show Auntie the betrothal gifts, Gao Shuang teased, nudging him back to reality. There would be plenty of time to look later. Tut tut tut. Xinyu openly mocked him from the side. This time, Xia Xian's blush was real. You see her daily, still not accustomed? How could he ever get used to it? Quan Ruifeng intended to gaze upon her for a lifetime. With a soft chuckle, he handed the gifts to Xinyu's aunt. The betrothal gifts totaled 18 items, just like the wedding dowry, including but not limited to clothes, sweets, meat, cigarettes, tea, alcohol, and a watch. Everything was top tier, exceeding even what Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi received during their engagement. After inspecting the gifts, Xinyu's aunt nodded in satisfaction. Good, no skimping here. Now we can sit down and have a proper discussion. She spoke with exaggerated seriousness, as if she'd kick them out if the gifts weren't up to par, playing Xia Xian's protective relative rather too well. But their family had the means, and Gao Shuang wasn't fazed in the slightest. She smiled warmly. Of course. Rui Feng is our only child, and Xia Xian is such a wonderful girl. How could we possibly cut corners for their engagement? We've come with the utmost sincerity. All right, leave the rest to us adults. You two can go chat. Later, hand out some betrothal candies to everyone. Gao Shuang knew Quan Ruifeng wanted to talk to Xia Xian, so she didn't keep the two youngsters tied up. Besides, engagements were primarily handled by elders. The youngsters merely had to wait their turn. There wasn't much for them to do. The most important parts of an engagement were selecting an auspicious date, exchanging horoscopes between families, and preparing the necessary gifts. The sincerity of the groom's family was measured by the parents' presence and the abundance of betrothal gifts, all brought over properly according to tradition. These were lean times, so most people kept things simple, but since Quan Ruifeng's family was well off, they couldn't cut corners for Xia Xian. They'd prepared everything meticulously. The sheer volume alone spoke volumes. All right, Mom, you all chat then. Quan Ruifeng nodded, and Xia Xian took her polite leave of Gao Shuang before following him back to her room. She had already reviewed the betrothal and dowry lists long ago. Gao Shuang had even asked her to call her parents to see if they wanted anything else added. Xia Xian did so, though she downplayed slightly, omitting some of the most extravagant items. Even so, her parents were stunned by the lengthy list and immediately gave their approval. They'd always liked Quan Ruifeng anyway. Had she disclosed everything the Quan family offered, they'd have been even more thrilled. But Xia Xian held back, wary of them getting ideas or gossiping about it. Wealth shouldn't be flaunted. The Quan family would only publicly announce part of the gifts. Only Xinyu's aunt, as family, got to see the full list. Xia Xian, you're so beautiful. Once in private, Quan Ruifeng couldn't resist embracing her, his murmured compliment completely genuine. Sometimes, no elaborate phrases were necessary, just a heartfelt, "you're beautiful," was enough to make someone's heart soar. Xia Xian was no exception. She disliked smooth-talking men. Quan Ruifeng struck the perfect balance. He expressed affection, gave compliments, yet remained genuine, never becoming cloying. Biting back a smile, she returned the praise. You look incredibly handsome too. I think this is the first time I've seen you in a suit and tie. Absolutely dashing. There was something irresistibly alluring about his restrained elegance, more tantalizing than an aloof prince. Xia Xian nestled against his chest, unwilling to move. If Quan Ruifeng wore this outfit she didn't dare imagine how incredible it'd feel. Her mind wandered into decidedly naughty places. A wicked grin curved her lips. Quan Ruifeng could read her like a book. The moment that smile appeared, he knew exactly what was on her mind. Unable to resist, he cradled her delicate face and kissed her. What are you thinking about? Tell me, I'll make it happen. He feigned ignorance, fishing for reciprocation. I was thinking. Xia Xian deliberately drew out her words, letting him stew, then casually said, I was wondering where you bought this suit. It's so nice, I want one too. Fiancé, could you buy me a set? She put on a sugary tone, batting her lashes. Adorably sweet, but not what Quan Ruifeng wanted. His grin faltered momentarily before shifting into exasperation. He playfully tapped her forehead. Fine, I'll get you one later. This suit wasn't bought at a department store. There's an auntie with exceptional sewing skills. I bought the fabric and had her custom make it. Once I take your measurements, I'll have her make one for you too. He couldn't refuse such a simple request, so he agreed readily. But it wasn't what he wanted. He probed again. Xia Xian, don't you think you've forgotten something? She'd promised that once they reunited, she'd make up for his days of longing. Maybe, Auntie Gao said. She pretended to ponder, dragging Auntie Gao into it. Just from her tone, he knew it wasn't what he wanted. Quan Ruifeng leaned in again, cutting off her teasing. Peach. All right, I remember now. But today's our engagement. The elders are right outside. What do you expect me to do? Tomorrow, okay? Catching her breath, Xia Xian finally gave in, no longer teasing. Her cheeks flushed, eyes glistening. She peered up at him with a pout. What else could Quan Ruifeng do but agree? He just wanted Xia Xian to say something sweet to him. With so many people outside, of course they couldn't do anything. By the way, why didn't Zhou Xingshi come today? He actually missed your big engagement day. I thought he promised he'd be here. Xia Xian asked, genuinely curious. Only Xinyu had come in the morning, and she had assumed Zhou Xingshi would arrive with Quan Ruifeng. Xinyu had thought the same, but now he was nowhere to be seen. She wondered what had happened. At the mention of Zhou Xingshi, Quan Ruifeng's face became unreadable. He had something come up. What happened? Did something happen? Seeing his odd expression, Xia Xian pressed for answers. Quan Ruifeng didn't want to hide anything from her, so he answered honestly. He got himself into romantic trouble. What? If he's got romantic troubles, what does that mean for Xinyu? Chapter 106, Debts of the Past. What? Didn't Zhou Xingshi love Xinyu deeply? How could he get entangled in an emotional debt? Did his feelings change that fast? Xia Xian's expression darkened. Seeing her expression, Quan Ruifeng immediately realized she had misunderstood and hurried to explain. It's not what you think. He didn't pursue this himself. It's a long story. A couple of years ago, when we were on patrol together, we encountered a girl around 15 or 16 years old. She had a falling out with her family, believing her parents loved her older brother more than her. That's why they made her go to the countryside. But she was so young and unfit for farm work, she couldn't bear it. Too scared to go to an unfamiliar place, she thought she'd rather die and tried to jump in the river one night. Luckily, she was stopped by a passerby and taken to the police station. Zhou Xingshi and I went to talk her down. But while we could save her that one time, we couldn't save her forever. Either she or her brother had to go to the countryside unless both of them had urban jobs. Back then, Zhou Xingshi had just started his job and was still idealistic. He couldn't bear to see a young girl in such despair, so he played the hero, secretly pulled strings to get her to work as a temporary worker at a factory, helping her avoid the countryside for a while. But she was still too young and immature. She made mistakes at work, and since the factory was cutting staff, they let her go. Without the job, she was forced to go to the countryside in the end. Recently, though, her family managed to land her a job and brought her back from the countryside. The first thing she did upon returning was to seek out Zhou Xingshi, pestering him and saying she'd always had feelings for him, that it was because of him she worked so hard to return. Zhou Xingshi tried to refuse, but she wouldn't take no. He was afraid she'd show up and ruin our engagement today. Quan Ruifeng shared everything he knew, but there were still many holes in the story, and Xia Xian wasn't satisfied. I have a few questions. First, does Xinyu know about this? Does she know he helped that girl back then and that she's now clinging to him? Second, how did she get back from the countryside? Was it really her family's connections, or did Zhou Xingshi help behind the scenes? Third, after she went to the countryside, did Zhou Xingshi stay in contact with her? Did they exchange letters or anything? Xia Xian rapid-fired her questions, treating Quan Ruifeng as if he were the one involved. She was thinking from Xinyu's perspective. In her shoes, she'd be furious. Don't jump to conclusions yet. I wasn't privy to everything, but I can confirm that after she went to the countryside, Zhou Xingshi never contacted her, not a single letter. Also, Xinyu knew about him helping her get that temporary job. At the time, I couldn't talk him out of it, so I told Xinyu to try. But Zhou Xingshi insisted, and Xinyu wasn't bothered, so she agreed. The factory where the girl worked? Xinyu's aunt was the shop floor manager. That's how they knew they needed a temporary worker. As for whether Zhou Xingshi had any involvement in her return, Quan Ruifeng was sure he didn't. They hadn't been in contact for 2 years. Right now, though, Xinyu probably doesn't even know the girl is back. Even if she were told, she might not remember her. After all, she was just an insignificant person from 2 years ago. Xinyu would have to strain to remember her. Hearing this, Xia Xian's expression softened a little. As long as Xinyu wasn't being kept in the dark, it was not so bad. And since Zhou Xingshi hadn't stayed in touch with the girl, it meant he didn't have any romantic interest in her. When does he plan to tell Xinyu about this? If he keeps hiding it, she'll be upset, won't she? Look at him being absent today, he didn't even tell Xinyu. I think she's already a little miffed. If she finds out he's avoiding another girl, she'll be even angrier. Xia Xian voiced her thoughts. She believed couples should be honest with each other, no matter what, they should discuss things openly. Hiding things only led to misunderstandings and hurt feelings. Zhou Xingshi will definitely tell her. It's just that this happened too suddenly, he didn't have time to explain. He'll probably talk to Xinyu tonight. Don't worry. That guy can't keep anything to himself anyway. Quan Ruifeng was certain about that. Alright then. Since it was her and Quan Ruifeng's special day, Xia Xian didn't want to dwell on Zhou Xingshi and Xinyu's issues and dropped the subject for now. Just then, Gao Shuang and the others finished chatting, and it was time for the couple to come out and distribute engagement candies. Quit holing up in there, come out. Let everyone see the happy betrothed pair. Don't be shy, you'll get used to it. Gao Shuang called from outside. Betrothed pair, it wasn't as satisfying as newlyweds. Quan Ruifeng smirked. He'd work hard to change that title to husband and wife and officially make Xia Xian his wife. But it was too early for that now. He took Xia Xian's hand and led her out, cheerfully passing out candies to the neighbors. Because of the talk about Zhou Xingshi, Quan Ruifeng had forgotten to mention the little girl Chu Sheng brought earlier, the one who'd insulted Xia Xian. But on such a joyous day, that nasty business could wait. Without Chu Xing and Chu Nan and causing trouble, Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian's engagement went off without a hitch. Afterward, Xia Xian even went to Quan Ruifeng's home for lunch, with Xinyu and her aunt joining them. Grandma Quan happily held Xia Xian's hand, refusing to let go. Ruifeng finally has a partner, I can rest easy now. At my age, I just wanted to see him settled before I pass. But he wouldn't date anyone, refused every matchmaking attempt. I thought I'd never get to see what kind of wife he'd find. Now, not only have I seen his bride, I might even live to see my great-grandchild. She chuckled, pushing for marriage and children, something everyone in a relationship, or not, had to endure. Xia Xian smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. She had no plans for marriage or children anytime soon. Marriage was one thing, but kids would have to wait until after she graduated. Just as she opened her mouth to deflect, Quan Ruifeng stepped in, serving his grandmother some food. Grandma, you're healthy, you'll live a long life. There'll be plenty of time to see your great-grandchildren. For now, cherish your grandson first. What, are you playing favorites? If so, I won't have any kids at all. His humorous interjection made Grandma Quan swat at him. Don't talk nonsense. When have I ever not doted on you? Of course, you'll have children. But it's up to you young people, I'm too old to meddle. Grandma Quan knew he was telling her to back off. She reluctantly shut her mouth. The key to longevity? Mind your own business, she understood that. Xia Xian shot Quan Ruifeng a grateful look. Handling conflicts like this? He scored points there. Chapter 107. If she can, why can't I? Even if they married later, Quan Ruifeng would surely handle any issues concerning children. Xia Xian was very pleased with Quan Ruifeng's handling of the situation today. Afterward, no one brought up the topic again. Instead, everyone focused on Xia Xian herself, urging her to take care of her health while studying and not to put too much pressure on herself. At this point, there were only whispers about the reinstatement of the college entrance exam. Whether it would actually happen remained highly uncertain. Gao Shuang worried that Xia Xian was investing too much hope. If it didn't materialize, the disappointment might be too much for her to bear. Among the 4 preparing for the exam, 3 already had good jobs. Only Xia Xian didn't. She hoped to change her circumstances through university. However, even without it, her family could arrange a respectable position for her. Yet, Gao Shuang knew Xia Xian wasn't that type of person. Raising the topic abruptly might only annoy her, so she kept silent. Quan Ruifeng's family was very discerning, showing Xia Xian ample respect. This was why Xia Xian was willing to get engaged to Quan Ruifeng and consider marriage. After all, marriage isn't just about 2 individuals, it involves 2 families. After the engagement, life returned to its usual rhythm. Xia Xian still went back to her old house to sleep at night and didn't stay at Quan Ruifeng's home. Quan Ruifeng escorted her back, and this time, he finally remembered to tell her about Chu Nanan. Xia Xian hadn't expected Chu Nanan to dare show up in public. She must have been at her wit's end. It had only been a few days, and she couldn't hold back. It seemed none of them were intelligent. How had she, in her past life, allowed herself to fall to such a wretched state? Ultimately, her past self had been too foolish. It wasn't that Chu Sheng and his group were particularly clever. She shook her head, scoffing. How dare she tell such a lie? 10 months of pregnancy. If I had been pregnant then, how could I have hidden my belly? My family and neighbors would have known. How could I have gone to school? My classmates would have found out and surely made a huge fuss. How could it have been kept quiet? Spreading such nonsense shows a complete lack of brains. She denied it calmly, not even mentioning their resemblance, then casually asked Quan Ruifeng. What did Aunt Gao and the others say? They didn't believe it, did they? Xia Xian knew Quan Ruifeng wouldn't believe it. He wasn't stupid. Gao Shuang and the others probably wouldn't either. She just wondered if it would leave a lingering doubt in their minds, making them suspect an illicit relationship between her and Chu Sheng. However, judging by Gao Shuang's and the others' attitudes today, there seemed to be no change, suggesting they didn't suspect her. Sure enough, Quan Ruifeng immediately dismissed it. How could they believe it? It's utter nonsense. Since she's been caught, we might as well send her back to Ningqing along with Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng isn't married, yet he suddenly has such a grown child. He's probably committed a crime of indecency. His conduct is improper, and I'll communicate with the police in Ningqing about it. His tone was grave, his dark eyes glinting with sharp coldness. He was clearly not joking or speaking idly. If Quan Ruifeng communicated with the police in Ningqing, Chu Sheng would likely face severe consequences upon his return. Good. If that child isn't his biological daughter, then the police should investigate and find her parents. I suspect Chu Sheng might have abducted her. If he's a human trafficker, he deserves an even worse fate. Xia Xian's voice was icy, filled with disgust, elevating the matter to another level. Chu Nanan was currently undocumented and couldn't withstand any investigation. From any angle, neither she nor Chu Sheng would escape punishment. They would be confined to Ningqing, unable to come to Beijing to bother her again. She had said she would show no mercy, and she meant it. She had no connection to Chu Sheng or Chu Nanan. She was her own person. I'll communicate with them. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Quan Ruifeng nodded in agreement with Xia Xian. A child couldn't simply appear out of nowhere. Her sudden presence meant either someone had been hiding her and brought her out now, or she had been abducted. Other possibilities were extremely slim. Xia Xian naturally trusted Quan Ruifeng. It was getting late. Xia Xian still needed to heat water for a bath and then rest. She had woken up very early today and was feeling a bit sleepy. Quan Ruifeng stayed until her bathwater was ready, then left. That night, Xia Xian slept exceptionally soundly. It seemed that ever since Chu Nanan had appeared and she had decided how to deal with them, her sleep had improved. She no longer recalled the scenes of her death in her past life, as if her resentment was gradually dissipating. Because she had seen hatred and resentment in Chu Nanan's eyes, she surmised that perhaps, after her own death, Chu Nanan and the others hadn't fared well either. And since they had come knocking, practically asking for trouble, Xia Xian would not hold back. She would reclaim the justice owed to her from her past life, so she could live this life peacefully and on her own terms. She curved her lips slightly and fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Quan Ruifeng, Xin Yu, and Zhou Xingshi all arrived. Everyone resumed their studies as usual, but the atmosphere today didn't seem great. Xia Xian could sense some awkwardness between Xin Yu and Zhou Xingshi, likely because Zhou Xingshi had confessed yesterday's events, and Xin Yu was displeased. Xia Xian glanced between them, deciding to pretend she knew nothing. She remained silent and focused diligently on studying with Quan Ruifeng. However, the romantic entanglement Zhou Xingshi had created wasn't so easily resolved. The girl involved was brazen and persistent. She had actually found them. As soon as the door was knocked, Xia Xian had a bad feeling. Normally, no one disturbed them, so a knock on the door usually meant trouble. Sure enough, after the knock, Xia Xian and the others instinctively stayed silent. After a few dozen seconds, the person outside, presumably impatient, spoke timidly. "Xingshi Gij, are you in there? I know you're here. Please don't hide inside and stay silent, okay? Open the door for me, I really have something to tell you. Don't avoid me anymore." Her voice was so soft and delicate, the kind that made one want to protect her. But Zhou Xingshi only felt a headache. He and Quan Ruifeng had both tried to reason with her back then, so why had she fixated solely on him? He shouldn't have been soft-hearted and helped her at all. "You." He cautiously glanced at Xinyu, who remained much calmer. She lifted her chin slightly and gestured. "Go open the door." "Oh, okay." Zhou Xingshi didn't dare argue and obediently went to open the door. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng exchanged a look, quietly observing the drama without a sound. However, Xia Xian's hand moved, accidentally knocking a pen off the table, and Quan Ruifeng bent down to retrieve it. The weather was pleasant, so they had moved their study table under the eaves. They only went indoors if it got too hot. Thus, when the main door opened, they were clearly visible. As Zhou Xingshi opened the door, Liang Manin immediately spotted Xia Xian and Xinyu. Both were so beautiful that she instinctively felt inferior, touching her own face. But the next second, she screamed. "Xingshi Gij, what are you doing here with these two women? If you can accept two, why can't you add me too? As long as I can be with you, I don't care about status. I want nothing but you." "Xia Xian? What did this have to do with her? Please don't involve her. Her fiancé was right there. Just so you know." Little did Xia Xian know, she was about to be dragged into even more trouble, a completely undeserved predicament. Chapter 108. Her Delusional Love. Wait, she's willing to join? Zhou Xingshi with 3 others. She really had no shame. Xia Xian was stunned. At that moment, Quan Ruifeng picked up the pen and straightened, finally catching Liang Manin's eye. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, unsure where Quan Ruifeng had appeared from, and he was clearly a man. Because her mind had already gone astray, she couldn't straighten her thoughts now. She was simply shocked, and to show she didn't mind and wanted Zhou Xingshi to accept him, she blurted out something even more astonishing. 5 of us works too. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. I definitely won't tell anyone." At this, all 4 of them, Xia Xian, Quan Ruifeng, Zhou Xingshi, and Xinyu, were so mortified they wished they could disappear. How could anyone think such a thing? Couldn't she see the books on the table? Zhou Xingshi was at his wit's end. "Please, my dear lady, look carefully before you speak, all right? We're not doing anything inappropriate. I will only ever love one person in my life, and that's my fiancé, Xinyu. I hope you can stop these wild fantasies and stop bothering me. 2 years ago, when I helped you, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. My fiancé contributed most of the effort. If you want to thank anyone, you should thank my fiancé, Xinyu." He emphasized that he was a man with a family, hoping to make her retreat. But over the past 2 years, Zhou Xingshi had become her emotional anchor. In the countryside, only the thought of someone as kind and compassionate as Zhou Xingshi kept her going. So, after all the effort she'd made to return, she wasn't about to give up on him easily. As she'd said, even if Zhou Xingshi had a fiancé, she didn't mind. She could follow him without any official status. "Xingshi Gij, I won't bother you. Just spend 1 day a week with me, okay? I won't compete with your fiancé for affection. I know you must like me, that's why you helped me 2 years ago. Otherwise, you would have just let me die, like him." Liang Manin pointed at Quan Ruifeng. She had recognized him now. After all, he was also exceptionally handsome, hard to forget after just 1 meeting. Moreover, 2 years ago, Quan Ruifeng had appeared alongside Zhou Xingshi. Zhou Xingshi's face had been replayed in her mind countless times, naturally deepening her impression of Quan Ruifeng as well. She hadn't reacted at first, but now she had. However, she still selectively ignored Zhou Xingshi's words. Zhou Xingshi said Xinyu had helped her, but she refused to listen, stubbornly fixating on Zhou Xingshi and shamelessly proposing that he spend 1 day a week with her. What made her think Zhou Xingshi would agree to such a request? Who did she think she was? Xinyu had been listening quietly the whole time. Only after Liang Manin finished did she finally speak. Are you done? Is it our turn to speak now? If you have erotomania, go get it treated. Don't come here harassing us, all right? The country stipulates monogamy. Who do you think you are? Trying to change national law? Wanting Zhou Xingshi to have multiple partners, huh? Did I agree? Did he agree? I definitely don't agree. Zhou Xingshi quickly declared his stance, absolutely not. His heart belonged only to Xinyu. Even as bystanders, we couldn't accept this. Xia Xian silently grumbled in her mind, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle with Quan Ruifeng. But, erotomania? What kind of term was that? Xia Xian vaguely remembered hearing it, but couldn't recall its meaning. What's erotomania? She couldn't help but whisper to Quan Ruifeng. The two huddled together, speaking in low voices, which didn't prevent Xinyu from unleashing her full force, pushing Liang Manin back step by step. It's a psychological condition. If someone so much as looks at her or picks up something near her, she thinks they've fallen in love with her and are deliberately trying to attract her attention. It's also called de Clermont syndrome. Quan Ruifeng explained carefully, and Xia Xian understood. Looking at Liang Manin now, she indeed seemed to fit the description. She stroked her chin, thinking Quan Ruifeng was incredibly lucky to have escaped. This Liang Manin simply wouldn't listen. Whether Zhou Xingshi rejected her or Xinyu verbally attacked her, she didn't care. She just kept repeating her demand for Zhou Xingshi to be with her. Oh, heavens. Please let me go. What do I have to do for you to leave me alone? Zhou Xingshi was utterly defeated. He sighed, looking up at the sky, wondering how she had even found his address. No matter what he said, she wouldn't listen, but he didn't dare push her away, fearing she'd accuse him of assault. Xinyu couldn't lay a hand on her either. What if she falsely accused Xinyu of bullying her? Zhou Xingshi could only cast pleading glances at Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian, hoping his two unrelated friends could help. However, Quan Ruifeng was also a man. What if she truly had erotomania and latched onto Quan Ruifeng too? So, among those present, only Xia Xian was the most suitable. For her friends, she would go to great lengths. She stood up with a stern face. If you don't leave now, we'll call the police. You're trespassing. This is our home. If you continue to harass Zhou Xingshi, we'll also report you and accuse you of harassment. Women can be harassers too. If you don't want to be sent back to the countryside, behave yourself. Xia Xian tried hard to warn her, but Liang Manin remained unmoved. She simply wouldn't leave, clinging to the doorway, refusing to be driven away. Seeing this, Xia Xian decided to push her hands away so they could close the door. However, before Xia Xian's hand even touched her, Liang Manin began to fall backward. Xia Xian wasn't a child. She had seen this trick before. With lightning speed, she caught Liang Manin, preventing her from falling, then immediately sat down on the ground as Liang Manin struggled. Ouch! You pushed me. You hit me. I'm calling the police. I'm going to make you pay. She clutched her waist delicately, her expression pained, a masterclass in feigned fragility and staged accidents. Her performance was incredibly convincing. Liang Manin was momentarily stunned, wondering if she had actually pushed Xia Xian. She instantly snapped out of her stubbornness, becoming flustered and scared. Finally, perhaps fearing Xia Xian would truly call the police and have her arrested, she ran off in a panic. She's finally gone. Are you okay, Xia Xian? Zhou Xingshi breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to help Xia Xian, but Xia Xian simply patted her backside and stood up. I'm fine. Close the door. If she keeps coming, it's not a solution. We still need to find a way to make her back off completely. That's your problem. You need to handle it well. Xinyu is watching. Xia Xian nudged her chin. If he didn't handle it properly, someone might just lose his fiancé. Yo, don't worry, I'll definitely handle it. I'll go find her parents and have them control her. Zhou Xingshi quickly swore again, only hoping Xinyu wouldn't be angry with him. After all, it wasn't really Zhou Xingshi's fault. He had merely been soft-hearted and kind at the time. Thinking about it carefully, there was nothing to be angry about. Xinyu's earlier annoyance vanished. She nodded calmly. I trust you, but let me handle this matter. If Zhou Xingshi went to her parents, she might interpret it as further proof that Zhou Xingshi liked her. It was better if Xinyu went instead. Both Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng agreed that Xinyu should handle it. However, the very next day, before Xinyu could even go to Liang Manin's parents, the police first came looking for Xia Xian. The officers were Wei Lai and Wanja, both struggling to suppress their smiles as they solemnly presented their identification. Excuse me, Comrade Xia Xian. Comrade Liang Manin has filed a report, accusing you of making advances on her yesterday. You'll need to come with us to assist in our investigation. Huh? Me? Made advances on her? When? How did she not know? Xia Xian was completely petrified. Chapter 109. I'll sue her for false accusation. Comrade Liang Manin made this claim, so we must ask you to accompany us for an investigation. If there's no truth to it, you'll be released quickly. Rest assured, we will handle this impartially. We won't wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a guilty one go. Wei Lai chewed, swallowed his candy, and with a look of exasperation, switched to his familiar, chummy mode. Why do you two always find yourselves in such predicaments? What, is Beijing not agreeing with you? To think such a preposterous situation had arisen. Xia Xian was equally baffled. She sensed there was indeed something amiss. But she still couldn't fathom it. How could one woman sexually harass another? It was utterly unheard of. Quan Ruifeng was even more stunned than Xia Xian. Even if Liang Manin had accused him of molesting her, it would have been marginally more plausible. But to baselessly implicate Xia Xian? What on earth was she thinking? Was she truly out of her mind? Quan Ruifeng's anger flared. His face hardened as he retorted. Then let's go to the police station. If she can't produce evidence that Xia Xian harassed her, I will absolutely sue her for defamation. It hadn't been long since their last visit to the police station. Even the most benevolent person would be in a foul mood. Everyone has their limits. That's entirely up to you. We have no objections. Wei Lai shrugged indifferently. Wanja remained silent, but kept chuckling beside them, which only fueled Quan Ruifeng's irritation. He shot him a sidelong glance. What's so funny? You'd better be on your best behavior with Liang Manin later, or she might accuse you of harassing her too, and then you won't be laughing. Surely not. I'm a police officer, and this is in broad daylight. Wanja dismissed Quan Ruifeng's words, thinking he was just venting his frustration. Little did he know that Quan Ruifeng's prediction would actually come true. Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian, suppressing their anger, arrived at the police station, where Liang Manin was already waiting. She appeared delicate and fragile, yet her words were consistently shocking, not quite like Bai Lian's feigned innocence. Liang Manin merely possessed a delicate appearance. All right, now that everyone is here, Comrade Liang Manin, please share your account with everyone. You two will confront each other, and we'll determine whose statement is true. Given their conflicting testimonies, a confrontation was certainly necessary. I'll speak. Officer, you must uphold justice for me. Originally, I just went to see Comrade Zhou Xingshi. He had saved me before, and I was immensely grateful. But I never expected that when I arrived, she would keep staring at me as if she wanted to strip off my clothes. She's a pervert. She even deliberately smiled at me, struck up a conversation to grab my attention, and discussed me with him. From her expression, I could tell she was saying something vulgar to me. I've never encountered such a shameless woman. We are both women, how could she harass me? It's disgusting. I only like men. And him. He and Xia Xian discuss me together. He harassed me too. Liang Manin spoke with conviction, even pointing at Quan Ruifeng as she continued. However, her reasons for accusing them were utterly ridiculous. Wanja and Wei Lai stopped laughing instantly. They immediately retreated 2 steps, putting distance between themselves and Liang Manin. Quan Ruifeng was right, she might actually accuse them of harassing her too. But it was already too late. As Wanja moved, Liang Manin mirrored him, stepping back and aggressively questioning Wanja. Why do you keep smiling at me? I know you like me, but don't be so obvious, okay? I feel offended. How can you, a police officer, harass me? My heart already belongs to someone else. I don't want any of you bothering me. She spoke as if it were all true, as if everyone had genuinely harassed her. The only one who escaped was Wei Lai. He had been too busy eating candy and hadn't smiled noticeably, so he hadn't yet been categorized by Liang Manin as one of her admirers. Even so, it was enough to make both men's mouths twitch in utter disbelief. Comrade Liang, I hope you will adopt a more serious attitude and stop spouting nonsense, all right? How could we, as public servants, harass you? I smiled out of politeness, not because I'm in love with you. Furthermore, your accusations against comrades Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng lack sufficient evidence. Do you have any other proof that they harassed you? Wanja was truly exasperated. He couldn't believe Quan Ruifeng's words had come true. Now, he couldn't even force a smile. Quan Ruifeng sneered coldly. See? He told them that those who just watched the show never came to a good end. Xia Xian felt a sense of balance now. She wasn't the only one being called a pervert. Everyone was a pervert, a hooligan. They were in this together. Isn't this enough? Their behavior was so obvious. If you don't believe me, ask them if they did these things to me. I'll let your matter slide for now. Liang Manin adopted a magnanimous air, then redirected her accusations towards Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng. Xia Xian spoke calmly. I didn't harass you. I don't like you. Everything you've said is baseless. Do you have delusions? I didn't even want to talk to you. The only reason I said anything at all was because you were harassing my friend, and I felt compelled to help. I didn't smile at you. I simply have naturally smiling eyes. Even a dog would look deeply loved, so don't flatter yourself. Quan Ruifeng and I are engaged. We're already betrothed. What kind of charm do you possess that could make both of us fall for you simultaneously? And you claim we harassed you, yet there was no physical contact whatsoever. How could we harass you? Yes, Quan Ruifeng and I discussed you. At the time, we were truly astonished. It was the first time we'd ever seen someone so shameless. But now I realize we spoke too soon yesterday. Do you have any other questions? If you have delusions, please seek treatment. If you don't know what harassment means, let the police educate you thoroughly before you falsely accuse us, all right? Xia Xian's tone was calm, but the look in her eyes as she regarded Liang Manin was beyond words. She was now certain that this person was mentally unstable and that her family should have been notified long ago to take her away. Moreover, she now seriously doubted what kind of job Liang Manin could hold in her current mental state. If she had no work, she would likely be sent back to the countryside. You're just making excuses. You're afraid to admit you're in love with me. Liang Manin stubbornly clung to her claims, offering no evidence. Her accusations revolved around the same few points. Xia Xian looked at her, Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian discussed her, Xia Xian smiled at her. It was as if she were completely deluded. Initially, Xia Xian couldn't understand why Liang Manin would falsely accuse her. Now, it was clear that a mentally unstable person could not be reasoned with using normal logic. Perhaps she had no ulterior motive, but simply genuinely believed that Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng had harassed her. However, her accusations certainly wouldn't succeed. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng were free to leave. No further cooperation was needed. Nevertheless, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng hadn't forgotten their earlier words. I will sue her for false accusation and defamation. The evidence is now conclusive, and I demand that you detain her for reflection. Chapter 110. The Resumption of College Entrance Exams. Money is not an issue for us, Xia Xian declared firmly. It's better to lock her up to prevent further disturbance and ensure everyone's peace of mind. The accusation was valid, but Liang Manin couldn't be detained for long. Given her erratic mental state, the police had to notify her family. Soon, Wanja and Wei Lai brought her parents over and asked how they wished to proceed. Comrade Xia Xian and Comrade Quan Ruifeng request that Comrade Liang Manin be detained. What is your opinion? Do you agree with this request, or do you prefer mediation? Liang Manin's parents looked relatively young, but upon seeing their daughter, they seemed to age several years in an instant. They were clearly aware of their daughter's mental state. The elderly couple felt deeply remorseful if they hadn't cruelly sent her to the countryside, but their son instead, Liang Manin would surely not be in this state today. Yet, They couldn't fathom how she had transformed so drastically in less than 2 short years. Regret was useless now. All they could do was try to resolve the immediate situation. "We're sorry, Manon didn't mean it. Her mind isn't right, and she can't handle any more stress. Please don't lock her up. Whatever conditions you have, we'll do our best to meet them, all right. We can offer you compensation, would that help? Since no real harm was done, please let her go this once." Liang Manon's parents pleaded desperately, almost on their knees. "Please, we promise to keep a close eye on her from now on. She won't bother you again." They begged tearfully, but Liang Manon remained unappreciative, impatiently trying to push them away. "Why are you begging her? I didn't do anything wrong. I won't admit guilt." "Go on, lock me up then." What kind of world is this, where the hooligans are set free, but the victim of hooliganism is arrested and locked up? "I'll keep reporting you. I refuse to believe every officer will shield you like this." Liang Manon ranted, her face contorted with indignation. Xia Xian, who had almost felt pity for her parents and considered letting the matter drop, was speechless. She turned to consult with Quan Ruifeng, ultimately reaffirming their initial stance. "You heard what she said. I don't want to invite more trouble for myself." Xia Xian's words left no room for negotiation. Unable to persuade her, Liang Manon's parents could only watch helplessly as their daughter was led away. She was detained for a week, not a long time, but given her already fragile mental state, it was uncertain whether another week of confinement would worsen her condition. However, Xia Xian felt it necessary to speak her mind. Since Liang Manon's parents were present, she could speak on behalf of Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi, saving them another trip. "Liang Manon has been harassing my friend's fiancé, causing significant distress to both my friend and her fiancé. I hope you will keep a close eye on her. If she makes any more outrageous moves, a week's detention might not be enough to resolve it. Uncle and auntie, as her parents, if you truly care for her, you should take her to a hospital. Spend more time with her, watch over her. In her current state, she likely can't work. Forcing her to work might only lead to bigger problems." Xia Xian expressed her views, partly out of pity for Liang Manon. Although her current actions were unacceptable, her mental instability was likely due to the immense trauma she suffered during her 2 years in the countryside. If her parents took her seriously and supported her, she might gradually recover. Liang Manon's parents smiled bitterly. "Honestly, there's no job for her to go back to. Once sent to the countryside, even with a job, it's incredibly difficult to transfer back. She was only allowed to return because of her illness. You're right, her mind is already troubled. She caused chaos in the countryside, and everyone unanimously agreed to send her back because they couldn't handle her. Don't worry, we'll keep a close eye on her from now on. She won't bother you, your friend, or her fiancé again." Liang Manon's parents apologized profusely, showing genuine sincerity, and even offered Xia Xian money as compensation for her emotional distress. However, Xia Xian declined, and she left with Quan Ruifeng. Zhou Xingshi and Xinyu were waiting for them at the entrance, looking puzzled by their late return. "Where did you two go? Did they sneak off on a date?" "We went to the police station." Xia Xian recounted the entire incident. "What? Oh my goodness." Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi were utterly shocked, their mouths agape. They couldn't believe such a thing had happened. It was truly unbelievable. However, since Liang Manon's own parents admitted she was mentally ill, there wasn't much they could do. They could only hope her family would keep her under strict supervision and get her the medical help she needed. Liang Manon's parents kept their word. From then on, Liang Manon never bothered them again, likely kept under strict watch by her parents, unable to escape. With these troublemakers gone, Xia Xian's life became increasingly peaceful. Even Chu Xing and Chu Nannan, after being sent back to Ningqing, remained quiet for a while and stopped harassing her. Chu Xing, having illegally traveled to Beijing as a vagrant, was reprimanded upon his return and banned from obtaining travel permits for the foreseeable future, effectively restricting his movements. As for Chu Nannan, being undocumented, the police couldn't verify her identity. Due to Quan Ruifeng's intervention, suspicions arose that Chu Sheng might be a human trafficker who had abducted her. Chu Sheng was desperate to prove otherwise. But this led to another problem. If he claimed Chu Nan was his biological daughter, he could be charged with hooliganism. Yet, he couldn't identify her mother or legitimize her existence. Suggesting she was Xia Xian's child only invited ridicule. Everyone dismissed it as madness. In the end, he could only claim Chu Nan was a child he had found, that she had wandered to his doorstep one day, and he took her in. The excuse sounded somewhat plausible, but her striking resemblance to him, very much like a biological father and daughter, made the plausible excuse seem implausible. Chu Sheng was at his wit's end, not knowing how to resolve the situation. Ultimately, both he and Chu Nan were detained. In short, their trip to Beijing to extort money was a complete failure, even costing Bai Lian her hard-saved secret funds. She was furious. Those two useless individuals are unreliable. I'll have to wait until my sentence is over, then I'll go to Beijing myself to deal with Xia Xian. Bai Lian certainly wouldn't give up such a good opportunity, but for now, she could only endure and wait. As she waited, winter arrived. Amidst the heavy snowfall in Beijing, the entire nation received earth-shattering news. The college entrance exams are being reinstated. The news of the resumption of the college entrance exams sent the entire country into a frenzy. Even though Xia Xian had known in advance, she couldn't contain her joy. This is wonderful. This life truly was different. Beijing University, here I come. Chapter 111, Another Homicide Case. Everyone buzzed with excitement. This would be a pivotal moment. The educated youth toiling in the countryside also saw a glimmer of hope for returning to the city. No matter how much knowledge they had retained, they were determined to sign up. After registration, a frenzy erupted as everyone scrambled for study materials. The already scarce resources were snatched up instantly, and some even resorted to fighting over textbooks and notes. With resources in short supply, people went all out, desperate to secure what they needed to pass the college entrance exams. For a time, the entire nation was filled with a mix of elation and palpable tension. Even the capital was no exception. Xia Xian couldn't help but sigh with relief. Thankfully, they had purchased study materials and started preparing early. Otherwise, trying to acquire materials now would have been an absolute nightmare. Still, she figured some people must have caught wind of the news before the official announcement. Those who had prepared in advance would have a much easier time, while those who hadn't would surely be kicking themselves now. We only have a month left. Everyone, stay focused and keep studying. We've already had much more time and opportunity than others. If we still can't pass, we might as well not go back to face our ancestors. Quan Ruifeng spoke sternly, his words carrying an unspoken warning. Zhou Xingshi wanted to crawl under the table. Even with all the extra time he'd had, he couldn't guarantee he'd pass. After all, he was truly a hopeless student. He raised his book to cover his face, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Quan Ruifeng wouldn't let him off the hook. With his long, well-defined fingers, he snatched the book out of Zhou Xingshi's hands and said flatly, "What are you hiding from? I'm talking about you. If you still can't memorize those key points, I'll have Shinyu give you a good thrashing." Zhou Xingshi wanted to die. He muttered under his breath, "Just beat me to death instead." Quan Ruifeng shot him a light but piercing glance, and he immediately fell silent. "Fine, I'll study." He straightened up at once, not daring to complain anymore. Shinyu also glared at him. This good-for-nothing, if he failed the exam, she'd make him pay. Out of the four of them, at least three were quite confident. Only Zhou Xingshi, the deadweight, was a cause for concern. Xia Xian watched Quan Ruifeng's scolding with an amused smile. A serious man was just so attractive. When Quan Ruifeng caught her gaze, his expression instantly softened, and he gave her a faint smile. It was sickeningly sweet. Just one mutual gaze was enough to convey their deep affection. The two of them were definitely applying to the same university. Based on their recent studies, their grades were comparable, so they should have no problem getting into the same school. Still, they had also picked several backup universities to ensure they had a safety net. They'd finalized their choices based on their post-exam feelings and scores, so nothing was set in stone yet. But even with their confidence, they couldn't afford to slack off at this crucial juncture. They had to maintain their study regimen. However, with all the recent chaos and troublemakers exploiting the situation, the police station was overwhelmed and wanted Quan Ruifeng and Zhou Xingshi to return to work. Think it over. You two never resigned, you're just on unpaid leave. The bureau needs you now, and you can't just sit idly by. Wanja had been overwhelmed recently. Not only had minor altercations increased, but several murders had also occurred, some accidental, some deliberate. Things were anything but peaceful. The other cases are manageable, but there's an old man on Peace Street who died. He was clearly slashed with a knife and bled to death. There was a pool of blood on the floor, but the weird thing is, the doors and windows were all locked. There were no footprints, no signs of a struggle, no signs of forced entry at all. It's a classic locked room mystery. Right now, we're completely stumped. You have to come back and take over the case. Wanja wasn't even asking for Quan Ruifeng's opinion anymore. He was demanding his return. He couldn't handle everything alone. He was stretched too thin. I'll go. I want to go back and work on the case. Hearing Wanwa's words, Zhou Xingshi felt like he'd found the perfect excuse to slack off. Without waiting to be asked, he volunteered eagerly. He felt like he'd been saved. No. With your level, if you go back to solve cases, how are you going to pass the exam? Or do you want to retake it next year? Besides, you don't have much experience with murder cases, let alone a high IQ locked room mystery. Are you sure you'd even be any help? Xinyu doused his enthusiasm, firmly refusing to let him go. If he'd never committed to the exam in the first place, she wouldn't have objected. But since he'd already decided to take it and had studied this far, how could he give up at the last moment? Xinyu wasn't the type to leave things unfinished, and she wouldn't allow Zhou Xingshi to do it either. Even just assisting is helpful. And if I never get involved, how am I supposed to gain experience? Solving cases isn't just about IQ, it's about accumulated experience too. Zhou Xingshi brushed off her words, completely unfazed. Xia Xian also frowned. At this critical juncture, she naturally didn't want Quan Ruifeng to go back to work either. It would leave him with little time to study, which would definitely affect his performance. Can't this wait? Just 1 month after Quan Ruifeng takes the exam, he can return to the bureau. At that point, he can even pull overtime shifts if needed. She tried negotiating with Wanja. No. Murder cases don't wait. The higher-ups only gave us a week. A month is way too long, we can't afford to delay. Right now, the old man's murder has everyone in Ping'an Alley terrified. They're demanding a quick resolution, or they'll complain to the authorities. To make matters worse, a retired cadre lived in the area, so solving the case quickly was non-negotiable. In that case, I'll go back and help. Zhou Xingshi can stay on unpaid leave until after the exam, then return immediately. After some thought, Quan Ruifeng offered a middle ground that seemed to satisfy both sides. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I've mostly grasped the essentials, just need to fill in a few gaps. I can study in my off hours after work. It won't affect the exam. He put Xia Xian's mind at ease. As for Zhou Xingshi, he'd just have to tough it out. Once the exam was over, he could do whatever he wanted, no one would stop him. Having one person back is better than nothing. Don't wait, pack up and come with me now. Wanja was in a hurry. He didn't even want to give Quan Ruifeng a day to prepare. He wanted to take him immediately. All right. Quan Ruifeng nodded decisively and left with him. Xia Xian had little choice. Murder cases didn't wait. Every day delayed meant the killer might escape. All she could do now was trust in Quan Ruifeng's abilities. She hoped he could catch the killer safely and quickly, ideally within 2 or 3 days, so he could return to studying and get into their dream school. But this killer wouldn't be easy to catch. Xia Xian's hopes were doomed to disappointment. Chapter 112. My wife truly cherishes me. 3 days had passed, and Quan Ruifeng had been leaving early and returning late every day, yet the murder case remained without any leads. That day, Quan Ruifeng finally came back a little earlier, and Xia Xian asked him about the progress. There are no eyewitnesses, and the neighbors didn't even hear any commotion. There's no clue at all. If the victim hadn't died so tragically, people might have suspected it was suicide. Quan Ruifeng was equally stumped. Generally, cases would leave some traces. No one could commit a flawless crime. But this murder seemed to defy all logic, leaving them with absolutely nothing to go on. However, it definitely wasn't suicide. The wounds clearly indicated foul play, so the killer must exist. Based on the height and angle of the wounds, the perpetrator was likely a strong man over 1.7 meters tall, and the deep cuts suggested exceptional strength. Then there's no suspect at all? Did he have any conflicts or grudges with anyone? Xia Xian refused to believe that absolutely no clues had been left behind. In later years, there were countless tutorials on locked-room murder techniques, and killers with strong counter-surveillance skills still left traces that investigators could uncover. There had to be something they were overlooking. No. The victim was elderly, a retired civil servant who was kind to everyone. Since he had no children and his wife had passed away long ago, he was afraid that if something happened to him at home, no one would know. So, he treated his neighbors well, hoping they'd help him if he ever fell ill. The neighbors all agreed he was a good man and said the community got along like one big family. But judging by the manner of death, this seems like revenge. Nothing valuable was stolen from the house, so it wasn't about money. That made it even more contradictory. As for his relatives, they barely kept in touch, and the investigation found nothing suspicious. No children. Did he have a lot of savings then? Hearing this, Xia Xian couldn't help but propose a new angle. Yes, the old man had over 8,000 yuan in savings, a substantial amount for that time. He lived frugally and didn't spend much, so that money could have sustained him for a long time. Besides, he often helped neighbors look after their kids, and they'd give him food or small amounts of money in return. He wasn't just sitting idle, draining his savings. According to the investigation, the old man had also donated money to needy families several times. Otherwise, his savings would have exceeded 8,000 yuan. By all accounts, he had no reason to make enemies. This was what baffled Quan Ruifeng. If it had been about money, it would have been easier to investigate. But the cash was still in the bedroom drawer untouched. Xia Xian, however, quickly recalled similar cases. Murders generally fell into a few categories: revenge, financial gain, heat-of-the-moment killings, or acts by deranged killers who killed to satisfy their desires. Since this was a locked-room mystery, it couldn't be a crime of passion. Those usually involved no prior connection between killer and victim. That left money or revenge. Given that everyone spoke well of the old man, revenge seemed unlikely. That made financial motives more probable. But since the money was still there, untouched, could it mean the killer had a way to legally inherit it after the old man's death? After all, with no children, his assets would go to his relatives. Xia Xian thought the relatives were the most suspicious. She suggested Quan Ruifeng focus on that angle and look into the relatives. Who stands to inherit the old man's property? It's not just the money, his house is spacious and worth plenty. Also, check if any relatives in need of money had recently approached him. Start there. If nothing turns up, then try another approach. Xia Xian's advice came from years of watching detective shows and reading cases where relatives murdered for inheritance. With no children, greedy relatives might see his wealth as theirs, growing impatient for him to die naturally and deciding to hasten the process. No children meant many would ire wealth, eager to take a bite out of it. That was the conclusion Xia Xian had drawn from years of crime dramas. Actually, her suggestion was solid. Quan Ruifeng had been focusing more on revenge, investigating whether the old man had any enemies, even considering grudges from years ago. He'd started looking into the victim's past. But after hearing Xia Xian's take, he realized it was a good hunch. Inspired, he didn't even finish his meal before he bolted up to leave. "I'm heading out. Eat well and study hard, Xia Xian. Don't worry about me." Quan Ruifeng mussed up Xia Xian's hair, tossed over a hurried reminder, and left. "Wait. Take these bean paste pastries with you. Eat them if you get hungry." Xia Xian ran after him, stuffing mung bean cakes into his hands. These past few days, Quan Ruifeng had been swamped, eating poorly and sleeping little. Dark circles had begun to appear under his handsome eyes, and stubble roughened his jaw, giving him a somewhat weathered look. Yet he still carried a rough-edged charm, a kind of decadent beauty. Far from disdaining him, Xia Xian only felt more heartache for him. My wife really cherishes me. All right, I'm off. Quan Ruifeng grinned, pinching Xia Xian's fair, delicate cheek. It was the first time he'd called her wife, his teasing smirk lingering before he walked away, leaving Xia Xian to process it. Her lips curled, eyes sparkling with laughter, even as she playfully scolded him. Who said you could call me wife before we're even married? Did I agree? Quan Ruifeng is getting bolder every day. Chapter 113, fully prepared, but then illness strikes. It turned out that a little shamelessness could unlock the new endearment, wife. Ever since Quan Ruifeng first called Xia Xian that and found she didn't get angry, he'd been using it whenever they were alone, stealing moments to tease his wife. However, after investigating in the direction Xia Xian suggested over the past couple of days, Quan Ruifeng indeed uncovered problems. He became increasingly busy, leaving him little time to chat with Xia Xian. He ate and slept at the police station, managing to apprehend the old man's nephew just before the deadline set by his superiors. Xia Xian had been right. Although the old man had other relatives, he had once stated that his property would be inherited by this nephew after his death. However, the uncle and nephew later had a falling out and hadn't contacted each other for years. Now, this nephew needed money for his wedding and a place to live, so he set his sights on the old man. He had secretly visited the old man several times to discuss it. On one occasion, a neighbor saw him, but since it happened a month ago, the neighbor didn't pay it much mind and never mentioned it. After so many years of no contact, the old man agreed to let the nephew and his wife move in eventually, but refused to fund his wedding. Moreover, the nephew accidentally discovered the substantial sum in the old man's savings and thus conceived a wicked plan to murder the old man and inherit his money and house. He said it himself, his property would all be left to me. I just wanted to use a little in advance. What's wrong with that? It's not like I was going to spend it all without leaving him anything. He deserved it. Who told him to refuse? Even after being apprehended, the nephew remained defiant and unrepentant, truly sickening to witness. Quan Ruifeng found the blood-stained clothes and knife he had hidden, providing irrefutable evidence. The mystery of the locked room murder gradually unraveled. In truth, the nephew wasn't particularly clever. He had merely stumbled into creating a locked room scenario. This was also related to the old man's habits. He was very clean, so there were many cleaning tools in the house. The nephew, thinking the house would soon be his, naturally wanted to clean it thoroughly, thus inadvertently wiping away all traces of himself. Moreover, the old man had personally opened the door and let him in, so there was no sign of forced entry. When the old man was first attacked, he didn't cry for help, instead trying to persuade his nephew to turn back. But the cruel nephew didn't stop. The old man missed his chance to call for help early on, and then he had no further opportunity, being brutally hacked to death by his nephew, a truly pitiful end. After dealing with everything inside the house, the nephew slipped out under the cover of darkness, locking the door behind him to create the illusion of a locked room murder. In reality, he locked the doors and windows simply to delay the neighbor's discovery of the old man's death, buying himself more time to dispose of the murder weapons. He didn't take all the valuables because he believed he could inherit them legitimately, avoiding unnecessary trouble that might draw police suspicion. Yet, despite his efforts, the police still suspected him. It just goes to show that no matter how cunning the devil, the righteous path will always prevail. Quan Ruifeng perfectly handled this murder case, but he didn't claim all the credit. When commended by his superiors, he also mentioned Xia Xian's name, acknowledging her crucial role. After careful consideration, the organization decided to award Comrade Xia Xian a commendation banner and a bonus. However, due to current staff shortages, they wouldn't deliver it personally. She could either pick it up at the Public Security Bureau herself, or Quan Ruifeng could bring it to her. After all, they were engaged and lived close by, making it a convenient arrangement. Not wanting Xia Xian to waste time traveling, Quan Ruifeng brought it back himself. I actually got a reward and it came so quickly. Xia Xian was pleasantly surprised. Just 3 days after the murder case was solved, Quan Ruifeng brought her the commendation banner and 100 yuan bonus. The speed was unparalleled. You provided crucial clues, so of course you deserve a reward. The higher-ups think you're very talented and want to retain you, encouraging you to develop in this field. They even suggested you become a consultant at the Public Security Bureau. Quan Ruifeng also believes Xia Xian had a remarkable talent in this area. Their partnership would undoubtedly achieve twice the results with half the effort. I don't want to be a consultant. I want to be an expert. Xia Xian lifted her chin, stating proudly. Her goals were very clear. Right, my mistake. You'll come to the Public Security Bureau as an expert. With us as a husband and wife team, we'll be invincible. Quan Ruifeng immediately chuckled and corrected himself. With the murder case solved, he finally had time to rest. He had tidied himself up, his stubble and dark circles gone, returning to his former handsome and refined appearance. Husband and wife team sounded rather good. Xia Xian was moderately satisfied. Give me those. I'll put them away. Now that this case is over, do you still need to go to the Public Security Bureau? Xia Xian put away the money and the banner. She already had these accolades even before officially joining the Public Security Bureau. When she graduated, it would surely be easy for her to join, and she wouldn't face much skepticism, paving the way for her future. I still have to go. There are many things happening recently, and I can't leave. But I will try to take leave 5 days before the exam. Using those 5 days to review all the lessons and knowledge I've learned should be fine. One murder case was solved, but many other matters remained. He couldn't rest yet. All right. Although Xia Xian was a little worried, she actually trusted Quan Ruifeng's capabilities and didn't try to persuade him further. Thus, Xia Xian studied at home while Quan Ruifeng was busy running around outside. Only in the evenings could he occasionally squeeze in some time to study. Time was of the essence, and naturally, they had no time for intimacy. As Beijing grew colder, the 5-day countdown to the college entrance examination finally arrived. Xia Xian was accustomed to the southern temperatures. Spring and autumn were fine, with no significant impact, but winter was simply too cold, with heavy snowfall. Xia Xian's hands were so frozen she dared not take them out. Wearing gloves made writing impossible, and studying became exceptionally difficult. Xinyu and the others, however, were used to it and didn't find it too hard. With a stove and a heated Kong, the room was warm and cozy, almost too warm, making them prone to drowsiness. Zhou Xingshi, in particular, was always half asleep, making Xinyu want to hit him. Staying indoors is fine, but going out to the bathroom or to the kitchen to cook is freezing. Her hands would become stiff and icy after being exposed to the wind, and even after returning indoors, it would take a long time for them to warm up. She was simply prone to feeling cold. So Xia Xian wished she could handle all her eating, drinking, and bodily functions without leaving her room. Not having to leave her room at all would have been ideal, as the cold still affected her somewhat. And it's fine at home, but what I'm mainly worried about is being too cold at the exam hall, which would make me write too slowly and delay my exam. This was Xia Xian's true concern. She had prepared for so long, she couldn't let the cold defeat her. Quan Ruifeng was already on leave today. No matter how busy the Public Security Bureau was, they couldn't be completely unfeeling. He was a candidate for the college entrance examination, so they had to give him some time in these final days. Hearing her words, he took out a pair of gloves. Try these and see if they help with holding the pen. I've cut holes in the fingertips to expose a small section of your fingers, which should improve dexterity. The military coat is very thick. Wear a few more layers underneath. Then, I'll fill a small hot water bottle for you to hold, which will keep you warmer. And wear your hat too. Quan Ruifeng had already considered everything for her. Fully equipped, there shouldn't be much of a problem. The small hot water bottle was a Tangposi hot water bottle wrapped in cloth to hold. It was very warm but wouldn't scald. It could last through an entire exam without the water cooling too quickly. Let me try. Xia Xian had never tried gloves with exposed fingertips before. She immediately put them on, then picked up a pen and wrote a few words. They were indeed good, much better than ordinary gloves. If her fingertips became stiff from the cold after a while, she could warm them with the tang posy while reading questions. That should be enough. Xia Xian nodded in satisfaction. Now, everything was prepared. She had nothing to worry about. However, Xia Xian relaxed too soon. The Kong kept the room warm, but it was cold outside, and she wasn't used to it. The constant temperature changes from going in and out to the bathroom. At this crucial moment, she actually fell ill. Chapter 114, I Want to Marry You Now. Xia Xian had been perfectly fine the night before, but the next morning, she woke up feeling a bit lightheaded and heavy-headed. From experience, she knew this usually meant a cold was coming on. If she took medicine early, she might still be able to prevent it. However, there was no medicine at home. Going out to buy some would only expose her to the wind and make her sicker faster. Luckily, there was ginger at home, so she quickly boiled some ginger slices into a soup and drank it. Just as she finished, Quan Ruifeng arrived. Wait, don't come in. I think I'm catching a cold. I don't want to infect you. Could you please go buy me some medicine? I'll see if it helps. Xia Xian quickly stopped him, signaling him to step back. At such a crucial time, avoiding illness was paramount. If she passed the sickness to Quan Ruifeng and affected his exams, it would be a huge loss. You're sick? What's wrong? I'll go get you medicine right now. Quan Ruifeng frowned, immediately closing the door but leaving a small crack to prevent wind from blowing in. He was healthy and wasn't afraid of catching her cold, but if Xia Xian wasn't well before the exams, it would definitely affect her performance. Just dizzy, a headache, sleepy, and feeling a bit unsteady when I walk. But the symptoms are mild, not terribly uncomfortable yet. Xia Xian described her condition to Quan Ruifeng. It sounded manageable. Quan Ruifeng nodded. All right, I understand. Stay home and wait for me. Don't wander off. He immediately went to the hospital to have a doctor prescribe medicine. When Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi came over, Xia Xian also sent them away, telling them not to visit until she recovered. But Xia Xian's illness came on strong. Even though Quan Ruifeng had promptly gotten her medicine, it couldn't stop the virus. By the afternoon, her symptoms worsened. She became increasingly disoriented and developed a fever. Her fair little face turned bright red from the fever, and her whole body felt weak. She couldn't even get up. Forget it. I'll just rest these next few days and forget about studying. You should go home and study. There are only a few days left, and you already wasted half a month earlier. Xia Xian didn't want to burden Quan Ruifeng and told him to go home and not worry about her. How could Quan Ruifeng agree? He tucked the blanket around her, his face full of disapproval. My fiancé is sick, and you expect me to ignore her and go home to relax? Comrade Xia Xian, do you really think that's appropriate? If I did something like that, what kind of person would I be? You should kick me out and find a new fiancé. He was so exasperated he almost laughed. Xia Xian wasn't even asking him to stay. She was actively trying to send him away. Xia Xian looked helpless. That's not what I meant. It's just a special circumstance. Your illness is a special circumstance that requires care. I'll stay here with you for the next few days and keep watch. If anything happens, I can help immediately. Quan Ruifeng declared decisively, leaving no room for argument. Xia Xian opened her mouth, but seeing she was about to object again, Quan Ruifeng added, Then choose. Do you want me to take care of you, or do you want my mom or my grandma to take care of you? He made it seem like a democratic choice, allowing Xia Xian to decide, but in reality, she had no choice at all. She complained playfully. Does that even need saying? If I have to choose, of course, I'd pick you. How could I possibly trouble Aunt Gao and Grandma? She wasn't even married into the family yet. How could she let her future mother-in-law and elderly grandmother take care of her? Anyone would know how to choose. Then it's settled. I'm staying to accompany you. Here, take this fever medicine. If these don't work, I'll go back to the hospital tomorrow to get something else. Quan Ruifeng brought warm water and helped Xia Xian take her medicine. Since he had already made up his mind, Xia Xian's objections were useless. She could only obediently get up and take the medicine. Besides, she wasn't feeling well, and having Quan Ruifeng stay to take care of her was truly the best option. Anyone feeling unwell would be touched to hear such words. She truly hadn't chosen the wrong person. That night, Quan Ruifeng slept in the same bed as Xia Xian, though they kept some distance. Xia Xian was still afraid of passing her cold and fever to Quan Ruifeng, so even sharing a bed, she insisted on maintaining a certain distance. Quan Ruifeng indulged her in this small request. Fortunately, Quan Ruifeng stayed. Xia Xian's fever went down about 2 hours after taking the medicine, but in the middle of the night, it spiked again. Her head was dizzy and burning, her mouth dry and parched, her throat felt like it was on fire, and waves of nausea kept rising. She struggled to suppress it and called out hoarsely, "Quan Ruifeng." Her voice was weak and small. Now Xia Xian regretted making Quan Ruifeng sleep at the foot of the bed. He was so far away, and she worried he wouldn't hear her. "Quan." Just as she was about to call out a second time, Quan Ruifeng sat up quickly, like a fish leaping out of water. "What's wrong? Are you feeling worse?" He immediately turned on the light and checked on Xia Xian's condition. Her whole body was astonishingly hot. "I want water. I feel awful." Xia Xian whimpered, sounding both like she was pouting and giving orders. Quan Ruifeng accepted it all. He immediately helped Xia Xian sit up and poured her water. Xia Xian gulped down bowl after bowl of water, barely quenching her thirst and slightly cooling her fever. She finally felt like she was coming back to life. She leaned weakly against Quan Ruifeng's chest, breathing heavily. Her whole body was limp, and her head throbbed. "Take another fever medicine." In the middle of the night, Quan Ruifeng had no other solution. He could only lovingly stroke her hair and comfort her. "MHM." Xia Xian weakly hummed in response, swallowed another fever pill, and lay back down. Since she was still burning all over and too uncomfortable to sleep, Quan Ruifeng used warm water to wipe her body and forehead, helping to bring her temperature down. Fortunately, it wasn't their first time being so exposed to each other, and with her being sick, exhausted, and miserable, she naturally didn't have the energy to overthink things. She simply closed her eyes and let Quan Ruifeng do as he pleased. Luckily, Quan Ruifeng's efforts were effective. Xia Xian's fever gradually subsided. Her head felt much clearer, and she even had the strength to joke. Holding Quan Ruifeng's fingertips, she teased, "Quan Ruifeng, why are you so good to me? I love you to death, I want to marry you right now," she said sweetly, burying her face in Quan Ruifeng's embrace, utterly content. Having someone care for her so meticulously wasn't bad at all. Quan Ruifeng raised an eyebrow at her words. "All right, you want to marry, I want to marry, it's a perfect match. Then let's get married right after the college entrance exams?" Chapter 115, Marriage Equals Promotion, I'm Willing. Quan Ruifeng was itching to marry Xia Xian and take her home right then and there. However, Xia Xian fell silent at this point. She'd only been kidding, she hadn't actually settled on when to marry yet. But saying no might make Quan Ruifeng think she didn't want to marry him, and that'd hurt him, right? But it wasn't that she didn't want to marry Quan Ruifeng either. Xia Xian was back to overthinking things. "Just messing with you. We're still young, no rush to get married. We have plenty of time to think about it." Before Xia Xian could refuse, Quan Ruifeng took the initiative to dismiss the idea himself. He didn't want to corner her, and with Xia Xian being sick, how could he bring up such a thing seriously? He had only been playing along with her joke. But knowing that Xia Xian would feel bad rejecting him, he took the lead. Quan Ruifeng tugged Xia Xian closer, squeezing her to cut off her spiraling thoughts. Yet, his words just made Xia Xian's heart ache worse. Their relationship felt lopsided only this time. The one at a disadvantage wasn't her. She asked herself honestly, could she really not accept marrying Quan Ruifeng and stepping into marriage? Of course not. Quan Ruifeng checked every box perfectly, and his family had also left her satisfied. Quan Ruifeng gave her an immense sense of security. He heard her out but wasn't a pushover, striking a balance that never made him seem weak. Bottom line? The guy had no flaws. She was willing to enter marriage with him. No matter what the future held, At least at this moment, she was willing. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Xia Xian's mind. Quan Ruifeng had already completely opened her heart, so there was no need for her to hesitate anymore. Her mind made up, she gave a firm nod. All right, let's do as you said. Huh? Do what? The sudden shift left Quan Ruifeng momentarily confused. Xia Xian repeated herself. I mean, yes, I agree. After the college entrance exams, we'll prepare to get married. Later, have your family check if there's an auspicious date. She said it seriously, no takebacks. When it clicked, Quan Ruifeng went rigid. Xia Xian, you mean, you're willing to marry me? To get married. Gobsmacked, he felt her forehead again like she might be fever delirious. After all, this went completely against Xia Xian's previous stance. She had originally wanted to get engaged first and wait a few years before marriage. Yet now, not long after their engagement, she was suddenly agreeing to marry. Don't jump the gun. I'm not forcing your hand here. I'm perfectly content with how things are now. Quan Ruifeng explained, worried that Xia Xian, still sick, was making a rash decision. He didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability. It had to be said, Quan Ruifeng was simply too much of a gentleman. Any less principled, and he'd have wifed her up ages ago instead of grinding from placeholder to fiancé. But what he wanted was steady, lasting love, a lifetime with Xia Xian. Precisely because of that, he treasured every step even more. Xia Xian was torn between face-palming and hugging him. Do I really seem that impulsive? At first, it was a joke, but this decision was made after careful thought. Comrade Quan Ruifeng, based on your stellar performance review, I've decided to promote you, appointing you as my husband, Xia Xian's spouse. Do you accept, Comrade Quan Ruifeng? Comrade Quan Ruifeng, you'd better seize this opportunity. If you turn down this promotion, who knows when I'll ever offer it again? Xia Xian teased playfully. Thankfully, after drinking so much warm water, her throat was no longer as hoarse. Otherwise, her gravelly voice would have murdered the vibe. Was this Xia Xian's way of proposing? Though her phrasing was rather novel, framing it as a promotion. Quan Ruifeng chuckled. The delivery didn't matter, as long as Xia Xian was willing to marry him, that was all that mattered. Wife status was the only upgrade that mattered, everything else was beta testing. Quan Ruifeng agreed without hesitation. I accept. Thank you, Comrade Xia Xian, for granting me this opportunity. After my promotion, I'll continue to fulfill my duties diligently, working hard at my role and serving you well. He spoke with utmost seriousness, though his wording sounded anything but. Anyone overhearing might have mistaken him for some kind of special professional. His response successfully made Xia Xian burst into laughter. All right, let's sleep. I'm getting sleepy. The fever had tapped out, now her body demanded a hard reset. Okay, good night. Quan Ruifeng brushed a kiss to Xia Xian's forehead, holding her close as they both drifted into deep slumber. But perhaps because Xia Xian hadn't fallen ill in so long, this bug hit critical. Her fever kept respawning over and over, leaving her utterly drained. The next day, Quan Ruifeng took Xia Xian straight to the hospital, worried that prolonged suffering would only delay her recovery. And 4 would fast-track recovery. Since Quan Ruifeng drove his own car, they didn't have to worry about Xia Xian being exposed to the wind. A burrito-wrapped Xia Xian was windproof. These days, heavy snow blanketed the city, bringing bitter cold. While adults could handle it, many children had fallen ill, overrunning pediatric wards. Waiting in line could take forever, and worse, packed waiting rooms were petri dishes. Quan Ruifeng didn't want Xia Xian catching something else before her fever even subsided. Fortunately, he had connections. Calling in favors scored her a VIP suite for Xia Xian's 4-drip, soundproof, sterile, and gloriously germ-free. Xia Xian's condition was more severe than a common cold or fever. Some rogue pathogen had joined the party. The doctor suggested staying overnight for observation to avoid unnecessary back and forth. 2 days of 4 treatment would likely fully restore her health, clearing her for discharge just before Gaokao D-Day without disrupting either of their schedules. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng naturally followed the doctor's advice and checked in. Quan Ruifeng stayed to accompany her. No arguments about him staying this time, Xia Xian only said. When you grab takeout from home, remember to grab our study materials. We can review when we have time. Cramming never hurt, and hospital Wi-Fi probably sucked anyway. Okay. Quan Ruifeng didn't object, telling Xia Xian to wait for him at the hospital. He'd make it snappy. When Gao Shuang learned that Xia Xian was sick and hospitalized, she wanted to go care for her, but Quan Ruifeng refused. Your hovering would stress her out. Besides, hospitals are basically virus casinos now, Mom. You shouldn't go out unnecessarily. Stay home, rest, and keep Grandma company. Gao Shuang's immune system wasn't exactly elite tier, and a flu KO would hospitalize her too. All right then. Gao Shuang had no choice but to agree. So tonight, it was just Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng again. The single bed was spacious enough so they could both fit. Xia Xian was sick and feeling too worn out, so she couldn't focus on reading. It was mainly so Quan Ruifeng could study. However, by nighttime when Xia Xian was ready to sleep, Quan Ruifeng put away his books, turned off the lights, and went to bed as well, not wanting to disturb her. But in the dead of night, while both were sound asleep, the door to their ward was quietly pushed open. Chapter 116, Kidnapping a Child. At first, she thought it was a nurse, but the footsteps quickly faded, and the door softly clicked shut. Xia Xian opened her eyes in the darkness. She had never liked hospitals, and now, forced to stay again, she was physically exhausted but mentally vigilant. She hadn't been sleeping deeply, so the moment the door opened, she woke up. If it wasn't a nurse, then who had opened their door? Surely nurses wouldn't check if they were asleep just to see if they needed blankets, would they? Xia Xian felt a prickle of unease. Moreover, after the door closed, she could still hear furtive rustling sounds outside, as if someone was whispering in hushed tones. She grew increasingly agitated. For some reason, her eyelid began to twitch and she couldn't help but shift restlessly. What's wrong? Did your fever spike again? Or are you feeling unwell? The moment she stirred, Quan Ruifeng woke up and asked with concern. No, someone just opened the door. Maybe they got the wrong room. She softly recounted what had just happened to Quan Ruifeng. She might be overly sensitive, but Quan Ruifeng always indulged her vigilance. I'll go check. And I'll hit the bathroom too. To alleviate her worries, he added that last part, and Xia Xian had nothing more to say. Okay. She nodded obediently and waited for Quan Ruifeng to return. It was fortunate that Xia Xian was so alert, otherwise, the family next door would have been devastated. The person who had opened Xia Xian's door had indeed made a mistake, but they weren't trying to enter their own room. They were trying to break into another. When Quan Ruifeng pushed the door open, he happened to see one person acting as a lookout outside the neighboring room while another quietly carried a baby out. In the dead of night, sneaking around like that, they were clearly up to no good. No legitimate parent would be taking their child out at this hour. Quan Ruifeng immediately sensed something was amiss and shouted, "What are you doing? Is that your child?" Since there weren't many newborns recently, this floor had several empty rooms, which was why Xia Xian had been placed here. The neighboring rooms housed new mothers. And that was precisely why Quan Ruifeng noticed what was happening tonight. His loud shout startled the two child traffickers, who jolted in panic and immediately tried to flee with the baby. The moment they ran at his call, their guilt was obvious. They were undoubtedly child traffickers. Quan Ruifeng instantly gave chase. Stop. Give the child back. I'm a police officer. I have the authority to arrest you. His face stern, Quan Ruifeng chased after them, issuing a final ultimatum. The commotion woke the family who had lost their child, and they came running out in tears. They had been sleeping soundly, only to wake up and find their baby gone. Those despicable wretches had stolen their child. You heartless monsters, give me back my baby. The parents tore after them. By then, Quan Ruifeng had already caught up to the traffickers and wrestled the baby back. Realizing they'd been exposed and that Quan Ruifeng was not to be trifled with, they abandoned the baby and fled, desperate to escape. But Quan Ruifeng wasn't about to let them get away. He quickly handed the baby to the pursuing parents and continued chasing the traffickers. Not a single one would escape. Hearing the commotion outside, Xia Xian hurriedly got out of bed to check. She didn't know how many traffickers there were or if Quan Ruifeng would get hurt. Worried, she wanted to call for more help. But she didn't need to. The ruckus over the stolen baby had already drawn a crowd. Several able-bodied men rushed forward to assist Quan Ruifeng. Stealing money was one thing, but stealing a child? Absolutely unforgivable. How could parents survive losing their precious child? This was something no one could tolerate. Nurses soon arrived, warning everyone again. The hospital isn't entirely safe. All kinds of people come through. Watch your children like a hawk, and don't sleep too soundly at night. If a child gets stolen, there's nothing we can do. They had warned people before, but some brushed it off, assuming their child was safe sleeping right beside them. Who'd dare sneak in undetected? And wouldn't the baby cry if touched? Yet it was precisely this carelessness and refusal to listen that led to frequent child abductions in hospitals. By the time parents realized, it was too late. All the tears in the world wouldn't undo it. Fortunately, this time had a happy ending. With the help of several good Samaritans, Quan Ruifeng successfully captured the two traffickers. Since it was the middle of the night, Quan Ruifeng tied them up, dragged them back to Xia Xian's room, blindfolded and gagged them, then knocked them out cold and left them in a corner. It's over. Go back to sleep. I'll turn them in to the police tomorrow. He didn't trust leaving them anywhere else. Better to keep them where he could see them. Okay. With the matter resolved, Xia Xian could finally rest easy. Thank God you noticed tonight. I didn't even notice them coming in. If you hadn't woken up and asked me to check, we wouldn't have caught them stealing the baby. They might have succeeded. At this, Quan Ruifeng once again marveled at Xia Xian's keen intuition. She would have made an excellent police officer. The child never made a peep because the traffickers had prepared a handkerchief soaked in a sedative. A few seconds over the child's nose and mouth, and the baby would be out cold, unlikely to wake unless manhandled. I just had a bad feeling about someone opening our door in the middle of the night. If it were a nurse, they'd have just walked in. Xia Xian wouldn't take the credit. If it had been up to her to catch the traffickers, she wouldn't have succeeded. It was all thanks to Quan Ruifeng. All that matters is that the baby is safe. They had saved a family. That was what counted, regardless of who helped. Our Xia Xian is so smart and kind. She's bound to achieve great success in this college entrance exam. If heaven doesn't smile on someone like you, who else would it smile on? Quan Ruifeng smiled warmly and kissed Xia Xian's forehead, giving her his most heartfelt blessing. You're right. Since the heavens favor me, I might as well pass some of that luck your way. Here's to you acing it too, so we can attend the same university. Xia Xian chuckled and planted a kiss on his cheek. They curled up together, happy, and soon fell asleep. The next day, Xia Xian was indeed much better, no more fever, feeling light and perfectly fine. She was discharged early. Quan Ruifeng first took her home, then turned in the two kidnappers to the police station. The follow-up matters were no longer his concern, so he returned to focus on final exam preparations. Soon, the first college entrance exam after its reinstatement in 1977 began. Sitting in the examination hall, Xia Xian neatly wrote her name on the paper. This would be the turning point that would change her life forever. Chapter 117, Drink Until We Drop. Ring ring ring. Time's up, the exam is over. Students, please put down your pens. The teacher will collect the papers now. Remember to check your names and make sure everything is filled in correctly. As soon as the bell rang, the teacher promptly reminded everyone to prepare for the collection of exam papers. Xia Xian had finished long ago. She meticulously checked her paper several times, confirming there were no errors, then set down her pen, confidently awaiting the teacher to collect it. Once the papers were gathered, examinees began to trickle out of the exam room. Xia Xian, with a warm hot water bottle tucked in her pocket, leisurely blended in with the crowd as she exited the main gate. Quan Ruifeng was already outside. The four of them had agreed to meet under the large tree to the right of the exam room entrance. You're out. How did it go? Quan Ruifeng naturally took Xia Xian's backpack, asking with a cheerful smile. It felt good. Let's go over our answers when we get back. Xia Xian replied, her spirits high. To avoid affecting their exam mindset, they hadn't discussed answers for any subjects yet. They planned to go over everything together once all exams were finished. Sounds good. How about you? Were there any subjects over the past 2 days that felt particularly difficult? Since she had done well, Xia Xian also turned her attention to her partner. However, the questions were much easier than she had imagined. She had known the first national college entrance exam after its reinstatement would be simple, but she hadn't expected it to be this straightforward. It truly surprised her. I did well too. None of the questions were particularly hard. I could answer most of them. Quan Ruifeng wasn't boasting. He knew which questions he could handle. At most, a few might have had miscalculations due to carelessness. Still, the difference wouldn't be significant. That's great. Hearing his confident reply, Xia Xian felt much more at ease. They still had to wait for Zhou Xingshi and Xin Yu, who were taking their time and hadn't emerged yet. With nothing else to do, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng started comparing answers. The more they checked, the more excited they became. Most of their answers matched. Only a few differed, though neither could be sure who was right or if both were wrong. They'd have to look them up later to confirm. By the time Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng finished comparing answers, Xin Yu and Zhou Xingshi finally appeared. Quan Ruifeng couldn't resist a snarky comment. Was the restroom so beautiful you couldn't bear to leave? Or was the exam hall so nice you wanted to spend the night there? How eloquent, making getting stuck in the bathroom sound so refined. Xin Yu stayed silent, merely wiping her lips quietly. Zhou Xingshi's eyes darted around as he scratched his head and sheepishly grinned. Well, it's not like you two were bored waiting together. Talking here or there makes no difference, right? My mistake. I'll try to come out earlier next time. He took the blame entirely upon himself, but Quan Ruifeng gave him a sideways look and jabbed coldly. Next time? So you're sure you failed this one? If that's the case, say it sooner. I'll go break a few more bamboo sticks for a spanking. That was a clear threat of a beating. Xia Xian covered her mouth to suppress a giggle. Don't curse yourself. Yu, how did you two do? Pretty good, pretty good. I'm sure I got in, definitely making the cut. Zhou Xingshi was just as confident, let alone Xin Yu. If even the less studious ones could handle the questions, there was no way the academic stars couldn't. I did well too. Xin Yu replied with a smile. All four of them were set, perfect. Still, they worried the less studious ones might be overconfident and misjudge their own abilities. As they walked toward the state-run restaurant, they continued comparing answers. Zhou Xingshi had indeed done all right, he wasn't just bragging. Now everyone could relax and enjoy dinner that night. Quan Ruifeng, uncharacteristically relaxed, took the initiative to ask. Want to drink a little? For such a disciplined and reserved man to suggest this was rare. Xia Xian agreed immediately. Sure, let's have some drinks tonight, no going home sober. She had never indulged like this before and was eager to experience it. Zhou Xingshi and Xin Yu raised their glasses in agreement. Drink until we drop. After working so hard for so long, they deserved to treat themselves. Having a few drinks to unwind wasn't a big deal, even getting drunk wouldn't hurt. With everyone in such high spirits, Quan Ruifeng didn't want to spoil the mood. He got plenty of drink coupons and started with erguo, a strong Chinese liquor. Turned out Xia Xian was all talk, her alcohol tolerance was weak. After just 2 sips, her head started spinning, and she quickly called it quits. Nope, I can't do this. You guys go ahead. Yu, how come even your alcohol tolerance is so good? Did you practice before? For her first time drinking, managing 2 sips of erguo was already impressive. Yet Xin Yu and the others had each downed a full glass without so much as a flush. All 3 showed no signs of being affected. Of course I practiced. Xin Yu grinned and took another sip of erguo, pairing it with peanuts. It was quite satisfying. For children from backgrounds like theirs, alcohol tolerance was important. The biggest fear was being invited to dinners, getting drunk, and being taken advantage of without realizing it. So while they might not be able to drink endlessly, a basic tolerance was necessary. She had trained hers by drinking until she vomited in the past. Quan Ruifeng and Zhou Xingshi were the same. This just showed how some people start with advantages, some were already at a disadvantage early on. But soon, the best opportunities of the times would arrive. With hard work, they could change their lives. Xia Xian didn't feel inferior about this. Instead, she was filled with determination. The four young friends ate, drank, and talked about life at the state-run restaurant. They had promised to drink until they dropped, but in the end, only Xia Xian got drunk. Those 2 sips of ergo too were stronger than expected. Still, she wasn't completely drunk, just slightly tipsy. She couldn't walk in a straight line, but her mind remained reasonably clear. Quan Ruifeng watched with amusement as Xia Xian, who had become much more talkative and lively, half hoping she'd stay this pleasantly buzzed forever. God, she was cute like this. But he didn't dare say that out loud. It's time to go back. Let me help you. No, I can walk by myself. I can even walk in a straight line. Xia Xian refused to admit defeat, brushing off Quan Ruifeng's help and lurching ahead on her own, completely missing that she was heading in the wrong direction. Quan Ruifeng couldn't help but laugh as he reeled her in. We need to go this way. Oh, right. I was just testing if you knew the way. Xia Xian put on a fake pout with a dramatic huff. Shen Yu and Zhou Xingshi watched from the side, trying not to laugh, until Quan Ruifeng waved them off. You two go on ahead. He wasn't taking no for an answer, clearly. He didn't want anyone else seeing Xia Xian in such an adorable state. Fine, see you later. Zhou Xingshi was also eager to get home with Shen Yu for some private time. That post-exam peck just whet their appetite. The two quickly took off. Meanwhile, Quan Ruifeng lingered as he led Xia Xian home. But seeing her so alluringly tipsy, he'd been plotting this for a while. With the exam over, they'd gone way too long without. He decided to turn up the charm. Chapter 118, Let me help you bathe, okay? Tonight, they could finally enjoy some intimate time together. Quan Ruifeng's lips curved in a pleased smile, his mind already buzzing with plans. Yet, Xia Xian remained utterly oblivious, swaying unsteadily as she walked ahead. Finally making it back, she was utterly exhausted and just wanted to retreat to her room to sleep. Good night, she mumbled drowsily to Quan Ruifeng, about to close the door. Oh, was she treating him like a mere convenience again? But Quan Ruifeng had long since been promoted from tool to fiancé, and now he was on the verge of becoming her husband. His privileges had already been elevated to the highest level, so he naturally wasn't satisfied with being shooed away like this. He wedged his hand in the door crack, forced his way in, and slipped inside before letting Xia Xian close it behind him. What are you doing here? I'm about to sleep. If there's anything, we can talk tomorrow. Xia Xian's mind was sluggish. She shook her head slightly, her cheeks rosy and her eyes glistening. I'm here to light the fire for the Kong. In your current state, can you even manage that? If there's no fire, the room will be freezing and you'll wake up feeling awful tomorrow. Quan Ruifeng explained matter-of-factly. Well, that made sense. Without a fire, she'd definitely catch a cold again. Quan Ruifeng was still useful, she couldn't just send him away. So Xia Xian wobbled over to the edge of the bed and sat down, waiting for him to start the fire. As she waited, she let out a dainty yawn, tears welling up uncontrollably. She was dizzy and sleepy, and once she started yawning, the tears just wouldn't stop. Once Quan Ruifeng finally got the fire going properly, Xia Xian wanted to sleep. Surely he could go home now? But Quan Ruifeng wasn't leaving. He had another excuse, and his reasoning was sound. Aren't you going to bathe tonight? I'll heat some water for you. You should wash up, you reek of alcohol. Xia Xian was very particular about cleanliness. Back in her hometown, she bathed daily even in winter, enduring the cold. But the cold here was different. It wasn't just damp like back home. The temperatures were brutally low. A moment of carelessness could lead to frostbite, even losing fingers or ears. So after coming here, she followed local customs, bathing every 2 or 3 days. Still, she used a basin of water to wash up in her room daily. She was too fastidious to skip even a day. Now that Quan Ruifeng had reminded her, she suddenly felt filthy all over, unbearably uncomfortable. Yes, I need to bathe. She nodded firmly, and Quan Ruifeng successfully secured his stay. All right, wait a moment. I'll fetch the water for you. In her current woozy state, she definitely couldn't bathe in the washroom. She'd freeze and pass out. Xia Xian sat back on the bed, obediently waiting for Quan Ruifeng to bring the water and her clothes. But when Quan Ruifeng returned with the water, he closed the door and stayed inside. At first, Xia Xian didn't notice. She began undressing methodically, but her clothes were too thick and numerous. Drunk and weak, she struggled to remove them, growing increasingly frustrated. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Quan Ruifeng stepped in and helped peel off the stubborn layers. Take it slow. No need to rush. His voice was gentle. Only then did Xia Xian realize Quan Ruifeng was still in the room. Her brain short-circuited. I thought you left? When did I say I was leaving? Quan Ruifeng countered shamelessly, raising an eyebrow. Well, he hadn't said it. But logically, once someone was about to bathe, he should have left. How could he just shamelessly stay without even mentioning it? Xia Xian was speechless. She glared at him, but with her flushed cheeks and glistening eyes, the look held no intimidation. If anything, it seemed flirtatious. Quan Ruifeng affectionately kissed her brow. Darling wife, just let me stay. I'll help you bathe, let me take care of you. You don't have much strength right now. What if you can't get out of the tub? Having me here to scrub your back would be nice, wouldn't it? You've been in Beijing for so long, but still haven't experienced a proper scrub bath. You've never even been to a public bathhouse. Since you're here, shouldn't you try it? If you're too shy for the bathhouse, just treat this like one. Let me scrub you, okay? Quan Ruifeng coaxed her patiently. As a southerner, Xia Xian was extremely shy. Being intimate with Quan Ruifeng had already taken all her courage. She'd never dare step into a public bathhouse, even when Shen Yu enthusiastically invited her. Bathing with people she knew was even more awkward. Even if they were all girls, she couldn't handle it. So after the weather turned cold, she still bathed at home. She'd rather freeze than see a bunch of naked bodies in the bathhouse. Still, bathhouses and scrub baths were a northern cultural tradition. Never experiencing them in her life would be a bit of a shame. Since she was too shy for crowded places, letting Quan Ruifeng pamper her first, giving her a scrub, didn't seem too bad. At least she wouldn't have to exert herself. Xia Xian was easily swayed by Quan Ruifeng's persuasion. She gave an almost imperceptible nod. Fine, Quan Ruifeng, I'll entrust you with this task. But if you don't do a good job, there won't be a next time. Also, only scrubbing. No funny business, got it? She was drunk, and her mind was slow, but that didn't mean she was brainless. She sternly warned Quan Ruifeng not to try anything. Right now, she was too drunk to play around. She just wanted to bathe and sleep. Understood, wife. I promise to keep my hands to myself and only do what I'm supposed to. Quan Ruifeng smiled faintly, helping Xia Xian into the tub. This tub had been specially made for her. Since she refused to go to the bathhouse and the washroom was too cold in winter, bathing in the bedroom with a tub kept the room from getting too damp. Now, it conveniently served Quan Ruifeng's purposes too. First, he tied up Xia Xian's hair to keep it dry, no hair washing tonight, or there'd be no time to dry it properly. Once everything was ready, Quan Ruifeng placed his large, well-defined hands on Xia Xian's soft, delicate skin. Chapter 119. Don't get sleepy, keep going. Xia Xian leaned against the bathtub, propping one leg up and resting her chin on her knee, pondering a question. Was scrubbing done barehanded? Weren't you supposed to use an exfoliating towel? Where was it? She might be inexperienced, but she wasn't about to be fooled. Quan Ruifeng, something still feels off. You didn't bring an exfoliating towel. Are you really scrubbing me, or are you just taking advantage? Her voice was soft as she asked, but the question was sharp. As she enjoyed the warm water and the movement of Quan Ruifeng's hands, Xia Xian let out a pleased sigh, yet her quick mind couldn't help but start analyzing. She wasn't someone who could be easily tricked. No exfoliating towel, but a regular towel works just as well. What do you think? Your skin is too fair and delicate, and it's your first time getting scrubbed. If I used a proper exfoliating towel and went at it hard, you'd definitely feel the pain, right? A towel is gentler for a first try, nothing wrong with that, is there? Quan Ruifeng explained with a serious expression, demonstrating his technique. He lathered soap onto the towel and scrubbed gently, gradually increasing the pressure. Sure enough, a bit of grime came off and it didn't hurt. He looked every bit the professional scrubber. Never mind that it was his hands that had just lingered on her softness earlier. All right, you're right. The hot water and steam made Xia Xian's already dizzy head even foggier. Unable to think too deeply, she simply nodded in agreement with Quan Ruifeng's reasoning. Then keep at it. No slacking off. She closed her eyes comfortably, enjoying the attendant's efforts. I'm a people's police officer. Hard work is my specialty. How could I slack off? Serving my wife deserves even more effort. Quan Ruifeng replied with a smile, starting with her arms, then moving to her back, chest, and thighs. He left no inch untouched, working diligently without causing Xia Xian any pain. She was so relaxed that she dozed off in the tub. Only when the water began cooling did Quan Ruifeng wake her. Wake up, time to get back to bed. Scrubbing's done. He pinched her flushed, soft cheek. Xia Xian stood up groggily and was swept up in his arms, carried back to bed. But she was still sopping wet. She couldn't just be tucked in like that, or the sheets would get soaked. So he sat her on his lap and took his time drying her off with another towel. Of course, this meant his clothes got wet in the process. He'd already taken off his outerwear to scrub her, leaving only a long-sleeved shirt. Now both his shirt and pants were damp. Seeing his chance, he made another bold request. It was hard not to suspect this had been his plan all along. Xia Xian, my clothes got all wet helping you bathe. Can I take them off and join you under the covers to warm up? His voice was calm and collected, making the audacious request sound oddly refined. And before Xia Xian could even respond, he'd already tucked her into bed and swiftly stripped down to join her, working on the theory that if he moved fast enough, she couldn't refuse. By the time Xia Xian realized what was happening, he was already under the covers. Warm and giving off heat like a furnace, she couldn't bring herself to push him away, clinging to him instead. Fine, fine, whatever you say. I'm going to sleep. This was the 100th time she'd repeated that request. But while she was drunk and drowsy, she wasn't completely out of it. Otherwise, no matter how much Quan Ruifeng teased her, she wouldn't have had the energy to engage. Plus, she dozed off briefly during the scrubbing and wasn't as tired anymore. She let out a delicate yawn, her soft hand resting on Quan Ruifeng's abdomen, absent-mindedly tracing patterns. Before he could make a move, she'd already started. Quan Ruifeng smirked, triumph glinting in his eyes. Xia Xian, let me give you a massage, all right? It helps you fall asleep faster. He nipped at the tip of her ear, whispering huskily. A massage to help sleep? That sounded acceptable. Quan Ruifeng's massage skills weren't bad either, so Xia Xian indulged him once more. But a massage offered far more opportunities than scrubbing. He started with her shoulders, but soon, as if two hands weren't enough, he brought more tools into play. His toned chest joined in, pressing against her playfully. It was like he was doing push-ups, showing off his arm and core strength. He was in peak physical condition. Cranking out 200 push-ups in one go was no problem. Suddenly, Xia Xian's buzz wore off, but her mind didn't clear. Instead, she drifted into fresh confusion. Quan Ruifeng, what are you doing? Her eyes shimmered as she looked at him, equal parts accusation and invitation, her voice husky and sweet. Giving you a massage. Don't you like it? Then forget it. Go to sleep. I'm actually a little tired too. At her words, Quan Ruifeng immediately rolled over and lay down. But what was he really scheming? Xia Xian knew all too well, pretending to back off. He clearly. And yet damn it, she'd fallen for his trap. Quan Ruifeng's handsome face and well-defined muscles were irresistibly attractive. Even heroes fell for beauties, and Xia Xian was not immune to a handsome man. Add alcohol to the mix and her reactions were even more intense. Since they were already so close and their feelings mutual, why not give in? Drunk Xia Xian was much bolder than usual. She wrapped her arms around Quan Ruifeng, pressing her lovely face against him and nuzzling against him. Don't get sleepy. Keep going. Her command was sweetly demanding. Didn't you dislike it? I don't want to disturb your sleep. Quan Ruifing played innocent, gazing at her with a smoldering gaze, a glint of mischief in their depths. Enough nonsense, are you coming or not? She shot him a look, both playful and chastising. How could he refuse such an invitation? After all this build-up, Quan Ruifing had finally gotten what he wanted. He pulled Xia Xian onto himself and sat up, wrapping his arms around her slender waist with tender, lingering kisses, his long fingers roaming again. But this time, Quan Ruifing wasn't just serving Xia Xian, he was also seeking his own pleasure. The final act would wait until their wedding night, but everything else was permissible. Quan Ruifing had already made up his mind. Sweetheart, won't you help me too? How about a massage too? Let me enjoy it. Right here. He nipped at Xia Xian's rosy lips, asking earnestly. He certainly wasn't one to deny himself. All right. Xia Xian bit down hard on his thin lips. Ugh, fine. So frustrating. Every advantage she took of him, he had to take right back, never letting her get the upper hand. Still, given how handsome he was, Xia Xian gave in with a sigh. She was a goner. She turned her head away and leaned down. Chapter 120. Which wedding date will you choose? With exams behind them, the two could finally relax without a care in the world. Quan Ruifing stayed the night, and the next day, they slept in so late they missed lunch. Gao Shuang was about to go looking for them when Quan's grandmother stopped her. She chuckled, saying, all right, they're not children. If they're hungry, they'll come eat. No need to fuss over them. What if you disturb them by going over now? How would they face you, their mother-in-law, after that? Whether Quan Ruifing had come home last night was no secret to the family. Since he hadn't returned, he must have been with Xia Xian at the old house. They were grown-ups, it wasn't like they'd vanish. As for why they hadn't come back for meals, everyone had a good idea. Young people will be young people. Still, they believed Quan Ruifing wouldn't do anything too outrageous. Even if they did get carried away, as long as Xia Xian didn't mind, neither would they. Besides, they were already looking at wedding dates for the two. Back when Xia Xian was sick, Quan Ruifing had stayed to take care of her. One more night there was no big deal. I'm just worried they'll go hungry. The food will go cold, and reheating it just makes it taste bad. Gao Shuang sighed. She hadn't considered that, so she sat back down on the heated bed. In this freezing weather, she didn't want to go out unless absolutely necessary. They just finished their exams yesterday. The four of them ate at the state-run diner. They won't starve. They probably stuffed themselves last night and are still full today. Anyway, don't worry about it. Come help me thread this needle instead, I've run out of red thread. I want to embroider a flower. Quan's grandmother redirected her attention, handing her the needle and thread. She was truly pleased with Xia Xian as her future granddaughter-in-law and would never find fault with her. All right. Grandma Qin was getting older, and her eyesight wasn't great, so Gao Shuang helped her thread the needle. The two had gotten along well over the years. Gao Shuang had never suffered under a mean mother-in-law, so she wasn't about to make her daughter-in-law's life hell now that she was in that position. She was quite pleased with Xia Xian. If possible, she wanted to maintain a good relationship, no need to stir up trouble. Meanwhile, Xia Xian finally woke up. Seeing it was already past 1 in the afternoon and Quan Ruifing was still lying there, she knew they were in trouble. She quickly shook him awake. Crap. You're still here? Not going back last night was bad enough, but you didn't even return for breakfast or lunch today. What will your family think? She was mortified. Since they weren't married yet, this behavior was highly improper. If his family formed any negative opinions of her, it wouldn't be good. We really did sleep through breakfast and lunch. Quan Ruifing sat up energetically at her reminder, but he remained unhurried, showing no concern. Who's the one who begged me to stay? Skipping a meal won't kill us. They wouldn't wait for us. They've already eaten by now. It doesn't matter when we go back. Grinning, he tugged Xia Xian closer, tucking the blanket around her to keep her warm. Quan Ruifing had woken up earlier and even stoked the fire. Last night's firewood was almost gone, and the room was getting chilly, so he had gotten up to rekindle the heated bed. He had planned to leave afterward, but Xia Xian, feeling cold sleeping alone, refused to let him go and made him stay in bed with her a little longer. Lately, Quan Ruifeng had been busy solving cases at the police station, studying late into the night, and taking care of Xia Xian when she was sick. He'd been running ragged, like a spinning top, with no proper rest. After last night's indulgence, even after waking up, he couldn't resist holding Xia Xian and dozing off comfortably again, hence oversleeping past mealtime. Really? I told you to stay. Xia Xian had no memory of it. She'd been groggy that morning, too drowsy to recall whether it had happened. But what's done was done. She hurriedly dressed and shooed Quan Ruifeng home. Just tell them we went out to eat last night, I got drunk, and you stayed to take care of me. Say I wasn't feeling well this morning, so you stayed. I won't go over. Xia Xian was too embarrassed, she couldn't bring herself to face them now. But right now, she really had to pee. She'd been putting it off forever. After rushing Quan Ruifeng, she hurried off to the outhouse. To her surprise, when she came back, Quan Ruifeng was still there. Why haven't you left yet? No hurry. Clean up first, then we'll go back together. Cooking now would take forever, and you'll be starving by the time the food's ready. That's not good for your health. Relax, my family won't bat an eye. I'll tell them I was the one who got drunk and you were taking care of me, so we overslept. That way, Xia Xian wouldn't have to worry about feeling awkward. Quan Ruifeng had thought of everything. Besides, didn't you agree to marry me? We still need to discuss the wedding date. My mom has already picked a few auspicious days. We'll choose one together and talk to your family about it. He smiled as he held Xia Xian, reassuring her not to overthink it, then brought up the wedding again. He was dying to, he had just finished his exams and was already talking about it. He wanted to marry Xia Xian yesterday. We'll invite them over for the wedding banquet. It'll be a blast. After we're married, we'll still live here. When school starts, we can stay over there occasionally. Though their family home was spacious, newlyweds could get loud. If any noises were overheard, it'd be awkward for everyone. The old place gave them more privacy. Xia Xian had suggested it, and Quan Ruifeng fully agreed. Of course, on their wedding day, they'd stay at the courtyard house. He couldn't marry her in the old place as if he didn't value her. With no way out, Xia Xian gave in. But as expected, Gao Shuang and Quan's grandmother didn't mention a thing. Instead, they eagerly discussed wedding dates. Xia Xian, take a look. These are the 4 dates our family picked. Talk it over with your folks and pick the best one. Chapter 121. Let's settle on March 18th. Let me see. Xia Xian took the red paper and looked it over. The new year was fast approaching. Although one of the proposed dates was before the holiday, it was too rushed, so Xia Xian ruled it out. Of the other 3 dates, one fell on a weekday, which she also dismissed. Her family likely couldn't take that many days off. A weekend would be more convenient, allowing them more time and making travel less exhausting. That left 2 dates, March 18th and May 1st. Both seemed good, and she could choose either. She'd consult her family later. Xia Xian shared her initial thoughts with Quan Ruifeng and the others. All right, then let's pick between these 2 dates. If your family isn't satisfied with either and wants to change, that's perfectly fine. We can always calculate other dates, Gao Shuang said with understanding. After all, marriage required discussion and mutual agreement to ensure everyone's happiness. Okay, I'll call them later. Xia Xian felt completely at ease with Gao Shuang and the others. She didn't feel nervous or pressured to put on an act. She could simply be herself in front of them. Aside from that slight awkwardness in the morning, she didn't feel the need to go out of her way to please them. For something as significant as a wedding date, she naturally had to consult her family first. After dinner, Xia Xian made the call. When Lei Wan heard about choosing a wedding date, she was stunned. These young people changed their minds so quickly. Before Xia Xian left for Beijing, she had adamantly sworn that she and Quan Ruifeng had no relationship and would never be together. And what happened? Not long after arriving in Beijing, they got engaged. And now, not long after the engagement, she was being told they were getting married. And she even found time to take the college entrance exam. Lei Wan hadn't even known her daughter was capable of taking the college entrance exam. After all, Xia Xian had only graduated from middle school, not high school. Could she really get into university? Nevertheless, this was good news. Xia Xian had changed since going to Beijing, but all her changes were for the better, step by step. As a mother, Lei Wan was naturally delighted to see it. Lei Wan attributed all of Xia Xian's changes to Quan Ruifeng. It was a good thing, too, otherwise she might have suspected her daughter had been replaced. This made her even more satisfied with Quan Ruifeng, and she wholeheartedly approved of their marriage. She said decisively, "Then let's set it for March 18th. Your father and I can each take 2 days off, and with the weekend, that'll be enough." May 1st was a bit too far off. Xia Xian was, after all, a widow getting remarried, and the Quan family's circumstances were excellent. Such an opportunity had to be seized quickly. If they changed their minds later, it would be too late once the marriage was done. One couldn't blame Lei Wan for thinking this way. From a conventional perspective, aside from their compatible appearances, Xia Xian was miles apart from Quan Ruifeng in every other aspect. In others' eyes, it looked no different from her marrying up, so Lei Wan dared not delay. Anyway, who cared what others thought, as long as Xia Xian was happy? That works too. Xia Xian was also satisfied with the date. The mother and daughter chatted for a while longer, and Lei Wan asked if she still had money. "Is everything in Beijing particularly expensive?" "It's a bit more expensive than back home, but it's manageable. I still have money, and Quan Ruifeng buys most things anyway, so I haven't spent much." At this point, Xia Xian saw no need to pretend to be aloof. There was no need to be so clear-cut between her and Quan Ruifeng, and she wasn't shy about speaking highly of Quan Ruifeng to her parents, letting them know he treated her well, so they could rest assured. "That's good. Oh, by the way, there's something I need to tell you. That Chu Xing and old lady Chu have been acting crazy lately, just attacking people, saying you have a child with him, and all sorts of nonsense. It's utter chaos. No idea where he got some kid who actually looks quite like him, claiming you're his wife, that you have to support his mother, and pay child support for the child. Did he come to Beijing to find you before? I heard the police say he's not allowed to get travel permits to leave now, so he can't go to Beijing to bother you. He can only harass us here. He's manageable, though. Your dad and 2 brothers can beat him down. We have a big family, so if he dares to cause trouble, we'll just beat him up. But that damn old hag from his family keeps lying at our doorstep, screaming and cursing. I hit her, but she won't leave. Now she's even sleeping outside our house, causing a scene every now and then. I don't know what madness has possessed them. Nothing works. The police can't even control them." Lei Wan hadn't wanted to tell Xia Xian about this, fearing she would worry. But she was also afraid that Chu Xing and old lady Chu might eventually go looking for her, and without any mental preparation, it could lead to misunderstandings with Quan Ruifeng and his family, which would be bad. So, after some hesitation, she told her. "What?" Xia Xian had been busy preparing for exams lately and hadn't called home, so she naturally didn't know such a major incident had occurred. However, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Since Chu Xing couldn't come after her anymore, he would certainly go to her home to trouble her parents, hoping to pressure her through them. He's been released? Wasn't he locked up? And that child, was he released too? Wasn't he undocumented? Xia Xian pressed for details. He was released in such a short time? So he really did go looking for you. Why don't you tell us anything, child? How would I know why he was released so quickly? Anyway, he's out now. Even before he was released, his mother was already causing trouble at our place, acting like a madwoman. She even went to our factory. Thankfully, you grew up among neighbors who watched you, and everyone knew whether you were pregnant or not. Otherwise, your reputation would have been completely ruined. But them coming to cause trouble every day isn't a solution. If you have a way, think of something for us to stop them from bothering us. Your brothers and their wives are already complaining, saying it's your mess, and you should solve it. Lei Wan sighed. Normal people would be scared off by now, but Chu Xing and his mother clung to them like ghosts. No amount of beatings, curses, or police intervention worked. It was as if only execution would bring complete peace. It was truly unbearable. Perhaps it was because they had nothing left to lose. Chu Xing and old lady Chu had lost everything, so they had no choice but to cling to Xia Xian, determined to bite off a piece of her, no matter the opportunity, and even that wasn't enough. Moreover, there were children in the house. Xia Xian's second sister-in-law was due to give birth soon. If that old hag went mad and did something to the child, they would regret it forever. Also, with all this daily noise, the neighbors were starting to have opinions about them. It needed to be resolved quickly. I understand. I'll think of something. But I absolutely cannot give them money, otherwise, wouldn't that just confirm the rumors they've been spreading? Xia Xian's face darkened. Simply sending them away again wasn't a permanent solution. It seemed the only way was to find a way to get Chu Xing and old lady Chu back into jail. How could she make them stay in prison indefinitely? Theft? Murder? What kind of crime would be easy to set up? Xia Xian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Xiao Jun had been stuck in juvenile detention all this time. Would she have to sacrifice herself and get hurt again? Even if she was willing, Quan Ruifeng would probably be furious and go mad if he found out. No, that wouldn't work. She needed to plan more carefully. Here's what we'll do, Mom. I'll send you some money and some things. Use them to appease my brothers, their wives, and the neighbors. Distribute some things to everyone, and try to get everyone on our side to feel sorry for us. When old lady Chu comes to cause trouble again, the neighbors will be annoyed at them and actively drive them away instead of having issues with our family. Chapter 122, The Biter Bit. Xia Xian had a preliminary idea, but she still needed to refine it. All right. Lei Wan would follow her instructions. For now, they could only hope Xia Xian's strategy of incentivizing others would work. After hanging up, Xia Xian began to ponder. She wondered if sending Chu Xing to a psychiatric hospital would be effective. His words were clearly irrational. People might even believe he was genuinely unhinged. However, old lady Chu had already lost one son. If Chu Xing were also committed, she might become even more unstable and uncontrollable unless she was sent along with him. This wasn't an ideal solution. If they somehow escaped, the retaliatory consequences would be disastrous. It wasn't a foolproof plan. Could the risk be transferred? Xia Xian didn't want anything bad to happen to her family. She discussed the matter with Quan Ruifeng. Two heads were better than one. She had completely disclosed everything about Chu Xing and Chu Nanan to him, believing that concealing information would only lead to more problems. Being open about everything made her appear straightforward. After all, she genuinely had no connection to Chu Xing or Chu Nanan in this lifetime. She spoke with conviction, feeling no guilt or remorse. It takes a rogue to catch a rogue. How about this? Find a family in your area even more troublesome than theirs, and pay them to deal with Chu Xing and his mother. As long as the money is sufficient, they'll accept the task and make life miserable for Chu Xing and his mother in return. Ideally, pick a family with many sons and an equally difficult matriarch. That would be perfect. Quan Ruifeng suggested calmly. That actually sounds like a good idea. Why didn't I think of it before? She had only considered bribing the neighbors, but she couldn't possibly give money and gifts to every single one. Concentrating the payment on one troublesome family would be far more effective. Xia Xian had an epiphany. I'm calling my mom right now, it just clicked. The Gao family from the textile factory was notorious in their area. Everyone knew about them. Old Lady Gao was infamous for her aggressive tactics, even stripping off her clothes to intimidate others. Her 5 sons and 3 daughters were equally formidable. 2 of her sons were petty thugs, idling their days away, while the other 3 were strong-willed and lazy, not to be trifled with. Her 3 daughters, though fiery-tempered, were presentable enough to marry into decent families far away. Even the daughters-in-law, who had initially married into the family with refined manners, had transformed into street brawlers within a few years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived in that household. In short, no one in the Gao family was easy to deal with, and they were exceptionally united. If they had a conflict with outsiders, the entire family would mobilize, forcing the other side to surrender without a fight. Few dared to provoke them in their neighborhood. Once the Gaos latched onto someone, it was over. This was exactly the kind of family Xia Xian needed. The Gaos had their share of scoundrels and petty thugs, but old Lady Gao also had a certain code of honor. If she took the money, she would ensure her sons and daughters-in-law got the job done properly. There was no risk of them taking the money and then extorting more. The more she thought about it, the more perfect it seemed. Xia Xian quickly made the call. Lei Wan hadn't gone far after hanging up when someone called her back. Xia Xian was on the line again. Puzzled, she quickly returned to answer. What is it, Xia Xian? Did you forget something else to tell me? Yes, Mom. Go find old Lady Gao from the textile factory. Give her 50 yuan and have her and her family deal with Chu Xing and old Lady Chu. Make sure they never bother us again. Once it's done, I'll give her another 50. Ask her if she's willing to do it. Xia Xian was generous, 100 yuan upfront. Who wouldn't be tempted? After all, a full-time worker only earned about 20-odd yuan a month back then. 100 yuan was nearly half a year's wages. And creating a ruckus and starting trouble? That was the Gao family's specialty. This would be easy money for them. They wouldn't refuse. After hearing this, Lei Wan also believed the Gaos would take the job. Though she was reluctant to spend the 100 yuan, Xia Xian was right. It was better to pay to resolve the problem than to endure the constant harassment. Considering her second daughter-in-law was due to give birth soon, they couldn't afford to delay any longer. If the stress scared her, it wouldn't be good. She was pregnant, after all. All right, Mom understands. I'll go find her now. Lei Wan gritted her teeth and agreed. This time, after hanging up, Xia Xian was in a great mood. Let them fight it out. If the Gaos tormented Chu Xing and his mother for a few months, they'd surely lose the will to bother her family again. Xia Xian smirked and said to Quan Ruifeng, let's go. Quan Ruifeng had been waiting nearby, standing far enough to give her privacy while still keeping her company, ever the thoughtful gentleman. Xia Xian had originally wanted him to speak with Lei Wan, but with the Chu family matter, she'd forgotten. Not that it mattered, her parents had already met him. All right. Quan Ruifeng smiled faintly at her. If Xia Xian was happy, so was he. And with their wedding approaching March 18th, how could he not be happy? It's almost New Year's. What do you want? Let's buy some festive supplies and ship some back home. Do you want me to go back with you? We could visit for the new year and make it a proper introduction to your parents. He asked gently. No need. They'll come to the capital for our wedding banquet. That'll be the formal meeting. Just sending gifts back is enough. I still want to wait for my exam results. I can't leave now. Xia Xian couldn't bear to go. The first batch of admissions would likely be announced around New Year's Day or the day after. Even if she went home, she'd be too preoccupied with it, no use. Besides, don't you still have work at the police station? No need to go back. Xia Xian shook her head. With the year winding down, there was still much to do, not just for Quan Ruifeng, but Zhou Xingshi also had to return to work. Neither could slack off. I can take a few days off. Since he had already put in extra hours before the exams, he could afford a longer break, unlike Zhou Xingshi, who couldn't get leave. No. There would be plenty of chances to visit later. No hurry now. Xia Xian waved it off casually. Luckily, they didn't go back, because all hell broke loose again before the new year. Chapter 123. The Ransom Demand. A 4-year-old boy is missing. It's suspected he was either abducted by traffickers or kidnapped. The entire city is on high alert, searching for him, but it's uncertain if he'll be found. This might be the work of a group of unidentified individuals who recently infiltrated the area. It's not safe. I need to go handle this. You should move back to the Sihiyuan. It's not safe for you to stay alone. Quan Ruifeng had to leave, but he couldn't shake his worry for Xia Xian. These criminals might not just target children. Whether it was trafficking women and children or kidnapping for ransom, Quan Ruifeng didn't want Xia Xian to face even the slightest risk. After all, even in ransom cases, some lawless kidnappers had no honor. They might take the money and still kill the hostage. Xia Xian understood Quan Ruifeng's concern and quickly packed her belongings to move in with Gao Shuang and the others. All right, I'll move over. You focus on your work. Be careful, Xia Xian reminded him. It was infuriating that something like this had to happen right before Chinese New Year. Especially for the family who lost their child, they must be devastated. The only hope was that the boy would be found soon. But before the child could be located, the kidnappers sent a letter. Sure enough, they were demanding money. They also warned the family not to involve the Public Security Bureau and to secretly deliver the ransom to a specified location, otherwise, the child would be killed. The family wasn't particularly wealthy, but the ransom demand was for 2,000 yuan, which wasn't an impossible sum for them. Hoping to get their child back safely, they obediently followed the instructions, keeping it from the Public Security Bureau and delivering the money as instructed. But the parents had clearly underestimated the kidnappers' shamelessness. The money was taken, but the child wasn't returned. Instead, that very night, another letter appeared at their home, demanding another 2,000 yuan to be sent to a different location, or else the child would be killed. The same warning was repeated: no Public Security Bureau involvement, or the child wouldn't survive. This time, however, the family had already been fooled once. Naturally, they weren't about to trust the kidnappers again. After some hesitation, they secretly sought out Quan Ruifeng. The family had some distant connections to Quan Ruifeng's relatives, which was why he had been particularly invested in the case from the start. He had even instructed the parents to report any clues to him immediately. But instead of cooperating, they had secretly paid the ransom, only coming to him after receiving the second extortion letter. Quan Ruifeng's face darkened with displeasure, his tone edged with frustration. Didn't I tell you not to act on your own? Any leads should be reported to us immediately. Do you even want Tuan back? Of course I do. I dream about it every day. I can't even imagine where he is or what he's suffering. I was just so desperate that I believed their empty promises that everything would be fine if I just paid. I never thought they'd be so vile. Tuan's father sobbed through his accusations. Since ancient times, how many people who resorted to such crimes had any sense of honor? If they weren't shameless, how else could they build their criminal enterprise and profit so quickly? The father had been a little too naively trusting, but at least he had come forward this time instead of trusting the kidnappers again. Otherwise, there'd truly be no saving him. Tell me everything in detail. How were the letters delivered to your home? Did anyone see who brought them? Scolding him now wouldn't help. Quan Ruifeng grabbed a pen and paper to take notes. Because he had instructed the family to report any leads to the Public Security Bureau, no officers had been stationed at their home, everyone was out searching instead. That was how the kidnappers had managed to exploit this gap. Now, it seemed likely the kidnappers were lurking near the family's home, watching their every move. Quan Ruifeng wasn't sure whether the father's visit here had already been exposed. Frowning, he sped through his questions, planning to head to the family's home afterward. No one saw the person who delivered the letters. They were wedged through the door crack. By the time we found them and went outside to look, there was no one there. The second time was the same, just quietly slipped in. We didn't see whether the messenger was male or female, tall or short, fat or thin. The timing had also been precise. Almost as soon as the father had delivered the first ransom and returned home, the second demand had already been slipped inside. This had to be the work of multiple people, otherwise, the coordination wouldn't have been so seamless. He spoke quietly as Xia Xian listened nearby, helping to take notes and filling in details Quan Ruifeng hadn't asked about. From the father's account, Quan Ruifeng was certain the kidnappers had no intention of returning the child, no matter how many ransoms were paid. In fact, he now suspected the second ransom demand was just a smokescreen. They weren't actually after more money. The risk was too high. More likely, they were using this as a diversion to smuggle the child out of the city. They were essentially exploiting the child twice, first extorting a moderate sum from the family, then selling him elsewhere for a second profit. That would be safer than demanding another ransom. His experience was rich and his instincts were sharp. There was no time to explain. He sprang to his feet, ready to leave, but still gave the father instructions. Follow their instructions for now. Be ready to deliver the ransom at midnight. I'll have someone follow you discreetly. We'll prepare for both possibilities. Right now, he needed to confirm a suspicion. Alright, Rui Feng, please, you have to help our Tuan Tuan. He's so young. I know. Quan Ruifeng was already out the door, striding purposefully, his figure swiftly disappearing into the night. Stop crying for now. Do as Rui Feng said. When you leave, don't let anyone notice anything unusual. Take this money. Pretend you came to borrow cash. If the kidnappers are watching your home, this will explain your visit. Xia Xian handed him a bag of money Gao Shuang had brought over, urging him to return home. Tuan Tuan's father left with a heavy heart. The kidnappers wouldn't know this was Public Security Officer Quan Ruifeng's home. As long as they were careful, nothing would blow their cover. What kind of nonsense is this, Sai? Why does it suddenly feel like everything's falling apart? Grandma Quan had stayed silent, but her heart went out to the family. She twisted her Hetian jade prayer beads like Buddhist prayer beads over and over, as if it could calm her. We just have to get through this period, Gao Shuang comforted. Perhaps this was the darkest hour before dawn. Right. Once we get through this, things will only get better. Xia Xian patted Grandma Quan's back reassuringly. Afterward, she kept racking her brains. Where were those people hiding to remain so undetected? Nowadays, everyone knew the folks in the neighborhood. A stranger would stand out immediately. The Public Security Bureau had already issued notices urging people to report unfamiliar faces. Unlike in later years, when migrant workers flooded cities and it was hard to tell who belonged, this was a time when outsiders were easily spotted. Unless the perpetrators were Beijing locals? Maybe their neighbors didn't consider them strangers at all. Could they be? Chapter 124. Not a single one gets away. Xia Xian had a realization. Perhaps they were sent-down youths who had returned to visit their families. They were simply coming home. Their neighbors and acquaintances knew them, so naturally, no one would suspect them, let alone think of reporting them. That made perfect sense. Indeed, it was a peak period for family visits. With the new year approaching and the college entrance exams just over, those with connections were pulling strings to get production brigade leaders to issue travel permits for their return visits. It was a chaotic but lively time. But Quan Ruifeng wasn't here right now. She wondered if he had considered this possibility. Should she go to the police station to find him? Then again, Quan Ruifeng might not even be at the station. Xia Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to go check. Xingshi should be home. I'll ask him to take me to the station or at least relay the information. After all, this concerned a child, a family. If she was wrong, so be it, no harm done. But if she was right, it could provide crucial assistance to Quan Ruifeng and his team. Finding the child was a race against time. Discovering a lead even a step earlier could mean saving the child, while a step later might mean losing them forever. I'll go with you to find Xingshi. Gao Shuang fully supported her idea. Hearing Xia Xian's reasoning, she found it particularly convincing. Several sent-down youths had recently returned to their neighborhood, which lent weight to Xia Xian's theory. All right, thank you, Aunt Gao. Gao Shuang accompanied Xia Xian to Zhou Xingshi's home, where he was in the middle of a meal while his father berated him. The gist was that his father thought he was useless, wasting his prime years, achieving nothing, yet still shameless enough to come home and eat. Zhou Xingshi ignored him and kept eating. He'd been busy all day and was starving. Why shouldn't he eat? If he didn't eat, how could he keep working? And if he didn't work, how could he prove himself to his father as a successful son? Head down, wolfing down his food, he paid no attention to the outside world, which only infuriated his father further. Fortunately, Gao Shuang and Xia Xian's arrival cut his lecture short. Xingshi, take Xia Xian to find Rui Feng right away. She has a lead to share with you. Rui Feng isn't home anymore. Familiar with each other, Gao Shuang didn't stand on ceremony, even though he was eating. She simply gave the order. Xia Xian has another idea? Nice. I'll take her over now. Without another word, Zhou Xingshi stood up, commandeered the plate of meat right from his father's table, piled rice on top, and took it with him, chopsticks in hand. If the old man was just going to rant, he clearly wasn't hungry, might as well eat it himself. You. Zhou's father wasn't particularly greedy, but Zhou Xingshir's intentional defiance made him slam the table in anger, nearly lunging to beat his unfilial son. Zhou's mother ignored their squabble and greeted Gao Shuang. "Xiao Shuang, have you eaten? Would you like to join us?" "We've already eaten." "Old Zhou, why do you keep scolding Xingshir? I think he's doing just fine. Haven't you had enough of lecturing people outside? Don't bring that temper home," Gao Shuang advised earnestly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xingshir had already ushered Xia Xian out. Still eating on the move, no wonder he was so sturdy. Xia Xian was impressed. Quan Ruifeng was the lean but muscular type, elegant and handsome, like some unattainable ideal. Zhou Xingshir was different. He had a rougher appearance, his muscle definition showing even through his clothes. Tall and brawny, his balanced features redeemed him from appearing thuggish, at least when he wasn't talking. Otherwise, he'd be written off as a meathead, all brawn and no brains. When they arrived at the police station, it was brightly lit, with many still working. The kidnapping case had the full attention of the department, and officers were working through meal rotations. Quan Ruifeng wasn't there when Xia Xian arrived. No one knew where he'd gone to verify his own suspicions. She had already briefed Zhou Xingshir, so he could pass it along if needed. Just as she was about to leave, not to be in the way, Quan Ruifeng returned from outside. "Quan Ruifeng." She hurried over to share her idea. Quan Ruifeng had just investigated the 2 money drop locations the kidnappers had specified and had deduced where the group might have been hiding. Now he was back to gather a team for the operation. Xia Xian's theory aligned perfectly with his own. All the pieces fit. "Got it. Zhou Xingshir, take Wei Lai and the others to find the residence committee directors of these 2 locations. Check which families have sent down youths returning and do a thorough sweep immediately. I'll lead a team to cut off their escape. Not a single one gets away, understood?" Quan Ruifeng barked orders. "Understood." Zhou Xingshir stood at ready, thrust his rice bowl and chopsticks into Xia Xian's arms, and rushed inside to gather the team. The kidnappers were already preparing to flee. They were racing against time. Quan Ruifeng didn't have a moment to spare for Xia Xian, only patting her shoulder with a quick instruction. "Stay put at the station. Don't go back alone." Then he was gone again, assembling another team. Instantly, the atmosphere in the station grew even tenser as the whole force mobilized, streaming out in force. Only 2 officers remained behind. "Come in and sit. Captain Quan's operation might take a while, might not be back till midnight." Xiao Fang politely ushered Xia Xian back inside. No wonder the captain was taken with her. His fiancée was stunning. Even the most aloof couldn't resist a beauty's charm. "Should I take you home first? Captain Quan's place wasn't far, it wouldn't take long." "No need, thank you. I'll wait here." Xia Xian declined gently and made herself comfortable to wait. If Quan Ruifeng hadn't arranged an escort, it meant manpower was stretched thin. She wouldn't add to the burden, she could wait. And wait she did, until midnight, when Quan Ruifeng finally returned with the team and a crying child. The still night suddenly exploded with commotion. The child had been found. Chapter 125, I won't stand for this. Is this the child who was kidnapped? Xia Xian couldn't help but step forward, her gaze sweeping over the arrested individuals, for in total, 3 men and 1 woman. Yes, Zhou Xingshir has gone to find his parents. But the child seems traumatized. No matter how we try to soothe him, he just keeps crying. Quan Ruifeng sounded a little helpless. Even with so many people taking turns to comfort him, the child refused to settle, wailing incessantly. Even someone as composed as Quan Ruifeng was starting to feel agitated by the constant crying. A child's destructive power is truly immense. They may not be able to help you with anything, but they can certainly prevent you from doing anything. Shall I try? As soon as Xia Xian spoke, the little boy reached out to her. "Want hug, sob? All right, come here." Xia Xian smiled gently and took him into her arms. The moment the boy was in her embrace, his crying stopped. Instead, he clung to her neck, wiping away his tears. Wanja watched, shaking his head with a click of his tongue. This little brat is so young, yet he already knows how to play favorites. We grown men weren't good enough for him, huh? The moment he sees someone pretty, he latches on. Is that how he got abducted in the first place? Among those arrested was a relatively innocent-looking woman who seemed harmless. It was indeed a possibility. Tell me, sweetheart, what's your name? Did these people take you away and lock you up? Xia Xian gently stroked his little head, trying to calm him. Unfortunately, she didn't have any candy on her, otherwise she could have easily cheered him up. While comforting him, she softly questioned him, making sure they hadn't arrested the wrong people. My name is Tuan Tuan. They're the ones who took me. She gave me a candy, but as soon as I took it, she grabbed me and said she'd take me to see the police, accusing me of stealing her candy. That liar. She was the one who offered me the candy, then turned around and said I stole it. I wouldn't stand for it, so I followed her, wanting to find the police and argue my case. But instead, she didn't take me to the police. She locked me up and didn't even give me any food. Tuan Tuan was furious, immediately recounting the entire incident indignantly and in great detail. It turned out they had used the guise of police officers to trick him. It wasn't that he lacked any street smarts. He was just too young to understand the wickedness of human hearts. The promise of taking him to the police could also be a lie, just another tactic in the kidnapper's playbook. He shouldn't have taken the candy in the first place. Hearing that they hadn't fed him, Xia Xian gently felt his stomach. It was hollow. He must have been hungry all day. She quickly turned to Quan Ruifeng. Do you have any food? Let's get something in his stomach first. Yes. I've got a bun here. I've got half a steamed bun and some pickled vegetables. I've got an egg too. Everyone hurried to the office, taking out their own rations and offering them to the child. After all, he was just a little kid and couldn't go hungry for long. You all take the child's statement. I'll go interrogate these people, Wanja said, yawning as he dragged the suspects into the interrogation room. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could rest. He was exhausted. Quan Ruifeng nodded in agreement. Noticing Xia Xian's reddened eyes, he figured she must be tired too. He went to pour her a cup of hot water. Once Tuan Tuan's parents arrived to take him home, he could take Xia Xian home. Just hold on a little longer. It won't be much, Quan Ruifeng said apologetically. No, I'm not sleepy anymore. How could I have slept without knowing you were back safe? Xia Xian shook her head. She had been too worried about him earlier. Now that the child was found and the culprits arrested, Xia Xian finally felt at ease. Were you hurt at all? No. They weren't professional criminals, no special training or skills. Just a ragtag group. They couldn't have harmed me. Although these people weren't acting on a whim, they also lacked experience. Their main tactic was using the pretext of visiting family to cover for themselves and their accomplices, which allowed them to successfully abduct children and extort money from their parents. Once their disguise was seen through, capturing them became much easier. There hadn't been much of a struggle. As long as you're not hurt, that's what matters. Xia Xian relaxed and turned her attention back to little Tuan Tuan in her arms. Is the bun tasty? Do you want some water? Don't choke. So yummy. Big sis, you eat. Tuan Tuan was a generous child. Hearing her question, he immediately tried to share his bun with Xia Xian. She declined and pointed at Quan Ruifeng, suggesting he give it to him instead. Give it to this big brother. He worked hard catching the bad guys. No way. Sharing with sister was fine, but he wasn't about to give any to brother. Tuan Tuan promptly stuffed the bun into his mouth in big bites, his cheeks puffing out like a chubby little frog. It took him a while to finally swallow it all down. Stubborn but cute. Why won't you share with brother? Didn't he help rescue you? Don't you like him? Xia Xian asked teasingly, secretly amused that even Quan Ruifeng had moments when he wasn't popular. Only like sister. Tuan Tuan was a sweet talker, immediately hugging Xia Xian and nuzzling into her. His tiny, baby voice was irresistibly soft. No one could withstand such an adorable assault. Xia Xian couldn't resist kissing his cheek, and Tuan Tuan shyly pecked her back. The two of them laughed and played together, the scene heartwarming and harmonious. Xia Xian was glowing with motherly care, and Quan Ruifeng, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile. Xia Xian was really good with children, and children adored her. He wondered what their own child would be like someday. But surely they'd be well behaved. Xia Xian would definitely love them. Quan Ruifeng chuckled to himself. Taking advantage of Tuan Tuan's lively mood, he quickly asked a few more questions to complete the child's statement. By the time only a few non-essential questions remained, Tuan Tuan's parents arrived. Their voices carried from down the hall, sobbing hysterically. Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, you're finally back. You scared Daddy to death. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Tuan Tuan's parents rushed over, snatching him from Xia Xian's arms and squeezing him tight, weeping. Having a child taken this young was like losing a limb. What parent wouldn't feel heartbroken? So even though they were overexcited and a little rough, almost hurting her, Xia Xian didn't mind. Quan Ruifeng frowned slightly, but said nothing. He just pulled Xia Xian to her feet and waited until they had cried it out first before speaking. The child is fine now. You can take him home. Next time, make sure to keep a closer eye on him and teach him not to accept things from strangers or go with them. If there are any further issues, cooperate with us anytime. Here's the ransom you paid. Take it back. In the future, work with the police next time instead of taking matters into your own hands. As he spoke, Quan Ruifeng handed the money back to them. Tuan Tuan's mother took it with profuse thanks and even tried to offer some of it as thanks for everyone's hard work in finding her child in the middle of the night. But there was no way Quan Ruifeng would accept it. He insisted she take it all back. It was already past 3 a.m., and he wasn't in the mood for back and forth. With a stern expression, he shut it down with a firm no bribes, and only then did Tuan Tuan's mother relent. The couple prepared to take Tuan Tuan home, but the little boy was reluctant to leave Xia Xian. Clinging to her hand, he asked with a mix of innocence and cheekiness, "Sister, can you come home with me? Marry me instead, okay? Don't marry this brother. He's too busy with work. He'll neglect you." His parents' jaws dropped the second he said this. Asterisk kid, you should actually be calling Xia Xian your cousin's wife. How dare you, at such a young age, try to steal your cousin's girl? Asterisk. Xia Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while Quan Ruifeng's fists clenched. Chapter 126. She wants to intern at the police station. Do you know what a wife is? Besides, you're so young, we wouldn't be happy together. I prefer someone like your brother. Though his work keeps him busy, he's tall, handsome, attentive, and takes good care of people. Xia Xian smiled as she gently rejected him, taking the opportunity to praise Quan Ruifeng. Though it was just childish talk, she answered earnestly. I know what a wife is. Someone you marry and live with, I get it. I'm not a little kid anymore. Just because I'm young now doesn't mean I'll stay small forever. I'll grow up to be just as tall and handsome as him, and I'll be even better. The boy stubbornly insisted, even comparing himself to Quan Ruifeng. His parents couldn't take it anymore. Where does this kid get all this nonsense? Did he really have that much confidence in himself? Do you know who Quan Ruifeng is? With his looks, bearing, and brains, he wasn't someone an ordinary family could produce. If their son grew up to be even half as outstanding as Quan Ruifeng, they'd count themselves lucky, forget about surpassing him. All right, let's go home and sleep. Do you have any idea how worried we were when you ran off? Your grandparents are still waiting at home. Let's go. Say goodbye to your brother and sister. Tuanchuan's mom gave him a swat on the rear in exasperation. He really needed to be taught a lesson. Fine. Goodbye, brother and sister. Thus ended Tuanchuan's marriage proposal. Reluctantly, he followed his parents home. Finally, they're gone. Any longer and Quan Ruifeng might have lost his patience. Not just anyone had the right to compete with him, especially over Xia Xian. No one could take her away from him. Besides, Xia Xian liked him too. No matter who came along, she wouldn't leave with them, let alone some brat. Quan Ruifeng snorted coldly, his childish jealousy almost cute. Xia Xian couldn't help but laugh. He's just a kid, what does he know? Don't take a kid's word seriously. You're a grown man, why are you threatened by a little kid? The Quan Ruifeng I know isn't like this. I'm very petty. Quan Ruifeng nodded half seriously, making Xia Xian giggle as she gave him a light punch. All right, enough joking. I'll walk you home. It was already so late Xia Xian needed to get some sleep. If they waited any longer, the sun would be up. What about you? Are you going back to work overtime? Xia Xian asked, though the lights still blazing at the station told her he would. Sure enough, Quan Ruifeng nodded. I'll take you home first, then come back. I can't dump all the work on them. Originally, Quan Ruifeng had planned to go home with Xia Xian and not return, but now he was too wired to sleep. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well go back and work. With that kind of drive, he'd succeed at anything. Though Xia Xian's heart ached for him, cases didn't wait. Overtime was unavoidable. Understanding his work, she didn't press further. Then do your best and wrap things up quickly. Her words coaxed out a rare smile from the usually aloof Quan Ruifeng, a smile that came surprisingly easy. After seeing Xia Xian home, Quan Ruifeng returned to work. But no matter what, tonight's victory was huge. The stubborn human trafficking case had been solved with lightning speed, and all the perpetrators were caught. Exactly as Xia Xian had theorized, they were educated youths who had returned home to visit family. Only 2 were from the capital, while the others were from different regions. Along the way, they had already abducted 2 children. Their scheme was to first extort money from the parents, then pretend to demand a second ransom while actually fleeing with the children to sell them elsewhere. They didn't sell them too far, just exchanged them between their own hometowns. For example, a child abducted from one's hometown would be sold in another's, making it easier to find buyers and quickly unload their merchandise. The cruelty was unimaginable. Who could come up with such a scheme? According to their interrogation, the idea had come to them spontaneously. With the reinstatement of the college entrance exams this year, they had signed up despite having been away from textbooks for so long. But after taking the test, they knew college wasn't in the cards. They could barely answer any of the questions. They had all been sent to the same rural area as educated youths and were already close. They agreed to try again the next year, helping each other study. But in the countryside, they had to earn work points for food, leaving little time to study. So they needed money. If they had money to buy food and bribe their team leader, they might be excused from labor and focus on studying. But most educated youths were penniless. Left with no choice, they cooked up this vile scheme. Reckless in their desperation to return to the city, they were willing to do anything. Their original plan was to abduct just 4 children. The ransom would be enough to split among them and last a year. Since they were all home on leave, no one would suspect them. The odds seemed in their favor, and once done, they'd return to the countryside. It looked airtight, so they went for it. And at first, it worked. They just hadn't expected the capital's police to react so swiftly and effectively, nabbing them in record time. They remained dumbfounded. How had their perfect plan failed? How had they been found? It was just their bad luck to run into Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian, an engaged couple who worked in perfect sync. The capital's police were also highly dedicated, willing to work overnight to catch traffickers. Unlike some places where cops would drag their heels, only working during office hours, these crooks had banked on that laziness to slip away. But now, with no time gap to exploit, they were caught. Xia Xian's hypothesis had been correct, helping Quan Ruifeng crack the case. She felt proud and satisfied, dying to start at the station immediately instead of waiting until graduation. Maybe she could even be Quan Ruifeng's assistant, getting some hands-on experience. She'd ask him tomorrow. Chapter 127. Oh my god. You got first place. Of course, you're welcome. They'd be thrilled to have you. We're short-staffed, and you're so sharp at solving cases, you'd be a huge asset. You could even join as a full-time officer, let alone just being my assistant. Would you like to officially join? Upon hearing Xia Xian's idea, Quan Ruifeng readily agreed and extended a formal invitation. Xia Xian could easily become a full-fledged police officer. She had already made significant contributions. However, she still wanted to pursue psychology, a field she found more interesting. Besides, she had to attend school, unlike Quan Ruifeng, who was already an officer and could balance work and studies. As a newcomer, receiving the same treatment as Quan Ruifeng right away didn't feel quite right to her. And what if she wanted to explore other opportunities later? She might even start her own business soon, as she had a strong desire to earn money. So, for now, She decided against officially joining the force. This would give her more flexibility. She could work when she wanted and leave whenever she chose. No, I'll just be your assistant. I'll drop by occasionally to help out, just to pass the time. Xia Xian shook her head, declining the offer. Quan Ruifeng respected her decision. Then I'll speak with the higher-ups this morning. You can start working with me this afternoon. Great. Xia Xian was a little excited. Even being an assistant was wonderful. This was completely different from her old life, and she loved the change. Meanwhile, Lei Wan followed Xia Xian's instructions and went to find the Gao family. She first approached old Mrs. Gao and explained her purpose. The Gao family had heard about Chu Xing and his mother's frantic harassment of Xia Xian and her family. They thought the mother and son had lost their minds, fabricating a story about Xia Xian having such a grown child with him, which was almost impossible in those days. Besides, a big belly couldn't be hidden and pregnant women showed clear signs. Even in winter, with thick clothes, an experienced woman would spot it immediately. It was impossible for Xia Xian to secretly give birth without anyone noticing. However, this matter had nothing to do with them, so they merely gossiped idly and didn't take it to heart. They never expected Lei Wan, Xia Xian's mother, to come seeking their help. Old Mrs. Gao had never taken on such a task before and asked with interest, "So, how much are you planning to pay us?" 50 yuan as a deposit and another 50 yuan once that mother and son stop harassing our family. This is just a small token of our appreciation, Auntie Gao. Please, we beg your family to help us. We're truly at our wits' end with that mother and son. My second daughter-in-law is about to give birth. What if she gets scared? Lei Wan was sincere, showering old Mrs. Gao with praise. She placed 50 yuan, a box of pastries, a bag of fruit candies, and a piece of cured meat on the table. This was an exceptionally generous offer. Old Mrs. Gao's eyes instantly lit up, like a pair of tiny light bulbs switching on. Her daughter-in-law also eagerly urged, "Mom, let's take this job. It's perfect for our family. I don't believe anyone can outlast us. Go on, don't tell me what to do." Old Mrs. Gao chuckled as she took the money and counted it. It was exactly 50 yuan, not a cent less. She immediately patted her chest and declared, "You can rest assured when you leave this to us. I won't even let them step out of their house, let alone come to yours. Don't worry, I'll make sure that mother and son avoid your family from now on. They'll be terrified at the sight of you. It would be a shame to turn down such a good deal. If more such opportunities came their way in the future, how wonderful would that be? Their family would truly strike it rich." Old Mrs. Gao's grin stretched from ear to ear, her face crinkling with wrinkles like a chrysanthemum. This showed her genuine delight. She didn't even ask Lei Wan for any written promise regarding the remaining 50 yuan, because the initial gifts and the 50 yuan deposit were more than enough. Anything extra would just be a bonus. Moreover, she trusted Lei Wan's character. They wouldn't renege on such a payment. Otherwise, just as they had ways to keep Chu Xing and his mother from bothering them, they also had ways to bother Lei Wan's family until they paid up. Seeing old Mrs. Gao agree, Lei Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Mrs. Gao was incredibly confident, even stating that if they failed to stop Chu Xing and his mother from harassing them, they would return the 50 yuan, keeping only the gifts as compensation for their efforts. Both sides showed great sincerity. Both parties were satisfied with the day's transaction. Old Mrs. Gao was not one to procrastinate. Having received the money, she immediately dispatched her 2 daughters-in-law to stake out Chu Xing's house. First, go provoke them and cause a scene. If you see them heading towards Lei Wan's place, stop them. You know what to do after that, right? Of course, Mom. Don't worry, we understand. The 2 daughters-in-law grabbed a handful of candies and marched out, full of vigor. From then on, Chu Xing and his mother were in for a rough time. They might see tomorrow's sun, but they would never get near Lei Wan's family again. Old Mrs. Gao's daughters-in-law proved effective. They immediately intercepted Chu Xing and his mother, even getting into a significant fight. For days, Chu Xing and his mother had been causing trouble in their building. Now that they had stopped, and after hearing about the fight with old Mrs. Gao's daughters-in-law, Lei Wan realized Xia Xian's move was correct. She quickly called Xia Xian to report the results. It truly takes a villain to deal with villains. Lei Wan had learned her lesson. Sometimes, reasoning was useless and other methods had to be employed. As long as it works and they stop bothering you, the money was well spent. Xia Xian also nodded in satisfaction, smiling. This method could be used often in the future. If applied well, it would definitely yield unexpected results. Mom, I can't chat anymore. I'm at the police station assisting Quan Ruifeng as his assistant. I need to get back to work. The bureau has been very busy lately. Oh, you're working with the police now? That's amazing. Go ahead and focus on your work. After her initial surprise, Lei Wan was overjoyed. Her daughter had truly transformed, reborn. The feng shui of Beijing really brought out the best in people. I'm just an assistant, not an official officer. I'm just helping them out in my spare time. Xia Xian explained, but Lei Wan didn't care about the details. Being able to help out at the police station was impressive enough. When she returned home, she immediately bragged about Xia Xian to the neighbors, making everyone envious and praising her for raising such a good daughter. Now, no one would mention Xia Xian being a widow who brings bad luck. Indeed, proving oneself is the best way to shatter rumors. Xia Xian spent the next few days busy at the police station with Quan Ruifeng, making her new year very fulfilling. She even forgot she was waiting for her exam results until her acceptance letter arrived at her doorstep. Xia Xian, your acceptance letter is here. First place. Chapter 128, Asking the Top Scorer to Tutor My Child. The mailman stood at the door, calling out excitedly while holding the admission letter. This was the top-ranked student. How could he not announce it? Xia Xian. Xia Xian had been brushing her teeth when she heard the call. She quickly spat out the foam. I'm here. Gao Shuang and the rest, no matter what they were doing, dropped what they were doing and rushed outside upon hearing the news. Number 1. Really? Xiao Xian is incredible. Really. Look, this is the first admission letter I'm delivering. It even has a special mention, Xia Xian, top scorer of the 1977 college entrance exams in Beijing. Congratulations on your admission to Beijing University. The mailman was as excited as if it were his own, reading the letter aloud to Gao Shuang and the others. Nearby neighbors heard the excitement and gathered around. First place. Your future daughter-in-law is incredible. How did this girl get so smart? Exactly. It's so enviable. I wonder if my daughter got in. Hey, sir, are there more acceptance letters? Is there one for our Tang Miao? And ours. Did Zhao Xinqi get one? The return of college entrance exams was a huge opportunity. Since most of the nearby residents were from official families, they understood the value of higher education. Nearly every household had a child who had taken the exams. While praising and admiring Xia Xian's achievement, they couldn't help but ask about their own children's results. Oh, right. What about our Ruifeng's admission letter? Hearing everyone's questions, Gao Shuang snapped back to reality, remembering that her son had also taken the exams. She quickly asked, almost forgetting herself in the joy of Xia Xian's top score. Xia Xian bit back a smile. Her mother-in-law was truly adorable, easy to get along with and always thoughtful. She really liked her. Quan Ruifeng gave a wry chuckle. Mom, even if you didn't ask, I wouldn't think you'd forgotten about your own son. Was he being sarcastic? Gao Shuang felt like his tone sounded off. Don't sass your mother. Xiao Xian, hurry and open it. Let's see what the admission letter looks like. Gao Shuang urged. Xia Xian must be dying to see it too, no need to delay. Okay. Xia Xian took the letter and carefully began to open it. The mailman took out a few more admission letters. There are 3 more. Let me see whose names are on them, don't rush. Oh, Quan Ruifeng got one and Xinyu. The other is Lei Mingyu. Out of 4 admission letters, 3 are for girls. Looks like the boys fell short. The mailman said with exaggerated dismay. Ruifeng and you both got in. That's great. What about Xingshi? Did he not make it? Just as Xia Xian finished opening her letter, she heard the mailman mention Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu. She was so happy she nearly jumped. They had all been admitted. But this was no surprise. After the exams, they had compared answers and estimated similar scores, though Xia Xian's was slightly higher. That was why she had topped Beijing's rankings and gotten into Beijing University. Xinyu and Quan Ruifeng were sure to get in too, it was just their rankings differed. Quan Ruifeng calmly collected his admission letter and picked up Xinyu's as well. She wasn't home today, she'd gone out with Zhou Xingshi. They release admissions in batches. Just because Zhou Xingshi's letter isn't here now doesn't mean he didn't pass. He didn't apply to Beijing University, so his results will come in the next batch, it'll take longer. Quan Ruifeng explained, also reassuring the other parents. Given Zhou Xingshi's skills, he'd be lucky to get into the university next to Beijing University. He wouldn't dare apply to Beijing University itself. Oh, I see. Everyone understood and no longer felt disappointed. They'd just have to wait a bit longer. The conversation quickly shifted back to Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng. Look at these two, they're such an ideal couple. Even getting into the same university. Beijing University is the best. With both of you so smart, just imagine how smart your future children will be. They might even ace the national exams. Exactly. If Miao Miao doesn't get in this time, we'll have to ask you two to tutor her. With your skills, she's bound to learn a lot. Tang Miao's mother couldn't help but think ahead, already considering the possibility of failure. Don't say things like that, nothing's confirmed yet. You'll only upset your child. Have some faith in her. How would she feel if she heard this? Gao Shuang scolded half seriously, both defending Tang Miao and politely declining on Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng's behalf. Who knew if they'd be free? Tutoring could wait, no need to commit now. Gao Shuang was a very sharp woman, her kids were her priority. Xia Xian understood Gao Shuang's intention and quickly agreed. That's right, Auntie Tang. Miao Miao is so capable, she'll make it for sure. Yes, my mistake. Of course, I hope she passes on the first try, it'd save her so much trouble. Auntie Tang slapped her own mouth, taking it back. After finally sending the neighbors away, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng could finally go inside and closely inspect their admission letters. Grandma Quan hadn't joined the commotion outside, but had quietly prepared red envelopes for them. As soon as they stepped inside, she pushed the envelopes into their hands. Good children, getting into such a great university deserves a reward. Grandma's giving you each a big red envelope. Grandma Quan beamed, handing them thick envelopes that clearly held a sizable amount. Since she was his real grandmother, Quan Ruifeng didn't hesitate, accepting it with a smile. Thank you, Grandma. Later, I'll take you to visit our campus, let you experience university life for a day. Even the snarkiest grandson could sweet talk when he wanted to. Grandma Quan was so delighted she couldn't stop grinning. Good. Grandma will be a university student too. Let me be fashionable for once. Seeing this, Xia Xian also stopped being polite and took the envelope, then leaned in to act spoiled. The four of them gathered around the admission letters, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship and even the fragrant ink. A top university's admission letter was truly different, it just felt impressive. After admiring them for a while, Gao Shuang suddenly remembered she needed to call Quan Ruifeng's father. We also have to tell your grandparents. Such happy news must be shared. We'll arrange a meal with them soon. Let's throw a few banquets to celebrate. Gao Shuang hurried off, overjoyed. Two family members admitted to Beijing University. Who wouldn't be thrilled? No wonder she was so excited. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng exchanged a glance. Though they wanted her to keep a low profile, they understood she was overjoyed and decided not to rain on her parade. The two could only accept it helplessly. Just as everyone was celebrating, Xinyu's stepmother suddenly walked in. She politely asked, "Where is Yu's admission letter? I just heard Rui Feng was holding it. Yu isn't home today, so I'll take it back for her." Dressed in a simple, elegant style, she looked youthful, gentle, and refined, the very model of a virtuous wife and loving mother, without a hint of ill intent. Since the front door had been left open, her entry was unsurprising. Yet, the atmosphere in the room turned awkward with her arrival. Xia Xian blinked, pondering how to think of a polite excuse to refuse. Chapter 129. The Stepmother's Petty Schemes. They had brought Xinyu's admission letter over, intending to deliver it personally to avoid any mishaps. They hadn't anticipated Xinyu's stepmother would show up, demanding it, a truly unnecessary intervention. Xinyu wouldn't appreciate her touching her belongings. Even after a brief acquaintance, Xia Xian understood Xinyu well enough. While Xia Xian considered these nuances, Quan Ruifeng did not. He stated bluntly, no need. She can collect it herself when she returns. His tone was indifferent, yet his words cut deep. Su Xier, visibly stung by the rejection, frowned. Unwilling to endure the slight, she asked directly, Ruifeng, are you afraid I'll lose Yuyu's admission letter? He was clearly wary, suspecting her of tampering with Xinyu's letter. This was an outright assault on her integrity. She had been part of the family for years, yet those close to Xinyu still harbored biases against her. She and Xin's father had married out of love, not from an affair. What wrong had they committed? Not really. We just wanted to surprise her. This is Yuyu's admission letter. It doesn't really matter if Aunt Sue handles it, does it? Just let us take care of it. Xia Xian tried to smooth things over, hoping to ease the tension. It wasn't a major issue, but an escalation would be embarrassing for everyone. Xia Xian's words were already diplomatic. Despite it being Xinyu's property, she still asked Su Xier to concede, showing her considerable respect. But today, Su Xier was determined to assert her stepmotherly authority. She persisted, insisting on taking the letter. The surprise can happen anytime. I won't interfere with your plans. I just want to see Yu's admission letter, and then show it to her father. He'll be thrilled. Once he's seen it, I'll bring it back to you. Uncle Xin should be at work by now, right? Even if you take it home, he won't be able to see it. Xia Xian stated matter-of-factly. I'll take it to his office. He's been talking about Yu constantly. Seeing her admission letter immediately will bring him great comfort. Why go through such trouble? Besides, Xinyu had earned her university admission. Did she really need her stepmother to deliver the news? Couldn't Xinyu share the joy with her father herself? Xia Xian was at a loss for words. Continuing the conversation would only lead to an unpleasant confrontation, so she chose to remain silent and let Quan Ruifeng handle it. Quan Ruifeng was remarkably direct. Seeing that she wasn't getting the hint, he stopped holding back and delivered a decisive blow. Uncle Xin would want Xinyu to hand him her admission letter herself, not receive it from someone else. That letter belongs to Xinyu. If anyone else delivers it, its meaning is diminished. This wasn't veiled sarcasm, it was blatant mockery. He was practically accusing Su Xier of meddling with ill intent. Su Xier wouldn't dare tamper with Xinyu's admission letter to jeopardize her university chances. However, she genuinely intended to use the letter to curry favor with Xin's father. Xinyu had been admitted to such a prestigious university. How could Su Xier not bask in some reflected glory? She wanted Xin's father to acknowledge her contribution. By delivering the admission letter first, she could ensure Xin's father's initial burst of joy. By the time Xinyu returned, his reaction would be much more subdued. This subtle difference could significantly alter perceptions. Su Xier was clearly adept at such maneuvers. The growing estrangement between Xinyu and her father over the years was partly her doing. Quan Ruifeng's words infuriated Su Xier, making her eyes redden. What do you mean, someone else? Am I someone else? I'm her mother. I just wanted her father to know as soon as possible that she got into such a great university. What's wrong with that? I had good intentions, but you all misinterpret them. Everyone says being a stepmother is hard. I've known that for a long time. But what you said truly hurts. Ruifeng, has you been saying things about me to make you misunderstand me like this? If you have any doubts, we can confront each other face to face and clarify everything. We can even call her father as a witness. She invoked Xin's father, playing the victim, her voice heavy with feigned sorrow. In reality, they were simply refusing to provide her with something that wasn't hers. Her poor me act was infuriating. No wonder Xinyu disliked her. Yet, her tactics were hardly sophisticated. Xinyu simply couldn't be bothered with her. Xia Xian couldn't hold back any longer. She spoke bluntly, Yu has never said anything bad about you to us. In fact, she's never even mentioned you. She simply doesn't care. Aunt Sue, Yu just wants to keep her distance from you. Can you even manage that? Do you have to force a performance of mother-daughter affection? Is that fun for you? Or are you using her to scheme for something? She has her own mother. Even if her mother is gone, you will never be her mother. You have your own child, why not just focus on them? Why insist on being so obnoxious? Xia Xian had moved from tactful to outright direct, making it clear that Xinyu didn't care about her. In Xinyu's eyes, she was nothing more than a fly, annoying, perhaps, but ignorable as long as she didn't buzz too close. What performance? You say she never badmouths me, but if she didn't, why would you think that? Why would you say these things about me? I know you all side with her, just go ahead and accuse me of everything. Wah. Unable to answer their questions, she covered her face and burst into tears, looking pitiful. If Shin's father were present, he might have felt sympathy. But unfortunately, they were not Shin's father. They were Xinyu's friends. What exactly are we accusing you of? I didn't say anything. If you're truly so wronged, then let's go find Uncle Shin together. No, better not disturb him at work. We'll wait until he gets home and let him settle this dispute. By then, Yu will probably be back too. That way, Yu can personally give the admission letter to Uncle Shin and make him happy. He has such a daughter to be proud of. Even if someone upset him today, he'd generously forgive them. Xia Xian shrugged, twisting the knife further. Su Xier was utterly outmatched by Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian. Instead, she was left fuming. She couldn't believe that as their elder, they would treat her this way. Grandma Quan usually refrained from interfering in such trivial matters, cultivating inner peace and ignoring outside affairs. But today, this incident unfolded right before her eyes, and she couldn't help but intervene. You, Mrs. Shin. Who gave you the right to raise your voice at my future granddaughter-in-law? Apologize to her. You show no respect as an elder, and you dare try to control Yu? Do you think we're all dead? Grandma Quan spoke with undeniable authority. The moment she spoke, Su Xier involuntarily trembled. Fortunately, the commotion outside rescued her. Is anyone home? Do Xia Xian, the top scorer, and Quan Ruifeng live here? We're reporters here to interview the students. Chapter 130, Interview Accepted, a Powerful Duo. We're here. Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian followed the sound outside. They saw several reporters, armed with cameras and microphones, creating quite a scene. Hello, we are reporters from Beijing Daily. I'm Lu Jia, and this is Feng Shankai. The admission notices for the first cohort of students since the 1977 college entrance exam reinstatement are being issued. We received news that Xia Xian scored first, making her Beijing's top scholar. Quan Ruifeng came in second, and Xinyu ranked third. Coincidentally, you all share the same address. Do you know each other? Which two of you are the examinees? The reporter asked excitedly. They were the first to arrive. This was an exclusive interview. They were confident many readers would be interested in their newspaper. I'm Xia Xian. I'm Quan Ruifeng. After introducing themselves, they added, Xinyu is our neighbor, but she's not here at the moment. That's perfectly fine. Then, let's interview the two of you first. Are Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng available now? The reporter inquired politely. We are. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng exchanged a glance and agreed. Grandma Quan also nodded cheerfully. Of course they're available. Feel free to interview them. I'll go get you some water. As she spoke, Grandma Quan casually took all three admission notices and locked them in the cabinet, leaving Su Xier no opportunity to covet them. Su Xier was seething. Not only had she failed to get the admission notices, but she also learned that Xinyu ranked third in all of Beijing. What rotten luck. If Xinyu was so outstanding, would Shin's father still favor her son? Would he favor this daughter even more? As a stepmother, Su Xier naturally wanted to secure more advantages for herself and her child. The worse Xinyu performed, the better it was for her and her son. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. But then again, no one cared about her feelings anyway. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng prepared for the interview. The reporters chose the courtyard, starting with separate interviews. They began with Xia Xian, asking what it felt like to be admitted to Beijing University as the city's top scholar. Did you anticipate this outcome? After so many years without the college entrance exams, were you confident? Have you been studying consistently all this time? The reporter rattled off several questions before embarrassedly covering her mouth. Sorry, I got too excited. Please answer the first question first. How does it feel to be admitted to Beijing University? Did you anticipate this? Being admitted to Beijing University, my first reaction was naturally joy, overwhelming joy. I never imagined I'd rank first in Beijing. It's truly unbelievable and completely unexpected. Even now, I wonder if I'm dreaming. Xia Xian shook her head with a smile. Though she had been confident about passing the exam, she only confirmed which university she'd attend after checking the answers. But first place? That was completely unexpected. She never thought she'd ever be associated with the top rank in this lifetime. Her past dreams weren't just realized, they were fulfilled beyond all expectations. Thank you for your answer. It's clear Xia Xian is genuinely happy. Your smile is so radiant. Such a beautiful face truly deserves such a wonderful smile. Not only is Xia Xian lovely, but her academic performance is also outstanding, truly enviable. So, have you been studying continuously these past few years, or did you only prepare for a month before scoring first in Beijing? Of course not. I've been studying intermittently all along. Learning is a great way to invest in oneself. It helps me forget my troubles. I'm also grateful for the opportunity. Xia Xian wasn't just being polite. Her words came from the heart. She was thankful for everything, especially for the chance to change her life. Such an opportunity was rare, she had to cherish it. Wow, Xia Xian truly loves learning, no wonder she scored first. Then, the reporter continued with the questions, finishing Xia Xian's interview before moving on to Quan Ruifeng. At first, they didn't realize the two were betrothed, with their wedding already planned. They had assumed, like Xinyu, they were just neighbors. So, what do you usually do for fun? Do you study together? Wow, this is incredible. The first and second top scorers are actually engaged. Smart people naturally find each other. What a powerful alliance. Reporter Lu Jia was both surprised and impressed, asking many more questions as the group talked for a while. Su Xier, not ready to give up, stayed behind, watching and hoping they would finish before Xinyu returned. She didn't want Xinyu to be interviewed and get her name in the paper. But the more she listened, the more envious she grew. Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian were indeed a perfect match and exceptionally talented. She wondered if her son could ever achieve such success. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Xinyu returned. Zhou Xingshi rushed ahead, as if he were the one who had been admitted. Where's the admission notice? Where's Yu's admission notice? Oh my gosh, you got in. She's incredible. I knew she could do it. His loud voice startled the reporters. Oh, this is... Hey, what's happening here? Only then did Zhou Xingshi notice the strangers in the courtyard. Stop making a scene, aren't you embarrassed? Xinyu emerged from behind him, scolding softly. She'd told him not to rush, yet he jumped around excitedly like a monkey. We're reporters. You must be Xinyu. Just in time, join us for an interview. The reporters' eyes lit up, now they had everyone. Once the interviews were done, they could run the story tomorrow. Xinyu's return and the prospect of her being interviewed angered Su Xier. Her eyes burned with frustration. She couldn't let Xinyu steal the spotlight. Desperately, she rushed forward to block the way. No, Xinyu can't be interviewed. Chapter 131, Divorce? Why? Both Xia Xian and Ruifeng gave interviews. Zhou Xingshi glared, clearly unwilling to drop the matter unless she received a satisfactory explanation. It's unseemly for a young girl to flaunt herself in public. Su Xier nodded emphatically, her tone dripping with false concern, as if she truly had Xinyu's best interests at heart. But wasn't Xia Xian also a young girl? Why wasn't she afraid of being in the public eye? And what was so wrong with it anyway? It wasn't something shameful. Zhou Xingshi brushed her off and eagerly ushered Xinyu forward to sit down. Come on, interview her too. Yu's a star. She's also a student at Beijing University. Yes, she ranked third. Third? No way. Yu. You're incredible. We have to tell the whole country and let everyone celebrate with you. Zhou Xingshi was overjoyed. It was obvious Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng had taken first and second place, while Xinyu secured third. Their two families had swept the top 3 spots at Beijing University. This was huge. Xinyu ignored her stepmother's words. She coolly met the reporter's eyes, ready for the interview. She simply couldn't be bothered with her stepmother's mind games. They were nothing more than all bark, no bite. Wait. Yu, I really am doing this for your sake. Your dad. My dad what? A voice cut in from the doorway. It was Shin's father, who had just returned, along with Gao Shuang and Quan's father. Gao Shuang had rushed to call them earlier to share the news that all 3 children had been admitted. Beijing University was a prestigious institution. Who in the country wouldn't envy them? Who wouldn't dream of becoming a student there? Shin's father and Quan's father were absolutely thrilled and immediately took leave to come home. They hadn't expected to walk in on Xia Xian blocking Xinyu from giving an interview. Shin's father pinned her with a look, as if he had already seen through her intentions. Xia Xian hadn't expected him to return at this exact moment. Flustered, she quickly backpedaled. Of course your dad's proud of you. But wouldn't it be better to share this news with him first before telling the whole country? But now that your dad is back, you can talk to him first. It doesn't matter how you handle the interview now. I'm sorry, Yu, I was just too anxious earlier. I only wanted you to tell your dad first. You're not mad at me, are you? Xia Xian offered a half-hearted apology, her eyes glistening with tears. This act again. Xinyu didn't respond, not even sparing her a glance. Instead, she turned to the reporter. Let's continue, Reporter Liu. Her voice was ice-cold. The reporter noticed the tense family vibe and mentally rewrote her angle, though she kept her expression neutral. All right, let's proceed with the interview. We'll take some group photos afterward. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng, could you wait a little longer? Reporter Liu spoke gently, hoping they could spare more time, though she wasn't sure if they were busy. No worries, we've got time. We'll wait. Xia Xian spoke up first. They had time to wait, they wouldn't be heading to the police station today. Quan Ruifeng gave a curt nod. So Xinyu continued with the interview while Shin's father and the others stood by, waiting. Seeing Shin's father's thunderous look, Xia Xian sweated bullets. She opened her mouth to explain but was shut down hard. Enough. Yu is being interviewed, don't disturb her. His anger was obvious. Xia Xian flinched at his scolding and immediately fell silent, scrambling for an excuse to salvage the situation and regain his favor. Gao Shuang rolled her eyes at her. Being a stepmother was difficult, but Xia Xian was doing it all wrong. Xinyu never gave her trouble, yet she kept scheming, her mind full of cheap ploys. Only Shin's father still believed she was a decent stepmother and treated her well. It seemed living a long life was essential, otherwise, you'd never know how your family and children would be treated after you were gone. Breathing beats a coffin any day. Gao Shuang mused darkly. Once you were dead, you had nothing left. The reporter asked many questions. After finishing with Xinyu, she suddenly decided to interview Zhou Xingshi and even invited Gao Shuang and the others to share their thoughts. Raising such outstanding children was no easy task. The parents deserved recognition too. After the interviews came the photos, headshots, then group photos, and more. It took a long time, and by the time they finished, it was pushing dinner hour. Finally, the interview was over. The reporters packed up and prepared to leave, but Gao Shuang quickly urged them to stay for a meal. Please, have dinner before you go. You've worked hard, and it's already mealtime. We can't. We need to rush back to submit the draft. If all goes well, the article will be published tomorrow. Besides, we can't accept even a single grain from the people. That would be bribery. The reporters shook their heads, begging off before leaving the Quan residence. Thank God that's done. Xia Xian was worn out from all that talking today. With the reporters around, she had to perch stiffly the entire time, and her back was aching. I'm exhausted too. Interviews wreck you. Even Zhou Xingshi, who wasn't the main focus, felt wiped out, let alone Xia Xian and the others. But being interviewed is a good thing. It's worth the hassle. Most people don't even get this opportunity. Let's eat first. We'll all have dinner together tonight to celebrate. Gao Shuang beamed. Earlier, she, Quan's father, and Zhou's mother had most dishes ready. Zhou Xingshi's parents had also returned. Though Zhou Xingshi hadn't been admitted, his fiancée Xinyu had, which made them happy enough to bolt home early. Now, only Zhou Xingshi remained. But even if he got accepted, his admission notice wouldn't arrive so soon. Still, with 4 top students studying together, couldn't they carry one slacker? 3 of them had secured the top 3 spots at Beijing University. Surely Xia Xian getting into an ordinary undergraduate program wouldn't be too difficult, right? His parents couldn't help but feel cautiously optimistic for him. Rest for a bit. I'll go check if there are any dishes left to prepare. Quan Ruifeng shooed Xia Xian to relax while he went to help in the kitchen. His thoughtfulness had everyone cooing again. Zhou Xingshi, not to be outdone, also went to help. He had already lost to Quan Ruifeng academically. He'd be damned if he'd slack here too. As everyone scurried about, Shin's father yanked Xia Xian into the hall. His tone could frost glass. Get out. Don't stay for dinner tonight. Earlier, while everyone else had been helping with the cooking, even he had pitched in, Xia Xian had simply hovered uselessly on the sidelines, watching like an outsider, making no move to assist. That's right, Xinyu isn't her biological daughter. How could he have believed her words before, thinking she would treat Xinyu well? Father Shin's heart had turned cold. Seeing that Father Shin hadn't said anything for so long, Xia Xian thought his anger was slowly subsiding. She never imagined he was biding his time for this, with so many people present, singling her out to be sent away. How could she ever show her face again after this humiliation? She gasped in disbelief. Is this necessary? I didn't do anything wrong. You can't treat me like this. And I even gave you a son. You wouldn't actually divorce me over this, would you? She raised her voice, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The kitchen chatter and clatter of cooking ceased as everyone turned to look. Xia Xian looked on too, though if Father Shin were to divorce over this, it would seem like an overreaction. Besides, Xia Xian would never agree. Divorce is never simple, no matter the circumstances. As a divorcee herself, she knew all too well how many things had to be considered before a divorce. But if he really did go through with it, he could slowly rebuild his relationship with Xinyu. Sure enough, at the mention of divorce, Xinyu couldn't help but glance over. Chapter 132. When enemies meet, eyes blaze with fury. Despite everything, Xinyu still harbored affection for her father. After all, they had once shared a deep bond. Seeing Xia Xian dare to raise her voice, Shin's father couldn't help but snap back, echoing her own words. Exactly. If you don't listen, then we'll divorce. Xia Xian, even without you, I can still find another woman. His face darkened with rage as he roared. His words rang true, and only Xinyu understood the underlying truth, quietly averting her gaze. You'd better go back now, while I'm still willing to speak to you calmly. We'll discuss our issues later. Today is Yu's special day, and I don't want to argue. I'll ask you one thing now, are you going back or not? Shin's father fixed her with a piercing stare. Xia Xian was clearly terrified of divorce, so she quickly backed down, nodding eagerly to appease him. All right, I'll go back now. I won't make trouble. I'll listen to you. Please don't be like this, we're family. We should talk things through properly. Can't we avoid mentioning divorce so easily? I'll leave now and won't disturb you. With that, she bolted, fearing that even a moment's delay would lead to Shin's father divorcing her. In reality, he wouldn't. With a child involved, who would take care of them after a divorce? Remarrying and bringing in a stepmother wouldn't be good for either child. There was no need for such a drastic step. However, he would certainly rein in Xia Xian, ensuring she no longer openly or subtly provoked Yu and caused her distress. Shin's father had made up his mind. He hadn't understood why Xinyu was so resistant to Xia Xian and so resentful of him before. Now, he realized it was his own failing that had caused Yu such grievance. Guilt-ridden, he parted his lips, intending to speak with Xinyu. But she suddenly rose and went to help in the kitchen instead, clearly signaling her unwillingness to talk. Sigh. Shin's father hesitated, finally letting out a resigned sigh. Zhou's father offered comfort. Take it slowly. It's natural for you to be upset. You didn't handle things well. You absolutely cannot let this happen again. Before, I was reluctant to say anything, but now that you've realized it yourself, you must address it properly. Don't indulge Xia Xian and let her demands grow unchecked. Xinyu is your eldest daughter. Half of the family's assets belong to her birth mother, and the other half is yours. Even from your half, she deserves her share. As long as you stand firmly by Yu's side, everything can be resolved. The real danger is if you fail to see things clearly. Zhou's father lectured Xin's father. As in-laws, they were close enough to speak frankly. Not wanting to be idle, Xia Xian also went to help. With so many people, the meal was prepared and served in a lively atmosphere. They could talk more after eating. Xia Xian was overjoyed, but with the elders present, she dared not drink too much. After just 2 sips, she stopped, afraid of getting drunk like last time. She couldn't hold her liquor. The adults, however, drank quite a bit, especially Xin's father, who quickly became inebriated. Tearfully, he apologized to Xinyu, expressing regret for how he had treated her and her mother. Xinyu's brow softened slightly, her eyes reddening. "Dad, you're drunk. That's enough." "No, I have to say it. I know you think I remarried too quickly, as if I didn't care about your mother. But you don't understand, after she was gone, I was lonely and scared. You're my daughter, but as you grew older, there were things I couldn't share with you. I was lost in grief, going mad. I had no choice but to." Xin's father sobbed uncontrollably, finally unburdening the words buried deep in his heart. He had messed up. He had chosen the worst way to escape, hurting the daughter he loved most. His sorrowful sobs touched everyone, especially Xinyu. A stepmother was one thing, but her birth father was still her father. Deep down, Xinyu truly cared about him. Zhou Xingshi took Xin's father and Xinyu back to his place, hoping the two could speak openly and reconcile. As long as Xin's father stood by her side, Su Xier and her child would pose no threat. "He's really drunk. Xia Xian, you should go rest too." Gao Shuang shook her head, signaling for Xia Xian to retire for the night. It had been a long day. But with so much to clean up, more hands would make the work faster. Since the wedding was scheduled, Xia Xian felt like part of the family now. Rolling up her sleeves, she eagerly joined in. "It's fine, I'm not tired. Let's clean up together." Right now, she was still buzzing with excitement, bursting with energy that needed an outlet. "Then we'll trouble you, Xia Xian." Gao Shuang smiled and nodded. She, Quan Ruifeng, Xia Xian, and Quan's father divided the tasks and tidied up before finally turning in for the night. Still buzzing with excitement, Quan Ruifeng suggested they take a walk. "Let's go for a stroll to help digest our meal." "Perfect." Xia Xian was all for it. Today was a day worth remembering for the rest of her life. She had not only been accepted to college, but Beijing University at that, as the city's top scorer. Her hard work had truly paid off. And she had even been interviewed. She was going to be in the newspaper. Back when she used to read about people being interviewed and featured, she had always admired them. Never had she imagined she'd have her day in the sun. The alcohol made Xia Xian a little giddy. Walking backward, her eyes shone as she asked Quan Ruifeng, "Am I dreaming?" "Of course not. You're amazing." Quan Ruifeng affirmed with a smile, his hand slightly outstretched, ready to catch her if she stumbled. "Classes begin on February 20th, even before our wedding." "Xia Xian, we both were accepted. We can go to college first and come back to get married afterward." He kept reassuring her patiently. The more Xia Xian heard, the happier she became. As they chatted and walked, they accidentally drifted toward the street office. Not that it mattered, Quan Ruifeng knew the area well and could easily retrace their steps. But they had forgotten one thing: Chen Wuwen was still around. At this hour, she should have been off work long ago. However, since she lived at the office, she might have come out for fresh air under the dim streetlights. The three of them unexpectedly ran into each other. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, eyes blaze with fury. That was exactly the case for Xia Xian and Chen Wuwen. Xia Xian hadn't forgotten how Chen Wuwen had reported her and Quan Ruifeng, leading to them being taken to the police station for questioning. Though Quan Ruifeng had warned her and disciplined her family, making her stay away ever since, the two hadn't crossed paths even once. But now, of all people, they ran into each other. Xia Xian was the first to shoot Chen Wuwen a disdainful glare. What rotten luck, running into someone like her on such a wonderful day. Qin Wenwen, however, was overjoyed. She hadn't dared to seek out Xia Xian or Quan Ruifeng again, fearing retaliation against her and her family. But this was a complete accident. She hadn't sought them out. She was giddy with spiteful excitement. Perfect timing. She had relatives working at the university, and she had applied to that very undergraduate program. Though the acceptance letter hadn't arrived yet, her name was on the list. She had gotten in. Oh, what a coincidence. Xia Xian, Ruifeng, let me share some good news. I got into university. No need to be jealous. If Xia Xian wanted to take the exam, I'm sure she could pass too, right? You're so clever. How else could you have made it from a small county to Beijing? I'm complimenting you. Don't overthink it. I admit I've done some wrong in the past, and my family has already paid the price for me. I've changed my ways. I won't cling to things that aren't mine anymore. University is my rightful place. I'm starting a brand new life. Congratulate me. Oh, and no need to be jealous. I won't look down on college rejects. Chapter 133. Xia Xian's Triumphant Reversal. She was practically bursting with pride. If she had already received her admission letter, she would have plastered it on every street corner, even broadcasting it nonstop through a megaphone, just to show everyone how incredibly brilliant she was. She had only studied for less than a month and actually got into university. Although she felt she had bombed the exam after checking her answers, this was the first year the National College Entrance Examination had resumed, and everyone else's scores were even worse. After making some inquiries, Qin Wenwen's confidence soared. Following her relative's advice, she applied to that undergraduate university, conveniently located in the capital, so she wouldn't have to leave home. Her relative could also check in advance whether she had been admitted. Sure enough, she got in. Her relative had already seen her name on the list. She was so ecstatic she could have literally taken flight on the spot. And what better way to celebrate than to flaunt it in front of Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng? Oh, she took the college entrance exam too? Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng exchanged a glance, both raising their eyebrows in perfect, unspoken synchronicity. Congratulations! So, which university did you get into? That's truly impressive. Xia Xian's exaggerated praise successfully inflated Qin Wenwen's ego. Qin Wenwen straightened her back even further, tossing her head high, almost to the point of looking down her nose at them. Oh, it's nothing too extraordinary. Just an undergraduate program in the capital, you know, the kind most people can't get into. It's not far from Peking University, and the school is really quite excellent. I can hardly believe I got in. I just took the exam on a whim. Didn't even study. If you two had taken it, maybe you could have gotten in too. It's such a shame you'll have to wait another year. Ruifeng has such a good job, it's understandable he wouldn't give it up. But Xia Xian, since you don't have a job anyway, and you're just idling around, you might as well have taken it. Though this year was probably the easiest to get in. It's a pity you didn't know and missed out. But missing out is missing out, there's always another chance. You have an extra year. As long as you study hard, nothing is impossible. I believe in you. I won't have time to tutor you, though. Perhaps Ruifeng could tutor you. He was always excellent in his studies. Qin Wenwen prattled on and on, utterly ridiculous. She was completely oblivious to the situation, just shamelessly showing off. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng listened quietly. Only after she finished did Xia Xian speak. The university you're talking about wouldn't happen to be Beijing Normal University, would it? Xia Xian asked with a half-smile. How did you know? Qin Wenwen frowned, suddenly getting a bad feeling. But Xia Xian had been in the capital for a while, and Quan Ruifeng had taken her to visit places, so it was normal for her to recognize it. Qin Wenwen easily convinced herself. She was too intoxicated by the joy of getting into university to think clearly. How do I know? Why shouldn't I know? I know quite a lot, actually. Not only do I know about Beijing Normal University, but I also know that Beijing Normal University hasn't even sent out admission letters yet. So how do you know you got in? As far as I know, only Peking University sent out admission letters today. Oh, to be precise, it was the top few universities, those comparable to Peking University. Although Beijing Normal University is next to Peking University, they are two different schools. Their admissions process isn't that fast. What do you think? Where exactly did you find out you were admitted? Xia Xian mercilessly exposed her. Quan Ruifeng stood silently by, his expression unreadable. Qin Wenwen's heart began to pound under their gaze. How could they know so much? Did they take the college entrance exam too? But if they did, why didn't they say anything? Why did they let her ramble on for so long? However, taking the exam didn't necessarily mean they got in. She guessed they were also waiting for their admission letters, which was why they knew so much. But no matter what, Xia Xian hadn't confirmed whether she got in, while her own admission was a sure thing. With that thought, her confidence surged once more. I'm not like you. I have a relative working there, so of course I can know whether I've been admitted. What, you also took the college entrance exam and applied to Beijing Normal University? How about it, do you need me to help you inquire? It would save you the wait. If you didn't get in, you can start reviewing now. She shot Xia Xian a sidelong glance, attempting to project an air of looking down on the world. But due to her lack of height, it failed, making her look awkward and out of place instead. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng couldn't help but smile simultaneously. This fool was still gloating, offering to check their results, completely unaware that they had already received their admission letters long ago. Xia Xian was in a good mood and had the interest of a cat toying with a mouse. She said slowly, "No need, we don't require your help. We've already received our admission letters, so you don't need to trouble yourself. Why don't you guess which schools we got into? If you can't guess, you can buy a newspaper tomorrow and check." What do you mean? Are you saying you took the college entrance exam, received an admission letter, and will even be in the newspaper? So you're implying you got into excellent schools like Peking University, maybe even as the top scorer? Otherwise, I can't imagine why you'd be in the newspaper. You're full of hot air. What's the point of telling such an obvious lie? It'll be exposed in an instant. You've got some nerve, boasting like that. That's Peking University. I'm not even talking about rankings, just you. A country bumpkin from the sticks getting in? If that's true, I might as well ascend to heaven. I might as well claim Peking University as mine. Qin Wenwen didn't believe a word of this nonsense. If Xia Xian had said she got into some vocational school, she might have grudgingly believed it. Peking University? She wouldn't even dare dream that big. However, Xia Xian admitted it with a bright smile. Yes, it's Peking University, and I'm the top scorer. What of it? Do I need to tell such a lie, one that can be exposed in an instant? If you don't believe me, check the newspaper tomorrow. She threw Qin Wenwen's own words back at her. Who would tell such a low-level lie? It would be humiliating when it was exposed. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenwen's mind nearly exploded. You're saying Xia Xian meant it was true? She took the college entrance exam and got into Peking University and would even be in the newspaper. No, this is impossible. She doesn't believe it. How did she do it? Is there no one left in the capital? Are they all dead? The thought of how she had just acted like a clown showing off filled her with panic. No, I don't believe it. If you're so confident, show me your admission letter now. Chapter 134. The newspaper, can they really print this? Qin Wenwen insisted on seeing the admission letter immediately, claiming she wouldn't believe it otherwise. But Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng couldn't care less whether she believed them or not. In fact, letting her wallow in self-doubt would only make her suffer more. So, Xia Xian simply smiled and prepared to leave. Why should I show you my admission letter? You really think too highly of yourself. If you want proof, wait until tomorrow and get a newspaper. It's not my job to prove anything to you. Still, I do feel a bit sorry for you. You're so smart, so capable, yet you couldn't even outperform a country bumpkin like me. What a pity. Xia Xian used words of praise to pierce Qin Wenwen's heart. Indeed, Qin Wenwen had always belittled Xia Xian, yet she couldn't even measure up to a single strand of Xia Xian's hair. What did that make her? Let's go. Xia Xian beckoned to Quan Ruifeng, and the two prepared to leave, ignoring the arrogant Qin Wenwen. After taking a couple of steps, Xia Xian suddenly turned back, as if something had just occurred to her, and said to Qin Wenwen, "Oh, it wasn't just me who got in. Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu did too. All three of us made it into the newspaper. And to think you were their classmate, the gap is truly immense." Perhaps you should spend more time studying and enriching yourself instead of being so bitter and self-important. Otherwise, you'll only end up humiliating yourself. These words were both a taunt and a piece of advice. If Qinwen could take them to heart, it might do her some good. But her nature was to obsess over trivialities and always seek to prove superiority, so Xia Xian's words only served to infuriate her further. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Qinwen couldn't help but scream herself hoarse. I don't believe it. You must be lying. Even if they got in, what makes you think you could? Even if Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu made the papers, what does that have to do with you? Are you saying you just studied with them for a while and suddenly got in? Do you really think you're that smart? That your brain works that well? Bah. With that foxy face of yours, you might fool men, but do you really think a university would fall for it too? And send you an admission letter? Dream on. Furious, Qinwen ripped off her shoe, intending to throw it at Xia Xian, her eyes wild with madness. But then Quan Ruifeng turned back and gave her a fleeting glance, his deep eyes glinting with a cold light. Her frenzy and breakdown instantly ceased. The shoe trembled in her hand, but she dared not throw it. Quan Ruifeng's previous warning still echoed in her mind. If he truly wanted to ruin her family, it would be frighteningly easy. One lesson was enough. She no longer dared provoke him. She had already been admitted to university. She couldn't throw that away. A new life awaited her, one that would only get better. There would be no shortage of men in college, smart, handsome, wealthy ones. She refused to believe she couldn't find someone. She couldn't sacrifice herself and her family for Quan Ruifeng. Qinwen's arm dropped limply, the shoe falling to the ground. She slumped down, crouching in defeat, as if all her spirit had drained away. But only she knew the resentment boiling within her. This wasn't even about Quan Ruifeng anymore. It was a contest between her and Xia Xian. She couldn't understand, couldn't believe it. Losing to Xinyu was one thing, but how could she lose to Xia Xian, this woman from a small rural place? She had lost in looks. She had lost in men. And now, was she going to lose in academics too? Was she really that inferior? Couldn't she even surpass Xia Xian in a single aspect? If she couldn't even beat her, how could she ever surpass anyone else? She had always prided herself on being smart, beautiful, and capable, yet in the end, she had been utterly defeated by a country bumpkin. Qinwen felt her pride and confidence had been trampled by someone she looked down upon, which led to her complete breakdown. Quan Ruifeng was barely even a factor anymore. But the truth was, Xia Xian was simply exceptional. Getting into Beijing University as the top scorer meant she wasn't inferior to anyone. If anything, she stood head and shoulders above the rest, far surpassing others. Even Xinyu wouldn't dare claim to be significantly better than Xia Xian. Qinwen had completely picked the wrong person to compare herself to. She had initially thought Xia Xian was a soft target, someone she could easily manipulate, but instead, she had encountered a formidable opponent, a cactus. Yet, she refused to believe it, insisting on a contest, only to end up battered and bruised, completely outmatched. Hearing Qinwen's mournful sobs echoing in the distance, Xia Xian shook her head. Hopelessly stubborn. Even if Qinwen hadn't crossed paths with her and Quan Ruifeng, she would have eventually encountered others. Without changing her character, nothing would ever get through to her. Let's head back. All right. After a walk to digest their meal, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng returned home. That night, Xia Xian slept more soundly than she ever had before. With her academic qualifications as a foundation, she would have more confidence in whatever she pursued in the future. She had so many choices. The next day, the family gathered to read the newspaper. Sure enough, interviews with Xia Xian, Quan Ruifeng, and Xinyu had been published, and Xia Xian's photo took up a large portion of the page. The headline was bold and celebratory. Shocking. The top scorer of Beijing's first post-cultural revolution college entrance exams is here. She's unbelievable. Xia Xian covered her face at the headline. Reporter Liu had seemed so serious yesterday. Who knew he'd come up with something so flashy? It sounded like the kind of clickbait title from tabloids in the future, quite amusing and sure to grab attention. But then again, their story wasn't exactly solemn news. It was a joyous occasion. A light-hearted, humorous tone wasn't entirely out of place. Gao Shuang was very pleased with the photo of Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng. We should definitely save a copy of this newspaper. Oh, and Xiao Xian, we should send a copy home to your family too. Let your parents see how glorious you are. They'll be so proud of you. She had barely finished reading the large front page before making the suggestion. Xia Xian nodded. Got it. I'll send one to them later. Xia Xian also loved the idea and agreed without hesitation. But when they read further down, the room fell silent. Can they really print this? Chapter 135, The Grand Theft Case. The sections about Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng were well written and met with no objections. The issues arose with Xinyu, or rather, her family. The reporter sharply criticized Xinyu's father for his inadequacy and her stepmother's persecution. Despite growing up in such a pitiable family, Xinyu managed to develop self-reliance, working hard alongside her neighbors, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng, to gain admission to Beijing University. A poor yet resilient young girl who tugged at everyone's heartstrings. May all the world's blessings be bestowed upon her. All five fell silent. If Xinyu saw this, she'd likely be furious. She detested having her family matters discussed and didn't need anyone's pity. But with the reporter portraying her this way, how would her future classmates at Beijing University react? How could they interact normally? Why were the articles about Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng so excellent, humorous, and engaging, while Xinyu's piece had such a different tone? Upon closer inspection, the editor for Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng's article was Lu Jia, but Xinyu's had been assigned to someone else, a Wu, not the reporter who conducted the interview yesterday. No wonder. Some details seemed exaggerated. It felt as if many of the finer points were merely the reporter's own embellishments. What should we do? Xia Xian asked, troubled. It's too late to recall the newspapers now. Today's papers had already been distributed. There was no way to retrieve every single copy, and even if they tried, by the time they collected them, countless people would have already seen them, rendering the effort meaningless. Quan Ruifeng shook his head. So we just leave it be? Or should we ask them to write a clarifying report? Xia Xian pressed, genuinely concerned for Xinyu. No need. Someone else will be more anxious than we are. After all, they were merely Xinyu's friends. In this situation, Xinyu actually held the advantageous position. The one who would be more frantic was her stepmother. Her petty schemes had been magnified and published in the newspaper. Who knew how many people would now speculate that she was a wicked stepmother? If Xinyu was portrayed as someone to be pitied, then her stepmother would be the one subjected to public criticism and scorn. If Su Xia dared to harbor any more ill intentions in the future, people would surely condemn her. This era never lacked righteous individuals. If not for Xinyu's strong self-esteem, this report would actually be highly beneficial to her. Her stepmother would no longer dare to play any tricks on her, as countless people would be watching over her. True. Let you relax about it. Gao Shuang, having thought it through, also considered it a good thing. As long as Xinyu didn't mind, this incident would be beneficial to her, not harmful. Sure enough, it wasn't long before sounds erupted from the Xin household. Xin father's furious scolding, Xinyu's aunt's weeping, and Su Xia's frantic self-defense. They heard her break down, asking, "We've lived together all this time. Don't you know whether I've done any of these things or not?" "I really haven't." The newspaper made it all up. Su Xia was losing her mind. Was Xinyu easy to bully? Didn't he know his own daughter? Besides, Xinyu was already in her teens when she married into the family. She understood everything. Moreover, she could even get into Beijing University. With a mind that sharp, how could she possibly have bullied her? She had only occasionally resorted to minor tricks, like taking credit for Xinyu's achievements to gain favor with Xin father. But to say she abused Xinyu? That was absolutely out of the question. Xinyu would never have allowed it. If you didn't do these things, then why did the reporter write it that way? The journalist claimed to have seen it yesterday. Stop making excuses. If you dared to mistreat my Yu, I won't let you off. Don't think that just because my sister is gone, you can take over this house and do whatever you want to Yu. This home belongs to you. If she wants you gone, you'll be out immediately. Yu's aunt, usually gentle as water, couldn't help but erupt in fury now. After reading the newspaper, she felt her niece had become a pitiful victim, which was unbearable. She had to come and seek justice for her. I'll go check it out. You guys stay put. Gao Shuang was a natural worrier who couldn't stay idle. Hearing this, she immediately headed over, telling Xia Xian and the others not to get involved. Some things were beyond what children could handle. Xia Xian obediently stayed put, going with Quan Ruifeng to mail the newspapers. After that, they had work at the police station. Xia Xian hadn't forgotten her role as an assistant and even fetched water for Quan Ruifeng at the station. She asked earnestly, "Sifu, is the water temperature all right? Should I add more hot water or cool it down?" "No need, it's just right. Your control over the temperature is very precise." Quan Ruifeng took a sip and replied with equal seriousness, exuding a seasoned air. "All right then, Sifu. What tasks do you have for me today?" "I don't have anything to do at the moment." Xia Xian was hungry to learn, firmly maintaining her diligent and hardworking persona. While others avoided extra tasks, she actively sought them out, asking to be assigned work. Then analyze this case. Before the new year, this family was robbed, losing a lot of cash and gold jewelry. But the thief still hasn't been caught. No one knows who did it. I'll go for another visit this afternoon. Familiarize yourself with the case first. And here's this too. Quan Ruifeng handed over all the cases he was handling to Xia Xian, letting her get acquainted with them before they took action together. You got it, Sifu. I'll complete the task without fail. Xia Xian bounced off, brimming with enthusiasm. The door to Quan Ruifeng's office was left open, and Wei Lai overheard their conversation as he passed by. He couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Bringing their romance into the police station? Could they at least show some respect for single people? They had to work while enduring public displays of affection. Talk about rough luck. Life was too bitter. He needed more sugar. Without a shred of guilt, Wei Lai unwrapped 2 more candies and tossed them into his mouth. His reputation as a sugar addict was unshakable. Then he cheerfully went back to work. He had no idea that one day, he'd actually be begging for Xia Xian to return and flirt with Quan Ruifeng. Quan Ruifeng and his team weren't usually assigned trivial matters. Routine cases were handled by other personnel. They specialized in major crimes, but sometimes, when there weren't enough homicides to investigate, they took on relatively significant cases. For instance, the indoor theft case Quan Ruifeng was handling that afternoon involved a sum of 10,000 yuan, a fortune in those days, worth taking seriously. After familiarizing herself with the case details, Xia Xian accompanied Quan Ruifeng on the investigation. The distraught homeowner, who had lost her savings, sobbed, begging Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian to recover her money and belongings. "This was all our family's savings, my dowry, our deposits, everything. Now there's not a single cent left, and our salaries won't come until next month. My family of 5 will be broke." "Understood. Please calm down, Comrade Yang. Just to clarify, did you keep cash and jewelry in the same place? Did you have a habit of checking the box daily?" Xia Xian inquired. No one had asked Yang Jing this before. She shook her head. "I didn't check every day. We set aside some salary each month for expenses, so I didn't need to open that drawer often. But I'd check on it now and then. The last time was about a week ago." Looking at her savings gave her a sense of fulfillment. This time, she had wanted to admire her money and jewelry again, only to find everything gone. So that was it. Without knowing the exact time of the theft, the investigation window spanned an entire week, which widened the suspect pool. Moreover, there were no signs of forced entry, just the drawer lock showed signs of picking, and the marks were so subtle that she hadn't noticed until the items vanished. However, Xia Xian recalled Yang Jing mentioning to the police earlier that not everything in the drawer had been stolen. A single ring remained. Perhaps the thief had overlooked it. Of course, compared to the vast sum of money and valuables taken, losing just one ring was pretty much a wipeout. It wasn't an exaggeration. Xia Xian noticed the man beside Yang Jing acting shifty, avoiding eye contact, looking guilty. Her gut told her something was off, but she'd need proof. Chapter 136. Guard Against Fire. theft, and your own kin. Do you usually lock your doors? Your walls are quite high, it would be difficult to climb them without tools. But bringing a ladder or a stool would be too conspicuous, and it wouldn't be fast enough, making it easy to be noticed. Xia Xian continued her inquiry. Yes, we always lock up. Definitely locked. Whenever we're not home, we always lock the doors. We have valuables inside, how could we possibly leave the door open? Yang Jing quickly explained, fearing Xia Xian might mistakenly think their carelessness led to the theft. But that wasn't the case, the doors were always locked. Although the items were in a drawer, they were hidden in a secret compartment. Even after prying open the drawer's lock, the thief would still need to find the hidden compartment to steal anything. They had hidden everything so carefully, yet the thief still managed to find and take it. They should never have kept cash at home. They should have deposited all the money in the bank. That way, even if the gold jewelry was stolen, the money would still be safe. Yang Jing was filled with regret. After hearing her out, Quan Ruifeng first checked the courtyard gate locks and the wall height before entering the house to examine the drawer. The keyhole was messily scratched, and the marks looked fresh, not the kind a skilled thief would leave. Instead, it looked as if someone had deliberately made it look that way. Do you have a flashlight? Quan Ruifeng asked. Yes. I'll get it. Yang Jing immediately retrieved a flashlight for Quan Ruifeng, though she didn't know what he intended to do. Xia Xian was equally curious and moved closer, wanting to see what Quan Ruifeng was up to. But Quan Ruifeng did nothing elaborate. He simply used the flashlight to carefully examine the keyhole, ensuring the light was strong enough for a clear view. With a powerful beam, it was evident that the scratches from the wire were only around the keyhole, with no marks inside. This further confirmed his suspicion. The thief had actually used a key to open the lock and take the items. The scratches left by the wire were merely a ruse, intended to mislead people into thinking the lock had been pried open rather than unlocked with a key. Quan Ruifeng had a clear idea. He had seen many such cases and quickly narrowed down the list of suspects. But instead of stating his conclusion directly, he turned back to Yang Jing. When did you notice the marks on the keyhole? Are you certain they were there before you reported the theft? Please think carefully. He was trying to guide Yang Jing's thoughts, but she didn't understand what he was implying. I didn't pay attention to that. I just found the money was stolen and reported it. The police were the ones who discovered and told me about the marks on the lock. Are you sure they weren't there before you reported it? The thief must have used something to pry open the lock and take the money, right? Otherwise, how would they have stolen it? Is it possible they used a key instead? Comrade Yan, based on the previous police records and our inspection today, I regret to inform you that no outsider seems to have entered your home. Please think carefully. Where do you usually keep the key to this drawer? Who else knew about it? Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng were on the same wavelength, their judgment aligning. They both suspected an inside job. Naturally, Yang Jing's husband became the primary suspect. Sure enough, the already uneasy man began to sweat profusely the moment Xia Xian spoke. He repeatedly wiped his forehead, his lips pressed tightly, his eyes darting nervously, appearing extremely tense and anxious. His fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of his clothes, a classic psychological sign of tension and defensiveness. What? You mean someone we know stole from us? Let me think, who visited in the past week? But my keys were always hidden securely in the wardrobe. Not even relatives or friends knew about them. Why would I tell them something so important? Besides me only. Yang Jing trailed off, suddenly looking at her husband with astonishment. Was it you? How could it be? What nonsense are you spouting? Why would you suspect me? Isn't the money in this house ours? It's my money too. Why would I need to steal it? What would I do with it? Where would I hide it? If I needed money, I'd just ask you for it. Why go through all this trouble? And I didn't even stop you from reporting it. The police have been here so many times. If I had done it, wouldn't I be feeling guilty and scared? Yang Jing's husband roared back, blinking excessively, far more frequently than usual. When he berated Yang Jing, he couldn't even meet her eyes, his gaze vaguely fixed on her face, avoiding direct eye contact. Psychologically, people who are nervous or lying often exhibit many small, unconscious movements and may use anger to mask their guilt. The louder Yang Jing's husband protested, the more it suggested his involvement. But his argument made sense, leaving Yang Jing momentarily unsure whether to believe him. If he really had taken the money, what had he done with it? Why steal from his own family? And why create such a huge scene? A thief won't admit to being a thief. Currently, we only suspect it was an inside job. We can't pinpoint a specific person yet. Comrade Yang, I suggest you recall whether there were any irregularities with the key's placement in the past week, whether it was ever moved or if any relatives or friends visited your home. Although Quan Ruifeng also strongly suspected Yang Jing's husband, he couldn't make an accusation without evidence. He needed to find more proof. Or consider whether any relatives or friends have suddenly become wealthy recently, spending lavishly, Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian jointly inquired. Yang Jing's husband, seizing on this like a lifeline, immediately shifted the blame to Yang Jing's younger sister, shouting angrily. Your sister came over, didn't she? Was it your sister who stole it? I remember her clothes looked bulky when she left. She must have hidden the money and items inside her clothes and taken them away. Don't you dare spout such nonsense. My sister would never do such a thing. And it's winter. Everyone wears thick clothes. She was bundled up when she arrived. Who said she stole anything? Yang Jing was so furious she nearly fainted, vehemently defending her sister. Her husband's accusations had almost disoriented her, making her forget Xia Xian's question. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a thought flashed through her mind, and she finally remembered. Was it your brother who stole the money? No wonder he suddenly had money to buy a car. Before the new year, I heard him say he was still 20,000 yuan short and wanted us to lend it to him. But we don't have that much money. 10,000 yuan is all our savings. I refuse to let you lend it to him. Wait. I'll kill you. Wen Shanjie, did you steal the money to give to your brother to buy a car? How could you do such a thing? It's bad enough that your parents favor your brother, but you do too. You gave him all our money. How are we supposed to live now? Divorce. We're getting divorced right now. I don't want to live another day like this. Chapter 137. You ruined us, now pay up. Yang Jing lunged at him, pummeling him like a madwoman. She should never have married into a family with 2 sons. Her in-laws blatantly favored the elder brother, expecting their small family to make sacrifices for him, even demanding her dowry. What kind of life was this? She was done. Absolutely done. Officer Yang, please calm down. Xia Xian tried to intervene. These were still just suspicions. They needed to investigate further and confirm the evidence. As police officers, they couldn't simply stand by and watch a domestic dispute. They had to at least make a show of stopping it. But it was indeed just for show. Xia Xian pretended to hold Yang Jing back, but didn't actually stop her. Yang Jing pushed past her, continuing to attack her husband. A man like this truly deserved it. He had no consideration for his own family. Anyone would go ballistic knowing such a large sum of money had been given to his elder brother. We will investigate his brother's financial sources. Officer Yang, please calm down first. Let's discuss this properly, Quan Ruifeng added, though he only spoke and didn't physically intervene. The couple continued to wrestle and fight. Annoyed by Yang Jing's relentless assault, her husband's initial guilt transformed into self-righteous indignation. Since he'd been caught, he decided to just rip off the band-aid. He shoved Yang Jing away, almost sending her sprawling to the ground. Fortunately, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng reacted quickly, catching her before she could take a nasty fall. Startled and still disoriented, Yang Jing barely had time to recover before her husband began to shout. Stop making a scene. No need to ask my brother, I gave him the money, so what? Are you going to arrest me? It's my own money. How's that stealing? He only needed a little more to buy a car. It's not like I gave it to him. It's a loan, do you understand? He'll pay it back when he has money. It's not like he won't. If you had just agreed to lend it earlier, would we be in this mess? Did I need to secretly lend him the money? Now look, everyone knows, and you're happy to humiliate me. He self-righteously berated Yang Jing, even blaming her as if everything were her fault. Yang Jing stared at him in disbelief, as if she had never truly known him. What kind of man had she been sleeping beside all this time? Only now did his true nature become clear to her. A loan? Oh, really? You say it's a loan, then where's the IOU? When does he plan to pay it back? Can he even afford to? Buying a car when he has no money, just putting on airs. A car worth just over 30,000 yuan, and he only had a few thousand? Your mom gave 10,000, and you wanted us to contribute 20,000. Now you've given him the 1,000 from our home savings, and even my gold jewelry. You secretly pawned it for cash, didn't you? And if that wasn't enough, your mom must have covered the rest, right? Every last penny from our home went to him, didn't it? And your mom has no extra money left either, does she? Pay it back. With what? A few yuan a month? That would take forever. By the time our next child is born, grown, and married, he still wouldn't have repaid it. At that rate, what's the difference between lending it and just giving it to him? You're worried about losing face? You still know how to be ashamed? My face is the one you've shamed. Divorce. We must divorce. I won't tolerate you anymore. Take the child if you want. If you don't want them, I'll take them back to my parents' house. Yang Jing was not one to suffer in silence. With so much money gone, she had no desire to continue this life. Only after her outburst did she remember Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng were still present. She quickly added, "Take him away. Make him return my money. 3,000 of that was my dowry. The gold jewelry was mine too. The rest was our joint property. I should get at least half. If he doesn't return my money, don't let him go. That rotten thief. He deserves to die. I want him to spend the rest of his life in jail." Yang Jing wasn't joking, she was deadly serious. Common property aside, since the 3,000 yuan was her dowry, that money belonged to Yang Jing. Her husband secretly taking it was theft, plain and simple. Take him in first, then sort out the details. Without a word, Quan Ruifeng immediately pulled out handcuffs and cuffed Yang Jing's husband. "Come with us to the police station. We'll discuss everything there. The dowry is hers, and she has a share in the joint property. You handled it without a word, which is an act of theft. I have the right to arrest you." "Exactly." Xia Xian backed him up, and the two immediately prepared to take Yang Jing's husband away. Seeing them get serious, Yang Jing's husband panicked and quickly pleaded with Yang Jing. "No, no, no. I won't go. I won't go to the police station. Wife, please let me go. I swear I'll make my brother return the money. We're family, why make such a fuss? I don't believe you. Even if the money is returned, I'm getting a divorce. You two go to the police station first. I'll go find your brother right away. If he doesn't immediately cough up the money, the police can arrest him too. Let those two brothers keep each other company in jail." Yang Jing was resolute. She refused to endure this family any longer. Even if the money was returned this time, who knew what other tricks they'd pull next? She was done. Divorce was the only way. "How can your heart be so cruel, woman? No matter how much I beg, it's useless, isn't it? You're ungrateful, aren't you?" Yang Jing's husband suddenly turned vicious again, glaring at Yang Jing as if he could devour her. "Move." Quan Ruifeng dragged him away. If he wanted to play tough, he could try it at the police station. What good was being tough only with his wife? "Officer Yang, will go ahead. Remember to notify his brother to come to the police station as well," Xia Xian said, patting her shoulder reassuringly. "Okay." Though heartbroken, Yang Jing was strong. Wiping away her tears, she prepared to leave. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng escorted Yang Jing's husband back to the police station. However, while the culprit had been found, this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve. There was still much to be done. No sooner had Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng returned to the police station than Gao Shuang called, saying her family was looking for her. Her second sister-in-law had already given birth and wanted her to call home when she had time. Oh, all right. Hadn't her second sister-in-law been due in another month or two? Giving birth 1 or 2 months early, had something unexpected happened? Worried, Xia Xian immediately called home. She had intended for someone to call her mother to the phone, but unexpectedly, her second sister-in-law, Wang Muju, who should have been resting postpartum, was waiting by the phone. She snatched the receiver and immediately launched into a furious tirade against Xia Xian, bluntly demanding money. Xia Xian, you're the one who harmed me and my child. You must take responsibility. You owe us money. Huh? She was all the way in Beijing. How could she possibly have harmed her second sister-in-law and her little nephew? Chapter 138. Just give me 10,000 yuan. You deal with the consequences. Xia Xian didn't get it. She couldn't help but frown, pressing for a clear explanation. Second sister-in-law, just say what you mean. Let's get to the bottom of this. Don't dump all the blame on me, I won't accept it. What blame? Are you saying I'm framing you? How am I framing you? If it weren't for your mess with Chu Xing and his mother, causing them to harass us daily, would I have gone into early labor? If I hadn't delivered early, why would your little nephew weigh only 6-something pounds? Why would he be so weak? What will become of him when he grows up? He's a boy. How will he support his family in the future? This is all on you. Wang Muju was working herself into a rage. She wished she could saddle Xia Xian with responsibility for her son's entire life, paying for his house, his marriage, and raising his children. Xia Xian understood, yet was still confused. Hadn't she already dealt with the Chu Sheng problem by involving old Lady Gao's family earlier this year? She remembered her mother saying it had done the trick. The Gaos were very thorough, and Chu Xing and his mother hadn't bothered them since. Had they somehow slipped past the Gao's defenses and harassed her family again, causing her sister-in-law to go into early labor? If that were the case, then she did bear some responsibility. Xia Xian's frown deepened. Tell me exactly what happened. When did you go into labor? What occurred? If it's my fault, I'll take responsibility, but I won't let you make bottomless demands. Xia Xian had principles. The fact that Wang Muju could call her meant she was fine. Since their family hadn't reached out, they must have deemed her well enough to be out and about. She probably hadn't given birth today. As for her nephew, 6 pounds isn't bad for a preemie, he was likely nearly fully developed. Wang Muju must have been almost full term, not 5 or 6 months, where survival would be a real concern. Of course, Xia Xian understood a mother's worries. If this was her fault, she would make it right. When did I go into labor? 3 days ago. Mom and Dad kept stopping me from telling you. They always favor you, they don't even care about their newborn grandson. Wang Muju went off again, but there was little useful information. Xia Xian wasn't putting up with her baseless accusations and threatened. If you're too emotional to explain properly, let's end this. I'll call Mom and Dad myself later. No, you can't hang up. Wang Muju raised her voice again, too agitated to control herself. Xia Xian just hung up on her and waited a minute before calling back. Calm now? If not, I can hang up again. Xia Xian knew how to handle such people. Though Wang Muju was still furious, she didn't dare shout anymore and quickly spilled the details of what had happened. But as Xia Xian listened, she realized Wang Muju's premature labor had nothing to do with Chu Sheng or his mother. She had overeaten, gone for a walk to digest, and accidentally rammed her belly against a table corner, causing the early delivery. It had not one damn thing to do with Xia Xian. Now she understood why her parents hadn't let Wang Muju call her. They didn't want her making such a ridiculous demand. Xia Xian was too mad to even laugh, biting back her anger as she asked, "You bumped your own belly and caused premature labor, yet you want me to take responsibility? For what? If Chu Xing or his mother had pushed you, then yes, I'd own some of it since it started because of me. But this was entirely your own accident. It has nothing to do with me. Second sister-in-law, since you've already given birth and your son is fine, rest at home. Don't run around." Xia Xian was about to hang up, done with this nonsense. Wang Muju caught on and hastily argued. How is it not your fault? If I hadn't been afraid of them showing up, would I have rushed out? If I hadn't been in such a hurry, would I have hit my belly on the table? You say it's not your doing, but if you hadn't pissed them off, would they have made our lives hell? Before, they came to our house and gave me stomachaches and chest pains. My premature labor is tied to how they scared me. It weakened my health. Otherwise, I'd have carried to full term and had a big, healthy baby. Now he's just over 6 pounds. How tall or strong will he grow up to be? If he can't marry or earn money, that's your fault. Wang Muju was determined to stick this on Xia Xian, no matter what. Chu Xing and his mother had visited a few times before, but after Xia Xian enlisted old Lady Gao's help, they stopped bothering the family. If Wang Muju had been scared into poor health, it would have happened long ago, not now. And this nonsense about her weakened constitution causing premature labor? If she'd been that frail, she wouldn't have gotten pregnant at all. This was just an excuse to shake her down for money. Seething, Xia Xian suppressed her anger to see just how far her sister-in-law would go. She took a deep breath and asked coolly, "Then how much money do you think will settle this? Name a price. Expecting me to support your son for life isn't realistic. Think carefully before answering." Her tone was icy, but Wang Muju, thrilled she'd finally relented, blurted out the sum she'd already calculated without hesitation. 10,000 yuan. I know you don't have it, but your fiancé does. He can pay. You're getting married soon anyway. His family's wealth will be yours. It's nothing to spend on your nephew, especially since this is your fault anyway. Once you compensate us, we won't ask for more. If your nephew needs help when he's older, say, a place to stay, food, or a job, you can handle that as his aunt. We won't demand much else. Wang Muju was practically giddy. She'd just secured a lifelong benefactor for her son. Xia Xian laughed coldly. 10,000 yuan, plus future support, housing, jobs, taking care of him? Wang Muju's audacity was astounding. Was this child born for her? We won't demand much else? Is this just your idea, or does my second brother agree too? Chapter 139. Just wait till I deal with them. Xia Xian took a deep breath, her voice chilling to the bone. Yet, Wang Muju remained oblivious, still gleeful, convinced Xia Xian had agreed. She chirped. Of course, it's me and your brother. We decide everything together. You and your fiancé should do the same. It's the only way to live a good life. Once you're married and have a son and daughter like us, with a perfect family, you'll understand how wonderful life can be. She was already fantasizing about how to spend the 10,000 yuan, a huge sum. If not for knowing Xia Xian's fiancé was wealthy, they wouldn't have dared ask for such an amount. Initially, they'd considered demanding just 100 or 2 as a token gesture. But she'd boldly asked for 1,000. Unexpectedly, Xia's second brother was even bolder. He'd suggested 10,000. If Xia Xian agreed outright, it'd be a win-win. If she refused, they could bargain. Even half would still be 5,000. Either way, they'd profit. Lost in her daydream, she was caught off guard when Xia Xian snapped. If you already have a son and daughter and life is so good, why act like beggars to your sister-in-law for money? 10,000 yuan, how many years would it take for you to earn that with your current wages? Let alone save up that much. Wang Muju, you and my second brother really are two of a kind, utterly shameless. Let me make this clear, I won't give you a single cent. Just wait till I tell mom and dad. Furious, Xia Xian hung up abruptly. Hey, hello. The call had ended. No matter how much Wang Muju shouted, it was useless. When she tried calling back, no one answered. Crap. Originally, Lei Wan and Father Xia were against this. She'd snuck out to call Xia Xian. If Xia Xian reported this, they'd definitely get scolded. But then again, she'd just given the Xia family a son. She was a hero. At worst, they'd just scold her a bit. It wasn't like they'd kick her out. Wang Muju wasn't worried. But she hadn't expected Xia Xian to outright refuse without even negotiating. Had they asked for too much? She didn't even try to bargain. Wang Muju grumbled, but wasn't giving up. She could always call again later. Besides, they'd attend Xia Xian's wedding in Beijing, then Xia's second brother could confront her in person. The couple's plans were already forming. But Xia Xian wouldn't let them succeed. Angry, Xia Xian went outside for air. Quan Ruifeng followed, having gleaned some understanding from her words. He didn't bring it up, though. Instead, he suggested, let's go buy some soda. Something sweet to calm her down. Looking at Quan Ruifeng, Xia Xian suddenly felt drained. Why did she have so many problems? Even if she could handle it, that didn't mean it didn't stress her out. It's fine. Everything can be resolved. Just a minor issue, don't worry. Quan Ruifeng bought her a soda and candy, something sweet to cheer her up. His kindness comforted her. She couldn't help hugging him. Sigh. I don't even want them at our wedding. Not just second brother and his wife, but also her eldest brother, his wife, and even her parents. What if they said something embarrassing in front of Quan Ruifeng's parents? How could she face them afterward? She'd definitely tell her parents about this. She was ready to break off with second brother and his wife. But she worried her parents might push her to give them money to avoid conflict. If she gave money to second brother, how much? Should she give some to eldest brother too? Otherwise, they'd resent her. Even if second sister-in-law hadn't been pregnant then, they still had a niece. They could say the child was traumatized or something. Once this started, excuses for money would never end. So she wouldn't give a single cent. She had to shut this down for good. Don't say things in anger. If you don't want your siblings there, that's fine. But your parents should come. It's a huge moment. They should be there. Quan Ruifeng patted her head reassuringly. Xia Xian did love her parents. When she'd aced her exams and got into Beijing University, she'd immediately shared the news and sent them the newspaper articles. She truly wanted a good relationship with them. For something as major as her wedding, once invited, she couldn't just uninvite them unless she'd initially said the trip was too far and they shouldn't come. Otherwise, what would her parents think? Sigh, but if I say I don't want eldest brother, his wife, second brother, or his wife there, I don't know if Dad will get mad. Her father's temper was hard to read. But Lei Wan would definitely come, bringing her little brother. She cared more about her mother and brother. The others' attendance wasn't as important. Don't overthink it now. First, tell your parents about today. See their reaction, then we'll decide what to do next. Quan Ruifeng advised tackling things step by step, less pressure that way. All right. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Studying herself, Xia Xian found courage. Without delay, she called her father at his workplace, bypassing Wang Muju, who might intercept the call at home. Father Xia was currently loving the attention at the factory. Everyone knew his daughter had gotten into Beijing University and was marrying a wealthy policeman. People envied him, saying he'd raised an outstanding daughter. No one even mentioned the drama with Chu Xing and his mother anymore. If they ever caused trouble, everyone would side with the Xia family, who knew. Maybe they'd benefit from Xia Xian's success someday. Plus, with Wang Muju recently giving him a grandson, he was thrilled. When Xia Xian called the factory, he assumed it was more good news until he heard her words. Dad, second sister-in-law claims I caused her premature birth, weakening my nephew. She and second brother demand 10,000 yuan, plus support for life for their son. Does that sound right to you? Do you agree with this? Xia Xian got right to the point. Father Xia's face fell immediately. I don't agree. I'll handle her. The nerve. Who do they think they are? Just wait till I beat them to death. Furious, he hung up before Xia Xian could say more. Dad. Wait, Dad, hold on. He'd ended the call too fast. And with his temper, Xia Xian worried things would escalate. She immediately called home again. She needed to reach her mom first. Chapter 140, School Starts and the Wedding. After hanging up the phone, Xia Xian felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach, fearing a major family crisis. But with her mother there to intervene, surely things would be all right? Xia Xian paced nervously, waiting for her mother to call back once everything was settled. After what felt like an eternity, her mother finally called, her voice thick with tears. It's all right now, Xia Xian. Everything's fine. Your second brother and his wife won't bother you for money anymore. They were just acting crazy, don't mind them. As for your wedding, your dad won't let your eldest or second brother come. He won't go either, saying he'll stay home to keep an eye on them. He'll just let me bring Xiao Yuan along to avoid troubling your in-laws. Make sure to tell them. All right, it's fine if they don't come. But Dad won't be there either? What exactly did Dad do just now? Mom, please don't cry. Xia Xian could tell her mother was terrified and couldn't help but ask, but Lei Wan steadfastly refused to elaborate. After insisting she had things to handle, she abruptly hung up. How could she tell Xia Xian that, in a fit of rage, her father had grabbed a knife, threatening to kill her shameless second brother and kick out his wife, declaring they'd raise the child themselves? Lei Wan was angry too, but this reaction was extreme. The sudden outburst had shocked everyone. Xia Xian's second brother and his wife were cowering like quails, likely too scared to demand money from her anytime soon. After hanging up, Xia Xian sighed deeply, her mood inevitably affected. With her wedding approaching, this kind of drama was the last thing she needed. Still, better now than during the wedding. Looking at it another way, Xia Xian cheered up. Whatever, she'd just let it go. Only my mom and Xiao Yuan will come to our wedding. Make sure to tell Aunt Gao and the others. She dumped the problem onto Quan Ruifeng. Just make up some excuse. Say my family has something going on and can't make it. Or say my second sister-in-law just gave birth and can't be left alone and the others couldn't get time off. Got it. I'll handle it. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Quan Ruifeng replied calmly, exuding confidence that no matter what Xia Xian did, he could manage it. You're amazing, Comrade Quan. I'll leave it to you. Xia Xian sneakily kissed him and tried to pull away, but Quan Ruifeng immediately wrapped an arm around her waist, refusing to let her go. Just a kiss. His tone was dangerous, teasing. What else? Not yet. You'll have to hold out a little longer. Grinning, Xia Xian poked him, signaling him to let go. If anyone saw them, it wouldn't look good. Besides, he was the one who insisted on waiting until their wedding night. Now that it was almost here, he'd just have to endure a little longer. A few more days wouldn't hurt. Fine. Failing to claim his reward, Quan Ruifeng pinched Xia Xian's soft earlobe before finally releasing her. The two headed home together. Days passed, and many began receiving their college acceptance letters. Zhou Xingshi got his too. He was accepted. Beijing Normal University. A very respectable school. The Zhou family nearly set off fireworks for 3 days straight to celebrate their slacker son actually getting into college. Having a top student's guidance really made a difference. Zhou's parents even insisted on treating the 3 academic stars to a meal, no refusals allowed. Their joy was unmistakable. Yet, while Zhou Xingshi had his acceptance letter in hand, Qin Wenwen, who attended the same school, still hadn't received hers. Originally confident, she grew increasingly restless. After waiting a few more days and seeing lower-tier schools already sending out letters, she couldn't take it anymore. She rushed to the Zhou household to find Zhou Xingshi, coincidentally, just as the Zhou family was hosting Xia Xian and the others for dinner. What, here to pick a fight again? Xia Xian raised an eyebrow, sharp words ready to fire. No. I just came to ask if Zhou Xingshi got his acceptance letter yet. When did he receive it? Why haven't I gotten mine? Flustered, Qin Wenwen explained. She no longer had any desire to oppose Xia Xian. Instead, seeing her filled her with shame and inferiority. She must have been out of her mind to think she could compare to Xia Xian. Xia Xian was incredible. She was the top scorer in Beijing. Even if Qin Wenwen didn't want to admit it, she had to. It was right there in the newspapers. She had no idea how crushed she'd felt seeing Xia Xian's photo in the paper. In an instant, Xia Xian shattered all her pride and confidence, teaching her never to look down on anyone again. If possible, she'd never want to see these people again. But she had no choice. With no acceptance letter in sight, she had to ask. She remembered Xia Xian saying she and Zhou Xingshi applied to the same school. Got it a few days ago. If you haven't received yours, you probably didn't get in. Zhou Xingshi shrugged, casually delivering the brutal truth. Qin Wenwen refused to believe it, shaking her head desperately. That can't be. My relatives said they saw my name. The letters were just sent out slowly. We're in different majors, so they wouldn't be sent together. She was on the verge of breaking down, but facts spoke louder than words. Undergraduate admissions were already over. How could anyone be missed? No letter meant no acceptance. If you don't believe it, go ask your relative. Didn't you say they worked there and saw your name? Xia Xian couldn't care less whether Qin Wenwen got in or not. She nibbled on a grilled lamb chop while speaking indifferently, pausing to eat a shrimp Quan Ruifeng had peeled for her. Qin Yu was the same. Zhou Xingshi was busy feeding her and had no time for Qin Wenwen. After their last falling out, there was no affection left between them. Seeing no one cared to engage with her, Qin Wenwen left in humiliated tears. She had no choice but to ask her relative again, only to learn there'd been a mistake. A Chenhuan had been accepted, but it wasn't her. Just someone with the same name. Devastated, Chenhuan fainted on the spot. Losing to Xia Xian was one thing. Failing to get into Beijing University was another. But not getting into any college at all? She couldn't even surpass the underachiever Zhou Xingshi. Zhou Xingshi, I didn't provoke any of you. But no one cared about her state. Everyone eagerly welcomed the start of the new semester. Today was the day Xia Xian and the others registered for school. After a week of classes, it'd be time to return home for the wedding. Quan Ruifeng's parents had everything prepared. The banquet would be held in his father's workplace cafeteria, a high-security government unit. Ordinary people couldn't even enter, let alone host a wedding there. This alone showed just how influential Quan Ruifeng's father was. More than 20 tables were reserved. They could have had more if not for keeping a low profile. Only close relatives, colleagues, and friends were invited, yet even that required 20 tables. Everything was ready, just waiting for the big day. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng barely had time to settle into campus life or explore the university grounds before the day arrived. They returned home early to prepare. Lei Wan had already arrived with Xiao Yuan, picked up personally by Gao Shuang, who ensured they were well taken care of. Lei Wan was very pleased, gently stroking Xia Xian's smooth hair. Xiao Xian, you've married well this time. Seems so. Xia Xian smiled brightly, her face radiant like peach blossoms, no makeup needed. She's going to be the most gorgeous bride today. Our little Xian has finally made it through tough times to happiness. She will surely have a wonderful life ahead. Lei Wan cried tears of joy, while Xia Yuan burst into loud sobs. His sister was getting married again, and he wouldn't be able to see her anymore. Boo-hoo. Silly boy, why the tears on such a happy day? You should be blessing your sister. I think my life is great now. How's your studying going lately? Xia Xian wiped his tears and shut him up with that one question, making him instantly uneasy. Same as usual. TCH, looks like he's slacking. Xia Xian wanted to scold him, but Quan Ruifeng had already arrived with the groomsmen, walking over with confident energy alongside Zhou Xingshi and the others. The groom is here. To the happy couple, a lifetime of love and prosperity. May you be blessed with children soon. Everyone cheered, clapped, and teased, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Quan Ruifeng couldn't hear any of it. His eyes were only on the radiant Xia Xian. From today onward, Xia Xian would officially be his wife. When Xia Xian saw Quan Ruifeng approaching, she lifted her gaze and smiled at him. The noise around them melted away, and in that moment, they only had eyes for each other. They hardly noticed the rest of the ceremony until the toasts concluded and the newlyweds finally entered the bridal chamber. Only then did it truly sink in for them both. Xia Xian, you're mine now. Quan Ruifeng, you're mine too. Now we don't have to hold back anymore. Comrade Quan, I need to inspect your physical condition. If you don't satisfy me, I might just return you. With a sultry smile, Xia Xian hooked her finger around Quan Ruifeng's tie and slowly loosened it. While she worked on the tie, Quan Ruifeng wasn't idle either. In the blink of an eye, Xia Xian's porcelain-smooth, fair skin was pressed against the bed, their breaths growing ragged. Quan Ruifeng gripped Xia Xian's slender, delicate ankles, starting his devotion from there. Actions spoke louder than words. He would show her just how well he could satisfy her. Chapter 141. Wedding night, Quan Ruifeng, show some restraint. Quan Ruifeng. I'm scared, you? I'll be gentle. Don't be afraid. Quan Ruifeng kissed Xia Xian tenderly, easing her nerves. Though she was intimately familiar with him when they... Xia Xian still couldn't help but turn pale. Hiss. Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Quan Ruifeng gently kneaded her soft earlobe, trying to soothe her. Fortunately, he was gentle and considerate enough that soon, Xia Xian. Quan Ruifeng. Xia Xian wrapped her arms around his neck. Hearing her voice steady again and seeing her gaze, Quan Ruifeng understood. That's my girl. Sweetheart, I love you. He kissed her again, slow and reverent. I love you too, Quan Ruifeng. So much it hurts. That's why I hope you'll never betray me, so we can live happily together for the rest of our lives. Xia Xian made this silent, heartfelt wish as she kissed him back, lost in their shared bliss. But Quan Ruifeng, young, vigorous, and newlywed, was insatiable. Xia Xian, utterly exhausted, could only plead for mercy. Quan Ruifeng. Quan Ruifeng. Please, let me sleep. Wah, I'm so tired, so sleepy. Almost there, baby. Just a little longer, okay? He kissed her delicate collarbone, his voice hoarse as he coaxed her. But a man's words are not to be trusted, especially in bed. Quan Ruifeng was no exception. Even the gentlest man could be domineering at times. Xia Xian felt as though her waist might snap from his relentless grip. Floating in a haze, she had no idea when he finally let her sleep. The last thing she remembered before passing out was the faint sound of a rooster crowing. It was nearly dawn. Quan Ruifeng, finally sated, pulled her close, kissing her over and over before finally drifting into a deep sleep. They slept straight through till afternoon. Lei Wan fidgeted restlessly, desperate to wake Xia Xian. It was their first day as newlyweds. Her in-laws were waiting for her to serve morning tea. How could she sleep so late? She offered a sheepish grin to Gao Shuang. She must be exhausted. Should I go wake her? Don't bother, dear. We've been there, we understand. My son must have been too reckless and tired her out. It's fine. Let's eat first and let them rest. It's no big deal, there's no rush. The tea ceremony can wait. She's earned her rest, she doesn't need to get up early. Gao Shuang was understanding and quickly changed the subject, asking if Lei Wan had seen Xia Xian's newspaper feature. It was front-page news. She hurried to fetch it. I did. The photo was beautiful. Lei Wan brightened at the topic, and Xia Yuan chimed in excitedly. My sister is so gorgeous. We look so much alike, so I must be super pretty too. Haha. Yes, Xiao Yuan, you're indeed very pretty. The mood lightened, and no one pressed about the newlyweds. With no one rushing them, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng slept until 3 p.m. Xia Xian pried her eyes open, but her lower body felt like jelly. Annoyed, she pinched Quan Ruifeng's waist. Quan Ruifeng, you swore you'd behave. Next time. There won't be a next time. Do you know what separate bedrooms means? She huffed, teasing him. His composed, handsome face finally broke as he pulled her into a firm embrace. No, absolutely not. I don't care what you agree to. In truth, since they lived in campus dorms on weekdays, they only shared a bed on weekends. She would never actually choose separate rooms, she was just messing with him. But Quan Ruifeng took her seriously, covering her face in kisses and tickling her until she dissolved into giggles, wriggling against him playfully. Their giggles and murmurs reached Lei Wan, who finally couldn't hold back. Xia Xian, if you're awake, come out here. Chapter 142, Tea Ceremony. So she did bleed after all. Living with the in-laws like this, how could they act like this? If it were just a day or two, the in-laws might let it slide, but over time, they would surely grow resentful. By then, her life would become difficult. Lei Wan was thinking of Xia Xian's well-being, having gone through similar experiences herself. She wanted to teach Xia Xian how to handle married life, without considering whether it was the life Xia Xian truly wanted, or whether Quan Ruifeng's parents were really the kind of people she imagined. But it was still too early to discuss these matters. For now, they had to focus on the present. Already late, and with Lei Wan calling from outside, Xia Xian quickly pushed Quan Ruifeng away. Get up. Stop messing around. Her face was flushed with a mix of embarrassment and delight, making her even more endearing. Unable to resist, Quan Ruifeng gave her cheek an affectionate pinch before finally rising. All right, no more fooling around. Let's get up. Quan Ruifeng said with a laugh as he got up. Truthfully, Xia Xian was still feeling sore, and Quan Ruifeng wanted to bring her food to her in bed. But Xia Xian was too shy for that, so he didn't insist. Once they were both dressed and ready, they stepped out together. Lei Wan had been waiting anxiously, and the moment Xia Xian appeared, she didn't let her eat first. Instead, she immediately urged her to perform the tea ceremony for Gao Shuang and Quan's father. They've been waiting for ages. Go on, serving tea won't take but a minute. It won't delay your meal. Lei Wan gave Xia Xian a pointed look. If this were her daughter-in-law, she'd have blown her top already. What kind of person keeps their elders waiting like this? She wasn't that patient. All right. Though hungry, Xia Xian knew her mother was right. Serving tea would only take a few minutes, she could endure it. So Xia Xian went to prepare the tea. Quan's father, mother, and grandmother were all seated, waiting for her to offer them tea and address them properly with the familial titles. The first cup naturally went to Quan's grandmother. Grandmother, please have some tea. Xia Xian presented the tea gracefully. Though her cheeks were still slightly flushed, she wasn't awkward. This was a standard procedure, and she knew the Quan family wouldn't make things difficult for her. What a good granddaughter-in-law. From now on, we're officially family. This is your home too, don't hold back. Live happily with Rui Feng. Grandmother Quan smiled warmly and handed her a fat red envelope, clearly containing a generous sum. Lei Wan's eyes lit up at the sight, but she restrained herself, not wanting to embarrass Xia Xian. Xia Yuan, too, watched Xia Xian with a serious expression, trying his best to look mature, which was oddly cute. Thank you, grandmother. Xia Xian took the red envelope with grace before serving tea to Quan's father and Gao Shuang. Father, mother, please have some tea. She addressed Quan's father first, then Gao Shuang, but served the tea to Gao Shuang before Quan's father, a small but meaningful gesture that wasn't lost on Gao Shuang. Gao Shuang nodded in approval. Her expectations for a daughter-in-law weren't too high. As long as Quan Ruifeng was happy, the family had good values, and the girl herself was kind and of good character, that was enough. That was why she had initially agreed to Quan Ruifeng's relationship with Xia Xian, accepting her despite her being a divorced woman, something that didn't quite align with her original expectations. But since Quan Ruifeng loved her, it wasn't a deal-breaker. Later, after spending more time with Xia Xian, she came to understand her character better and had no objections. Now that Xia Xian had even been admitted to Beijing University as the top of her class, surpassing Quan Ruifeng, Gao Shuang was even more impressed. All she wanted now was for Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian to live happily together, with everything going smoothly in their marriage. Beyond that, she had no other demands. Xiao Xian is such a good girl. Go eat with Ruifeng now. Gao Shuang and Quan's father each gave her a red envelope for using parental titles. The envelopes were thick, clearly showing how much they valued her. Despite Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng sleeping so late, they weren't scolded at all. Instead, they received such generous gifts. Lei Wan was now sure Xia Xian had been right. The Quan family truly treated her well and were satisfied with her. That set her mind at rest. After the tea ceremony, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng went to eat, while Lei Wan took the opportunity to say they were leaving. Now that the wedding's over, we should head back. We'll buy train tickets for tomorrow, no need to trouble you further. There's still plenty to take care of at home. What? We're leaving already? I haven't even had a proper talk with sis. And didn't she promise to take me to the Great Wall and Tiananmen Square? Xia Yuan complained. Xia Xian had been too busy with the wedding yesterday to give him any time. Now that it was over, she could rest today and take him out tomorrow. Mom, let's leave the day after tomorrow instead. Don't you want to talk more with sis? Xia Yuan refused to leave so soon, stubbornly insisting on staying. If Gao Shuang and the others hadn't been present, Lei Wan would have slapped him for embarrassing her. She shot him a sharp look to shut him up. Let's go with Xiao Yuan's suggestion. You've traveled so far, we can't let you leave without showing you around. And you two haven't had much time to talk. At least stay until the day after tomorrow. Ruifeng and Xiao Xian have already taken time off work. Gao Shuang and the others wouldn't allow their in-laws to leave so soon. Without Xia Xian even needing to intervene, they firmly insisted Lei Wan and Xia Yuan stay. Xia Xian was happy but worried. In her current state, even 3 days of rest wouldn't be enough for her to climb the Great Wall. It was way too much. Tomorrow, you take Mom and Xiao Yuan to the Great Wall. I'll wait for you at the bottom, I won't go up. All right. Still in pain? Should I apply more ointment? Quan Ruifeng asked softly. Xia Xian was even eating while standing, unwilling to sit. He felt guilty last night. He really had gone too far, losing control. Tonight, he'd have to let her rest properly. You already applied it for me. We'll do it again tonight. The topic made Xia Xian blush. Quan Ruifeng had handled everything for her, leaving her feeling clean when she woke up. She had to admit, Quan Ruifeng was extremely thoughtful. She couldn't find a single fault in him. And last night, the way he had filled her so completely was indescribable. She had even bled, the blood that was expected with the first time. And it had. So in her previous marriage, when she hadn't bled, it was simply because Chuxing was too damn small. He couldn't even be a real man properly, yet he had the nerve to blame her? Alright, I'll go wash the bedsheets first. You go chat with Mom and Xiao Yuan. Quan Ruifeng handled the chores willingly, giving Xia Xian time to be with family. But then, Xia Xian got into an argument with them. Chapter 143. How about you give 300? Lei Wan genuinely loved Xia Xian, but she strived to be fair to all her children, which sometimes inadvertently led to unfairness. Xia Xian, Lei Wan, and Xia Yuan returned to their room to chat. Both Lei Wan and Xia Yuan were curious about how much money Xia Xian had received in the red envelopes. Big sis, open them and see how much is inside. Your in-laws are so rich. I wish I could be as wealthy as them someday, then I'd buy you all so many things. Xia Yuan was both envious and excited, already painting grand visions for their future. Knock it off. You won't even study. How do you expect to make big money? Xia Xian gave him a light flick on the forehead, exasperated. Have you caused any trouble at home lately? While opening the red envelopes and counting the money, she casually inquired about his recent behavior. No trouble at all. Sis, how many times have you asked me that? Do I look like a liar? If I did something wrong, I'd tell you. I'm an honest man, I never lie. Xia Yuan thumped his chest confidently before continuing. I'm not as smart as you and brother-in-law, getting into such good universities. Graduating high school would be a miracle for me. Besides, you don't need a degree to make money, right? Back then, people couldn't even take college exams. Look at brother-in-law. He didn't go to college, but he's still rolling in money. Listen, sis, people rake in cash selling stuff in the black market. My classmate's dad does it, and he told me secretly that he started selling there too. He says it's super exciting. Later, he'll take me along, and we'll make money together. Just wait, you'll live the good life. Xia Yuan had already mapped out his future, truly too clever for his age. But Xia Xian and Lei Wan frowned deeply, with Lei Wan even swatting his mouth a few times. Stop talking nonsense. The black market? You'd be lucky to live to spend the money before you get yourself killed. Just focus on studying. If you can't get into college, find work at a factory. As long as you have a job, you won't starve, that's enough. Everyone knew the black market was lucrative, but you needed connections to get goods and had to gamble with your life, risking arrest and execution at any moment. It could even implicate the whole family. Few with families dared take such risks. That's why black market goods were so expensive. Scarcity drives value. Which classmate told you this? If his dad really did black market business, would he spill the beans? He's probably lying. And if it's true, he might get his dad killed. So mum's the word to anyone. Understood. Xia Xian set the money aside, grabbing him by the shoulders as she lectured him sternly. Still young, Xia Yuan didn't fully grasp the severity, but seeing how serious they were, he scratched his head and agreed. Oh, it's that dangerous? Then I won't go. Don't worry, sis, I won't say another word. I won't cause trouble for you. He thumped his chest again, his eyes darting mischievously. Truthfully, he'd never done anything truly outrageous. Why did his sister always assume he'd cause trouble? He was miles more responsible than his two older brothers. Good, as long as you listen. Your sister's successful, follow her lead. Satisfied, Lei Wan dropped the subject and turned back to Xia Xian. Well? Finished counting? How much is there? Her eyes lit up as she stared at the money on the bed. If not for Xia Xian's marriage, she'd never have set foot in Beijing, let alone stayed in such a beautiful Sihiyuan. The Quan family clearly valued Xia Xian, paying top dollar. Now reassured, Lei Wan's thoughts drifted to her other sons. 504 yuan total. Each envelope had 168, an auspicious number. They probably thought 101, symbolizing 1 in 100, was too little, so they added more. But over 100 yuan just for a name-changing red envelope? That was an enormous sum. Back when Xia Xian's older brothers married, Lei Wan had given their wives just 1 yuan each, over 100 times less. No wonder her eyes lit up. The Quan family's wealth was undeniable. Wow, that's a lot. 500 yuan could buy a job. Now that's rich. Even Xia Yuan, still a child, knew this was real money. He quickly advised, "Sis, save this money, don't spend it. Let brother-in-law cover expenses. That way, if he ever treats you badly, you can just take your money and leave." What a little operator. Don't grow all cunning without growing taller. Xia Xian burst out laughing, ruffling his hair. Short but sharp. Growing tall without smarts makes you a lumbering fool. Growing smarts without height makes you clever. His quick comeback had both women laughing. But once the laughter faded, Lei Wan hesitated before getting to the point. "You've got quite a bit now, right? The name-changing money, the dowry, what you got from selling your job to your second sister-in-law, plus what we gave you, you must have at least 1,000 or 2,000. That's a lot. And since Rui Feng's family treats you so well, you probably don't need to spend much. Listen, dear, don't get mad. Here's the thing, your second sister-in-law just had a baby. Even if she's no prize, she's put in the effort. The child's still young and needs his mom. I know she cheated you out of money, her and your second brother were wrong. But Chu Xing and his mother did scare her. Now she's making a scene at home, even losing her milk. The poor baby's only getting gruel, it's not right. Your dad's furious, raising hell at home. I just want peace for the family. Before we left, your second sister-in-law came to me. She said demanding 10,000 from you was a joke, 1,000 would do. But even that's too much. I talked her down, and she finally agreed to 500. So, to keep the peace at home, Xia Xian, could you give her 300? I'll cover the other 200 secretly, don't tell your dad. Though slightly embarrassed, Lei Wan didn't feel too guilty. After all, she wasn't making Xia Xian pay the full amount, she was contributing half. And 300 yuan was peanuts for Xia Xian now. The request seemed reasonable. But she didn't notice Xia Xian's face falling, her lips pressed tight in silence. She knew it. Her mother was a soft touch, always pushing the better off to support the struggling. But once children had their own families, they couldn't just foot the bill for her siblings. Why couldn't her mother understand that? Xia Xian's good mood vanished. She was still figuring out how to refuse without hurting her mother when Xia Yuan, never one to mince words, jumped in. "Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? If second sister-in-law asks for money, you tell sis to give it? What if first sister-in-law asks too? Or if I pitch a fit, should sis give me money as well? Where's that supposed to come from? Even if she has it, why should she hand it over? You were just worried her in-laws would judge her for oversleeping. Don't you think they'd judge her for giving away money like this? Did second sister-in-law scramble your brains or what?" Xia Yuan glared furiously, leaving Lei Wan stammering. But Chapter 144, A Genuine Shakedown. 300 yuan wasn't a large sum for Xia Xian, but this was an exceptional circumstance. There was Chu Xing and his mother's influence, Wang Muju's premature birth, and the fact that Xia Xian's job had been snatched by Cheng Hongying last time. All these factors fueled Wang Muju's intense resentment, leading to a massive scene. As the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. True to form, Lei Wan's heart softened. For the sake of family harmony, she decided to secure some benefits for Wang Muju. Besides, Wang Muju wouldn't keep acting this way, she wouldn't go as far as Xia Yuan claimed. With this thought, Lei Wan regained her composure and even scolded Xia Yuan. "Xia Yuan, I'm your mother. Is that how you speak to your mother? Is that the attitude you should have? It's a common tactic. When logic fails, pull rank." Lei Wan was no exception. Xia Yuan, unwilling to back down, retorted defiantly. "What did I say wrong? Wasn't I just telling the truth? You can't argue with me, so you start yelling." "Hello." Xia Yuan was fuming. Xia Xian, who had been angry, felt a flicker of comfort seeing her brother defend her, and her temper softened. She pulled Xia Yuan back, gently pushing him behind her. Xiao Yuan, let your sister handle this. Stop arguing. Mom, Xia Yuan is right. I won't give her the money, and neither should you. She's clearly trying to extort me. Giving her money will only enable her, making her demands grow. Once she learns that throwing a tantrum works, she'll keep doing it. You'll never have peace. You're favoring her because she gave you a grandson, and you dote on him. But have you considered that my eldest sister-in-law will also have children? She'll give you grandsons too. If you favor the second sister-in-law now, what attitude will the eldest sister-in-law have towards you in the future? For my wedding, eldest sister-in-law had you bring a handmade scarf. At least her thoughtfulness was evident, and the materials were good. What about second sister-in-law? Did she even acknowledge you? I won't give money to anyone, but I will give things to eldest sister-in-law. For our wedding, Quan Ruifeng's relatives gave us a lot of food and daily necessities. My mother-in-law said I could distribute them, and she even prepared some things for you to take back. I won't give anything to second sister-in-law and second brother. Give everything to eldest brother and sister-in-law, and tell them it's my specific instruction. Then tell second brother and sister-in-law that if they keep causing trouble, they'll get nothing, not even a piece of candy from me. Don't tell me to do it for my nephew's sake. That child isn't my responsibility. Anyone can have children, eldest sister-in-law can, and I will too in the future. So don't use a child as leverage. It won't work. Xia Xian's stance was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Besides, Dad scared them so angrily precisely because he wanted to teach them a lesson once and for all, so they'd behave themselves in the future. If you give in now, Dad's efforts will be wasted, and he'll be angry with you too. Then you'll be caught between a rock and a hard place. Is that what you want? Xia Xian reasoned patiently. Of course not. Lei Wan fell into thought. If that was truly the case, then listening to Xia Xian and ignoring the second son and daughter-in-law would be the best course of action. But she's sulking and the baby isn't getting enough milk. Lei Wan's main concern was her little grandson, so she hesitated, still unwilling to give up. When we were little, we didn't have milk either. We were lucky to get rice gruel, let alone anything else. And we still grew up fine. Besides, that's her child. If they don't even care, why should you? They're just using the child to manipulate you, to make you feel sorry for them. If you worry about him not having milk now, later you'll worry about him not being able to read, not eating or sleeping well, or not finding a wife. Do you expect me to be responsible for all that? Mom, do you really think that's possible? If you don't interfere, she'll realize you won't compromise and stop using the child as leverage. Otherwise, they might even deliberately harm the child to get to you in the future. Believe me? Xia Xian countered. Hadn't she seen enough of this? Her eldest brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law, they were all like this. When poor, they might share hardships. But if you became wealthy, there was no telling what they might do. That's why she had to handle this firmly. She couldn't open the floodgates. Mom, think about it carefully. Come on, Xiao Yuan, let's go explore the capital. Without waiting for her mother's response, Xia Xian took Xia Yuan out for a stroll. This was both to give her mother time to think and to give her the cold shoulder, letting her know that if she continued to insist, she would lose her daughter. After Quan Ruifeng finished washing the bedsheets and tidying the room, he noticed Xia Xian wasn't home. Lei Wan said she had taken Xia Yuan out to play. Why didn't she take Lei Wan along? Quan Ruifeng was puzzled, but didn't say anything. He went out to look for Xia Xian. She wasn't feeling well, so she couldn't have gone far. Sure enough, Quan Ruifeng found Xia Xian and Xia Yuan eating ice pops in front of the general store. It had just stopped snowing in the capital, and it was still freezing. How could she dare to eat an ice pop now? Quan Ruifeng let out an exasperated laugh. Not afraid of the cold anymore? He snatched the ice pop from Xia Xian and finished the last 2 bites in one go, his mouth tingling from the cold. The siblings' mouths were truly resistant to cold. Xia Yuan quickly admitted his mistake. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I asked sister to buy me the ice pop. Don't blame her. Xia Xian, meanwhile, just looked at him innocently without saying a word. Have candied fruit skewers instead. No more of these. Seeing her like this, Quan Ruifeng couldn't bring himself to scold her. He gently ruffled her hair and went inside to buy candied fruit skewers. Brother-in-law has such a good temper, Xia Xian whispered to Xia Xian, feeling that his sister had found the right man. That's what you call a good temper. Your definition of good temper is a bit loose, comrade Xia Yuan. But his temper really is good. Xia Xian gently tapped his forehead but then smiled, her eyes sparkling. She was about to say something else when she suddenly saw an old man fall off his bicycle ahead of them with a loud crash. It looked like a bad fall. Xia Yuan turned to look too. Jia, look. Someone fell. Xia Xian saw it. She rushed forward to help the old man, but then hesitated, remembering all those scam stories she'd heard about. Her steps faltered. Xia Yuan, however, eager to impress his sister, immediately went to help the old man up. Grandpa, how did you fall? Let me help you up. Xia Yuan glanced at Xia Xian with a proud look, as if to say, aren't I being helpful? Seeing this, Xia Xian couldn't say anything more and bent down to help as well. Unexpectedly, the old man grabbed both their hands, holding Xia Xian and Xia Yuan tightly, and angrily shouted, "You two brats jerked my bike, that's why I fell. I knew something wasn't right. These kids are always messing with things. This was a total scam." Xia Xian closed her eyes in frustration. Chapter 145, He's a flirt, my son would be better. Who knows if anyone saw it? Otherwise, they'd never be able to explain themselves. What? You're saying we made you fall? Get your facts straight. We only came to help because we saw you fall. How dare you accuse us like this? We weren't even close to you. Besides, we weren't even riding bikes. How could we have yanked yours? Prove it. Xia Yuan was furious. He finally tried to do a good deed, only to run into someone like this. See? No good deed goes unpunished. From now on, he'd be bad. Seeing Xia Yuan's anger, Xia Xian worried he might turn bitter and go astray. She quickly intervened. Little Yuan, this grandpa just didn't see properly, that's all. He couldn't have meant to accuse us. Look at how well-dressed he is, how neatly his hair is combed. He's clearly a person of status and culture. He wouldn't try to scam us, right, Grandpa? Let's help you up first. Someone of your standing shouldn't be lying on the ground. It'd be embarrassing if someone you knew saw you like this. She buttered him up while making sense, then managed to haul him up. The old man found her words convincing. Someone of his stature shouldn't be sprawled on the ground. He got up and even straightened his old-school bicycle. Seeing him up close now, he didn't seem like a scammer. His clothes were of good quality, and unlike in later years, people couldn't just roam freely back then. If he were a fraud, he wouldn't have an easy escape. Probably not a professional scammer. Xia Xian felt a bit more at ease. Realizing the old man cared about his image and liked compliments, she laid it on thick. Grandpa, do you live around here? I do too, but I don't recall seeing you before. You look so noble and distinguished. You must have been very handsome in your youth. Even now, you're a handsome older man. If I'd met you before, I'd definitely remember. Education shows in your bearing. I can tell you're cultured and refined. You'd never falsely accuse people. My brother and I really didn't touch you. We were just trying to help. You said something tugged at you. Could your bike chain have slipped? Let me check. She bent to inspect the chain. It was fine, but she spotted a rock nearby, about the size of her palm. That must have been the culprit. She picked it up and showed it to him. Grandpa, you probably tripped over this rock. How annoying. It was right in the middle of the road. I'll move it so it won't cause trouble again. You look strong and healthy. I'm sure you're fine now, right? My brother and I have things to do, so if you're okay, we'll head off. She was itching to leave. Her stream of compliments had the old man eating out of her hand. Seeing the rock, the man realized his mistake. It really hadn't been the siblings' fault. He'd misjudged good people. He hadn't meant to scam them and now felt a little ashamed. Little girl, no need to flatter me. I know I was wrong. You two have good hearts. I shouldn't have accused you and upset you. Here's some money. Go buy yourself some tonghulu. The old man was straightforward. To make up for his blunder, he immediately offered Xia Xian and Xia Yuan some cash. Xia Yuan, who'd been fuming, saw how Xia Xian's sweet talk resolved the misunderstanding and even earned them money. His anger vanished, replaced by glee as he took the money. Maybe doing good deeds wasn't so bad after all, it even paid. Children are impressionable. Even small incidents could shape their worldview. If mishandled, they might gradually go down the wrong path. Xia Xian knew Xia Yuan wasn't stupid, just easily influenced. That's why she had to guide him carefully now, teaching him right from wrong so he wouldn't repeat his past mistakes, acting rashly and ruining his life. Seeing Xia Yuan's relaxed expression, she sighed in relief. The old man's backing down had left a positive impact. We helped out of kindness, not for money, Grandpa. Just like you didn't mean to accuse us. She took the money from Xia Yuan and returned it to the old man. We have our own money for Tonghulu. With that, she pulled Xia Yuan along. Though reluctant to part with the cash, Xia Yuan knew better than to argue. He gave one last wistful look before following. Wait. I knew you looked familiar. You said you live nearby, so I thought we'd met. Now I remember, you're that top scholar, aren't you? I saw you in the papers. My, you're even prettier in person. No wonder you're so silver-tongued and kind-hearted. A top scholar indeed. The old man beamed, finally recognizing Xia Xian. He dropped his bike, letting it fall carelessly, and reached for her hand. Little girl, how about meeting my son? He adores smart women. He'd love you. He's in the army on leave right now. Don't let my age fool you. My youngest is only 30. In his prime, a regiment commander too, and just as handsome as me. What do you say? Want to meet him? The man grinned, clearly taken with Xia Xian. She laughed and ducked behind Xia Yuan. Grandpa, if you read the papers, you'd know I'm engaged. Engaged means nothing. You're not married yet. A girl as outstanding as you should meet more young men. If your fiancé's truly worthy, he wouldn't fear you liking my son. The old man argued earnestly. Unfortunately for him, the fiancé had already become her husband. Before Xia Xian could respond, an arm slid around her shoulders. A cold voice cut in. Old you, we're already married. Tell your son to behave. Decent men don't flirt with married women. It was Quan Ruifeng. He knew this man? Are you any better, you heartbreaker? Little girl, he's no match for my son. Of course I am. Old you, just because your son can't get dates doesn't mean I'm a flirt. But the old man refused to give up, still pushing his son to Xia Xian. Xia Yuan watched the competition over his sister with pride. This proved how exceptional she was. He puffed up, eager to emulate her. Dad, what are you doing? Just then, the old man's youngest son arrived. Xia Xian turned, and her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 146, The Truth Behind the Brothers' Feud. This person. Xia Xian recognized him. Her pupils constricted instantly. Dad, what are you doing here? Yu Hongyi not only spotted his father, but, as he drew closer, also noticed Quan Ruifeng. He frowned, unable to suppress a reprimand, his voice thick with undisguised disgust. Quan Ruifeng shot him a glance, his own tone equally sharp. It was clear the two were at odds. This road isn't yours. What's wrong with me being here? Perhaps you should wonder why your father is here, trying to poach my wife. Are you that desperate now? Quan Ruifeng was utterly cold, his words typically devoid of courtesy. Xia Xian immediately sensed the animosity between them. She tugged Quan Ruifeng's hand and whispered, "Let's go back." All right. Quan Ruifeng handed the Tonghulu to Xia Yuan and prepared to lead him and Xia Xian home, not bothering to spare the other man another glance. Old Mr. Yu still looked disappointed, but with his son present, he dared not cause a scene. He could only mutter regretfully, such a good girl, why would she choose someone like this playboy, who only knows how to steal other men's fiancés? A real troublemaker. My son would have been perfect for her. Old Mr. Yu wanted his son to be more assertive, to snatch Quan Ruifeng's fiancé, or even his wife. Partly because Xia Xian was exceptional, but also out of a desire to retaliate against Quan Ruifeng. Dad, stop it. Yu Hongyi snapped irritably, but the words had already reached Xia Xian's ears, and she couldn't pretend not to hear. What do you mean, sir? Are you saying Quan Ruifeng stole your son's fiancé? Do you have any proof? Sir, You seem like an educated man. You should know better than to casually damage someone's reputation. Otherwise, we have the right to sue you for defamation. Xia Xian turned back, looking at the old man with a serious expression, warning him solemnly. She refused to believe Quan Ruifeng would do such a thing and naturally had to defend her husband. After speaking, she looked at Quan Ruifeng again. What exactly had happened between them? No wonder when she and Quan Ruifeng married, the Quan family invited many neighbors but conspicuously omitted this household. Mr. Yu, I've explained this to you more than once. Why bring up ancient history to slander me? Ask him yourself how it happened. Let him honestly tell you the truth of the matter and whether it has anything to do with me. With everyone present, Quan Ruifeng had no time to explain the situation to Xia Xian. He simply squeezed her hand, signaling that they would talk later, then fixed Yu Hongyi with a cold stare. Umph. Yu Hongyi showed no fear, meeting his gaze with an equally sharp glare. Their eyes locked, filled with palpable hostility. His silence confirmed that he agreed with his father's words. What had truly transpired between these two? Xia Xian expected a bigger conflict, but after a prolonged, icy stare down, the two men wordlessly turned and walked away. Quan Ruifeng pulled Xia Xian and Xia Yuan along, while Yu Hongyi dragged his father in the opposite direction, as if determined never to cross paths again. Xia Yuan was even more bewildered than Xia Xian. His brother-in-law seemed to have quite a story, but even he, for all his youth, knew how to read the room. Realizing it wasn't a good time to ask, he obediently kept quiet and followed along. Only as they neared home did Quan Ruifeng slow his pace. His handsome face was clouded with gloom, a clear sign that their recent conversation was no small matter, perhaps riddled with misunderstandings. Xiao Yuan, go home. I need to talk with your brother-in-law. Xia Xian tilted her chin, signaling Xia Yuan to leave and give them space to talk. The Quan family's grand, beautiful courtyard was just ahead. Xia Yuan would never forget what it looked like. Though he longed to stay and hear what had happened, his sister's firm demeanor told him this wasn't a conversation for a child. He obediently left. Got it. He dashed away. With no third person present, Xia Xian immediately looked up at Quan Ruifeng. Can you tell me what happened? If you're not ready to talk yet. Since it wasn't a small matter, and as Quan Ruifeng's wife, Xia Xian had the right to understand what had transpired. Sooner or later, Quan Ruifeng would have to explain it clearly. But if he wasn't in the mood now, she was willing to give him more time to compose himself. Quan Ruifeng let out a heavy sigh, his gaze dropping to meet hers. Though he tried to appear nonchalant, Xia Xian could still discern his disappointment and anger. He narrated as calmly as he could. We grew up together in the same compound, very familiar with each other. The four of us had a good relationship. We even planned to enlist in the army together. But then, Quan Ruifeng paused. Here came the crucial part. Yu Hongyi had a girl he liked, his cousin's classmate, about 4 or 5 years younger. At that time, she was still very young, but he was about to join the army and would only return on leave. If he couldn't formalize their relationship before leaving, he feared she might be snatched away by someone else by the time he returned. Quan Ruifeng, being 3 years younger, would enlist later. So Yu Hongyi asked Quan Ruifeng to keep an eye on her while he pursued her. Even if they couldn't formalize things before he left, maintaining contact through letters would suffice until he could return on leave and make it official. He certainly didn't want to hand over the girl he loved to someone else. The mistake was asking Quan Ruifeng for help. Yu Hongyi wasn't bad-looking. He had a very upright and honorable appearance that parents would undoubtedly approve of. But to the young girl, he seemed a bit too serious. Quan Ruifeng, on the other hand, was refined and handsome, charming and dashing. Even if he was quiet, aloof, and sharp-tongued, capable of silencing anyone with a single remark, he held a special appeal for young girls. Moreover, Yu Hongyi was her classmate's cousin, which made him seem like an elder. She viewed him as such, making it easier for her to feel comfortable and develop feelings for the older brother who wasn't related to her classmate. However, after Yu Hongyi's persistent courtship, the girl eventually agreed to be with him, and they became engaged. But while Yu Hongyi was in the army, news suddenly arrived. His fiancée was dead. Yu Hongyi was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Xia Xian was equally shocked. Had she missed something? She hurriedly asked, how did she die? They were already engaged, weren't they? Could it be that his family forced the marriage and his fiancée was unwilling to be with him? Chapter 147. The shocking case of a massive misunderstanding. That's right. Yu Hongyi came from a well-to-do family. Her parents didn't want her to miss out on such a good match, believing she wouldn't find anyone better. So, they persuaded her to give up on me and get engaged to Yu Hongyi. I was never interested in her. I only accompanied Yu Hongyi to meet her twice. After realizing her feelings for me, I stopped going. She understood there was no future for us, so she agreed to the engagement. Quan Ruifeng recounted the past events earnestly, his gaze at Xia Xian still tinged with regret and confusion. No one truly knew the truth of what happened back then. However, even though she was somewhat reluctant at the time of the engagement, feelings can develop. Their bond grew stronger through their correspondence, and she eventually accepted Yu Hongyi. That's why she came to me, wanting me to take her to the military base to see Yu Hongyi as a surprise. His birthday was approaching. You can't just enter a military base. I refused her. On her way back, she had an accident. She drowned. It was ruled out as murder, but whether it was suicide or an accidental drowning was difficult to determine. She had a habit of writing in a diary. After her death, her parents found it in her room. One entry expressed her feelings for me, that she didn't want to marry Yu Hongyi, that she wanted to elope with me. If I refused to take her away, she'd rather die. She felt her parents were forcing her into the engagement with Yu Hongyi, that no one loved her for herself, only for what Yu Hongyi's family could offer. She wrote that in her diary. Before the accident, she even wrote me a letter asking to meet alone, coincidentally, on that very day. After we parted, she drowned. All the evidence pointed to me. Even though I was cleared of suspicion, no one believed my account. Everyone assumed she had taken her own life because she didn't want to marry, that I had seduced my best friend's fiancé and then abandoned her, leading to her suicide. Sometimes I regret it. Why did I worry about appearances and not see her home myself? Or if I had agreed and taken her to Yu Hongyi's base, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Quan Ruifeng spoke with deep sorrow. This accident was unforeseen, something no one could have predicted or accepted. Yu Hongyi blamed himself for pressuring her, for causing her such psychological distress that she'd rather die than stay with him. He also resented Quan Ruifeng for his captivating looks. If he hadn't been so handsome, would the young woman have been so infatuated that she'd kill herself over not being with him? Yes, the young woman's family and the Yu family believed it was suicide. It was all too coincidental. No one thought it was an accident. Since Quan Ruifeng was the last person to see her, they all blamed him. After all, the deceased couldn't be at fault, and people rarely blamed themselves, so he became the scapegoat. Because of this, Quan Ruifeng and Yu Hongyi completely severed ties, cutting off all contact. He didn't join the military, but instead entered the police department, partly to avoid Yu Hongyi, and partly to uncover the truth of that year and clear the names of countless wronged people. This was why Quan Ruifeng devoted himself to his career. If he hadn't met Xia Xian and fallen for her, he might have ended up like Yu Hongyi, never marrying, haunted by the psychological trauma. I'm sorry, Xia Xian, for never telling you about this. Does this bother you? I'll accept whatever you feel. If you want to blame me, that's also. Quan Ruifeng spoke softly, his usually sharp and penetrating eyes dimmed with sorrow. Before he could finish, Xia Xian wrapped him in a tight hug. I believe you. How could I blame you? None of this was your fault, yet you suffered because of it. Who would casually bring up such things? It's disrespectful to both you and her. She held him firmly, offering comfort and strength, pressing her soft cheek against his chest as if listening to his aching heartbeat. In this entire ordeal, the most innocent were Quan Ruifeng and that young woman. What right did Yu Hongyi and his family have to blame Quan Ruifeng? Even if the young woman still harbored feelings for Quan Ruifeng and took her own life over the engagement, wasn't the real culprit Yu Hongyi and her family? If they hadn't forced the marriage, none of this would have happened. But assigning blame wasn't the priority now, the truth was. They needed the truth. Otherwise, the young woman would forever bear the stigma of a failed elopement and suicide, and Quan Ruifeng would continue to endure slander and attacks. You mentioned she kept a diary. Why did she write about her feelings for you but not about her change of heart later? Could there be another diary that wasn't found? Xia Xian asked the most critical question, her bright almond eyes fixed intently on Quan Ruifeng, hoping for good news. But there was none. Nothing was found. I searched myself. There was nothing. Quan Ruifeng shook his head. If she had left even a single line in her diary about her shifting feelings, perhaps someone would have believed him. No one would believe that someone who had written about her love for him just weeks prior could suddenly accept Yu Hongyi and even seek him out to visit the military base. Put another way, if she really wanted to see Yu Hongyi, why did it have to be him taking her? Couldn't she ask someone else? Yu Hongyi didn't believe it. He knew Quan Ruifeng wasn't the type to deliberately seduce a friend's fiancé. He just wanted the truth from Quan Ruifeng, even if it was that the young woman had wanted him to help her elope. He just wanted honesty. But what Quan Ruifeng said was the truth. Yu Hongyi refused to believe it, convinced that Quan Ruifeng's insistence on this version of events meant he was hiding something major, perhaps even involvement in the young woman's death. That was why their rift became irreparable, leading to a complete estrangement, with even their families turning against each other. After hearing everything, Xia Xian felt nothing but a headache. No wonder this hadn't been resolved after all these years. It was far more complicated than she'd imagined. Now, it had become an unsolved case. Xia Xian racked her brain, trying to recall anything from her past life that might offer useful information to help Quan Ruifeng. She knew Yu Hongyi, that was why she had been so shocked to see him earlier. But only from the newspapers. Yu Hongyi had been wrongfully accused in a case, mistaken for the murderer, and imprisoned for over 20 years before the truth came to light. The compensation he received made it one of the most notorious wrongful convictions at the time, widely reported, which was how Xia Xian knew about it. The article had included contrasting photos of him in his youth and after years of suffering, a stark, haunting difference that left a deep impression. It had also detailed his life. What exactly had it said? Wait. There might have been a mention of this incident. Chapter 148. School murder case, are they the culprits? The text mentioned his fiancée's accidental death, which led him to remain unmarried for life. He even misunderstood a friend, causing a rift in their brotherhood, something he deeply regretted. This was merely a brief mention, with the news focusing more on the tragedy of his wrongful conviction. His youth was spent behind bars, how heartbreaking. And he was a soldier with such a promising future. Calculating the timeline, he must have been imprisoned around those 2 years. What a tragedy. Moreover, that brief mention made it clear he later realized he had wronged Quan Ruifeng. Perhaps key evidence was still missing, like that crucial diary. Or perhaps another diary existed, documenting the young girl's private feelings, only to be discovered years later, revealing the truth to everyone. But Xia Xian didn't want Quan Ruifeng to suffer this injustice any longer. She wanted to help him uncover the truth now, if only she knew where that diary was hidden, or who had eventually found it in her past life. Perhaps it was Quan Ruifeng himself. He must have never given up. Too many thoughts flooded Xia Xian's mind at once, leaving her overwhelmed. Yet, she didn't know how to explain it to Quan Ruifeng. What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing her silent, Quan Ruifeng couldn't help but playfully rub Xia Xian's cheek, eager to hear her voice. Otherwise, he'd fear she no longer loved him, that she might distance herself because of this. He couldn't bear that. But after years of misunderstanding, even Quan Ruifeng had almost convinced himself that Yu Hongyi's fiancé never loved Yu Hongyi, that she still loved him, and that was why she couldn't endure the engagement and took her own life. Otherwise, why would no one believe him? Quan Ruifeng's breathing grew ragged, his vision swimming. His eyes looked terrifyingly hollow. Snapping back to reality, Xia Xian hugged him tightly again. No, I'm not scared. I believe you, you're innocent. I was just thinking about how we can find evidence to prove it. You shouldn't bear their accusations anymore. You've suffered enough all these years. Xia Xian said, her voice filled with tenderness, patting his broad back to help him relax. We'll find the evidence together. We'll let everyone know the truth. Xia Xian declared with certainty, her voice clear and strong, like a powerful tonic, invigorating Quan Ruifeng. His spirits lifted instantly, and he became re-energized. Quan Ruifeng nodded. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for believing in me. I won't stop searching for the truth. I must make them understand what really happened back then. No one should be wronged or carry false blame. He shrugged off his despondency, regaining his composure. That's right. Only if we stay strong and never give up can we uncover the truth. Xia Xian continued encouraging him. Afraid Xia Yuan might blab and upset Gao Shuang and her mother, Xia Xian quickly pulled Quan Ruifeng back home. This wasn't something that could be resolved overnight. They needed a long-term plan and couldn't rush it. Fortunately, Xia Yuan didn't spill anything, and the two managed to play it off. The next day, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng took Lei Wan and Xia Yuan out for a day of fun before preparing to send them home. Their train was early in the morning, so they had to pack that night. Xiao Yuan, help Mom carry these things back. Remember, these are for big brother and sister-in-law, not second brother and his wife. Tell them it's my decision. And these are for you and our parents. Xia Xian meticulously sorted the items, giving Xia Yuan strict instructions. Xia Yuan, sharp when it came to memorizing things, waved her off. Don't worry, I won't mess up. Leave it to me. Oh, by the way, do you know what happened to Chu Sheng and his family? Xia Yuan had meant to tell his sister all about the Chu family drama, but had forgotten until now, right before leaving. No. Didn't the Gao family already put them in their place? Xia Xian raised an eyebrow. Surely they couldn't cause any more trouble. Yeah, but they were put in their place too well. They couldn't even get near our house. The Gao family followed them everywhere. Chu Sheng and his mother were driven mad. They lost their jobs, couldn't earn money, and had to rely on his mother taking in laundry to survive. But even then, because the Gao family shadowed her, no one would hire her. They nearly starved. Before Lunar New Year, Chu Sheng even knelt and begged me for mercy. He said if our family could just call off the Gao family, they'd never bother us again. Sis, you nailed it. Xia Yuan clapped excitedly. His sister was brilliant, no wonder she was a university student. Truly, it took a villain to tame a villain. Is that so? Then I'll have to pay them their due soon. They've done such a thorough job. Here, take this box of sweets back for them as thanks. Ask them to keep an eye on Chu Sheng a little longer. I suspect he's only pretending to surrender. Xia Xian was cautious. She wanted to finish them for good to prevent any future trouble. No problem. Mission accomplished. Grandma Gao and the others love this job. They even thanked me and told me to pass it on to you. Xia Yuan grinned from ear to ear. Seeing his good-for-nothing ex-brother-in-law suffer was beyond satisfying. Remember, don't resort to fights. Solve problems with your mind, got it? Xia Xian took the opportunity to lecture her brother. Hesitating, she then asked about Chu Nan and, not out of concern, but to ensure she wouldn't show up again. Do you know how Chu Sheng's daughter is doing? She's not right in the head, always calling you her mom or something. The residence committee director wanted to send her to a hospital, but the Chu family couldn't afford it. No one else was willing to pay, so they dropped it. But she's not with the Chu family anymore. She's staying with Bai Lian now. Honestly, Bai Lian seems more like her real mom, taking her in like that. Xia Yuan snorted. This immediately set off alarm bells for Xia Xian. Bai Lian was no angel, she wouldn't help without an ulterior motive. Was she using Chu Nanan to get future insights for business profits? Or to blackmail her? But if Chu Sheng and Chu Nanan had already failed, what made Bai Lian think she could succeed? Xia Xian drifted into deep thought, wondering what leverage Chu Nanan could possibly have left. Forget about it. Just focus on keeping things stable at home. If second brother and his wife cause trouble again, call me secretly. Got it. Xia Yuan gave a mock salute, proudly accepting the mission. With their private conversation concluded, the siblings walked out as if nothing had happened. The next day, after seeing Xia Yuan and Lei Wan off at the train station, Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian returned to school. They had squeezed their wedding into a busy schedule, and now academic duties awaited them. As the valedictorian, Xia Xian had speeches to give and endless visits from classmates. Quan Ruifeng was no exception. The moment they stepped onto campus, all eyes were on them, both praise and pestering. They planned to focus on their studies, but then, a murder occurred at the school. And the clues even pointed to them. Chapter 149, Man or Ghost. You mean Old Man Ju, the trash collector, is gone? Just like that? How did it happen? The moment Xia Xian returned to her dorm, her roommates swarmed her, chattering excitedly. A murder so early in the semester had everyone on edge. Yeah, it was just 2 days ago, Friday night. Old Man Ju didn't die of illness. He fell to his death from the rooftop of the boys' dorm in West District Building 1. It was gruesome. His body was mangled beyond recognition. Absolutely terrifying. But they didn't find him until morning. No one knows when he fell that night. As they spoke, they shivered, as if they had witnessed it themselves. Did he fall by accident? What did the police say? Why would he go up to the rooftop for no reason? Xia Xian was puzzled. Though the semester had just begun, Old Man Ju, the trash collector, was known for his humor and friendliness. He loved greeting and chatting with every student who passed by, so everyone was familiar with him. But given his age and his difficulty with stairs, he rarely went upstairs. The likelihood of him accidentally falling was slim. It was far more likely that someone had tricked or forced him up there. Who knows? They're still investigating. The school banned us from discussing it and said they'd announce the results when they're ready. For now, they've said nothing. But everyone suspects Old Man Ju didn't die by accident. Someone must have pushed him. The distance and posture of the fall aren't consistent with suicide at all. He must have been shoved hard. The students at this school were some of the brightest from all over the country. Through mathematical calculations, they could deduce some of the truth. At the very least, the distance of a suicidal jump and a pushed fall were different. They were absolutely certain of that. Old Man Ju had been murdered on campus. Who knew if the killer was still hiding here? What if they targeted students next? The thought of living alongside a murderer had everyone on edge. No wonder the rumors were spreading so fast. Everyone wanted the killer caught quickly so life could return to normal. And the most important thing, Old Man Ju's death might not have been caused by a human. It could have been a ghost. What? Xia Xian was still pondering who would have a grudge against a kind old janitor to the point of murder when her roommate suddenly dropped this bombshell. Xia Xian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How had the conversation taken such a bizarre turn? Even now, with the college entrance exams reinstated, superstitious talk was strictly forbidden. One careless word could lead to serious trouble. Shoo, don't spread nonsense. Be careful, walls have ears. Xia Xian cautiously warned them. To her, this was all baseless talk. Though she was someone who had been reborn, neither in her past life nor after her rebirth had she encountered anything supernatural, aside from herself and Chu Nan. But ghosts? She'd never seen one. So Xia Xian remained a firm materialist, unwilling to believe in such outlandish things. Besides, if their words were overheard and reported by someone with ill intentions, they could get into big trouble. It's fine. Our neighbors are talking about it too. Everyone is. Really, Xia Xian, we're not lying. At first, we didn't think of that either, but these past 2 days, so many people have seen a shadow floating in midair, reaching out its hands as if to push someone. It wanders all over campus. People in both East and West districts have spotted it at night. It's true. If no one had witnessed it, it wouldn't be spreading like this. Now everyone knows. They weren't exaggerating, people had genuinely seen it with their own eyes. Really? Have any of you seen it yourselves? If so many people had witnessed it, Xia Xian couldn't help but wonder. We haven't, but Shawan next door has. She was so scared she fell ill and went straight home. Just yesterday, she said she got up to use the bathroom at night and saw a shadow in a red dress with long hair floating in midair, staring at her. She screamed so loud it woke all of us up. Her roommate shuddered, patting her chest in fear. It had happened so close to them. If they weren't locals with nowhere else to go, they would have taken leave and fled too. Li Xuan's family was in the capital, so she packed up and left first thing in the morning. After that scare, she refused to stay on campus. Rumor had it she wouldn't return until the incident was resolved, otherwise, she'd rather drop out than come back. That showed just how terrified she'd been, willing to abandon her hard-earned university spot. I see. Xia Xian thought it over. If so many people had seen it, the shadow might indeed exist. But whether it was a real ghost or someone pretending to be one was impossible to tell. Exactly. It's terrifying. I don't dare go to the bathroom at night anymore, or even shower unless it's the middle of the day with lots of people around. I don't even dare go during the day now. From now on, let's go to the bathroom in groups. Safety in numbers. Sure, no problem. At first, they'd been skeptical and not too scared. But after hearing their neighbor's first-hand account, complete with ear-splitting screams, how could they not be frightened? Xia Xian agreed. Staying together was the safest option, whether dealing with humans or ghosts. But if old Manju had died at West District Building 1, wasn't that where Quan Ruifeng lived? The two had been assigned dorms in different districts, east and west, so they were far apart. But their class buildings were close, so after class, they could still eat together, walk around campus, and then return to their dorms. The distance didn't matter much. But now, with this incident happening right outside Quan Ruifeng's dorm, Xia Xian couldn't just wait around. She needed to do something. I'm heading out. Chapter 150, We're Cops too, we've got a lead. Heading to see your man? He's in that building. You should be careful. Do you want us to go with you? Everyone knew Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng were a couple. Now they'd even gotten married, they had openly taken official leave to return home for their wedding. Naturally, her roommates understood her concern for Quan Ruifeng and offered to accompany her. But it was still daylight, and even if there really was a ghost, it wouldn't dare come out. So Xia Xian declined. It's fine, I'll go by myself. You all be careful too. All right, then be safe. Xia Xian nodded, snagged her keys, and headed out. It was evening and the orange sun painted the sky red. Normally, it would have been a lively, leisurely scene, with people strolling and admiring the sunset. But after what had happened, the streets were practically deserted. Those who were out walked in groups, their faces tense, hurrying back to their dorms with no time to enjoy the scenery, just wanting to barricade themselves inside as quickly as possible. It seemed everyone was genuinely frightened by this incident. No telling what measures the school would take. When Xia Xian arrived at Quan Ruifeng's dorm building, she found him already standing downstairs, kept glancing up at the higher floors. You already know? She hollered from afar first before approaching, so as not to startle him. Yeah, but after a few days, there aren't any clues left here. Quan Ruifeng said, disappointed. There had even been a light rain, washing out the cop's chalk outline of the body. Scrounging up useful leads now would be even harder. Have you checked the rooftop? Should we go up there? Xia Xian also looked up toward the top of the building. The dorms were 7 stories high. Falling from the rooftop would mess someone up beyond recognition. Not yet. Let's go now. Do you want to come up with me? Quan Ruifeng asked, knowing Xia Xian must have come specifically to see for herself. Sure enough, she nodded without hesitation. Of course. She had a real interest in cases like this. She'd hate to miss this. Then I'll take you up. Great. Xia Xian smiled and followed Quan Ruifeng inside, only to be stopped immediately by the dorm mom. Student, you're female. You can't enter the boys' dorm. Beat it. We don't allow boys and girls to visit each other's dorms. The supervisor was strict, refusing to let Xia Xian go upstairs. Not even if you're married. The two were campus celebrities at the school. They'd even made it into newspapers. The supervisor recognized them and knew their relationship, but she doubled down. The rule against cross-gender dorm visits wasn't about them. It was to protect their roommates. So no matter their relationship, she wouldn't allow it. Ma'am, I'm not going to his dorm. We just want to check the rooftop. Xia Xian pleaded, but this only made the supervisor even more adamant to let her in. Her expression turned stern. All rooftop access has been locked. No one's allowed up there anymore. Hit the books and stop worrying about these weird stuff. After such a major incident, the school wasn't taking chances. They'd ordered all rooftop doors locked, likely for good, to prevent any further accidents. And don't even think about going up there for rooftop makeout sessions. The campus is huge, you can go anywhere else. Just stay away from dangerous places. The supervisor's advice was well-meaning, but the two weren't planning a rooftop rendezvous. Unable to convince her, Xia Xian shot Quan Ruifeng a look, signaling him to flash his badge. Quan Ruifeng gave a slight nod and pulled his credentials from his pocket, handing it to the supervisor. "Ma'am, I'm also a police officer. I want to investigate this case, which is why we need to check the rooftop. Xia Xian isn't just my wife, she's also my partner. We've solved many cases together." His tone was all business as he explained their day jobs. "Really? How am I supposed to verify this thing?" The supervisor gave them the side-eye. The murder at this school wasn't under the jurisdiction of Quan Ruifeng's precinct, so the case had been assigned to the local precinct. But since it had happened so close to them, neither Xia Xian nor Quan Ruifeng wanted to sit this one out. They could apply to join the task force and assist in uncovering the truth and catching the killer. "You're really police? I didn't see you two when the officers came to investigate the other day." The supervisor wasn't buying it. "Ma'am, look, we have legit badges. Who would dare forge police credentials and impersonate officers? Plus, you already know us. Would we really pull that so blatantly, knowing we'd be exposed easily? He really is a police officer. He just was on leave to attend university." Xia Xian sighed and explained patiently. After some convincing, the supervisor finally caved and handed over the rooftop key. "Then make it quick. It'll be dark soon, and if anything happens, I can't take responsibility." Grumbling under her breath, the supervisor was still uneasy. The recent rumors had scared her too, especially since the body had been found right outside this building's entrance. She'd been the one to discover it in the morning when opening the doors for students, and the sight had scared the living daylights out of her. But this was her job. She couldn't just abandon it and leave. She had to stick it out. At least once night fell, someone would come to keep her company. She couldn't bear being alone. Daytime was manageable, but at night, the silence had her seeing things. From students to dorm supervisors, everyone shared the same fear, spooked by nighttime more than anything. Honestly, influenced by the general atmosphere, even Xia Xian was getting creeped out. The moment they stepped inside, she immediately latched onto Quan Ruifeng's arm, sticking close to him as they walked. "Eyeing the place," she whispered to him. "Quan Ruifeng, are you scared? People are scarier than ghosts." His reply was brief but carried weight. After all, ghosts had conditions for harming humans. They weren't even the same species. Hurting people was probably harder for them than for humans themselves. Thinking this way, Xia Xian relaxed a little and shook off the fear. "Don't worry. If you're scared, just stay close. I'll hold your hand." Quan Ruifeng smiled and took her hand, squeezing reassurance. Courage was something built through experience. Xia Xian just needed more time. She'd get better with practice. All right. Though Xia Xian wasn't afraid anymore, holding hands was perfectly normal for a young couple. She let Quan Ruifeng take her hand without hesitation, and the two made their way to the railing on the rooftop before letting go to search for clues. Unfortunately, they found nothing, just a plain rooftop, not even any trash. If there had been any leads, the police who came a few days earlier probably would have found them. Quan Ruifeng was debating whether to swing by the police station the next day to check on the case's progress when he suddenly heard Xia Xian's puzzled voice. "Quan Ruifeng, come take a look." "What's this?" They'd found something. Chapter 151, A Deceptive Hoax. Hearing Xia Xian, Quan Ruifeng approached. She wasn't by the railing, but had found something near the rooftop door. Quan Ruifeng knelt to examine it. "Look, it's red, but it doesn't look like blood. Is it paint?" "Doesn't seem like it." Xia Xian scrutinized it. It had dried to a dark red. Quan Ruifeng pinched a small amount, rubbed it between his fingers, and then sniffed it. He stated with certainty, "It's not blood, nor paint. It's pigment." Though pigment and paint might appear similar when applied, their textures and smells differ. This was the dark red pigment used in painting. Why would there be pigment here? Did someone come up to paint? Xia Xian found it peculiar. The stairwell was clean, save for a few fallen leaves, making the sudden appearance of pigment splatters quite jarring. If Xia Xian hadn't been observant, no one would have noticed. Not sure. Let's see if there's anything else. Clues were scarce. Quan Ruifeng wasn't certain if this was a trace left by the killer or an accidental mark by someone else. However, judging by the pigment's dryness, it must have been left within the past few days, not long ago. It was possible the killer left it. Could the killer be an art teacher or student? No one could say for sure. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng meticulously searched the stairwell again. Before dusk, they knelt and scoured every inch, not missing a single hair. Huh? Hair? Why is there such a long strand here? There are a few more over here. Their thorough search indeed yielded results. Xia Xian suddenly spotted a long strand of hair, and just as she spoke, Quan Ruifeng found several more. This was a male dormitory. Even if there were hairs, they should be short. Girls weren't allowed up here, except for Xia Xian and possibly the dorm supervisor. But the dorm supervisor also had short hair. Xia Xian instinctively looked at her own hair. Is it mine? But she wore her hair neatly braided and draped over one shoulder, so it shouldn't shed easily, unlike loose hair. Besides, the length didn't quite match. Quan Ruifeng held the hair strand next to Xia Xian's ear for comparison. Not yours. This hair is coarser and longer than yours. Quan Ruifeng assessed calmly. Xia Xian's hair reached just below her shoulders, but this strand was nearly waist length, a clear mismatch. All the strands were of the same length, indicating they came from one person. Recalling the stories of the shadow, dressed in red with long hair, could this be? Then it's just someone playing tricks. How could a ghost's hair have substance and fall out? Xia Xian raised an eyebrow, implying these were all scare tactics. Let's collect these and go downstairs. I'll ask the dorm supervisor if any other girls have been up here. Quan Ruifeng agreed with Xia Xian's reasoning. They carefully collected the evidence and went downstairs. When they questioned the dorm supervisor, she firmly denied it. No other girls could have gone up without my knowledge. I'm very responsible. I sit here watching every day. Even with all this happening, I'm still here. Besides this female student, no other girls have gone up. What about the police who came to investigate that day? Were there any female officers? Xia Xian pressed further. If there was a female officer with long hair, she might have accidentally left it there. However, she still felt it was more likely left by the killer. No, there were 4 male officers that day, not a single woman. The dorm supervisor remembered clearly. After all, female police officers were rarer than hen's teeth back then. Understood. Thank you, Auntie. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng didn't ask further. Come on, sweetheart. I'll take you back to your dorm first. Tomorrow, I'll go to the police station to inquire about the case's progress and let you know if I find anything. He also needed to report their findings to the police. Perhaps it could lead to some reliable deductions. Okay. Old Manju had no children, but he was humorous and kind. It's such a pity he's gone. At the very least, we must find his killer. Xia Xian sighed. They had seen him just last Friday, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Indeed, you never know when tomorrow or an accident will come, so it's important to cherish the present. We will. The killer is still on campus, playing ghost. They probably have other targets. Everyone should be careful. Until the killer is caught, don't go anywhere alone. Always go out with at least 2 or 3 people. I'll escort you to and from classes. Quan Ruifeng warned cautiously. Since the killer's target was unknown, it was best to be careful. Quan Ruifeng didn't want anything to happen to Xia Xian. All right, I understand. I'll be careful. Xia Xian nodded in agreement, accepting the advice. Due to the murder, neither had much inclination for romance. Quan Ruifeng walked Xia Xian back to her dorm building, then returned himself. On the way, they compared the information they had each heard, and it was largely consistent. Everyone spoke of seeing a shadow in a red dress with long flowing hair. The only perplexing detail was Li Xiuan's account, Xia Xian's dorm neighbor, who claimed to have seen the figure floating in midair. How is that possible? Ghosts can float, but people can't. That's too difficult. How could someone be in midair? Moreover, if the killer was a woman, pushing old man Zhu off the building wouldn't have been easy. Although the old man was elderly, he was surprisingly strong, capable of carrying bag after bag of trash. Unless the woman was tall and strong, it would be impossible. Yet, everyone described the shadow as slender without exception. In short, the accounts contradicted the likely truth of the matter. Back in her dorm, Xia Xian kept pondering, but she couldn't make sense of it. Quan Ruifeng also planned to visit the police station handling the case the next day, but before he could, the school was locked down, temporarily prohibiting entry and exit. To prevent troublemakers from entering, entry and exit are temporarily forbidden. Everyone should also avoid spreading rumors, focus on your studies, and leave the rest to the school authorities. As rumors proliferated, the school administration felt pressured and took action, deploying patrols, especially reinforcing dormitory security. However, the campus was vast, and it wouldn't be easy to secure every area or find the person playing tricks. Quan Ruifeng couldn't leave the school for the time being and considered calling for information. But before he could make the call, another incident occurred. Chapter 152. Another death. Oh no! Another incident. This time, a student. What? My God. Before Quan Ruifeng could even contact the police, officers from the local precinct arrived again. This time, the victim was a student, a female student, though not young, a woman in her 40s or 50s. Her life had been one of hardship. Born into a wealthy family, she faced sudden misfortune when her family's circumstances changed, making her one of the first sent down to the countryside. Yet, despite years of bitter toil, she never gave up her studies or married in the village. She held on to hope, finally seizing her chance when the college entrance exams resumed. She successfully gained admission to Beijing University, escaping her past and returning to her hometown. But fate is cruel. She was gone just like that. All her efforts had come to naught. What happened? Jiang Huiming lived in the same dormitory building as Xia Xian. They had seen each other around, though they didn't know each other and had never exchanged greetings. Still, Xia Xian recognized her face. Another death of someone nearby struck Xia Xian with sorrow, and others felt the same, compounded by growing fear. What on earth is going on? Have they locked a serial killer in the school with us? If they can't catch the culprit, they should just open the gates and let us go home. Emotions were running high. The previous victim was just an old janitor. Perhaps he had personal grudges, and rumors of ghosts circulated. Some dismissed these as superstition, and even those who believed felt safe, assuming no harm would come to them since they had no connection to the deceased. In short, people weren't overly terrified then. But now another death and a student this time. How could anyone not be scared? Either a serial killer was striking indiscriminately, or a vengeful ghost was on a rampage. Either way, innocent people were at risk. Even those with clear consciences began to worry, and the mood turned volatile. Everyone, calm down. We are still investigating and will inform you once we have results. The precinct officers tried to maintain order and prevent people from disturbing the crime scene, but their reassurances fell on deaf ears. Fortunately, with the help of Quan Ruifeng, Xia Xian, campus security, and the dormitory supervisor, they finally managed to disperse the students. The authorities promised to provide an answer by the next day. If the killer wasn't caught, they would temporarily close the school and send everyone home. This approach risked letting the killer escape and causing panic to spread widely, but with the students so terrified, the school administration had no choice but to urge the police to find the culprit quickly. Under these circumstances, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng's request to join the investigation became perfectly reasonable, and the police were more than eager for their help. I believe the same person committed both murders, and there's a strong connection to the female ghost sightings everyone is talking about. There must be some hidden secret behind this. One officer pounded the table, declaring dramatically, though his words were essentially stating the obvious. Everyone knew there was a connection, but what exactly was it? Was it the work of a human or a ghost? Do you have any leads? What have you uncovered so far? Quan Ruifeng ignored the theatrics, instead coolly inquiring about their current findings. We have some leads, but not many. Before old Zhu's death, no one was on guard, so there were no witnesses. Only one student saw old Zhu go up to the dormitory on Friday afternoon to collect trash, but whether he ever came back down is unclear. Moreover, he went up in the afternoon but didn't fall until midnight. It's hard to speculate what happened in between. As for Jiang Huaiming, she had roommates. According to them, she was very reclusive, rarely spoke, but was extremely studious. Since the semester started, she was always carrying books and frequently went to the library. Even after old Zhu's incident, she wasn't afraid and didn't stick with her roommates. Before her death, she had just returned from the library, grabbed her clothes, and was about to take a shower. It was late, and the bathhouse was nearly empty. That's when the killer struck, stabbing her once before pushing her from the second floor. Reportedly, after hearing a sound, people saw a fleeting ghostly figure, red dress, long hair, but no visible face. Jiang Huaiming and old Zhu weren't from the same place and had no interaction after the semester started. It's unlikely the killer knew both, so revenge as a motive doesn't fit. The killer must be selecting targets at random. This explanation made much more sense. The killer was definitely someone disguising themselves as a female ghost, planning a massacre on campus. Since this wasn't a crime of passion, the killer must have a specific method for selecting victims. What did old Zhu and Jiang Huaiming have in common? Xia Xian fell into deep thought. Let's share our findings first. My partner Xia Xian and I discovered something on the rooftop of a dormitory building in the East District. Quan Ruifeng presented their evidence, just a few strands of hair and an unidentified red stain. The moment he revealed them, someone scoffed. And this counts as a lead? Quan Ruifeng shot him a sharp glance before calmly explaining. These were found on the rooftop stairwell. The hair is 93 centimeters long, not easy to grow naturally, especially since it was found on a male dorm rooftop. Look closer. The strands are spliced together, varying in thickness, meticulously glued strand by strand. Quan Ruifeng had thoroughly examined the hairs. They were very dry, lacking any natural oils, dyed with pigment and painstakingly glued together, almost undetectable unless examined closely. Such artificial hair was fragile, which was why strands had fallen at the stairwell. In other words, this wasn't real hair from someone's head. It came from a wig made of real human hair. Why make such a wig? It suggested deception. The real culprit was likely male. While everyone described the ghostly figure as having long hair, they overlooked the differences. Some saw hair nearly a meter long, others around 60 centimeters. People assumed fear caused the discrepancies, but that's not the case. Quan Ruifeng's analysis was meticulous. He was implying there were two wigs. So you're saying there are two killers? No wonder they coordinated so well. Must be a man and a woman. No, that's not it. Just as excitement rose, Xia Xian quietly refuted. What? Don't interrupt. You don't get to speak here. Chapter 153. A Man in Disguise. Though they were partners, everyone in the unit knew Quan Ruifeng by reputation. The higher-ups had even lauded his achievements, encouraging others to pursue university degrees before returning to solve cases, claiming it would make them more formidable investigators. No one uttered a word. Not everyone possessed his exceptional talent, equally adept at solving cases and excelling academically. Most simply pretended not to hear. Anyone familiar with Quan Ruifeng would naturally know of Xia Xian, especially her role in assisting him. Her contribution to the capture of the notorious Sea Eagle back then was significant. But who knew if Quan Ruifeng was merely susceptible to her charms, deliberately inflating Xia Xian's contributions? In short, while everyone trusted Quan Ruifeng, they certainly didn't trust Xia Xian. So, the moment she opened her mouth, they wished she would just shut up. Xia Xian's face hardened. She pressed her lips together, about to speak, but Quan Ruifeng preempted her with a sharp rebuke. Is it so hard to let someone finish speaking? Are you all in such a hurry to leave? Do you even understand what respect means? Quan Ruifeng swept his gaze across them, his icy retort silencing any further dissent. Though some bristled at his bluntness, no one could deny his capability. His discovery alone was remarkable, a crucial lead. Given the urgency of the case, they had no choice but to defer to him as their leader. All right, you talk. We won't interrupt, okay? Seeing Quan Ruifeng's anger, the peacemaker quickly stepped forward, calming his team while giving Xia Xian the nod to continue. Quan Ruifeng knew that if he credited the discovery solely to Xia Xian, they wouldn't listen. Their chauvinistic attitudes were palpable. So he deliberately framed it as a joint discovery, yet they still dismissed her, completely disregarding Xia Xian. Ultimately, they looked down on her because she was a young woman. Xia Xian shook her head, acknowledging the harsh reality that she would have to exert far more effort to gain everyone's recognition. Suppressing her irritation, she spoke slowly. It wasn't two people, but one. The long hair seen floating in the air isn't humanly possible. If it's not a ghost, then someone is faking it, which means they would need tools. It's a kite, painted to resemble a woman, with a wig sewn onto it, making it appear to float. The so-called red dress is merely fabric dyed with paint. Her calm analysis and findings made perfect sense. Everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, a kite could certainly fly up there. Now, no one looked down on Xia Xian anymore. They listened intently. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng shared the same perspective. After integrating the clues, they identified several key directions that required verification. 1. The killer is a man using a kite to create the illusion of a ghost. 2. The killer is likely an older man, targeting older individuals on campus. His next target is very likely to be an older student. 3. The killer is probably hiding in or connected to the art academy, a deduction based on the paint. 4. With the clues integrated, identifying a suspect became much easier. At least they had a direction now, no longer aimlessly pondering. Once the direction was set, everyone immediately paired up and set out to search. Although the campus was large, narrowing the focus to the art academy significantly reduced the search area. To prevent panic and further escalation of the situation, classes were to proceed as normal today. So, Quan Ruifeng and Xia Xian headed to the art academy. It was currently class time, so the paths were mostly empty, which made it easier for them to search for clues. Based on their deductions, the killer was likely not a student, but merely hiding within the school. So why do you think he's doing this? Why target people here in the school? Quan Ruifeng asked Xia Xian softly, while carefully observing their surroundings. This was what puzzled Xia Xian the most. Why such hostility towards older people? Whether it was the garbage collector or diligent students, did being old mean they deserved to die? Xia Xian put herself in the killer's shoes. Why would he harbor such animosity towards his peers? Was it because, at the same age, he had achieved nothing, no job, no university to attend, which ignited the evil within him? Although old Manju's job collecting trash at the school was tough, his salary was decent, and he received free meals and dormitory housing, making it much easier than finding work outside. At his age, he should have been retired, enjoying his golden years. But with no children and his wife long gone, life was hard, and he had no money. If not for a school teacher who knew him and offered him this job, he might have already. Yet, he hadn't even enjoyed this job for long before he was gone, without even receiving his first paycheck. Xia Xian shook her head, sharing her speculation with Quan Ruifeng. Quan Ruifeng agreed. People whose lives are difficult and who become cynical often seek revenge on those similar to themselves, but who are better off. This is jealousy. So they focused their search on men of that age, even sending some people to search the surrounding areas outside the school to see if anyone fit the description. It was unlikely the killer would travel far to commit murder. He probably lived nearby. Perhaps he knew the school was hiring for positions like garbage collection, but was rejected, which only fueled his anger. With a suspect profile in mind, everyone sprang into action. As Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng walked through the art academy, investigating, the bell soon rang, signaling the end of class. Some students emerged to use the restroom or get some fresh air, and they were all discussing the two recent murders. With more people around, it became difficult to search for clues without drawing too much attention. They had planned to continue their search after the break, but the two exchanged a glance, deciding to find a quiet place to sit. However, as they turned into a secluded path, they encountered a middle-aged woman with long hair, dressed fashionably in a skirt and heels, heavily made up and carrying textbooks, exuding an artistic aura. She looked very much like an art teacher. Seeing them, she politely nodded. The two didn't think much of it and nodded back. As the three passed each other, Xia Xian suddenly remembered to warn people of her age to be extra careful lately. She turned back, only to catch a whiff of paint. Normally, this would be normal for an art teacher who deals with such materials. But upon closer inspection, her feet were unusually large. Her shoes looked like size 42 or 43. While some women do have large feet, her height, under 1.7 meters, around 1.65 meters, made such large feet seem very disproportionate. Her face also seemed a bit odd, even with heavy makeup. It felt unnatural, almost as if it were a man in disguise. Recalling the encounter, although she had nodded to them, her eyes hadn't met theirs directly, but had instead focused on their collars. Her fingers, gripping the textbooks, were also somewhat tense, pressing deeply into the pages, looking a bit nervous. Teacher, wait. Chapter 154. Catch him, no funny business. The teacher paused, then stopped, turning to raise an eyebrow at Xia Xian and gesturing for her to speak. It was a simple gesture, yet it allowed Xia Xian to clearly see how rough and knobby her hands were, hardly the hands of an art teacher. Of course, she was an art teacher now. What she did before was unknown. Perhaps she came from a difficult background and had to do manual labor. It was hard to say. So Xia Xian merely glanced at her hands, filing away the suspicion, then asked softly, "Teacher, may I ask your name? Which class and subject do you teach? I have some questions about art that I'd like to ask you. We actually came here today specifically looking for an art teacher. We're participating in a competition and need guidance. Don't worry, we'll definitely list your name as the advisor, and there will be compensation. You won't be working for nothing." Xia Xian looked at her earnestly, her eyes pleading. It was common for college students to enthusiastically organize various activities and competitions, so needing an art teacher's help was perfectly normal. Xia Xian's explanation had no obvious flaws, save for the fact that she had randomly stopped a teacher on the street to ask such questions, which was somewhat impolite. But it was the best excuse she could come up with. She wasn't sure what she was suspecting, only that something felt off about this person, prompting her to instinctively probe. Quan Ruifeng, seeing Xia Xian stop the teacher, also subtly observed her. Since they weren't from the same department, they didn't know these teachers well, making it hard to verify if she was genuinely a teacher. Quan Ruifeng's suspicion deepened, and he subtly shifted his stance, ready to apprehend the person opposite him at any moment. Sorry, no time. The female teacher coughed, straining her voice as she refused. She didn't answer any of Xia Xian's questions, choosing instead to directly refuse, not even bothering to give her name. With that, she prepared to leave. Xia Xian felt something was very wrong. The woman's entire body language was unnatural. She kept nervously touching her hair, yet she feigned toughness. Although she tried to modulate her voice, it still sounded a bit coarse, like a man's. But some women naturally have deep, husky voices, so this alone didn't prove anything. Just as Xia Xian hesitated, wondering whether to have Quan Ruifeng seize her, Quan Ruifeng lunged forward and grabbed her hair. Hiss! Xia Xian winced, feeling a phantom pain in her own scalp. It looked like it could rip her scalp right off. If this teacher's hair was real, they'd probably face a scolding or even a complaint. But Quan Ruifeng wasn't finished. With one hand gripping the teacher's hair, his other hand swiftly yanked the scarf tied around her neck. In an instant, both her hair and scarf were pulled off. What are you doing? Harassing a teacher. You pervert. Unaware that half his wig had already been yanked off, leaving it askew and unsightly, he shrieked at Quan Ruifeng in a strained voice, while frantically trying to cover his neck and head. He clearly still wanted to conceal his identity, but his Adam's apple had already betrayed the fact that he was a man. He even tried to run. Pretending to be outraged by Quan Ruifeng's harassment, he feigned an angry departure. But by now, the two had confirmed his identity was suspicious, and he was very likely the murderer. How could they let him leave? Catch him! Xia Xian shouted decisively, ready to rush forward and help. Seeing this, he knew he was in trouble. He tried to run but couldn't. Besides, he was old. How could he possibly outrun Quan Ruifeng? Before he could even take a step, Quan Ruifeng executed a swift, precise shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. Thud! His old bones nearly shattered from Quan Ruifeng's throw, but he was unwilling to give up. He pulled a knife from his pocket, ready to fight. His eyes sharpened. Even if he could take one more person down with him, it would be worth it. He didn't want to live anyway, and he'd be discovered sooner or later. The more he killed, the happier he'd be. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. In reality, he didn't even have time to think that much. The moment he fell, his hand moved faster than his brain, and he had already pulled out the knife. Quan Ruifeng, watch out! Xia Xian picked up his dropped book and slammed it hard into his face. Quan Ruifeng, meanwhile, quickly seized his wrist and dislocated it with a clean, sharp snap. Damn it. Spit, spit. The two worked together seamlessly. Xia Xian, using too much force, hit him directly in the mouth, knocking out his tooth. And because his wrist was dislocated, he screamed in pain, nearly swallowing the fallen tooth. He had to endure the pain to spit it out, along with a mouthful of blood, looking utterly miserable. But before he could make any more moves, Quan Ruifeng grabbed both his arms and bound them behind his back. Speak. Why are you dressed as a woman, pretending to be a teacher? Who are you? Why are you in the school? Quan Ruifeng questioned him from above, looking confident. Xia Xian picked up the wig to examine it. It was similar to the one they found on the rooftop, also dyed and showing signs of splicing marks with coarse hair. At the very least, he was definitely the person who left the hair on the roof of dormitory building 1. He had been there. I was just passing by. I thought you were robbing me. I'm wearing my wife's clothes. I didn't intentionally dress as a woman. She's the art teacher here. She was busy, so she asked me to come cover a class for her. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to her. He was terrified, but tried desperately to explain, even fabricating a teacher wife. However, this made no sense. Even if he were helping his wife supervise students, there was no need to dress as a woman. He was lying. He was probably trying to buy time and find an opportunity to escape. But Quan Ruifeng, to coax information out of him, nodded, neither confirming nor denying his story. What's your wife's name? Where do you live? Her name is Huang Yi. We live in the faculty dorm, really. If you don't believe me, I'll take you there. His narrow eyes kept watching Quan Ruifeng, trying to win him over with sincerity. All right, then lead the way. No tricks. The break had ended, and with the bell ringing, students had returned to their classrooms. No one else was in the area or noticed what was happening. Quan Ruifeng released him, gesturing for him to lead the way. To their surprise, he actually started leading them, pointing in a direction and motioning for them to follow. This was definitely a trap. But being bold and skilled, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng exchanged a look and decided to follow. You go first. Chapter 155, Lieutenant Xia Xian, any difficulties? Quan Ruifeng gestured with his chin, signaling him to walk ahead. All right. What's your name? Age? Where are you from? Quan Ruifeng wasted no time, interrogating the man as he led the way. The man answered obediently. My name is Guan Xiaohai. I'm 58 years old, not from around here. For now, they'd call him Guan Xiaohai. He seemed honest, providing all these details, but... You said you're not from around here, so what's with this Beijing accent? That unmistakable Beijing accent, could Quan Ruifeng have misheard? He was a native Beijinger. I meant my hometown isn't from around here. I lived there as a kid, but later. He shrunk his neck, putting on an act of an honest man, though not a single word from his mouth was true. Xia Xian sneered, keeping a vigilant eye on him, sensing a trap ahead. Quan Ruifeng wasn't fooled either. He hadn't bought his act from the beginning. After walking for a while, likely nearing his lair, they stopped. Guan Xiaohai was the one to ask, why'd we stop? His tone carried a barely hidden desperation, and his expectant gaze gave him away. "You've got something hidden at your place, don't you? Did you really think we'd be dumb enough to follow you?" Xia Xian mocked. Did he think they were born yesterday? Guan Xiaohai's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. "You're under arrest. No more chances." Quan Ruifeng wrenched his arms behind his back again, preventing any further movement. "Book him first. We'll search the area later." Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng were in agreement. Based on her observation of Guan Xiaohai's micro-expressions and movements, nothing he'd said was true. If even the surname Guan in his name was genuine, that'd be a stretch. "You can't arrest me." "On what grounds? What evidence do you have?" Realizing his deception had failed, he flew into a rage, kicking and screaming. But it was futile. Even if he were 10 years younger, he couldn't hold a candle to Quan Ruifeng. "On what grounds? We have proof you're a killer. And you were carrying a knife, assaulting officers. Isn't that enough to arrest you? Let's take him away." Xia Xian was done playing nice. She loathed people like him, wishing she could put a bullet in him right then. He'd taken 2 lives. "No. Stop. I didn't know you were officers. You weren't in uniform. It's all a misunderstanding." He was still clawing for any excuse, trying to clear his name, but he could save it for the interrogation room. They had all the time in the world to deal with him. Lies didn't matter. The police would turn his life inside out. This Guan Xiaohai was indeed a local. His real name was Guan Dashan. With no children of his own, he'd suffered an accident in his youth that left him infertile, yet he blamed his wife for it. He'd abused her relentlessly, making every day a living hell. Later, she fell gravely ill and passed quickly. At least it was quick, a twisted kind of mercy. With no one left to take it out on, he spiraled deeper into madness. He'd often cut his wife's hair, not to groom her, but to torment her, shaving her bald. The wigs he used were made from her real hair. Malnourished, her hair had been brittle and gray, forcing Guan Dashan to dye it black. His descent into madness led him to drape wigs on mannequin heads, talking to them. He even taught himself makeup, transforming into a woman, likely driven by sick obsession. His traits were distinct. A few questions around the block confirmed his identity without needing his confession. They also discovered he'd applied for a job at the school, like eldest Master Zhu, as a garbage collector. But during his interview, his behavior was erratic and the school hesitated. When a teacher recommended eldest Master Zhu instead, they hired him. Enraged, Guan Dashan had stewed in his murderous rage, biding his time. He'd even befriended eldest Master Zhu, playing at being brothers, just to lure him to the rooftop and push him off, all premeditated. Out of pity, eldest Master Zhu had kept Guan Dashan's presence a secret from the school, never imagining it would get him killed. As for Jiang Huaiming, Xia Xian, and Quan Ruifeng had guessed right, Guan Dashan had gotten hooked on killing. He despised successful older people, regardless of gender. That's why he'd risked murdering Jiang Huaiming. He had nothing to lose. Every kill was a bonus in his eyes. Had Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng not caught him in time, he'd have kept killing. His self-destructive tendencies were severe. If he'd claimed to have planted a bomb in the school, Xia Xian would have believed it. Why else would he be so eager to lead them there? He must have wanted to take them down with him. Though, given his resources, a bomb was unlikely, probably just homemade traps. Still, caution was necessary. With the killer identified and students at risk, the school closed for 2 days. Those who stayed were relocated to the East Campus, while the art college was cordoned off entirely until the police cleared any threats. The case had progressed faster than anyone expected. Mostly thanks to luck, they'd simply gone to investigate and literally bumped into Guan Dashan. Xia Xian's sharp instincts had been crucial. In such a vast campus, who knew how long the search would have taken, or how many bodies might have piled up? Xia Xian's role in this case was pivotal. Her reputation soared. Both the police station and the campus were singing her praises. Now, everyone knew just how formidable Xia Xian was, and it wasn't just her book smarts. Congratulations, Lieutenant Xia Xian. This is your certificate of honor. Quan Ruifeng grinned, presenting the red-leathered commendation with both hands, another notch in her belt. Just this? Nothing else. Xia Xian arched an eyebrow, giving it a perfunctory glance before setting it aside. What else do you want? If the station didn't give it, your husband will fill in the gaps. Quan Ruifeng held her gaze, a smirk tugging at his mouth. Newlyweds that they were, and with 2 days off, what came next needed no explanation. Xia Xian's delicate fingers danced along Quan Ruifeng's shoulder, sliding lower. Comrade Quan Ruifeng, I have a problem that needs your help. I wonder if you're willing. Her breath was sweet as she stood on tiptoe to peck his thin lips. Tell me more. Quan Ruifeng took the opportunity to lift Xia Xian into his arms, letting her nestle in. I feel a bit frightened, and my chest hurts a little. Could you check it for me? Xia Xian innocently revealed her delicate, exquisite collarbone. As expected, she saw Quan Ruifeng's gaze intensify before he eagerly. Chapter 156, The Family Division. Things proceeded smoothly thereafter. Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng rested at home for 2 days, entrusting the school matter to the local police. Quan Ruifeng's top priority was now to cherish his new wife. Young and deeply in love, they indulged in each other, losing track of time until they finally paused. Xia Xian, breathless, leaned against Quan Ruifeng's firm, warm chest, utterly content. Quan Ruifeng, you're incredible. Her praise was heartfelt. Not only was Quan Ruifeng remarkable, but he also always considered her feelings. Where could one find such a man? She never imagined her luck in this life would be so profound, meeting such a man, gaining admission to Beijing University, and perhaps even her future business ventures would be divinely aided. It wasn't that Xia Xian was narcissistic. She had never been an arrogant person. However, this new lease on life had given her a different perspective, imbuing her with newfound confidence. Success and self-assurance were intertwined. You succeed, you gain confidence. You are confident, you succeed. In the past, Xia Xian had been too timid and insecure, leading to a difficult life. Now, armed with strength and confidence, she could overcome any obstacle, and her path ahead seemed clear and bright. While Xia Xian thrived in Beijing, the Xia family back home was far from peaceful. Lei Wan had taken her youngest son to Beijing for Xia Xian's wedding and returned laden with gifts. Everyone knew how happy Xia Xian was, and they couldn't help but envy Lei Wan, flocking to congratulate her. Lei Wan even shared some wedding candies with the neighbors, spreading good cheer. Everyone received a little something, except for Xia Xian's second brother and his wife. Lei Wan was hesitant to explain, especially since her second daughter-in-law had just given birth to a grandson. She feared another argument between the young couple and was carefully considering how to phrase things gently so that Xia's second brother and his wife might better accept the situation. But Xia Yuan had no such reservations. He directly conveyed Xia Xian's instructions, even more bluntly than she had intended. This is for Dad, this is for Mom, and this is for big brother and sister-in-law. Sister said sister-in-law was thoughtful for knitting her a scarf, unlike some people who showed up empty-handed but only want money. Second brother and sister-in-law, I'm talking about you. Sister said she won't give you a single cent, don't even think about taking advantage of her. She repays those who treat her well, but she won't entertain those who only care about her money. Throwing a fit or rolling on the ground won't do any good. My brother-in-law is a police officer and his whole family are high-ranking officials. They're incredibly powerful. My brother-in-law said if anyone dares to upset my sister again, he'll arrest them and lock them up without food until they starve. Xia Yuan finished his tirade with a huff. Xia Xian hadn't said half of that. You brat. Lei Wan couldn't help but swat him. Was he trying to incite a fight in the family? Oh, there's even a special gift for me. Xia Xian is so thoughtful. I always knew being good to Xia Xian would pay off. She has a conscience. But honestly, I'm already so grateful she sold her job to me. The gift is just a bonus, but since it's her kind gesture, I'll gladly accept it. Cheng Hongying said brightly, though it was unclear if her words carried a hint of sarcasm. But just hearing them was enough to send Wang Muju into a furious rage. I'm going crazy. How could Xia Xian treat me like this? I'm her sister-in-law. Isn't she just humiliating me? She was about to erupt, but then she caught Father Xia's stern, watchful gaze and instantly fell silent. She hadn't forgotten the day Father Xia had picked up a knife. It was truly terrifying. Are you done with your tantrum? If not, continue. Once you're finished, get out of our house. You can take the child if you wish, or leave them here. Our Xia family can afford to raise them. Father Xia said gravely. He fully supported Xia Xian's actions. They couldn't be given any opportunity to cause trouble. Otherwise, there would be no end to it. Dad, but we are still her second brother and sister-in-law. How could Xia Xian? Xia's second brother was deeply displeased. Not only were they excluded from the gifts, but Xia Yuan's words made it clear that Xia Xian didn't consider them family. She showed no respect for them. If you're unhappy, then you can leave too. I think it's time our Xia family divided. I originally wanted to wait until Xia Yuan got married since he's still young, and our home is small anyway, dividing wouldn't change much. But now, it must happen. Anyone who's dissatisfied can leave. Take the children wherever you want, I don't care. Father Xia was resolute. He was a man who cared about his reputation. He had once felt ashamed of Xia Xian's widow status and hesitated to take her back, but now he was proud that she had married into a prominent family, bringing honor to him. He would absolutely not allow his second son and daughter-in-law to do anything so disgraceful. What would Xia Xian's in-laws think of them then? He was absolutely determined not to let the Xia family bring such shame upon themselves. Yes, divide the household. The children are grown, each with their own thoughts. I can't manage them anymore. Listen to your father, it's better to settle this early. Lei Wan shook her head, her resolve hardened, siding with Father Xia. Xia Xian and Xia Yuan were right that day. Xia Xian's life was finally improving, and she couldn't allow it to be disrupted. Otherwise, if everyone acted like Wang Muju and her husband, the family would never know peace. What? No one expected Father Xia and Lei Wan to suddenly propose this. After all, they had previously opposed dividing the family. Not just Wang Muju and her husband, but Cheng Hongying and her husband were also stunned. However, since they were not greedy, dividing the family actually benefited them. So, they remained silent, ready to follow instructions. Wang Muju and her husband needed someone to keep them in line. They were the type to sympathize with and help you when you were struggling, but if you were doing well, they couldn't resist trying to take advantage or cause trouble. Since they were family, there was still hope if they were properly disciplined. Father Xia and Xia Xian's approach thoroughly intimidated the couple, finally making them behave. With the family conflict resolved, Xia Xian had no more worries. In Beijing, she pursued her passions, enjoying every day. On weekends, she occasionally joined Quan Ruifeng on field assignments, handling cases while balancing her studies, career, and relationship, living a fulfilling and happy life. She was so comfortable that she almost forgot about Yu Hongyi. By the time she remembered, it was almost too late. Chapter 157, Anonymous Letter. That Yu Hongyi. Is he still at home? Xia Xian suddenly asked Quan Ruifeng. I don't know. Probably not. His leave can't last more than 2 weeks at most, and he's already been home for a long time. Quan Ruifeng answered without hesitation, only to realize afterward that he should ask Xia Xian why she mentioned him. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Quan Ruifeng knew Xia Xian wouldn't mention someone without reason. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered. After all, you two still have that misunderstanding. I was thinking about how to straighten out what went down back then. For a moment, Xia Xian wasn't sure how to bring it up. But she knew Quan Ruifeng still had brotherly feelings for Yu Hongyi. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother reminding him. After all, the most important thing is to look out for number one first before helping others. However, Quan Ruifeng clearly still felt guilty, believing he was at fault back then. On the surface, they were at odds, but in reality, they still watched each other's moves. If Yu Hongyi were to be wrongfully accused, Quan Ruifeng would undoubtedly move heaven and earth to clear his name, but that would take way more work. I don't know what his personality was like before, but from what I saw last time, he has a short fuse now, which is really bad for him. Isn't he in a pretty good position now? There must be plenty of people eyeing him. Do you think someone might try to frame him? That kind of personality makes him an easy target, Xia Xian carefully suggested. Quan Ruifeng was well aware. Yu Hongyi had changed drastically. The reason he rose so quickly was because he went at it like a man possessed, charging headfirst into danger without regard for his life. Only recently, considering his old man's poor health, had he cooled his jets. But his attitude had already made him plenty of enemies. The idea gave Quan Ruifeng a bad feeling. I'll find a way to warn him later, but he might not listen to me. Quan Ruifeng shook his head self-deprecatingly. For old friends to come to this, we can do it anonymously. To make sure he takes it seriously, we can say someone is already planning to frame him, so he should investigate carefully. And then, Xia Xian perked up, immediately sharing her idea with Quan Ruifeng. It just came down to whether she sent the anonymous letter alone or they did it together. Beyond that, there was nothing else she could do. She couldn't just tell Yu Hongyi outright that she knew someone was going to frame him, that he could land in jail and make the newspapers. She could only do her best to warn him. After that, it was beyond her control. Quan Ruifeng listened to Xia Xian's plan and thought it could work. At the very least, it served as a warning. If Yu Hongyi could become more cautious and rein himself in, great. If not, they'd cross that bridge later. After all, he was a grown man, he ought to know better. All right, I understand. I'll send him the letter later. Quan Ruifeng gave a nod. The two then discussed the letter's contents in detail. Once finalized, Quan Ruifeng would figure out how to make it completely impossible to trace back. They'd have to send it through several different hands, so Yu Hongyi couldn't track it back to them. They brainstormed excitedly, only calling it a night when they were satisfied. The next day, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng returned to school. The campus murder case had been resolved, every threat taken care of. The school had even added several security positions to ensure no suspicious individuals could slip in and endanger the students. Guan Dashan's trapped living quarters had been dismantled, along with several other traps. Unable to obtain explosives or afford them, he had simply dug pits and lined them with sharp bamboo spikes, like hunting small animals. If someone fell in, they'd be impaled. Thankfully, a thorough search had uncovered and removed them all. Otherwise, a student falling in would have been a disaster. But now that Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng had helped solve the case, though people still discussed it, people weren't scared anymore. No one worried about life-threatening dangers anymore, and the ghost stories stopped circulating. Having resolved such a major incident, the two got thanked left and right. Upon returning to school, people showered Xia Xian with flowers and food. By the time she got back, her dorm was practically buried with gifts. All this. She looked at her roommates in confusion. Everyone sent them. Xia Xian, we never knew you had it in you. You and your husband are incredible. If it weren't for you two, who knows how long we'd have lived in fear. These are well-deserved, no need to be shy. Everyone just wanted to show their appreciation. Seriously. Xia Xian, you're so cool. How did you figure out what the killer was like? Tell us. Her roommates crowded around, chattering excitedly. They were all smart people, and naturally, they respected smarts. They were practically hero-worshipping. So they looked up to Xia Xian, who had essentially picked up some admirers. Xia Xian smiled faintly. Since they wanted to hear, she figured she'd tell them. There was nothing confidential about it now that the case was closed. Well, it wasn't just me, but we found some clues. She patiently recounted the investigation process. With the case concluded, these details weren't classified, so there was no harm in sharing. Wow! Her listeners were in awe. It was truly impressive, piecing it together bit by bit to uncover the truth, and with such good instincts to spot what was off right away. She was maybe even more impressive than Quan Ruifeng. With everyone singing her praises, Xia Xian couldn't stop smiling, her lips curling upward. It was all coincidence. Quit making such a fuss. She waved her hand modestly, but her roommates wouldn't take no for an answer. Come on. We're treating you to a meal. Let's all go to the cafeteria together. All right. Unable to refuse, Xia Xian agreed. However, she was already the talk of the town, and now she'd hogged the limelight again. While plenty of people looked up to her, there were bound to be some who didn't. No one disliked her more than those on her own level. Xia Xian was first, Quan Ruifeng second, Shen Yu third, while Yao Ruanfei ranked fourth. But all the attention was stolen by these three, leaving her fourth-place finish utterly ignored. No one even came to interview her. Hearing even her roommates gush over Xia Xian without a single mention of her, Yao Ruanfei couldn't suppress the fury rising in her heart. After all, her father was a diplomat and her mother a translator. She'd been dead set on taking first, only for Xia Xian to steal it. She didn't even make the top 3. Whatever, real talent would speak for itself eventually. She had prepared a translation competition, ready to blow everyone away and show she was the true top dog, but then Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng stole the spotlight again. Were they gunning for her or what? Yao Ruanfei wasn't about to take this lying down. She slammed her hand on the table and decided to challenge Xia Xian directly. If she defeated Xia Xian, then she would be the true first. Chapter 158. Pride won't fill your belly. Moreover, she wasn't just challenging Xia Xian, she intended to do it openly, in plain sight, for everyone to witness. Otherwise, even a victory would be meaningless. Yao Ruanfei was a woman of action. An idea conceived was an idea executed. She stormed out of her dormitory and headed straight for Xia Xian's, arriving just as Xia Xian and her roommates were leaving for the cafeteria. "Xia Xian," she immediately called out, her voice ringing clear. Xia Xian turned at the sound but didn't recognize the person. Was someone else being called? She scanned the passers-by, but no one looked familiar, leaving a hint of confusion on her face. "It was me. My name is Yao Ruanfei. Let's get acquainted." Yao Ruanfei stepped forward, extending her hand. While her words sounded polite, her tone and gaze were unmistakably challenging. Xia Xian instantly sensed her hostile intent. Though the situation remained unclear, and she couldn't fathom the reason for this provocation, Xia Xian gracefully extended her hand, shaking Yao Ruanfei's with a polite smile, maintaining an unruffled composure in the face of the unexpected. "Hello. Now that we've met, may I ask your major and what brings you here?" "I know her. She's from the English department, right? I heard her family is incredibly well off. Her dad's a diplomat, her mom's a translator, and her grandfather is some big shot, too. She even arrived in a private car on enrollment day." One of Xia Xian's well-informed roommates, privy to Yao Ruanfei's background, shared the details with a hint of envy in her voice. After all, in those days, anyone arriving in a private car was undoubtedly a person of wealth and influence. The country hadn't yet fully opened up, and the era of 10,000 yuan households was still nascent. Naturally, private cars were a rare sight. "Really? That's quite impressive." As expected, upon hearing about Yao Ruanfei's family background, the other roommates expressed their admiration. Such a lineage was indeed enviable. Hearing Xia Xian's roommates express such envy, Yao Ruanfei felt a sense of satisfaction. She nodded, indulging her vanity, and declared without a hint of modesty, "That's right, it's me. Well? Scared now, Xia Xian? I am superior in every aspect. How could you possibly hope to defeat me?" "Wow." Xia Xian uttered a perfunctory "wow," her tone devoid of warmth, her face betraying no hint of admiration. She was clearly just humoring Yao Ruanfei. Yao Ruanfei's anger flared anew. Gritting her teeth, she recalled her original purpose and declared with renewed intensity, "Enough idle chatter, Xia Xian. I'm here to challenge you. Do you dare accept my challenge? If you refuse, you're nothing but a coward." She believed this taunt would be foolproof, guaranteeing Xia Xian's acceptance. However, Xia Xian found it merely amusing. Why should she agree? It would be a waste of her time and energy, and they had no prior grievances. Unable to comprehend Yao Ruanfei's motive for challenging her, she decisively shook her head and refused. "No. Fine, call me a coward if you wish. Now, I'm going to eat," Xia Xian said indifferently, then pulled her roommates along, preparing to head to the cafeteria. She never wasted her energy on irrelevant people. "You! Wait! Don't you dare walk away." Yao Ruanfei hadn't anticipated such a blunt refusal, or that Xia Xian would so readily admit to being a coward. She was so flustered she almost didn't know what to say, only managing to call out to her. How can you be like this? Don't you have any backbone? Xia Xian sighed, stopping and turning to face her with a serious expression. Yao, backbone doesn't put food on the table. We're hungry and need to eat. If you have more to say, why don't we go to the cafeteria? We can talk while we eat. How about that? She perceived Yao Ruinfei as a naive rich girl, straightforward and uncomplicated. So, she simply invited her to eat, hoping to understand the situation better. Truly cunning and insidious individuals wouldn't openly issue challenges. At least Yao Ruinfei was direct. Fine. Yao Ruinfei agreed without a moment's hesitation. The group headed to the cafeteria, where Xia Xian's friends pooled their money to treat her to a meal. Yao Ruinfei watched, a slight sneer on her face. Mooching off your friends? Can't you afford your own meals? Here's a deal. If you accept my challenge, I'll treat you to meals for a whole week. Her eyes lit up as she conceived a brilliant plan to compel Xia Xian's acceptance. However, Xia Xian merely scoffed at the generous offer. And then she refused her. No, thank you. I don't need that. Yao Ruinfei stamped her foot in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing them already getting their food, she quickly ordered 2 dishes and hurried after them with her tray. Aren't you even going to ask what the challenge is? You should at least hear me out before deciding whether to accept. All right then. What's the challenge? Xia Xian, ever obliging, humored her and asked. I'm planning an English contest. The winner will be crowned champion. Anyone else can participate too. Yao Ruinfei lifted her chin arrogantly, addressing Xia Xian and her roommates. Don't worry, I'll handle all the arrangements. I'll pay for everything. As for judges, you don't have to suspect foul play. I'll invite our school's professors to ensure absolute fairness, impartiality, and transparency. She spoke with conviction, but Xia Xian and her roommates exchanged bewildered glances. Wait. An English major challenging a psychology major to an English competition. What kind of logic was that? Yao, if you want to win, at least try to be subtle about it. Are you seriously using your strength to pick on her weak spot? One of Xia Xian's roommates couldn't hold back, bluntly questioning her. What good would this competition do for Xia Xian? Who would bother entertaining her? Who said it's her weakness? She's taken English classes too, and her scores weren't low. I merely chose a subject we both excel at. And it's not about answering questions. It's a speech competition. You need fluent spoken English, confidence, poise, and substantial content. Do you think winning is that easy? Who wouldn't need to put in some hard work? Yao Ruinfei bristled. She felt she was being perfectly fair, okay? The thought of cheating never even crossed her mind. But Yao, your father is a diplomat, and your mother is an interpreter. You've been exposed to this since childhood. Your spoken English is probably much more fluent than everyone else's. No matter what, your starting point is higher, making it easier for you to win. I refuse to participate in such a pointless competition. It's basically just being used as your stepping stone. Xia Xian shrugged and declined, shoving a mouthful of food into her mouth, clearly done with the conversation. Yeah, we're not accepting. Xia Xian's roommates nodded in agreement and then started chatting among themselves, leaving her completely out of the conversation. Yao Ruinfei's face flushed then paled. Their words made her feel a little embarrassed. She had to admit she did have ulterior motives. Fine, Xia Xian, you decide. What do you want to compete in? I believe I'm better than you, and I have to challenge you to prove my strength. Yao Ruinfei tossed the decision to Xia Xian. Just then, Quan Ruifeng walked over with his tray. What are you all talking about? Room for one more? He asked politely. Of course. Absolutely. Before Xia Xian and her roommates could respond, Yao Ruinfei answered eagerly, her eyes gleaming with intense interest as she stared at Quan Ruifeng. Was that look love, or was she just looking for her next challenge? Chapter 159, Come at Me Together. Immediately, all eyes turned to her. Predictably, she spoke again. You've come at just the right time, I was looking for you. I want to challenge you too. Come at me, all of you. Her words reeked of arrogance. Quan Ruifeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, silently questioning Xia Xian. Who is this person? Xia Xian pointed to her own head, as if to say, She's not quite right in the head, just ignore her. We have some girl talk to do. It's not convenient for you to be here. Why don't you go eat with your own roommates? Xia Xian gestured with her chin, indicating he should join his roommates, whom she had already spotted. Though married, they rarely displayed affection in front of classmates or roommates. It felt awkward. They either ate alone together while strolling the campus or kept their distance. Public displays of affection would likely just annoy others. Both were discreet. Quan Ruifeng had only come to say hello, and since Xia Xian had made her wishes clear, he didn't insist on staying. He gave her a gentle smile and prepared to leave. All right, enjoy your meal. He placed the drink he was holding beside Xia Xian, clearly bought for her, then turned and walked away, completely ignoring Yao Ruinfei. Wow! Oh my goodness! So thoughtful. Xia Xian. Quan Ruifeng even brought you a drink. It was just a bottle of soda, but her roommates erupted in exaggerated cheers, whether out of genuine envy or just to tease Xia Xian. Xia Xian's face flushed crimson from their antics. Shoo! Stop it. Here, you can have the drink, take a sip each, okay? Please, just stop making a scene. Everyone's looking. Her fair cheeks were now flushed with a delicate pink, lending her a captivating charm that was hard to look away from. Pressing her palms together in a pleading gesture, she looked even more endearing. Hearing Xia Xian and her roommates' playful banter, Quan Ruifeng didn't turn back. He simply walked away with a faint smile. Their relationship was public knowledge, so everyone knew. However, Xia Xian disliked being teased in front of a crowd, so they rarely acted intimately in public. Still, small gestures like bringing a drink were sweet enough to show their strong bond, deterring anyone from getting any ideas. Yao Ruinfei, however, had been completely ignored. Fuming, she shoveled food into her mouth like a jilted lover, sitting off to the side and waiting. Once Xia Xian and her roommates finished eating and got up to leave, Yao Ruinfei grabbed her empty tray and chased after them, babbling incessantly. Then what do you want? Whatever you want to compete in, I'll agree to it, okay? None of you even know I was actually ranked 4th at Beijing University. Everyone only talks about you, Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu as the top 3. No one even noticed me. I need to prove that I'm just as capable. You have to accept my challenge. Xia Xian. You can't treat me so unfairly, do you hear me? You have to accept my challenge. She spoke with utmost seriousness. Xia Xian abruptly stopped. Yao Ruinfei, unable to stop in time, nearly crashed into her but managed to sidestep at the last moment. Why did you stop all of a sudden? Did you finally listen to me? Are you accepting my challenge? Yao Ruinfei's eyes lit up with hope. But Xia Xian only looked her over carefully. So you were 4th place? I really didn't know until you mentioned it. No wonder she was so fixated. It did sound rather pitiful. Though Xia Xian hadn't meant it mockingly, Yao Ruinfei felt as if her heart had been pierced by a dozen icy arrows. Exactly. She was 4th place. But no one knew. No one. Clutching her chest dramatically, she looked utterly miserable. But you could just tell people you were 4th. Casually bring it up in conversation. Everyone would definitely admire and look up to you. There's no need to challenge me. I really don't have time for games, okay? Yet Xia Xian still refused, even offering helpful advice with a solemn expression. Who wanted that kind of advice? If no one knew, forcing a casual mention of her rank, and not even 1st place at that, would just come off as tacky and half-hearted. She wasn't about to stoop to such tasteless tactics. No. Besides, the Gaokao are over. We should focus on the future. Past rankings don't matter. What counts is where we stand now. I'm challenging you, Quan Ruifeng and Xinyu. I won't leave any of you out. You all know each other, so talk it over and decide what you want me to compete in. I'll take you on in your areas of expertise. If I win against your strengths, wouldn't that make me even more impressive? It's settled. Yao Ruinfei wasn't one to take no for an answer. Like some battle-hungry fanatic, she rattled off her demands, then hurried off as if Xia Xian had already agreed. This time, even Xia Xian was at a loss. Asterisk, why is she so obsessed with winning? We're not even in the same major. It's not like it matters. Asterisk. There were plenty of ways to gain recognition, and challenging them was the least effective one. Shaking her head, Xia Xian decided not to dwell on it. Let's head back. Sure, but Xia Xian, I don't think she's going to give up. You should brace yourselves. Yeah, instead of letting her pester you endlessly, just agree already. She said you could pick the challenge, just throw something random at her. Better yet, pick something she's never even heard of. Mess with her a little, haha. Xia Xian's roommates were just as sly, tossing out one outrageous suggestion after another. Some said to take her on a murder mystery, maybe the gory details would scare her off. Others joked about competing over whose partner was more considerate. Since Xiao Ruanfei didn't even have a partner, she'd have no way to compete. They were getting worse by the minute. But amid their laughter, Xia Xian came up with a pretty solid idea. She'd challenge Xiao Ruanfei to a farming contest. Manual labor was part of all-around education, after all. A pampered young lady like her would never last 5 minutes. This would be the perfect way to make her back down. Having settled on a plan, Xia Xian smirked, waiting for Xiao Ruanfei to come knocking. But before Xiao Ruanfei could show up, Xinyu got into trouble and sought out Xia Xian for help. Chapter 160, I'm getting an abortion. Huh? You mean you? Xia Xian stammered, utterly stunned. Yes, so you have to help me with this, Xia Xian. If you don't, I'll have to find someone else. Xinyu's heavy tone suddenly turned playful, completely baffling Xia Xian. Hold on, what exactly do you mean? Are you joking with me, or is this for real? This is no small matter. You need to tell me everything clearly. Xia Xian emphasized sternly. The faint smile on Xinyu's face vanished. She ran her fingers through her hair, sighing as she became resigned once more. Am I the type to joke about this? Am I that bored? I'm serious. It's just that since it's already happened, I might as well try to laugh about it. What's done is done, it just needs to be dealt with. She was taking it lightly, but Xia Xian was practically having a heart attack. This is no laughing matter. If you're really pregnant, you should discuss it with Zhou Xingshi. You two need to tie the knot immediately. Whether or not to keep the child is up to you, but you can't secretly get an abortion behind his back and drag me into this. I can't make that decision for you. When Zhou Xingshi finds out, he and everyone else will blame me. Not just Zhou Xingshi, but his parents and Xinyu's parents too. This wasn't something a friend could easily interfere with. If you really don't want to tell Zhou Xingshi, then let's at least tell Quan Ruifeng and hear his opinion. How about that? Xia Xian, fearing Xinyu's resistance, suggested involving Quan Ruifeng instead. After all, she hadn't known Xinyu for long. If not for Quan Ruifeng, they wouldn't have met, let alone become friends. So, telling Quan Ruifeng about this would be better. He had always been the leader among them, and even their parents trusted his judgment. Xinyu shook her head. She had expected Xia Xian to say this. If we tell Quan Ruifeng, our families will find out. He won't let me make this decision on my own. If you won't help me, just keep it a secret. I'll find someone else. She stood up, not forcing Xia Xian to take responsibility. This was no small matter, it could easily drag Xia Xian down, so Xinyu didn't want to pressure her. Wait. Don't go. Who else could you possibly ask for help with this? Nobody would dare. You think carefully. And if you tell someone else and they spread the word, what then? It won't just ruin your reputation, it could affect your studies. You might even be charged with hooliganism. Xia Xian grabbed Xinyu's hand, stopping her from leaving, and implored her desperately. She was completely stunned by the news. Who would have thought Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi had gone this far? They even had a child on the way. And yet they weren't getting married. Even if they were engaged, this wasn't acceptable. In this era, premarital pregnancy was socially unacceptable, both socially and legally. If she were charged with hooliganism, it would be over. All the hard work to get into university could be undone. She might even be expelled. This child had come at the worst possible time. Xia Xian couldn't help but blame Zhou Xingshi. How could he be so careless? You're the one suffering for it. Stop. He didn't mean for this to happen. I agreed to it too. Xinyu defended Zhou Xingshi, clearly head over heels for him. Getting married would have been the best solution, but Xinyu had psychological blocks and refused. That was the real issue. Fine, you say it's not just his fault, you agreed too. Then this child belongs to both of you. Doesn't he have the right to know? If you secretly get an abortion without telling him, how do you think he'll react when he finds out? He might not even be angry about the abortion itself, but he'd definitely be upset you hid it from him. Have you really thought this through? Xia Xian asked objectively, not wanting her to make a rash, life-altering choice. Xinyu fell silent at that, wetting her lips anxiously and pacing back and forth. This was the first time Xia Xian had seen her so unsettled. From the moment they'd met, Xinyu had always been confident, sure of herself in everything she did. Nothing like this restless, anxious version of her now. Truthfully, Xinyu had known about the pregnancy for 3 days already. She thought she'd made up her mind before coming to Xia Xian. An abortion would weaken her body, and she'd need proper rest afterward. Xinyu wasn't reckless. She wanted Xia Xian to accompany her to the hospital, then look after her for a few days afterward. But Zhou Xingshi didn't just visit on weekends. He came to see her almost every day after class. Even if she were hospitalized alone, she couldn't hide it from him. She figured if she stayed with Xia Xian, she could use that as an excuse. Girls' time, boys keep out. Zhou Xingshi would accept that. It wasn't that she couldn't afford to hire someone to care for her, but she didn't trust anyone else. Xia Xian was the only suitable choice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the risk of bringing her into this. If Xia Xian told Zhou Xingshi, it'd be over. Things would spin out of her control. I've thought it through, Xia Xian. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. I'll take Friday off, plus Saturday and Sunday. 3 days should be enough. I'll be back in class by Monday. I just need you to bring me meals and tell Zhou Xingshi we're having girl time. Avoid him and Quan Ruifeng for those few days. But if you don't want to help, that's fine. I'll find someone else. I won't be keeping this child. I have too much else to do. Xinyu pressed a hand to her abdomen, her voice gone cold. She had made up her mind. Her future was to become a diplomat. She couldn't let this child derail her. She'd already been working toward that goal, even interning as an assistant before getting officially hired. Then, when the college entrance exams were reinstated, she got into the best university. Once she graduated, she could seamlessly step into her diplomatic career with even better qualifications. Xinyu had always been a woman with laser-focused ambitions. She wouldn't let unplanned complications derail her plans. Hearing this, Xia Xian wished she'd never found out. But now that she knew, if she did nothing, Zhou Xingshi's parents and Xinyu's father would surely hold it against her later. She was truly caught in an impossible position. Xia Xian massaged her forehead, pacing anxiously. Wait, don't leave yet. And don't rush into a decision. I'll stay with you, but first tell me, how far along are you? What did the doctor say? Would an abortion at this stage harm your body? Afraid Xinyu might leave, Xia Xian gripped her wrist tightly, insistent on understanding everything first. A little over a month. Probably from right around when term began. It's still early. The doctor said an abortion wouldn't do much harm, but I'd need a certificate to get one. I've already asked someone to help get a fake one. Of course, that meant paying cash under an alias. Xinyu wouldn't let this stain her record. She'd had every angle covered, proving this wasn't some impulsive decision, including being intimate with Zhou Xingshi. It had been her choice. She loved him, and he loved her. She was happy to please him. Since she couldn't marry him, she knew he was already under a lot of pressure. If she had to make some sacrifices, so what? It was as if they were already married, and besides, it had been good for her too. She just didn't expect things to go wrong so soon. It was probably conceived during their first couple of times when they weren't very experienced with contraception. The paperwork isn't ready yet, right? Then take some time to reconsider before it's issued. Don't rush, let me think it over. You absolutely must not go to those small clinics. They're really dangerous. Those small clinics don't require proof, but their medical skills are unreliable. If anything goes wrong, you'll regret it forever. Xia Xian fully understood Xinyu's current state of mind. For now, she could only try to calm her down, go along with her, and then see if there was a way to find a solution that works for everyone. Chapter 161. Pretend it's me to test him. Yeah, I know. I won't do anything reckless. Don't worry. I'm not that foolish. Xinyu would never jeopardize herself. She was well aware of the dangers of back alley clinics. She'd rather spend more money and go through more trouble to minimize any risks. I know you're not foolish. You're so smart. You'll definitely make the right choice. Come on, let's go grab something to eat first. Xia Xian wanted to calm her down, and getting some food to relax was the best option. Besides, Xinyu probably hadn't eaten properly these past couple of days. With such a major issue weighing on her, she likely had no appetite. Xinyu went along to eat. Since things had already come to this and Xia Xian knew, worrying wouldn't help. It was better to eat and sleep well. Xinyu seemed to have come to terms with it and ate quite a bit, her appetite even bigger than usual. Xia Xian watched her, unable to suppress a thought. Could she already be having symptoms so soon? Propping her chin on her hand, she pondered, but unexpectedly, Zhou Xingshi showed up. You, how come you came to eat by yourself without waiting for me? He was sweating profusely, likely having dashed all over campus searching for Xinyu. Finally spotting her in the cafeteria, he came over, looking a bit wronged. He was strong and clumsy, and Xia Xian worried he might accidentally hurt Xinyu, especially since she wasn't alone now, her body was more fragile. Hey, what's with the excitement? Xinyu just had a meal with me. You haven't eaten yet, right? Go get your food. Here's my meal ticket. Xia Xian blocked him with her arm and pulled out her meal ticket, shooing him away first. Zhou Xingshi stopped abruptly, giving Xinyu a pitiful look. Fine. Xinyu ignored him. He huffed, took the meal ticket and went to get his food, all the while wondering if he'd somehow upset her again. Had he done anything wrong lately? Women are so hard to understand, no matter how hard he tried. He could never fathom it. He sighed. See how clingy he is? If I disappeared for even a day without reason, he'd turn the world upside down looking for me. There's no way he wouldn't find me. Watching his tall, sturdy figure walk away, Xinyu put down her chopsticks and sighed helplessly. This was exactly why she'd risked coming to seek out Xia Xian. She didn't let many people in, she was guarded. Over the years, aside from Zhou Xingshi, only Quan Ruifeng had managed it. Xia Xian, being Quan Ruifeng's wife, had that connection. Plus, they spent a lot of time together and got along well, which had fostered a good relationship. But others lacked that kind of background, making it hard for her to lower her guard. Zhou Xingshi also knew this. If she claimed she was going out with someone else for 3 days without him, he'd be suspicious. With Xia Xian, it was at least plausible. The school was so close and Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng attended the same university. If she made up an excuse about academic competitions or events, a simple inquiry would expose the lie. So, she needed someone to cover for her. No matter how you looked at it, Xia Xian was the key. Xinyu suddenly lost her appetite. Zhou Xingshi quickly returned with his food and sat beside Xinyu. Have you been busy these past couple of days? Why didn't you wait for me, Yu? Are you upset? Did I do something wrong again? You can tell me directly. Zhou Xingshi was like a big, clingy dog, wagging his tail at Xinyu as if hoping his owner would pet him, adorably foolish. No, just a bit busy. Don't you have anything going on at school? Are you keeping up with your assignments? Don't fail your classes by the end of the semester. If you dare fail. Xinyu narrowed her eyes, her tone threatening. I won't fail, don't worry, Yu. I've been studying hard. Zhou Xingshi, who struggled in school, hurriedly promised. After all anyone expected of him was to pass and graduate smoothly. He couldn't slack off. He had to at least meet that standard. Really? Of course it's true. With just a casual remark, Xinyu had distracted Zhou Xingshi, playing with him like a dog. Xia Xian watched, sighing inwardly. These two were truly perfect for each other, one willing to hit, the other willing to take it. Once the two finished their banter, Zhou Xingshi turned to Xia Xian. Xia Xian, why isn't Ruifeng eating with you? Did university life make him lose his way? He joked with exaggerated faces, successfully earning a slap from Xinyu, one that even smelled nice. Stop talking nonsense. Worry about yourself. I'm a bit thirsty. Go get me a bowl of soup. Right away. Zhou Xingshi grabbed the bowl and dashed off. He was used to being ordered around and didn't mind it at all, following orders in a flash. Taking the chance, Xia Xian asked Xinyu, if you get the abortion without discussing it with him, Do you think the two of you can still be as close as before, without hard feelings? Xinyu fell silent. Of course not, which was why she was torn. Here's an idea. What if I pretend I'm pregnant and ask Zhou Xingshi about it to see how he reacts? What do you think? Xia Xian wasn't just good at identifying problems, she solved them too. This wasn't a bad idea. Besides, Zhou Xingshi wasn't as quick as Quan Ruifeng. He'd never suspect it had anything to do with Xinyu. Okay, then try it. Xinyu didn't object. So, when Zhou Xingshi returned and sat down, Xia Xian steeled herself and blurted out, Zhou Xingshi, I'm pregnant. What? Not mine. Zhou Xingshi panicked, immediately denying it. Both Xia Xian and Xinyu just stared at him. Couldn't he let her finish first before being ridiculous? There was no way the child could be his. If Xia Xian were pregnant with his kid, that would be insane. Sorry, I overreacted a bit. It's just that Yu is sitting right here, and I didn't want her to get the wrong idea. Xia Xian, you're pregnant? That's great news. How come Ruifeng didn't tell me? When did it happen? How far along? Damn, my boy's killing it. Zhou Xingshi fumbled an explanation, but quickly got carried away with excitement, completely missing the exchanged glances between Xia Xian and Xinyu. Xia Xian's expression gradually darkened. Her voice dropped, serious and low. Hold off on the celebration. He doesn't know yet, I haven't told him, and you shouldn't either. I'm thinking about whether to keep this child. If I get an abortion without telling him, do you think he'd be angry? She probed cautiously, both women staring intently at him. Sure enough, Zhou Xingshi exploded. He jumped up, stunned, looking like his brain just short-circuited. What the? Why would you get an abortion? Why wouldn't you tell Ruifeng? Wait, is it even his? At this moment, suspicion reached its peak. Chapter 162, It's not you, it's you, right? He couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. This thought process, well, it perfectly matched his character. He was the type to overthink and miss the point. But then, if it were Xinyu, would he also mistakenly believe the child wasn't his, and that's why she'd need to secretly abort it behind his back? Of course not. Can you let Xia Xian finish speaking? Why are you so shocked? Who exactly are you doubting? Xinyu rolled her eyes at him and tugged his sleeve, signaling him to sit down. Only then did Zhou Xingshi settle, but he still pressed on impatiently. Why abort the child without telling him? I know you academic achievers are focused on your studies and might not want a child interfering with your education. But this is Ruifeng's child, he has the right to know. You can't just make this decision behind his back. You're married. You're supposed to discuss things like this together. He strongly disapproved of Xia Xian's behavior, giving her an accusing look. His reaction made it clear to both Xia Xian and Xinyu what he thought. Xinyu grew even quieter, while Xia Xian continued. I know he has the right to know, but like you said, we're focused on our studies. Now isn't the right time for a child. It's all so sudden, neither of us is prepared. I think abortion is the best choice. If we're not keeping the child, telling him would just hurt him more. So I'm thinking it might be better not to say anything at all. What do you think? Xia Xian looked into his eyes, explaining sincerely. But Zhou Xingshi wasn't buying it. Bullshit. Whether it's joy or pain, he deserves to know. Hiding it from him is wrong. And abortion hurts your body too. Even if you don't want to keep the child, going through with it will still affect your health. If he doesn't even know you had an abortion, how can he take care of you? He'd feel terrible for not being there for you. At least, that's how I see it. He'd definitely be angry with you in the end. You shouldn't hide this from him. Zhou Xingshi, uncharacteristically, laid out a lengthy explanation, trying to convince Xia Xian to change her mind and not keep his best friend in the dark. See? He'd spoken his mind without holding back, exactly as Xia Xian had expected. Instead of answering him, she turned to Xinyu. Both were quiet for a long moment before Xinyu finally spoke. The child is Xia Xian's to carry. If she wants to abort it, she technically doesn't need to inform anyone. But if she insists on doing it without telling Quan Ruifeng, what do you think would happen? Even if they argue, could they really go back to how things were? As she spoke, Xinyu kept her gaze fixed on Zhou Xingshi, her expression dead serious. He couldn't help but put himself in their shoes. Probably. Rui Feng loves Xia Xian so much. But he'd definitely be hurt. This would stay with him for years, never forgotten. He might even start suspecting Xia Xian of doing this kind of thing often, becoming suspicious at the slightest sign of trouble. Why not tell him? What's the worst that could happen? You're afraid he'll be sad, but keeping it from him will hurt him even more. Rui Feng would support your decision. If you want to abort, he wouldn't oppose it, but you have him to tell him. Why make things harder for yourself? Zhou Xingshi couldn't understand it. They were married. What was so hard about discussing this? Besides, Quan Ruifeng's parents and grandmother weren't pressuring them to have kids. They cared more about their studies and careers. Even if they found out, they'd probably support Xia Xian's decision. No one would blame her, so why hide it? I'll think about it. I'm just worried that if Quan Ruifeng disagrees, the argument could strain our relationship even more. Xia Xian sighed, voicing Shen Yu's exact concern. Zhou Xingshi analyzed her words carefully. That won't happen. Rui Feng respects your opinions. When has he ever? Yeah, when had he ever gone against her? In their relationship, she'd always been the one in control, while Zhou Xingshi just went along with it. Yet, she still assumed the worst of him. It was so unfair to him. But Zhou Xingshi had said he liked this unfairness, leaving everything up to her. Shen Yu parted her lips, almost blurting out the truth. But in the end, she pressed them together, swallowing the words back down. I'll think it over. But don't tell Quan Ruifeng about this. I want to be the one to talk to him. This is between us, no one else should interfere. Seeing that she'd gotten the answers she needed, Xia Xian decided to wrap things up, reminding him not to let the secret out. Got it. This is your business. I shouldn't meddle. Zhou Xingshi nodded, slipping back into his usual carefree demeanor as he playfully teased Shen Yu to cheer her up. But as Xia Xian watched, something felt off about him. Was it just her imagination? He was laughing like always, without a care in the world. Probably just her imagination. Xia Xian shook her head, shaking it off. With the meal finished, they went their separate ways. Xia Xian headed back to her dorm, while Zhou Xingshi walked Shen Yu to hers. He had classes in the afternoon and couldn't stay long. But after dropping Shen Yu off, he didn't leave campus. Instead, he circled back to Xia Xian's dorm and asked someone to call her down. When Xia Xian came out, he led her to a secluded spot, making sure no passers-by would overhear. What's up? Was he going to try convincing her again to tell Quan Ruifeng? If she told him now that it was all a joke, would he believe her? Of course not, he wasn't stupid. And surprisingly, he was more perceptive than expected. He'd already guessed the truth. Staring intently at Xia Xian, he spoke with absolute certainty. Xia Xian, you're not pregnant, are you? It's you who's pregnant, right? Xia Xian's pupils shrank instantly, goosebumps covering her arms. How did he know? Chapter 163, Just Be My Man Behind the Scenes. What are you saying? Xia Xian was so startled she began to stutter, a clear sign of her profound shock. She simply couldn't maintain her composure. I've already figured it out, so there's no need to deceive me. Yu hasn't been herself these past few days, and today you brought this up again. But she looked far more distressed than you, hardly saying a word. I thought about it carefully. Yu's period is late, isn't it? Besides, you and Rui Feng are already married. You couldn't hide this from him even if you tried. It's better to just be honest. And yet, you deliberately asked for my opinion. If it had nothing to do with me, why ask? Did you really take me for that much of a fool? This was what Zhou Xingshi found most baffling. Just how dumb had he come across in the past to make these two see him this way? If he were truly that clueless, incapable of reading people, how could he solve cases or be a police officer? He might not be as sharp as Quan Ruifeng, but he was no idiot. Really, far from it. Xia Xian was at a loss for words, unsure where to even begin refuting. Besides, he was already certain, he didn't even need her confirmation. But Xia Xian couldn't understand either. How had they underestimated Zhou Xingshi so badly? In the end, it was Shen Yu's fault for making him out to be so dumb. If even his own girlfriend thought he was that slow, how could Xia Xian see him as anything but? Truly, the hunter had been outsmarted by the prey. So, what do you want? What do you need me to do now? Xia Xian asked helplessly, having learned her lesson. From now on, she would never underestimate anyone again. She had to stay vigilant, otherwise, she might end up tripping over her own feet. You don't need to do anything. I want you to tell me herself. So, if she doesn't tell me and plans to go to the hospital, I hope you'll let me know. I'm not going to stop her. I just want to be there for her. Something this painful and difficult. I don't want her to go through it alone. Zhou Xingshi said, his eyes reddening with pain. He meant every word. He'd fully respect Xinyu's decision, he just didn't want her to bear it alone. He wanted her to tell him, to let him be by her side. And it was his fault too. Why hadn't he taken precautions? Why had this happened, forcing Xinyu to suffer the consequences? It was all his fault. All right, I understand. Just be more careful next time. Don't take it too hard. Xia Xian's words came out stiffly, still reeling from the shock and struggling to articulate herself properly. Sorry for making you worry needlessly. You can go back now, just don't mention this to Rui Feng yet. Zhou Xingshi was also worried about Quan Ruifeng finding out. A beating was inevitable, but what he feared more was Quan Ruifeng saying something else. Right now, he just wanted to focus on supporting Xinyu. They could deal with everything else later. Okay, I definitely won't tell him. Xia Xian gave her word, though if either of them acted suspiciously and Quan Ruifeng noticed, there'd be nothing she could do. He was terrifyingly sharp too. Sure enough, when the two of them had dinner that afternoon, Quan Ruifeng was watching her closely. What's wrong? Do I have rice on my face? Xia Xian touched her cheek, trying to stay calm. No. I just feel like something's on your mind. You don't seem happy. Did something happen? No matter how well she hid it, Quan Ruifeng knew her too well, and he was especially sensitive to people's emotions. He saw right through her. It's nothing. Xia Xian shook her head, but when she noticed Quan Ruifeng let out a barely noticeable sigh, she quickly backtracked. Well, there's something, but it's not the right time to talk about it yet. And it doesn't affect me, so don't worry. Knowing she couldn't hide it from him, she gave him part of the truth. Her response was sincere enough that Quan Ruifeng didn't press further. All right, I won't ask. But if you ever need help, you have to tell me, okay? We're husband and wife now, remember that. Quan Ruifeng gazed at her intently, his voice firm. The way he called her wife was deep and husky, sending a shiver down Xia Xian's spine. In public, the two were always formal, addressing each other by their full names without any pet names. Xia Xian believed a name was the best love letter. There was something uniquely intimate about calling someone by their full name. But in private, Quan Ruifeng would call her wife and refer to himself as husband. Just hearing it made Xia Xian's heart melt. I know. I won't keep things from you. I'll tell you when the time is right. Xia Xian replied coyly, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Quan Ruifeng. She would never hide things from him forever, it was just that now wasn't the right moment. She would find the right opportunity later. Their promise, she had never forgotten it. Good. I'll wait. Quan Ruifeng smiled gently and didn't press the matter further. That Yao Ruanfei, has she come looking for you again? Not for now. But it's fine, I've already thought of a way to make her back off. Even if she does come, it won't matter. At the mention of Yao Ruanfei, Xia Xian perked up, cheerfully sharing her plan with Quan Ruifeng. Quan Ruifeng raised an eyebrow, grinning widely, though it was hard to tell if it was approval or amusement. Wife, you're so bad. Pot calling the kettle black. Xia Xian smirked, unabashedly accepting the remark. After all, men loved a woman with a little mischief in her. The two had endless things to talk about. After dinner, they strolled around campus to digest, discussing their recent assignments along the way. Even though they were in different majors, they could still offer each other useful insights. At its core, it was about sharing their lives and studies. Accuracy in their discussions was secondary. As they chatted, Quan Ruifeng suddenly said, Wife, there's been some new developments lately. Things might change a lot in the future. If business becomes allowed someday and I go into it, would you think less of me? Was he talking about the economic reforms? Right, it was 1978 now. By the end of the year, the policy would be officially passed. It made sense that rumors were starting to circulate. Ordinary people might not know, but someone like Quan Ruifeng, with his extensive connections, would naturally catch wind of it early. And he could probably sense the trend too, hence the question. Not at all. Business can be profitable, that's fine. But would you really quit the force? It feels like a bit of a waste. You've already got a good position. In a few years, you could move up several ranks. Xia Xian answered honestly. Someone of Quan Ruifeng's stature going into business would be such a waste. He shouldn't take that path. How could that be? I won't give up my career. I mean, trying it out in my spare time. If things really open up and business is allowed, many things will change in the future. I'm just worried my salary won't be enough to support the family. I need to earn some extra income, can't keep depending on my family forever, can I? Quan Ruifeng gave a wry smile, speaking his mind. Being an only child, he'd inherit everything anyway. He didn't mind accepting help from his family, but that didn't mean he could tolerate being incapable and relying on their support indefinitely. He needed to prove he could stand on his own 2 feet. Oh, I see now. Xia Xian couldn't help but take a step forward before turning back with a playful look. Then you can leave all of this to me. Let me be your strong support. You can be the man behind me. How does that sound? Xia Xian was also eager to make her mark in the business world. Quan Ruifeng wasn't cut out for the spotlight. It'd be better to leave it to her. He could strategize behind the scenes, but in that case, all the visible credit would go to her. She wondered if his pride could take it. After all, what self-respecting man would want people thinking his wife wore the pants in the family? Chapter 164. Honesty. I've made up my mind. That works too. If you like doing business, I can support you. I'll be the man behind you, just hold down my job. But Xia Xian, if you build your empire big and strong in the future, don't dump me, your pretty boy. Quan Ruifeng smiled at Xia Xian, not opposing her suggestion in the slightest. To him, none of this was an issue. For a married couple, there was no need to compete. As long as they could live well together, it didn't matter who was stronger or weaker. Really? Then I definitely won't abandon you. If I did, where else would I find such a smart, handsome, and outstanding pretty boy like you? Xia Xian's face lit up with joy, almost leaning in to cover him in kisses. She'd hit the jackpot. How could there be a man as wonderful as Quan Ruifeng? It seemed all the suffering in her past life was just made up for in this lifetime. Xia Xian happily accepted and announced, "Let's not stay in the dorm tonight. Let's go home. Back to our old place, quietly, so Mom, Dad, and Grandma won't know. Anyway, we have no morning classes tomorrow. We can come back by noon." She suggested this to Quan Ruifeng. He immediately got the hint. All right. How could I refuse an invitation from my wife? Quan here is thrilled. Quan Ruifeng's smile grew even tenderer. The couple shared an unspoken agreement, eagerly anticipating what was coming tonight. Meanwhile, Xinyu went back and turned it over in her mind before finally deciding to tell Zhou Xingshi the truth. He was right, she shouldn't keep it from him. Besides, no matter how strong Xinyu was, right now, she still wanted Zhou Xingshi by her side. If Zhou Xingshi didn't want her to get an abortion, then they'd discuss it further. At worst, they'd argue, but it wouldn't be any different from him finding out later. In the end, he'd still give in to her. Xinyu had an innate confidence in Zhou Xingshi. She knew he loved her and would give in to her. Having made up her mind, Xinyu went to Zhou Xingshi's school herself. She knew his campus like the back of her hand. The two often visited each other's schools, so she knew her way around. Yu? It's so late. Why are you here? Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? It was already past 10 p.m., and the dorm lights would go out by 11. For her to come over at this hour, Zhou Xingshi couldn't help but worry. He gripped her shoulders anxiously, looking her up and down while discreetly glancing at her stomach. Was she feeling sick? No, I just wanted to see you and tell you something. Don't freak out. I hope you won't be too angry at what I'm about to say. Actually, we lied to you at noon today. It's not Xia Xian who's pregnant, it's me. But I want to get an abortion. I'm sorry, Zhou Xingshi. Even if I'm willing to marry you now, I don't want to have the baby yet. I still have to study, I can't let the baby hold me back. Xinyu came out with the truth in one breath, then stared nervously at Zhou Xingshi, not wanting to miss a single reaction. Her heart was pounding like never before. Only Zhou Xingshi could tug at her heartstrings so easily. You finally opened up to me. I'm sorry, this is my fault. I shouldn't have gotten you pregnant, putting you in this mess and hurting you. If you want to get an abortion, that's okay. I'll be with you every step of the way. Zhou Xingshi's eyes were red-rimmed, his face full of relief as he pulled Xinyu into a tight embrace, gripping her back firmly. Whether to steady himself or comfort her, he didn't know. You're not surprised? Did you already know? Did Xia Xian tell you, or did you figure it out yourself? No, if Xia Xian had promised her, she wouldn't have gone behind her back to tell Zhou Xingshi. That meant he guessed it himself. Since when did Zhou Xingshi get so perceptive? Xinyu couldn't hide her surprise, though what overwhelmed her more was emotion. She hadn't expected Zhou Xingshi to stand by her side without hesitation. His love for her had never been in question. This made Xinyu second-guess herself. Was she being selfish? I figured it out myself, Yu. I'm not completely clueless. Sometimes I can be reliable too. So trust me, okay? From now on, tell me everything. I'll always support you. Zhou Xingshi begged Xinyu, his voice pleading. He wanted nothing else, just to be with her. Okay. I'm sorry. I won't lie to you again. Xinyu apologized sincerely, and as they talked, the distance between their hearts grew smaller. I'll go with you to the clinic. After this, we're done with. Not only did Zhou Xingshi agree to accompany Xinyu for the surgery, he even vowed they'd never do that again. He didn't want any more accidents causing her pain. Besides, they'd been sneaking forbidden fruit. They shouldn't have been doing it before marriage in the first place. But after being together this long, staying apart was easier said than done. A year or two, even 3, was doable, but a whole decade? How? Zhou Xingshi had already held back for a long time. Was it too cruel to ask him to keep enduring? Xinyu was torn, but she was leaning toward Zhou Xingshi's side. Was there a compromise? Xinyu sought out Xia Xian again. This time, Quan Ruifeng was there too. Xia Xian hadn't expected Xinyu to confess so soon, but then again, the pregnancy couldn't be delayed. The longer she waited, the riskier the abortion. I've told Zhou Xingshi about the pregnancy. Originally, I wanted to terminate it, but I changed my mind. I want to keep the baby, marry Zhou Xingshi. What do you think? But I won't raise it. Carrying it for 9 months and giving birth is already more than enough. After that, I have my own life to live. I won't put my life on hold to raise it. Either Zhou Xingshi and his parents take care of it, or they find someone else to. I won't breastfeed either. Which is worse, giving birth and not raising it, or aborting it now? She looked to them for their opinions. Quan Ruifeng's face darkened. So this was the issue. No wonder Xia Xian hadn't told him. If the child is born, they'll grow up surrounded by love. Zhou Xingshi and his parents will dote on them, no question. And you'll love them too. You just won't be hands-on. But since we're all in the same city, you can visit every week. Even if you're busy, you can drop by whenever you're free. Everyone expresses love differently. Right now, you're still studying. Choosing to have the baby is already the biggest gift of love you can give. Unless you're planning to neglect or abuse them after they're born? Chapter 165, Going Abroad. Of course not, Xinyu shook her head, responding to Xia Xian's loaded question, her bias clear. He's my child, how could I treat him that way? I just won't put him first. She wanted to always be number one, even in Zhou Xingshi's heart. Perhaps selfishness was hereditary. She used to think her father was like that, now she was too. Well, there you have it. A child born into your family is already incredibly fortunate. Xia Xian spoke from the heart. Unlike some families, as the child of Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi, this baby would want for neither money nor love. With such outstanding parents, the child would surely be beautiful and intelligent. Once born, major difficulties would be few and far between. Even if the mother could only offer 80% or even 50% of her love, it would be perfectly fine. If you're not going to break off the engagement with Zhou Xingshi, you'll have to marry eventually. Since you're already pregnant, why not just get married, have the child, and then no one will bother you anymore? You can do whatever you want, and Uncle Zhou and his family won't make excessive demands. Leave the child care to the family. Even my mom would be thrilled to help out. Raising a child is absolutely no problem. Quan Ruifing assured her not to worry about such things. Families like theirs didn't need to fret over childcare. Zhou's mother, eager for a grandchild, might even choose early retirement to care for the baby herself. Thinking it over, having the child now wasn't without its advantages. After graduation and starting work, she wouldn't have to worry about pregnancy delaying her career. She'd just have to tough it out now. If you were married and pregnant during school, the university wouldn't expel you. Instead, they'd provide accommodations, treating you entirely differently from unmarried students. There'd be no concern about your reputation either. With both of them saying so, Xinyu gained immense confidence. She steeled herself and agreed. All right, then I'll have the baby. And get married. Indeed, Xinyu still needed a little push. Zhou Xingshi must be ecstatic this time. Not only does he get his proper status and a promotion to husband, but he also becomes a dad. 2 happy occasions. Xia Xian smiled faintly. He's getting off easy. Xinyu chuckled too. It had completely disrupted her plans, so wasn't Zhou Xingshi indeed getting a sweet deal? But it was all her willing choice. Now that Xinyu had made up her mind, she wouldn't procrastinate. She planned to go home that weekend to come clean to her family and immediately arrange the wedding and marriage registration. They could just say the baby was born a month premature. It wouldn't make much difference. After Xinyu rushed off, Xia Xian turned to Quan Ruifing with a serious expression. Should we also have a child first? Admittedly, persuading Xinyu had also swayed her own heart. Having a child now would free her up to pursue other endeavors later. No need to deliberately try. If it happens like Xinyu, we can consider keeping it. If not, there's no need to force it. Quan Ruifing was amused and exasperated. After all, juggling pregnancy and studies wasn't an easy feat. If Xinyu hadn't already been pregnant, he wouldn't have suggested it either. But since she was, this was the optimal solution. All right, fair enough. No need to follow trends with pregnancy. Xia Xian curved her lips, letting the matter drop. By the way, our professor mentioned an opportunity to attend a psychology seminar abroad. I want to sign up, but I've never been overseas and don't know what it's like. After all, international exchanges were still limited at the time, and a slight misstep could easily lead to being mislabeled. However, psychology research was more advanced abroad, and attending this seminar would surely be incredibly rewarding. The university had worked hard to secure this opportunity. 3 professors would lead a group of 10 students for mutual exchange and learning. It was a golden opportunity, unlikely to come again, so Xia Xian was eager to go. But she had never been abroad, and her English was merely academic. If she had to speak, it would be halting. She wasn't sure she could speak well, and foreigners also had accents, making it difficult for her to understand them. If she couldn't understand, it would be a wasted trip. So now Xia Xian was torn, unsure whether to sign up. If she did, she would likely be selected. After all, participation required an expensive fee. The university would only cover round-trip airfare, while accommodation and meals were out of pocket. This alone silently screened out many people. Not many in her class could afford it. What's abroad like? You won't know until you see for yourself. You have to experience it to understand the scenery. If you want to go, then go. With teachers leading, there won't be major issues. Don't worry about money. Bring plenty of cash. If you encounter any problems, spend a little more to ask for help and get things resolved. As for speaking, that's even less of a concern. We still have half a month. I'll practice with you. The key to speaking is to speak loudly. As long as you open your mouth and practice a few times, you'll get the hang of it. There won't be any problems. You can take your time with conversations. Seminars like this usually have dedicated note-takers. Even if you don't catch everything, you can request materials afterward and review them later. The experience itself is what matters. Try things you've never done before. Quan Ruifing encouraged her to go, addressing each of her concerns with practical solutions. He wasn't the type to just ask, "What should we do?" or offer empty reassurances. He was a problem solver, someone who could help Xia Xian become her best self. This side of him was even more captivating, the perfect partner. All right. You're right. I'll sign up right away. I have to experience this. Xia Xian's eyes sparkled. Things she hadn't done in her past life, now that she had the chance, she wanted to experience them all. The experience itself was the greatest reward. Encouraged by Quan Ruifeng, Xia Xian regained her courage. No more hesitation, no more fear, because she had someone supporting her. She had confidence. Go for it. You're my pride. Quan Ruifeng gazed at her with a smile, his eyes full of adoration. The two immediately launched into intensive speaking practice, determined to help Xia Xian make significant progress in half a month. At the very least, she had to dare to speak. Just then, Yao Ruanfei showed up again. After waiting in vain for Xia Xian to seek her out, she came running back. Hey, you promised to compete with me. Have you decided what we're doing? Or are you scared of losing and backing out? Then grab a megaphone and announce to everyone that I'm the real winner, that I'm better than you. Do that, and I'll leave you alone. Chapter 166. Fine, I'll agree to your terms. Yao Ruanfei persisted, even resorting to reverse psychology, hoping to trick Xia Xian into her trap. But Xia Xian had already devised a counter-strategy, so she remained unfazed. However, she wasn't about to give someone like Yao Ruanfei the satisfaction of an easy acceptance. She feigned a difficult dilemma. It's not that I don't want to compete with you and grant your wish, but I've been swamped with commitments lately and might not have the time. If only someone could help me complete these tasks, then I would certainly accept your request. What tasks? I'll help you. But it's a deal. Once I finish them, you must accept my challenge, no more delays. Upon hearing this, Yao Ruanfei immediately offered her assistance. Excellent, thank you so much. I've been practicing English speaking lately, and since you're so proficient, could you help me? Let's practice for 3 days. Also, I have a lot of reference materials to track down. Could you go to the library for me and look up some information? Xia Xian thanked her sincerely while rattling off a long list of demands. Not only did she ask Yao Ruanfei to be her English-speaking partner, but also to fetch materials from the library. Researching and taking notes was the most tedious work, something Xia Xian herself loathed doing, often wasting hours on fruitless searches until frustration set in. Now, handing it over to Yao Ruanfei would make things considerably easier. Yao Ruanfei, completely unaware of the gravity of what she was agreeing to, immediately accepted, solely to ensure Xia Xian would take on her challenge. Deal. It's a promise. Meichem, it's settled. Xia Xian smirked, watching as Yao Ruanfei departed, brimming with fighting spirit. She knew it wouldn't be 2 days before Yao Ruanfei came back in tears. And indeed, it didn't even take days. Just 1 day later, Yao Ruanfei returned, crying. What kind of impossible research did you ask me to do? It's so hard to find. I checked several books and still couldn't get it, and I have to summarize everything. These obscure texts are giving me a headache. Well, how else would you learn a memorable lesson? Xia Xian thought smugly to herself, yet maintained an innocent expression. I'm sorry, these are core curriculum references. They must be really difficult for someone from your field. Even I find them tough. If it's too much for you, forget it, I'll do the research myself. But it'll take a lot of time, so I probably won't have any left for your challenge. Besides, I'll be going abroad for a symposium soon, so I'll be even busier. What? You're going abroad for a symposium? No way. I can do it. I'll definitely finish the research for you in these 3 days. And we'll start the speaking practice today. There was no way she would admit defeat. No matter how hard or difficult, she would complete the task to make Xia Xian accept her challenge. She was even more anxious now, fearing Xia Xian might be gone abroad for who knows how long, so she compressed the timeline, determined to finish quickly. All right, then let's do it your way. Xia Xian beamed approvingly. Most of the materials she asked Yao Ruanfei to research were actually for the symposium. She wanted to prepare in advance so she could follow the discussions better. Yao Ruanfei had made a bold promise, so now she had to grit her teeth and push through. Between attending classes, researching, and practicing English with Xia Xian, she somehow managed to complete everything in 3 days. On the 4th day, she energetically sought out Xia Xian again. So, I've done everything you asked. Now it's time to accept my challenge, right? Tell me, what do you want me to compete with you on? Let me warn you, I'm a perfect all-rounder. There's nothing I can't do. Yao Ruinfei was practically glowing with self-assurance. Of course, you can't pick your own major to compete with me. Anything else is fair game. Xia Xian opened her mouth to speak, but Yao Ruinfei quickly interjected, afraid Xia Xian might trick her. If Xia Xian challenged her on psychology, she would definitely lose. She knew nothing about it. Don't worry, we won't compete in my major or yours. We'll pick something unfamiliar to both of us, that way. It's fair, just, and transparent. Xia Xian patted her chest in assurance. That did sound good, and Yao Ruinfei was getting impatient. Then tell me, what exactly are we competing on? Hoeing. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Xian also spoke. Yao Ruinfei had misheard and couldn't make out what Xia Xian said. What did you say? Compete in what? Hoeing. What D? Hitting bottom? What is that? Yao Ruinfei still didn't understand. She rubbed her ears, wanting Xia Xian to repeat it. I said hoeing. Virtue, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. We need well-rounded development, right? Virtue, I don't really know you, and you don't know me either, so it's hard to judge. As for intellect, I ranked first, and you ranked fourth, so we're pretty close. Our IQs aren't that different, so it'd be hard to determine a winner. Aesthetics, this is how I look, and I'd say I'm decent looking. You're also pretty, so we'd be tied. That leaves physical and labor education. But I'm not in the best physical condition right now, so sports are out. Let's compete in labor. Labor is most honorable, and hard work brings wealth. That alone shows the importance of labor. This will be the decisive trait between two relatively equal people. So, I'm challenging you to a labor competition. As it happens, our school has a vegetable garden that needs tilling. Let's go help out and see who can till faster and better. Then we'll sow the seeds and plant them properly, each responsible for half. Whoever does it faster and better wins. The lunch ladies can judge. Xia Xian said matter-of-factly. Her analysis almost had Yao Ruinfei convinced, who almost agreed, but her final reasoning was just too ridiculous. Are you messing with me? Xia Xian. If you don't want to accept my challenge, just say so. Why toy with me like this? What's your problem with me? Seriously? You don't know? Xia Xian looked at her with amusement before shrugging. I'm serious. I think this method is simple and effective. If you don't want to compete, that's fine. I can just let you have the win. But you'll have to go on the loudspeaker and declare yourself the winner. I don't have time for games. With that, Xia Xian turned to leave. Yao Ruinfei couldn't accept it. If she announced it herself, who would believe her? Besides, after working so hard these past few days, all she wanted was a fair and square competition with Xia Xian, no matter what it was. Even if she lost, she would accept it willingly. At that thought, she got fired up and she immediately called out to Xia Xian. Wait. Fine, let's do it. I accept. When do we start? Now. Xia Xian turned back with a bright smile, her eyes gleaming and lips slightly curved. Yao Ruinfei shuddered, feeling like she'd been tricked. But since she'd already agreed, there was no backing out. She could only grit her teeth and push through. The absurd news of a hoeing competition spread quickly. By the time the two arrived at the garden, a crowd of curious classmates had already gathered. Xia Xian stood composed, one hand behind her back, and politely gestured to Yao Ruinfei. Yao Ruinfei, let's see what you've got. Little did Xia Xian know, this one little prank would be enough to bind Yao Ruinfei to her for life. Chapter 167, the highly anticipated hilarious contest. Let's do this. Humph. Yao Ruinfei snorted heavily, already prepared to start at any moment. Then listen to me. You'll each take half, with this line as the boundary. The eastern section belongs to Xia Xian, and the western section belongs to Yao Ruinfei. Your task now is to first pull out all the weeds here, then turn over the soil. Dig small holes about a foot apart, scatter the vegetable seeds into them, and cover them back up with soil. That's all you need to do. It rained recently, so the ground is relatively moist and easier to turn. There's also no shortage of water, so you don't need to water it. As for fertilizing, I'll handle that myself. You just focus on completing these tasks. The lunch lady demonstrated carefully, worried the two might not understand. This patch of land was just something the school planned to use as a vegetable garden. It hadn't been planted before, so weeds were everywhere. Just clearing the weeds alone would take a while, let alone turning the soil. It was indeed backbreaking work. Originally, this was the lunch lady's job, but Xia Xian had noticed and specifically approached her to use this as the competition ground, asking her to serve as the referee. Naturally, the lunch lady was happy. She didn't have to lift a finger herself, and she got to play referee. How great! Are you both ready? If so, I'll blow the whistle to start. Whoever finishes first wins. If you finish at the same time, we'll judge based on who did it faster and better. With so many students watching, I swear I'll be absolutely fair as the referee, no favoritism. If I cheat, I'll resign voluntarily and leave my job as the lunch lady. I'd be ashamed of betraying everyone's trust. The lunch lady stood firm, making a solemn vow before the competition began. She looked righteous, not the type to engage in underhanded dealings. Great. We believe in you, Auntie. You'd never cheat, and we'll be watching too. That's right. Xia Xian, just focus on the competition. We'll root for you. The students cheered excitedly, already rooting for the two competitors. Quan Ruifeng and Xin Yu, whom Yao Ruanfei had wanted to challenge, were also present. Even Zhou Xingshi had come. He was on cloud 9, his smile never fading, his expression beaming like sunshine, making everyone who saw him feel uplifted. Even watching this goofy contest, he kept smiling and praised cheerfully. Wow, go Xia Xian. How wonderful, youth is great, able to come up with these kinds of competitions. Being a college student is the best. So free and happy. Unlike him, who was about to shoulder the heavy responsibility of fatherhood. But why did he feel so delighted? He was no longer the immature person he used to be. From now on, he'd be a father. To those who didn't know him, his words might have sounded sarcastic, but his smile was genuine. Quan Ruifeng glanced at him and ignored him. This guy was already over the moon. At this point, anything he did or said wouldn't be surprising. He focused on Xia Xian. Though this idea had been hers, she was the one who proposed this competition. Xia Xian had grown up in a small town. She'd never worked in the fields or done much farm labor, at most participating in school cleanup days. So this wasn't easy for her either. He worried she might push herself too hard. Still, he believed Xia Xian would definitely win against Yao Ruanfei. After all, Yao Ruanfei had even less experience, and Xia Xian just seemed more resilient. No matter what, Quan Ruifeng supported Xia Xian. If she lost, they'd cross that bridge later. Xia Xian and Yao Ruanfei nodded. Seeing this, the lunch lady immediately blew the whistle and waved her hand, signaling the start of the competition. The clear sound of the whistle rang out. Without hesitation, Xia Xian went at it with her hoe and began weeding. Grass was hard to pull out by hand. Even if you managed it, the roots often remained, allowing it to regrow quickly. Using a hoe was way more efficient. At first, Yao Ruanfei found the hoe too heavy and tried pulling weeds by hand. But after struggling with two plants and noticing how quickly Xia Xian was working with the hoe, she immediately switched gears and grabbed a hoe as well. Sure enough, though the hoe was heavy, a single swing uprooted the grass much more easily than pulling by hand. As if she'd discovered a trick, her speed picked up. How could she do that? Copying Xia Xian mid-competition. Zhou Xingshi grew anxious, complaining indignantly. It's fine. This competition is about endurance and stamina. The techniques are simple and won't create much of a gap. Besides, no one said she couldn't use a hoe. Xin Yu wasn't bothered. If it wasn't against the rules, it was fair game. Making a fuss would only make them seem petty and insecure. Right, it's just the beginning. No need to rush. Quan Ruifeng remained completely calm. It really was just the start. There was still a long way to go. This wouldn't be over in less than 2 or 3 hours. The vegetable garden was quite large, and even divided in half, each person's section would take considerable time. Even the lunch lady, an experienced worker, would need hours to finish. So Xia Xian wasn't in a hurry. She controlled her pace, making sure each swing of the hoe was precise, not too fast, Not too slow, conserving energy without rushing. For now, she was leading. She didn't feel tired yet, but that might change soon. Overexertion could lead to dizziness. But Yao Ruanfei, inexperienced, didn't know this. She went all out and overtook Xia Xian within minutes. After half an hour, she was far ahead, certain she had it in the bag. Joy surged in her heart. Great! She'd always known she was amazing. She could succeed at anything, win at everything. But after nearly an hour of intense labor, she was exhausted, her back killing her. She hadn't had time to complain earlier, but now that she'd stopped, exhaustion hit her like a ton of bricks. She could barely stand. Still, seeing how far ahead she was of Xia Xian, she thought a short break couldn't hurt. So she sat down and asked, "Auntie, could I have some water? I'd like to rest for a bit." Of course. They were working so hard for her. Getting them water was no trouble at all. The lunch lady quickly brought some over and even asked if Xia Xian wanted any. Naturally, Xia Xian accepted. But after drinking, she immediately returned to work, methodical and steady. Her beautiful face and graceful figure made even hoeing in the dirt have a certain charm. The spectators, watching the lovely girl labor, were glued to the action. They stood there chatting, determined to see the outcome. After resting for 5 minutes, Yao Ruanfei saw that Xia Xian had gained serious ground. She immediately picked up her hoe to resume work. But weirdly enough, she felt even more exhausted after the break. Taking a deep breath, she bent down to continue weeding. Almost there, just a little more, and she could finish clearing the weeds, then move on to digging holes and sowing seeds. Then she'd win. But the tide turned. Her speed slowed further, while Xia Xian's only increased. Soon, Xia Xian overtook her. Worse, Yao Ruanfei now realized Xia Xian had been digging holes while weeding. This meant that when it came time to sow the seeds, Xia Xian wouldn't need to dig much, giving her a huge advantage. In a panic, Yao Ruanfei tried to work faster, but her hands were like jelly, too weak to grip the hoe properly. Xia Xian flung aside the last of the weeds, then turned leisurely to Yao Ruanfei. She cocked an eyebrow and gave a little shrug, as if to say, "Looks like I've got this." No, this isn't fair. Chapter 168, Lost, but we can still be friends. Yao Ruanfei grew frantic, desperately trying to speed up, but she couldn't withstand Xia Xian's relentless pace. Xia Xian swiftly tossed the vegetable seeds into the holes and covered them, completing the planting task in no time. She had pulled ahead of Yao Ruanfei by at least half a length. Yao Ruanfei had only just started digging holes and hadn't even reached the halfway point, let alone sowing the seeds or covering them. That would take even more time. "Sorry, I'm done. Auntie, could you check if I missed any steps? Did I do everything right?" Xia Xian asked the cafeteria lady with a beaming smile. Though she was exhausted, covered in fine sweat, her clothes damp, and slightly out of breath, her spirits were high, and her smile was particularly captivating. "All done, all done. You're such a strong girl. I declare you the winner, our labor star," the cafeteria lady joyfully announced, raising Xia Xian's hand high. What a good girl, even helping her with the work. She wished there were more young women like her. "Thank you, Auntie," Xia Xian politely replied, nodding. Oh. She won. As expected of the top student, excellent in all aspects: morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor skills. Simply amazing. Indeed. I couldn't have cleared all those weeds and planted the seeds in one go. She's truly impressive. It wasn't a highly technical task, but her physical strength and endurance were absolutely top-notch. And truthfully, she was also smarter than Yao Ruanfei. She knew to dig the holes while weeding, unlike Yao Ruanfei, who focused solely on clearing the weeds first before going back to dig holes, a huge waste of time. No wonder she couldn't catch up and lost to Xia Xian. I refuse to accept this. Xia Xian, you did this on purpose. You clearly have more experience than me. You deliberately picked this to make me lose. I won't accept it. Let's start over. Let's compete in something else." Yao Ruanfei collapsed to the ground in frustration, trying to back out and even accusing Xia Xian of cheating. The competition might not have been perfectly fair, but Xia Xian hadn't asked the judge to manipulate the results. She won through sheer skill. Besides, Yao Ruanfei had agreed to the challenge herself. Even if Xia Xian had set a trap, Yao Ruanfei had willingly walked into it. It was too late to back out now. Xia Xian looked at her innocently, her lips curving slightly. Yao Ruanfei, so many classmates are watching. Do you really think it's appropriate to act this way in front of everyone? You were the one who challenged me, saying I could pick the event. I chose, you agreed, we competed, and you lost. It's too late to change the rules now. If you insist on acting like this, even if I agree to a rematch and lose, I could just as easily throw a tantrum like you. So what's the point? But winning and losing are common in any competition. There's no need to take it so seriously. In my eyes, you're still outstanding. Don't obsess over rankings or feel the need to always prove yourself. Everyone is unique and brilliant in their own way. You've got this. Xia Xian clenched her fist and encouraged her publicly. Her tone was sincere, and despite Yao Ruanfei's unwarranted persistence in challenging her only to lose and then throw a tantrum, most people would have been utterly disgusted by now. Yet Xia Xian, whether genuinely or diplomatically, refrained from mocking her and instead offered encouragement, showcasing remarkable grace and generosity. Her words earned applause from the students and the cafeteria lady alike. Even Yao Ruanfei stared at her in stunned silence, as if moved by her magnanimity. She began to reflect, was her behavior really appropriate? Let's go grab something to eat and rest. You've used up all your energy after working so hard. After dinner, head back to the dorm to shower and relax. Quan Ruifeng had been watching the competition calmly, but as sweat began to drip from Xia Xian's face, his brows furrowed, and he fell silent. Zhou Xingshi had been chatting idly with Quan Ruifeng earlier, but upon noticing his concerned expression, he wisely shut up and turned to talk to Xinyu instead. Now that the competition was over and Xia Xian had won, Quan Ruifeng didn't want to let her waste more time arguing with Yao Ruanfei. He stepped forward, took Xia Xian's hand, and pulled her toward the cafeteria, handing her an open soft drink along the way. Okay. Xia Xian smiled sweetly at Quan Ruifeng, nodded, took a big sip of the soft drink, and walked off with him. Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi quickly followed. Zhou Xingshi, ever the show-off, hovered protectively beside Xinyu, urging her to walk slowly and carefully as if she were a glass doll, as if he wasn't making it obvious enough that she was pregnant. Xinyu kicked him and told him to back off. If he kept clinging like this, she might just change her mind. Zhou Xingshi immediately grinned and begged for mercy, too overjoyed to stay serious. The moment Xinyu decided to marry him and have a child, Zhou Xingshi had rushed her home to grab their household registration book, get the necessary documents, and register their marriage, not wasting a single second. He was afraid she'd change her mind and deny him his rightful place. Zhou Xingshi had also informed his family immediately. To be safe, they'd get legally married first and hold the wedding banquet later, scheduled for next month, before Xinyu's belly grew too noticeable. When Zhou Xingshi's parents learned Xinyu was pregnant, they instantly realized Quan Ruifeng had helped the two deceive them earlier. Zhou Xingshi wasn't impotent at all, he was quite potent. Look at this, they'd gone and gotten her pregnant. But in the end, it was a good thing. Zhou Xingshi and Xinyu were now married, and they'd soon have a grandchild, only beneficial for the Zhou family. As for the two young people being intimate, everyone chose to overlook it. They'd been engaged for years anyway. In the Zhou family's eyes, Xinyu had long been treated as their daughter-in-law. The only one with objections was Xinyu's father. Though a month was enough time to prepare, he was still upset that his daughter had to rush into marriage because of this. But since he'd only just begun improving his relationship with Xinyu, he didn't dare vent his anger. He could only silently dote on her and prepare a substantial dowry. In any case, Xinyu and Zhou Xingshi's marriage was settled. Now, their group of 4 consisted of 2 married couples. If they went out together in the future, they could openly book 2 rooms and sleep together. But enough digression. The 4 entered the cafeteria to eat, while Yao Ruanfei watched their retreating figures, suddenly feeling an urge to join them. She was the fourth-place student, after all. Shouldn't the fourth-place student naturally mingle with the top three? If she became friends with them, wouldn't that also make her more visible? Then she wouldn't be forgotten. She'd been mistaken before. Xia Xian was right, she shouldn't obsess over rankings. She needed to relax and befriend them. She would join them. Yao Ruanfei found a new goal, her determination reignited. Without knowing it, Xia Xian's actions had inadvertently fueled Yao Ruanfei's renewed determination to connect with her. For now, Xia Xian was solely focused on preparing for the overseas symposium she'd been selected to attend. Chapter 169, Help Me Play Matchmaker. Meanwhile, the anonymous letter, after a circuitous journey, finally reached the military base and landed in Yu Hongyi's hands. Commander Yu, there's a letter for you. It's from Anhui Province. Anhui Province? All right, leave it. Yu Hongyi frowned. He didn't recall having any friends from Anhui. Who could have sent it? Perhaps a former comrade had relocated there? He took the letter, checking the unfamiliar name and address. Yet, a letter delivered to the military base shouldn't be mistaken. With another frown, he opened it. The moment he read the opening lines, his pupils constricted. He skimmed the short letter rapidly, as if disbelieving or searching for more clues. He then meticulously examined both the envelope and the letter itself, but found nothing. It wasn't an anonymous letter, but he was certain the name and address were fake, likely someone had used this person to send it. After a few seconds of contemplation, he immediately tore the letter and envelope into pieces, soaked them in water until soft, then thoroughly shredded them, ensuring the writing was completely illegible and impossible to reconstruct. Only then did he discard them in the trash. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced his office, deep in thought. Who could have sent this letter? Was it a well-intentioned warning, or an attempt to mislead him? Regardless, vigilance was wise. But he also needed to investigate the person behind it. He promptly returned to his seat, picked up the phone and began dialing. After mailing the letter, Xia Xian and Quan Ruifeng didn't dwell on it. As long as it reached Yu Hongyi, that was enough. There was little else Xia Xian could do, it was now up to his own luck. If he believed it and took precautions, he might avert disaster. If he dismissed it and paid no mind, then danger could be imminent. It all depended on fate. Xia Xian had her own matters to attend to. Soon enough, the day of her trip abroad arrived. The group gathered at the entrance, where a vehicle would transport them to the airport. Quan Ruifeng had originally wanted to drive Xia Xian to the airport himself to spend more time with her, but since it was a group outing, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to join. He could only see her off at the school gate. It wasn't yet time for assembly, and not everyone had arrived. Quan Ruifeng waited with Xia Xian at the entrance. Xia Xian instructed Quan Ruifeng, "I'll be gone for 10 days, tentatively returning 2 days before Yu and Zhou Xingshir's wedding. But if there's any unexpected delay, and I miss their wedding, please apologize to them on my behalf. I'll look for something suitable over there to bring back as a wedding gift for them. The one you prepared can be our second gift, we'll give them too." Buying something valuable domestically and something unique from abroad would make for a perfectly complementary pair. All right, I'll take care of everything. Don't worry. One gift is enough. While you're overseas, don't wander off alone. If it's inconvenient, don't go out shopping. Stick with the group for safety, it's safer and you're less likely to get lost. If anything comes up, call me. I'll do my best to help. Whether you make it to their wedding or not isn't important. Don't stress over it. Quan Ruifeng nodded. He wasn't particularly concerned about Xinyu and Zhou Xingshir's wedding. Instead, he was more worried about Xia Xian, fearing she might struggle abroad or encounter minor issues. With an ocean between them, even a phone call wouldn't guarantee timely assistance. So it was best to be careful and stick with the group. I know. I definitely won't go off alone. In an unfamiliar place, getting lost would be a real hassle. Xia Xian was sensible, but since this was her first time going abroad, she, like everyone else, wanted to bring back souvenirs and gifts. They had already agreed to go shopping together, safety in numbers. Just take care of yourself. As the bus arrived, Quan Ruifeng gently touched her cheek, then carried her luggage onto the vehicle. I'm off. You should head back soon too. Seated on the bus, Xia Xian waved at him. Quan Ruifeng nodded in acknowledgement, but didn't leave until the bus was out of sight. Their affectionate farewell drew teasing from their classmates. Wow, Xia Xian, it's just 10 days to half a month, not that long. Do you really have to be so reluctant? It's making our teeth ache. Exactly. You know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. A little separation is good for the relationship. Ugh, watching this makes me want to find someone and get married too. Xia Xian, do you know any great guys you could introduce me to? I'd love to marry someone from the capital and stay here after graduation instead of going back home. It'd be too inconvenient otherwise. The group playfully teased Xia Xian, with some even asking her to set them up. But where would Xia Xian find eligible bachelors to introduce? She could only decline. I'm not from the capital originally, as you know, so I don't know many people here. I'm afraid I can't help. But there are plenty of male students at our school who are locals. Maybe you can meet one of them. Xia Xian offered the suggestion, assuming it was just casual chatter. But Xia Fafang was completely serious. Clutching Xia Xian's seat, she persisted relentlessly. It's fine if you don't know anyone. Your boyfriend must know plenty. And doesn't he have a childhood best friend, Shinyu's partner? He's quite handsome too. If any of them have male cousins or brothers, they could introduce me. Who knows, we might even become in-laws someday. Xia Fangfang grew more enthusiastic, making others interested, who also turned hopeful eyes towards Xia Xian. If she agreed to help Xia Fangfang, they'd want to be introduced too. Xia Xian found it both amusing and exasperating. They don't have any cousins or brothers. I really can't help with this. Despite her repeated refusals, Xia Fangfang kept pestering her the entire ride, giving Xia Xian a headache. She just wanted to reach the airport and board the plane, where Xia Fangfang would hopefully stop talking. This was Xia Xian's first time flying, and she was excited for the experience, another new experience to add to her list. But soon after takeoff, before she could even fully admire the view from above, the plane suddenly encountered severe air turbulence, shaking violently. What's happening? What's wrong with the plane? Help! Chapter 170, Medicine, My Medicine. Give me the medicine. Help! We're in the air. Is something bad going to happen? Oh my god, I'm terrified. I don't want to be here anymore, I want to go home. Most of the people on board had never flown before, and encountering such a situation for the first time sent them into a panic. The cabin instantly erupted in screams. Xia Xian knew that flights could encounter turbulence and bumps, and the broadcast had just announced it, so she remained relatively calm. However, the frantic shouting around her still made her a little uneasy. She took a deep breath, trying hard to compose herself. Everyone, don't be scared. This is probably normal. First, check if your seatbelts are fastened, and please stop shouting. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is just normal air turbulence. It will pass soon. Please make sure your seatbelts are securely fastened and do not unbuckle them. Due to the severe turbulence, the flight attendants also had to remain seated with their seatbelts fastened, so they could only reassure everyone via the intercom. But without the physical presence of the flight attendants, only a cold voice over the speakers, how could anyone calm down? Fortunately, Xia Xian was in the cabin and stepped in to assist with the calming efforts. Listening to the flight attendants is always the right thing to do. Shouting and screaming might actually affect the pilot's operation. The turbulence will be over soon, don't you feel it's already less shaky? Xia Xian gripped the armrest tightly as she loudly reminded them. Being classmates, they naturally trusted her. Under her soothing influence, everyone gradually calmed down and began to feel the turbulence. It did seem to be lessening. Maybe it would be fine soon? The cabin finally quieted down, with no more loud cries for help, but the situation was still precarious. Once everyone had settled, Xia Xian noticed that Professor Tiao, sitting in front of her, was trembling uncontrollably, and his breathing was heavy. Medicine, my medicine. Xia Fangfang was sitting right next to him, but she was so terrified that she had curled up, eyes shut and hands covering her ears, completely oblivious to the professor's murmurs. Xia Xian strained her neck to listen and immediately realized the problem. Her heart sank, and she quickly leaned forward to check on him, though she didn't dare leave her seat. Professor Chiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You're looking for medicine, do you have it with you? She asked anxiously, but Professor Chiao could no longer speak. He struggled to breathe, pointing with a trembling finger at his bag. The bag was quite large, its zipper slightly open, revealing many items inside. He was clearly too distressed to find the medicine himself. Fong, help Professor Chiao find his medicine. Fong, can you hear me? Seeing this, Xia Xian immediately reached out and nudged Xia Fong, who was beside Professor Chiao. But Fong refused to open her eyes, kept her ears covered, and wouldn't move. It was unclear if she even heard. With Professor Chiao's face growing paler and his breathing more labored, Xia Xian couldn't waste any more time calling out to Xia Fong. She had to extend her seatbelt to give herself enough slack to reach forward and grab the large bag from Professor Chiao's lap. Once she had a firm grip, she quickly pulled it onto her own lap. The moment she got the bag, the plane lurched violently again. Thankfully, she hadn't unbuckled her seatbelt. Otherwise, she might have been thrown to the floor. If she had been rummaging through Professor Chiao's bag at that moment, she surely would have lost her grip, sending the bag crashing to the floor. The medicine might have spilled out and rolled goodness knows where, which would have been even more terrifying. But these were just worst-case scenarios. The situation was manageable for now. Xia Xian held the bag tightly, keeping one hand firmly on the armrest as she unzipped it and reached inside to search. Medicine was usually kept in a separate box or compartment for easy access. Xia Xian searched logically. As soon as the turbulence eased slightly, she pulled the zipper wider and used both hands to search. Sure enough, she found it almost immediately. Professor Chiao, is this the medicine? Xia Xian quickly leaned forward again, holding out the medicine to him. Both she and Professor Chiao were in aisle seats, with him directly in front of her, making it convenient to pass him the medicine. Professor Chiao nodded vigorously at the sight of the medicine. His hands trembled as he tried to reach for it, but Xia Xian quickly pulled her hand back. She swiftly twisted open the cap before handing it to Professor Chiao, fearing he might not have the strength to open it himself. Now it was easier for Professor Chiao. He quickly took the bottle, shook out 2 pills, and swallowed them dry without water. After taking the medicine, he let out a long sigh of relief, clutching the medicine bottle tightly as he leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Xia Xian strained to turn and stretch her neck, only able to see Professor Chiao's profile and his tightly closed eyes. But he had taken the medicine and wasn't saying anything else, so he should be fine, right? Though still somewhat worried, Xia Xian chose not to disturb Professor Chiao, letting him rest. A few minutes later, the frightening turbulence finally subsided. They had passed through that patch and reached a more stable air current. The plane finally stabilized, and the flight attendants began to move about. Is everyone all right? Sir, your bag fell. Madam, your... The flight attendants checked on each passenger one by one. Xia Xian quickly raised her hand. Excuse me, we need help here. My professor just took his medicine. Could he have a glass of water? Took medicine? Oh my. The flight attendant finally noticed the situation and quickly rushed over. Professor Chiao only had asthma, and now that he had taken his medicine, he was fine. After checking on him, everyone could finally relax. Xia Xian, having quietly done her good deed, also closed her eyes to rest. The whole ordeal had been quite a strain on her too. The rest of the flight passed without further turbulence, and the plane landed smoothly in the foreign country. Only when their feet truly touched the ground did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Oh my goodness, I'm never flying again. That was terrifying. Me too. It scared me half to death. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. All right. This is just normal turbulence, nothing serious. Let's hurry up, or we might not make it to the hotel on time. Another professor stepped in to maintain order and calm everyone down, carefully not mentioning how terrified he himself had been on the plane. Xia Xian followed the group, curiously observing the foreign scenery while clutching her bag tightly. When traveling abroad, pickpockets were the biggest fear. If her money were stolen, the rest of the trip would be miserable. But as fate would have it, what she feared most was about to happen.